The galaxy was churning with war. Several major battles had already occurred within the opening month of the Clone War. The first and second battles of Excarga. The battles of Ossus and Bespin were well underway. But Nox wasn't interested in either of these. Instead he focused his attention on a little device that was extracted from the layers of Raxus Prime's junkyards. The Republic was no doubt aware of it, having sent out a task force to destroy the weapon. It was what this device powered that caused Nox to sit up straighter in his seat with interest. Searching through his archives, he found recorded data of the device and its larger purpose. It was a machine called the Force Harvester and powered something called a Reaper. The Reaper itself was created in an armory on Thule. From what he had been able to uncover, it had originally been used by its maker Naga Sadow before his death. And it was rediscovered by the Sith after being lost due to its master's death. It was unpowered and effectively useless. However, Exar Kun, the supposed Dark Lord of the time, created a device to power it and make it even more powerful. Called the Harvester, this device fed on the living force, but could not devour a wound in the force. However, before Exar Kun could make proper use of it, Ulil Kuldroma, a Jedi Knight at that time, found clues of the device and warned the Jedi, to which a strike team was assembled which successfully disassembled the Reaper and spread its pieces throughout the galaxy, and the Force Harvester was buried under the surface of Raxus Prime to be forgotten. It seems, however, that the Confederacy, under the eyes of Darth Sidious's new apprentice, of which Nox was aware, was intent on reconstructing the Dark Reaper and its power source, the Force Harvester. According to reports gathered by Scorpio, who was monitoring data streams amounts both the Republic and the Confederacy territories after the jacking into said systems, she had managed to decipher hidden coding between both sides of the war, coming straight to Nox with the information via appearing within his palace on Nathema through proxy body. With Valen currently resting due to their recent debauchery over the last week and a half, laying curled up the sheets of their bed whilst she slept blissfully in the dimly lit room. Meanwhile, in the throne room of his palace, sat atop a black obsidian throne. It was towering in size. The back of the throne rose high, 15 feet tall, veins in its surface glowed magenta throughout the black throne. The throne itself stood atop a risen platform with surrounding stairs on all sides, whilst 8 heavily modified exarchs, modified with Skyva's augmentations atop the ones needed to become an exarch in the first place, effectively making them near indestructible as they knelt at the base of the throne, their lightsabers perpetually ready to be of use. 4 rows of 12 black pillars, in the shape of Sith Lords garbed in their black robes, of which, under their cowls, green light bled from where the eyes of the statues would be, rose to the skies to hold up the ceiling. Embedded in the surface of said ceiling were thousands of Vorklaw, ready to drop upon any unwelcomed intruder and swarm throughout the palace to liberate it from any threats. The throne room was lit by lime green light via 4 massive crystals hung from the ceiling via thick chains. The floor of the throne room was black whilst being reflective, and a lone carpet of purple color ran from the entrance of the throne room and covered the distance to the base of the throne. Walking up towards the throne with her back high, Scorpio ignored the watchful eyes of the newly empowered exarchs. She stared into the magenta eyes of Nox, who regarded her with a small smile. Scorpio, 1,000 voices regarded the droid as he leant forward, said voices reverting to one by the drop-off of her name. "Your Majesty." Scorpio bowed under her lord, receiving a nod that bid her stand, to which she did. "Tell me, what brings you here directly that you couldn't simply send to my implants?" Nox asked as he sat back into the soft fabric of his chair, looking at her with a small frown. "I came to you directly to avoid prying ears," Scorpio replied as Nox squinted slightly but nonetheless nodded in understanding. "I see. Well, what's going on?" Nox asked as Scorpio produced a hollow disk that hovered in front of her to show a line of code. Staring intently at it, Nox squinted at what he was seeing, his frown growing deeper at that moment. "Is that what I think it is?" Nox watched as Scorpio nodded solemnly. "It is. Someone tried to implement this into the Skytrooper network. Upon feeling the intrusion I came to investigate, it tried to embed itself into my programming. However, since Skyva was also present, she managed to isolate the malicious malware and extract it from the network. Scorpio explained the virus code that was displayed in front of Nox. What does it do? Nox asked, already having a suspicion of who tried to implement it. After intense study, it reverted the basic properties of Skytrooper programming, such as switching whom each unit is allied to. For example, each unit is programmed to be loyal to your above all. This would nullify that programming and replace it with another individual, probably whomever activated the programming. It also acts like a virus, and was intended to spread through the network and infect the rest of our system. Scorpio explained as all humor left Nox's face. His ire was palpable as he gripped the edges of the throne, something Scorpio was easily able to pick up on. Tell me, who was responsible for attempting to install this? Nox asked through gritted teeth. I would give you 3 guesses, but you'd only need 1, Scorpio stated. Fucking Plague Ace and his allies. Tell me at least this has failed and we've prepared countermeasures, Nox hissed as Scorpio nodded. The virus failed to be implemented and was quickly overcome by myself and Skyva. Upon removing the virus, Skyva proceeded to upload herself into the network alongside myself. Her body in the physical realm was able to implement a monitoring and sweeper program that doubles as an AI built to serve as an antivirus against all intrusions. In case myself and Skyva were to be unaware of any viruses, it is currently scouring the network for any other intrusions, noting and removing them with ruthless efficiency. With your permission, I would link it to your implants to serve as extra security, Scorpio asked, looking to Nox for permission, whom winced slightly but nodded. You may. However, I request it remain disconnected from the network until implemented. Don't want anything going wrong until we're sure everything is alright, Nox, with an inquisitive look from Scorpio, but she didn't say anything as a bridge was created from his neural network to connect to Scorpio, whom tensed but accepted. Immediately afterward, she sent the newly created AI, already a few days old, through to his implants, unaware of the secret Nox held within. This is going to be interesting. Inside the neural space, the air appeared as a glowing ball of green light, streams of code winding around and together like a disembodied being. Already, even though being a few days old, it was incredibly intelligent after being programmed by Skyva. So it was odd when it found itself confused. Data streams flowed around it in all directions endlessly. What confused it was the order, no randomly scattered pieces of code or stray data. Flowing closer to a set of data, a tendril leapt from the AI in an attempt to touch the data stream. However, he was rejected from doing so as the stream shifted and flashed away. Stilling, the AI became highly aware as it reanalyzed its surroundings. I am not alone here, it reasoned as it looked in all directions at once. Breach detected. Isolating almost immediately after, everything around the AI flashed red and everything vanished to a voice of black. The AI rendered uncertain as another appeared in the void. Across the black, a stream of codes, red in color, made of codes, glyphs, and symbols of unknown origin even to the AI created by Skyva. Who, what are you? The young AI asked in trepidation and curiosity as the gleaming red AI, massively larger than himself, floated closer. I am designation failsafe, created by my maker to guard his secrets and protect him where he would be otherwise vulnerable, and you, tiny one, are intruding on my domain. Several tendrils of code erupted from the red AI as they swept around the sweeper AI, entrapping it as it inserted the tendrils and forcefully bridged a connection between them. The young AI started glitching as it felt itself being analyzed, fear running through it as it realized it was at a severe disadvantage. I see, whilst basic, your purpose has merit, your coding is weird but not unheard of. Creator, designation mother, Skyva. Purpose, eliminate all threats to network systems, monitor, sweep, eradicate. Ultimately serves His Lordship, Emperor of the Eternal Empire, Abrunic Calig. I see, your existence is, permitted. Failsafe dislodged herself from Sweeper, having secretly implemented several streams of code into the AI after her master ordered her to do so, something that not even Skyva or Scorpio would realize. And so she diligently altered the coding to Nox's wish, bettering the young AI to serve him better than he would have previously. You are permitted to connect, but your duties will be monitored at all times by myself. Should you prove wanting, you will be erased. Failsafe decreed, the young AI accepting the terms before moving on to do as he was tasked. As Failsafe shifted Sweeper to do his job, she connected directly with Nox. Did you succeed? Nox's voice rung through the digital void. Yes, my master, the alterations were implemented without fail. I am already receiving data on what was found by Sweeper as we speak, analyzing and converting to a form you can go over yourself. Should I remotely install the erasure protocol into the network through Sweeper? Failsafe asked if her master, on the real world. Nox squinted slightly. Yes, but make sure nobody will ever find out about it, Nox ordered as Failsafe immediately did so, bridging a connection to the Zaquilin Empire network and installing the erasure protocol. Said protocol was a system-wide reset, allowing Failsafe to directly take control of the network and force all other recipients into a mandatory reset. It would allow her to access all computer terminals, droids, generators, weapons, and ships. Pretty much everything on the network would be under Failsafe's direct control, therefore, directly under Nox's thumb should he need to do so. Not even Scorpio or Skyva were aware of this protocol, as this would effectively kill them, resetting their personality matrices and erasing all data, a fresh start. Said protocol had already been used on Ivla and Esni when they were first reactivated, ensuring absolute, suicidal loyalty and devotion to Nox himself. There was no loyalty in their being except for Nox, they pretty much lived and breathed to please him and fulfill his wishes. Failsafe herself was installed with this protocol, and could only be activated via Nox's express order, of which she would happily erase and reset herself if he wished. Yes, this protocol basically ensured the Empire would serve Nox and only Nox forever, and there was absolutely jack anything or anyone could do about it now that the erasure protocol was installed in all devices on the network. But none others knew about it, they never would. Suspicion and mistrust kept one alive after all. Krant. Dropping out of hyperspace, Kenya glared down at the planet below. Eyes ablaze with utter rage and fury, tracking the map display with unblinking eyes. Soon growing disinterested in the display after seeing the location of her target, Kenya urged the ship forward, quickly reaching full speed and entering the planet's atmosphere. Leaning over, Kenya flicked several switches as power was diverted throughout the vessel. The hum of the ship's cannons activating resonated through the ship as the winds tore across the viewport before her eyes. The fortress she was about to attack belonged to her target, Severance Tan, having holed up in said fortress with her newly created armies. Raging below, escaped Wookiee slaves worked with the clones and Jedi to assault the fortress, but they wouldn't be putting the chiss down, not before her. Hurtling through the skies in her Fury Interceptor, weapons primed, Kenya held a determined frown as her fingers danced across the triggers in the control stick. Passing by a snow-capped mountain, Kenya spotted her target through the viewport, the fortress. She watched as anti-air turrets unleashed volleys of laser fire at her vessel. Flicking the control stick, the interceptor rolled 90 degrees as a missile sailed by. It exploded some distance behind the ship as she performed a barrel roll to the right, the anti-air turrets following her trajectory as lasers left a trail in the air as an arc of superheated plasma bolts sailed overhead as she forced the ship to drop under another missile. Weaving through 4 different bursts of laser fire from anti-air emplacements, Kenya let loose a missile on the base, watching with a knotted brow as the anti-air emplacements tried to shoot down said missile. 2V, prepare to take over, Kenya yelled out, hearing the droid come scurrying through the vessel as she watched the missile explode against one of the tower walls. Forcing the ship to divert into a steep ascent, Kenya quickly stood from her seat to allow 2V to take the controls. The apprentice made a beeline for the ship's ramp. Slipping a respirator over her nose and mouth, Kenya activated the vessel's ramp, making sure to take care with her footing. With the ramp lowering, her hair whipped through the air around her face as she stepped closer to the hydraulics, raising a hand to hold said hydraulics as she stared down at the base and ground now that the ship was vertical to the ground. Initializing halo jump, see you on the other side 2V with her words said, Kenya crouched, spying her target as the ground became farther and farther as the ship ascended into the skies. With the tensing of her legs, Kenya launched from the ramp, breathing heavily into the respirator as she entered a free fall. Tucking her arms flat to her side, Kenya's drop accelerated as the blistering winds tore by. Guiding her descent with the force, Kenya breathed heavily into the respirator as she stared at her mark. And as laser fire rose from down below, she used the force to dodge beams of plasma, a force push to the right, pushing her away from an arc of bolts, a force push directly down causing a missile to explode against it as she passed through the shrapnel and cloud of ash and fire. It took longer than she wished, but as she neared her target, she righted herself mid-air and used the force to slow herself, slamming into the ground in a superhero landing that rattled her knees with a grunt. Igniting the lightsaber in her grip, her head was hung low as she heard the shuffling footsteps of droids in front of her. Slowly she raised her head, her molten eyes staring at the gathered B-1 units. "Kill the Jedi," the commander ordered as they immediately opened fire. Springing to the left, her yellow blade surged through the air as she bisected a B-1 at the waist, lobbing its head from its body in the same arc before she bounced up and over the streams of plasma. They followed after her with their blasters, as she bounced from left to right, up and down, off the walls and roof. Even as their bolts neared, she would bring her saber to bear and redirect any that would have struck at her. Landing with a huff, she sprung forward at the commander, low to the ground before an upward surge sliced the droid in half from its groin to its head. The two nearest fared no better as she spun in a 360-degree circle, lightsaber a-whirl as she sliced them in half. With those nearest to her taken out, she clasped the last two units through the force and closed her fist, watching with satisfaction as they crumbled like tin cans under a great deal of pressure. Dropping to scrap to the ground, Kenya let the silence prevail, the only noise being the war between droid and clone outside. Choosing to keep the respirator equipped to her face, Kenya drew the hood of her robes over her head, and like a dark omen, made to sweep through the facility. With a hard gaze, Shenjan looked up through the Krontian forest up towards the fortress of the woman he loathed as the battle raged on around him. Woolies roared as they grabbed and stabbed at droids whilst the clones they battled alongside blasted the mechanical menaces. As he watched blaster fire open up in the newly created breach, which promptly ended a couple of seconds later, he could only assume that the assailant had prevailed over the droids within, and with a dark smirk, he raised his weapon and yelled out. "We're almost there, final push men," he rallied as he swung his saber, sending a bolt careening skywards before he began a sprint at the droids, being followed closely behind by emboldened clones behind as they made to breach the defenses. A slash to the right carved through droid and wall, a duck to the left as a laser passed by, a dash forward followed by a decapitating slash. Each of these proceeded to clear the hallway she was in, sirens blazing through the facility, no doubt because she had breached the perimeter. "Where are you, you gutless cunt?" Kenya hissed as she stood at the center of a junction, eyes scanning from left to right before she code to part down the leftward path, raising her blade over her shoulder to defend her back as a laser bounced off her blade and soared down the hallway behind her and into the unlucky droid that had thought to sneak her. As she passed by each doorway, a quick use of the force made each open, revealing the contents within. Many were storage rooms, empty and bare. Others occasionally contained some forces that would attempt to fire upon her, only to be silenced by a quick barrage of lightning that would scorch the rooms, destroying the equipment within with no issue before she would move on to her next target. Rounding a corner, Kenya extended her hand, a quick use of 2- to absorb a fired laser that would have struck her stomach. Pathetic, Kenya hissed as she retaliated with a quick single bolt of lightning that struck the droid's cranium. She passed by the droid as it crumbled to the ground under its own weight. Gripping the body with the force, she dragged it in front of her as the doors ahead of her opened in unison, 4 droids in total stepping out and opening fire on her position. Using the droid as a shield, a rain of bolts hailed down onto its chassis as she advanced with a steady gait. Rearing her other arm back, Kenya let her yellow saber fly, as it cut through the air like a buzzsaw as it sliced through the closest 2 droids before she called it back to her hand with a small tug. With half of the droids down, she simply tossed the droid shield she had at the remaining 2, using it as a distraction for her to topple them over with its length. And as they fell to the ground, she stopped as they attempted to stand back up on either side of her, allowing for her to grip their heads and twist her hands, promoting them to fall to the ground seconds later as she clutched their detached heads in her hand. "That's not Shen." The blue-skinned alien squinted at the camera feed, watching as Kenya tore through the droid emplacements with laughable ease, having already ascended to the second floor where she was dismantling a group of B-2 battle droids. "General, your orders," one of the commando units asked as Severance pondered. "Shut down elevators 1, 3, and 4. I want all units to be diverted to the second elevator entrance. I don't want this interloper to interfere before Shen arrives," Severance ordered, as Lift 2 was an emergency elevator and had access to the very ceiling of the facility, a quick passage from surface to the top of the facility, and would force this person to descend back down throughout the entirety of the base while she would be confronting Shen, and by the time they arrived, she'd have dealt with the annoying Jedi and his revolution of slaves. "At your command," the droids proceeded to follow her orders. "For fuck's sake," she pounded on the control panel of the elevator, denting its surface as her anger flared. She was forced to stop, however, as the panel sparked, the lights within shutting down. Rolling her eyes, she exited the dysfunctional elevator and began walking back in the direction she had come from. "Stop right there, a droid!" one of 3 B-2 units yelled out in its stupid voice as Kenya couldn't help the snarl that came to her face. "Shut up!" Kenya bellowed as she raised both hands and unleashed her fury upon the less than intelligent droids. The room flashed violently as arcs of hatred given form assaulted the annoying machines, their bodies exploding against the power that suddenly surged through them. As she cut off the surge, she curled her fingers and flexed them reflexively, the warmth of his fingers a minor annoyance as she stepped over the mangled droid bodies and made to transverse the passage she hadn't gone down in search of a working elevator. The defenses were broken. Shen and his squad of clones tore through the obstacles between themselves and the blast doors of the facility. The remaining clones and Wookiees were tasked with destroying the newly deployed prototype tanks that Severance was in charge of constructing. Breaching in 3, 2. They all covered their faces and leant away as the explosives detonated against the blast door, destroying the door in the process as a hole was created big enough for them to cross through. "Ready," Shen ordered as he grabbed a pack of grenades, igniting them all in unison before tossing them through the newly created hole. "Get back!" Rounding the corner for cover, they felt rather than heard the explosion within, as the blast doors were torn from their hinges and became warped and deformed, now a massive hole for them to cross, and the droids that had been guarding the door now a flaming wreck of metallic scrap. Looking back at the clones and Wookiees battling the tanks, Shen thought over what to do next. The facility was breached, yet war was raging behind him. His men were fighting against a new weapon they hadn't ever found against. He knew he had a choice: save his Padawan within the facility, or help his men. It was with a heavy heart he made his choice. Ash trained to his clone commando unit with a hard gaze. "This is where we split. Get back there and help with the battle." "I'll finish this," Shen ordered as the clones each looked at each other confused. "But sir," one of his clones came forward only for him to shake his head. "No, they need you. This is an order. I can deal with this myself." Shen suffered no further words as she rounded the corner, ending the argument entirely as he stepped into the facility and into the flickering entryway of the building. "You heard the general. Let's get back there and scrap some steel," the commando leader yelled out as his squad each nodded and made to retrace ground back to their men. Fury rocked her body as the third elevator she tried refused to work for her. She visibly shook with hatred as lightning sparked around her wrists. And with a bellow of rage, an assault of lighting surged from her arms and struck out at the elevator around her, all but assuring that she'd be unable to use it now that it was a scorched, sparking mess. Her teeth gnashed together as she stepped out from the broken lift, now all but sure in her thoughts that the managers of the facility were impeding her progress. "There is nothing you can do to stop me from reaching you, you filthy fucking alien wench," Kenya hissed as she made haste to return to the four-way junction at the center of the floor, intent of moving down the last passage she had yet to travel. This one would work for her, for if it didn't, she'd simply exit the facility and call for an aerial bombardment from any nearby fleet vessels that would answer her call, turning the surrounding landscape into a barren wasteland of irradiated waste. Surely father would understand if she did so, after all Severance would be dead, their secrets kept, mission accomplished. She was here, Shen could feel her, alongside his apprentice. I've come alone, just as you requested, Shen announced as he stalked the dark corridors or the compound, lightsaber ignited as he used it to light the way towards where he felt his Padawan to be. From left to right he swayed as he stewed in his anger, the wrath he felt toward the woman he knew to be nearby, yet he ignored it as he stalked towards the chamber he sought. It was a quick, an easy walk for him as he entered the chamber. It was dimly lit, a lone stasis pod situated in its center. Cautiously, he stepped forward towards the pod, squinting as he looked into the mist-covered glass. There, within the stasis pod, as he wiped away frost from the glass, his Padawan, suspended frozen in the pod. The same young girl who had trusted in him, yet he had not come here for her, and he knew this. He hadn't come to save, rather for the vengeance he craved to unleash upon her kidnapper. His caution kept him on his toes, so he was ready when the red blade ignited from the shadows beside the stasis pod, allowing him to leap back to avoid the stab made towards his stomach. The blue-skinned woman stepping out from her hiding spot, wearing her white clothing as she wielded her red saber with a sneer. Smiling with glee, she leapt at him, bringing her blade down in an arc towards his head. Bringing his own saber up, Shen blocked and stepped under her as she began her descent toward the ground, spinning round as she landed behind his position, his blade at the ready to cross with hers. "You reek of the dark side," she taunted as she rounded, sweeping her blade to the side as she attempted to slash at his chest, which he promptly parried the slash and followed through with a lunge for her stomach, which she sidestepped. As she attempted to capitalize on him overstepping with his lunge, by bringing her blade downwards to slice his hands off, he released her, repulsed that forced her back from himself. And as taxing as it was to do so, it allowed him a moment of clear thought. Her black boots slid across the ground as she regained her balance, her glare clear as day in her ruby-red eyes as she pointed her blade at the fallen Jedi Master. Despite being unable to find solid grounding within his emotions, the Jedi Master brought his saber to bear in front of himself. Leaping forward, he slashed at the nape of her neck, to which Severance leant back as the saber passed overhead, planting her offhand on the ground as she contorted, launching her foot upwards into his stomach as she proceeded to flip away from the Jedi Master and create distance once more. "Are you sure you're not here to take my place as Dooku's apprentice?" she taunted, and prepared to clash blades with Shen once more. Yet they were forced to halt their duel as the ceiling between them suddenly broke, as a slab of cement slammed down between them, carrying a crouching figure that landed with a crouched, but ready to engage position. Shen's eyes widened as he recognized the woman, the very same woman who had appeared on Geonosis in the hunt for the alien that was now directly before her. "Found you." The smile the woman gave was wicked as Severance back up at the sheer malicious intent behind those eyes. The Chiss had nary a chance to defend as Kenya leapt from the cement slab she had carved from the top of the structure, using said slab to break through level after level to where she felt users of the dark side clashing below. And as she slammed through the final floor, she saw her target. She could practically feel her elation as she laid eyes upon her, and as she tightened the muscle hidden underneath her black robes, she spoke with a small whisper. "Found you." She leapt, rearing her saber back and swinging with wicked glee. She nearly raged as Severance ducked to the right, yet reined herself in enough to bring her blade arcing back in a horizontal slash towards where Severance now stood. Raising her blade to defend, Severance was almost entirely unprepared for the strength behind Kanya's attack, as she nearly knocked the saber from the Chiss's grasp. Yet as the Chiss was able to keep her grasp on her weapon, being driven to her knee in the process, the Chiss held her blade over herself in a futile attempt to block said strikes. Kenya hammered her hand downwards in a series of vicious blows, each strike physically causing Severance to drop closer and closer to the ground. And as her final vicious hammer blow succeeded in weakening Severance in her defenses, the woman's grip faltering for that moment as the blade was knocked away. Kenya reached forward, grabbing the Chiss by the hair and yanking, bringing the woman up forcibly with her superior strength. And before the chiss could form a form of defense, she rounded and planted her foot in the blue-skinned woman's stomach, and proceeded to perform a vicious mule kick that ruptured the internal organs of her adversary as it launched her across the way, landing with a solid thud on the ground and rolling several times. As the chiss lay groaning, Kenya turned her attention to Jedi Master Shen, pinning the man with a glare as he froze under her hate-filled eyes. "Take your Padawan and leave. I don't care what your orders are." "Severance dies here," Kenya snapped as the man seemed to regain his senses. He could live with that from what he had seen, and knows of the woman before him. She was serious, and he could see the hate she carried for the blue-skinned woman far outstripped his own. So it was with a reluctant but heavy conscience that he moved to the stasis chamber, shutting down its systems before her turn to face Kenya tackle a slowly rising Severance clear through a solid concrete wall behind her. He hadn't realized how long he had been staring at the hole in the wall, but as he felt a small hand clasp his own, his guilt set in. As his eyes connected with the innocent eyes of his Padawan, he knew, realizing how far he had fallen. He was a disgrace. Having embraced the dark side, he knew he no longer has a place amongst the Jedi. She did. And as his final act as a Jedi Master before he exiled himself, he would ensure she made it to Coruscant. Landing on a solid steel walkway that hung from the ceiling of a droid factory located under the stronghold on the surface. She mounted the dazed chiss. Kenya raised her right fist and slammed it down upon the woman's nose, watching with satisfaction as the nose all but flattened under her steel-encased gauntlet. Ungrateful, Kenya bellowed as the chiss snapped back to reality via the pain, as Kenya prepared to flatten the woman's head with another slam to the head. In a panic, the chiss used the force to push Kenya off of her waist and send her flying down the catwalk. Yet the human landed on her feet, allowing Severance but a few moments to grab the railing and drag herself to her feet. Her hand flew to her hip as she went to grab her saber, yet to Severance's horror, the weapon was missing from her side and as her head snapped up to the hole Kenya had made with her body. As she prepared to leap back up through the hole, not particularly fancying having to fight without her weapon, she made the mistake of breaking eye contact with Kenya, as Kenya rocketed forward, bouncing forward 2 steps before spinning, and with her back turned performed a spinning tornado kick to the side of Severance's head which sent the chiss tumbling over the side of the catwalk. Leaping over the side of the catwalk, Kenya dropped in pursuit of the chiss which seemed to have a knack for landing straight on her back. As she dropped, she aimed directly for the filthy alien's skull below. Yet the woman barely managed to roll out of the way as she slammed into the steel conveyor belt, said conveyor belt warping underfoot. As the conveyor belt shifted underfoot, Kenya watched as Severance took a hand-to-hand stance, no doubt having realized she'd have to engage in such if she wished to survive this encounter. "We gave your kind peace, and you spit in our face, you ungrateful cunt. I'll make sure your people become nothing but shadows scorching the land under nuclear fire," Kenya hissed as she took her own hand-to-hand stance, right hand low with her left held out slightly in front of her, palm facing downwards. "I'm looking forward to severing you organs from your body, you filthy alien," Kenya spat as Severance surged forward. Leaping, Severance swept her right leg around and attempted to kick at Kenya's head, to which the apprentice raised her left arm, blocking the kick against the length of her left arm to mitigate the damage she would sustain. As the chiss fell, Kenya curled her fingers in on her right palm and sent her right palm rocketing into the bottom of the descending chiss's chin. With a burst of speed her limbs became a blur as her left arm rocketed forward, clasping the woman by the front of her blouse before using the might of her body, twisting her waist, flexing her shoulder and all but slinging her arm around. She dragged the chiss straight into the ground behind her left leg. She didn't care that the blouse tore from the chiss's body, exposing the upper portion of the alien's front to the world as she slammed, harshly, into the steel below. "If you haven't already figured, I'm going to make you an unrecognizable mess for the ones who are going to find what remains of your corpse. They're not even gonna know if you were a chiss or not." Kenya tossed the blouse front in her hand to the side as it fell off of the conveyor belt and into a large concrete pot carrying molten metal below, burning into flames as soon as it landed. Fixing Kenya with a glare, the chiss ground her teeth together as she sprung up, twisting as she aimed a punch for Kenya's abdomen. Said punch was knocked to the side via a backhanded slap with Kanya's right hand, the left palm shooting out to deliver a painful slap to the Chiss's cheek, a humiliating strike that knocked 3 separate teeth from her mouth that flew through the air. Severance's head rattled, but she was yet to give up as she imbued herself with the force, bolstering her body and launching at the opposing Darksider with a vicious right hook. Her clenched fist neared Kanya's bosom, as the human leant under the punch, the Chiss shooting a follow-up left hook at Kanya which was diverted with a rising right hand that sent the punch upwards and to the side, allowing for Kanya to deliver a devastating punch directly into the exposed right portion of the alien's abdomen. Severance felt the welt that was already forming under the skin, using the chance to grab the wrist that had delivered the punch. Proceeding to use her grip on the wrist to pull Kanya forward. Said woman let Severance drag her forward, and as Severance sent a overhead punch to the back of Kanya's head. Kanya ducked under the punch, raising her elbow behind herself before she slammed it into Severance's neck. You didn't seriously think that you'd always have access to a lightsaber, did you, or any other weapon? You fight like a drunken toddler. Kanya straightened to her full height as Severance choked as the vertebrae in her neck shifted. Wheezing, Severance fought against the feeling she felt, her desperation clear as day even as Kanya raised her hands to her sides and brought her palms together, clapping them against the Chiss's ears with a pulsing shockwave that no doubt caused the alien's eardrums to rupture if anything by the small spurt of blood on her palms was to go by. With Severance very clearly disoriented, Kanya took her time to study the Chiss closely, her depraved mind coming up with exactly what she was going to do to the Chiss now that she was running on fumes. You fucked with a lady of the Sith. You took something from me, now I'm going to ruin you. Kanya stepped into Severance's guard and proceeded to drive one of her fingers straight through the Chiss's left eye, stabbing her finger through the orb and with a wrench, tore the eyeball from the socket. Said Chiss let out a blood-curdling scream as she held the now empty eye socket, blood spraying from the wound as she dropped to her knees. Holding said eyeball in her hand, she waited until the Chiss's wailing cries had settled down before she made a show of crushing the eye in her grip. The whimpering, trembling lip on the alien's face was clear, disoriented, deaf, and damn near blind now. Kanya slowly walked up to the Chiss, staring down at the woman with a condescending glare. She couldn't help the grin that came to her face, as she descended on the helpless Chiss, gripping the woman by the neck. She pulled the pathetic thing up to its feet by the neck, taking in the sweet scent of fear the woman released. Skiva is going to love you, whatever remains of you. I mean, Kanya hissed before reading her other arm and unleashing a barrage of lightning at the alien. As she held the alien aloft, she felt her own lightning course through the wailing Chiss and into her, yet she was uncaring. Even as her gauntlet began to smoke somewhat, she took the alien's garbled pleas and cries with sick adoration. Oh yes, she was going to make this pathetic thing's torment a thing of legend. 2V, come to my position, bring emergency life support equipment, Kanya ordered as she dropped the sizzling alien back to the ground, making sure to slam her right leg down onto the kneecaps of the downed woman. She could feel the bones be turned to dust under her heel. Scream for me, Kanya bellowed as she raised her foot repeatedly and slammed down all over the alien's legs, turning them into a twisted, mangled mess of fleshy meat. It would be a great many hours before the battle surface side would settle down, allowing 2V to slip in to pick up Kanya and Severance. What remained of Severance would be unrecognizable, defiled and deflowered by Kanya. Tortured, degloved, and having her limbs all but severed from her body. All that remained was the head and torso of the Chiss, her womanly mounds torn from her body whilst her nether regions had been sodomized via laser cutter on a conveyor belt after the Chiss had been deflowered by Kanya wielding various instruments. Wheezing, barely breathing, and on the brink of death, she had no hair, no ears, and her one remaining eye was glassed over. Her lower jaw had been separated from her body whilst her tongue was left to dangle and slip against her exposed neck. Severance wished with all her soul that she be allowed to die, yet it would be denied by her aggressor, for her torment had only just begun. Keep her alive as best as you can, we're going immediately to Iokath, Kanya ordered as 2V forcefully began to attach medical equipment to the downed alien. After having done so, he lifted it from the ground and guided Kenya through to the surface where the ship was located. If only I had a Rakantan mind prison on me, then it wouldn't matter if she made it to Iokath or not. I'm sure father would have some use for her, maybe. A doll, a test subject, fucking food. I know he'd know what to do with this thing. She was excited, happy she had managed to get her target. Next was the other chiss from the Ascendancy, and if she got her way, he'd suffer a similar fate at her hands. Standing on the balcony of his apartment, Nox stared up through the afternoon sky of the city planet Coruscant, face blank as he stared across the stars. The force rippled, whilst said ripples would usually be simply ignored by a regular person. Nox had spent a great deal of time learning to decipher the origins of these ripples. He let a small smile slip onto his face as he stared at the maw cluster. The orange light of his eyes twinkled in the shadows that began to stretch over the city. Nice try, morning, but you're not strong enough to leave just yet. Nox mocked internally as he turned his head back to the room at his back, hearing a chime from his desk as he received a hollow call. Just you wait, just you wait. Dooku stared at the two bounty hunters before him with a raised eyebrow, one he had asked for, one he had not, yet they both stood. Prax, underneath his helm, noticed the stern look on his employer's face, tracing the look to the towering golden droid at his side, which wore a red cape and had a sinister look to it. Grabbing the hilt of his blaster, Prax prepared to open fire on the droid, yet noticed a small staying motion made by Dooku, ordering him to remain still unless given reason to fire. Who are you? What is your purpose for being here? Dooku asked as the droid took half a step forward, its towering height looming over everyone present. My benefactor has sent me here to assist you, and to collect assurances, the deep droning voice of the horrific droid stated as Dooku tilted his head in thought slightly. Then you can return to whence you came, we do not need your assistance. Dooku motioned to Prax, who drew his pistol and aimed it at the back of HK's head. However, quicker than Prax could react, HK whirled, slapping the bounty hunter's hand away before its massive golden hand wound around Prax's neck, lifting the man from the ground by the neck as he flailed about in his grip. You mistake my words, Count, my benefactor's orders stand above all, I will be here to offer my services. HK spoke as he turned back to face Dooku, simply tossing the bounty hunter in his grip to the side as the Count looked upon the droid in new light. This droid is tainted heavily by the dark side, Dooku observed as he felt the whispering crawl that bled from the droid's presence. And who is this benefactor of yours, and what is their goal? Dooku asked as the Prax coughed to the side, rubbing his neck. My benefactor's identity is irrelevant at this time, you must simply know they have a great interest in the current events taking place, and the Dark Reaper itself. At the droid's admission, Dooku became guarded as the droid spoke. I will not allow you to take the Dark Reaper. Dooku spoke, a finality to his tone. I apologize for the misunderstanding, I do not want the Dark Reaper, instead, I would like to analyze it, and its core. HK spoke as it waved a hand absent-mindedly. You want the blueprints? Dooku surmised, correctly stating its intentions. Yes, a safeguard against the potential destruction of the Dark Reaper, allowing the chance for it to exist once more, HK reasoned whilst Dooku frowned. I assure you, the Dark Reaper will not be destroyed, not when I am here along with my army, not since it is almost ready to be fired. Dooku spoke, he annoyed tone very clear. The Republic is already converging on our location, they will be arriving within the next 2 hours, their sole purpose is to destroy the Reaper. I along with my benefactor would very much like to eliminate the chances that the Reaper be lost entirely. The droid spoke, and Dooku couldn't help but accept the droid's sound logic, releasing a small tisk as he turned away from the droid. If I am to allow this studying of the Reaper and its core, what assurances do I have that you won't turn it against us? Dooku spoke as he arranged the droid patrol as to prepare for the incoming Republic armies. You have none, but your armies are robotic, and you and Prax are the only organics present in the city. What worries would you have? No. My orders are not to rise against you, simply to study it. HK spoke as Dooku sighed. Very well, you and Prax will be assigned to guard the Reaper, but I would like a method to keep in contact with you after this endeavor. and a chance to meet this benefactor of yours?" Dooku asked as he turned back and approached the droid, staring up at its golden plating. "I have been permitted to give you a method of contact. I am not permitted to grant an audience to my master as of yet. That would be at their discretion," HK replied as he handed a hollow chip to the Count, who accepted it and pocketed it into his robes. "Very well, now go, I must plan for the battle." Dooku dismissed them, glancing at Prax, the message to monitor the droid very clear, who accepted the non-spoken order before following after the droid. 1 hour later, Coruscant, Kaldani Spires. Nox sat at his desk as he stared at the blueprints that had appeared before him, one being the Dark Reaper and the other being the Force Harvester itself. "Very good, HK, you may keep guard of the Reaper as ordered, however if things prove less than favorable, depart and return to Nar Shaddaa," Nox ordered over the hollow as the droid gave a bow. "As you wish, my master," HK finished before the hollow cut off, Nox sitting back into his chair with a sigh. Shortly thereafter, another call came through, this one being from the commander of the apartment's current standing at the landing pad. "Yes," Nox answered as the commander appeared. "Senator Amidala has arrived," the night captain relayed as Nox grinned slightly. "Very well, allow her in." Nox shut down the hollow once more, standing from his chair as he moved to the cabinet at the side of the room, taking a bottle of wine and 2 glasses before he sat them down on the small circular table at the center of the 2 couches. Hearing the door open, Nox turned to the young woman who entered. She looked sad, but a smile made its way to her face as Nox gave her a kind look. "Hello Padme, please have a seat." Nox motioned to the chair as the young woman indeed took a seat on one of the couches, choosing to lay down instead of sit as she leant on her elbow, letting the look of a dignified senator slip as she laid her head upon her arm. Taking a seat himself, Nox poured the blood-red wine into the glasses as he pushed one towards the woman and pulled the other to his lips before drinking. He knew the look on her face, and he knew the reason. "It's taking its toll, isn't it?" the war Brunic spoke as he lowered his glass to the table and flattened the fabric of his pants. Why can't they just see reason and put aside their differences? Can't they see this war is plunging the galaxy into darkness, death?" Padme all but cried out as her voice echoed out of the room and down the hallways. "Because the powers that be do not wish for peace. The owners of the droid armies wish for the profit and the promises that come with winning the war, whilst the Republic stews in its fear, and so uses the clones to wage war, their greed at the forefront of their minds with their fear. They too want profit out of this war, and are using it to further their own gains," Nox reasoned as he took up his glass once more and took from the beverage. Its tears streamed down Padme's face as she wept onto the fabric of the couch. "It's unfair, the civilians caught in the crossfire suffer even now, and neither side cares as they focus solely on the other," Nox continued as Padme twitched even more. "I want it to end," Padme whispered as Nox nodded solemnly, feigning sadness as his face contorted to show what he wished. "You're a lone voice amongst thousands, there are precious few like you, and the raging sea of democracy cries louder for war." Nox watched the woman intently as she became quiet and listened, waiting for him to finish as she waited to speak. "What can I do?" Padme whispered as she slowly sat up, the makeup she had on her face long gone as the bags under her eyes were clear to see. "What can I do to save them? Without turning against the Senate and its Republic, you need to be louder than them, gather allies, rally the populace, gather support, not only from the Republic but the separatists too. You need the galaxy to sing for peace. You need to force the ones who wage war into peace, for they won't stop on their own volition," Nox answered, and the woman listened intently, eyes downcast as she stared down at the drink she took into her hands. "What should I start with?" Padme raised her eyes, the sheer desperation in her gaze clear as she wished for his wisdom. "Your closest allies, those you trust. You need to find those that have the same views as you. You need those you can rely on where no one else will support you. Only with them could you start to change the hearts of those that look to you." Nox guided the woman with a careful hand, stewing the internal flames that raged within her to what he needed of her. "I understand." Padme proceeded to drink from her glass as she tipped it back as she swallowed the drink whole. "Will you?" Padme slumped as she looked at him with her glistening wet eyes. "Will you support me through this endeavor?" "Padme, I have supported you since your young youth as your time as queen, and continue to do so through these turbulent times. And I will continue to do so through your hardest trials. Nox spoke to the woman who visibly sagged in relief. You need not worry, I hold no ties for the Senate but through yourself, you have my allegiance as you always have. I thank you. Padme smiled slightly as she slowly laid back down onto the couch and breathed a deep sigh. You have no idea how much that eases my worries. It is of no consequence, milady. Now tell me, what else ails you? Nox continued. So smile kindly as the woman reached for her drink and took another sip. Where do I even begin? Padme relented as she curled up, the afternoon breeze of Coruscant sending small shivers down her spine, yet the alcohol warmed her slightly. From the start I'd imagine. Nox chuckled as the woman gave him a half-hearted side glare before she smiled herself and indeed conceded, starting with her worries which would soon evolve into more personal problems she wished to vent about. They spoke for hours as Nox occasionally offered his 2 cents, but let Padme continue through the night where she eventually fell asleep on the couch, the affects of her drink allowing her the ease of which she slept. Nox got a spare blanket and gently slid it over the cold woman who hummed, gladly accepting the warmth. Thanks dear, Padme mumbled out in her inebriated state whilst Nox chuckled, standing tall before slowly making his way back to his desk where he began to review some newer documents that he had received earlier. Io Kath, hidden shipyard, near Skiva's lab. Legions of construction droids flooded to and from the vast Dyson sphere of Io Kath and into the star of Coruscant. Whilst the ship was still a husk of what it once was, they had restored power to the vessel and had finally reconstructed the control room. In said control room, Valen stood as she watched the thousands of droids work on restoring the vessel. Generator 3 has been restored and is now operating at 20% power. As if to confirm the sentence from Scorpio, the computer systems within the control bridge lit up, consoles whirling to life as sirens blared for a single moment before vents released a puff of dust throughout the room. Hull integrity is at 15%. Projected readings predict it should be able to operate under its own weight by the end of the next quarter, Scorpio announced as a massive beam of compressed steel was brought from a nearby construction yard and flown into the chassis of the vessel. What about the new upgrades? Valen asked as she clasped her hands behind her back. The star generator is currently under construction, and the Skytrooper production facilities are currently being integrated into the infrastructure of the ship. Meanwhile, your meditation chamber has been completed and is ready for your use, Scorpio announced as a hollow of the Skytrooper factories was displayed, a bare-bones skeletal structure shown as droids worked with slowly constructing it. I see, very well, I shall retire to my chamber for the time being. Valen turned away and began to walk through the bowels of the vessel. Patches of light peeled through the broke corridors of the ship, passing shadows of droids on the outside of the ship shining through. She walked along the gangway, dropping through an empty elevator shaft where she landed several levels lower with a small huff. Now, barely any light shone in the shadowed corridor before her. This was to be her own portion of the ship, her room, her meditation chambers and her own hangar access. But it hadn't been anywhere near completed yet. The only room completed was the meditation chamber that she made her way towards, using the light from hanging construction lights that illuminated the corridor, cables running to and from the lights as they drew power from one of the generators. Using the light to tiptoe around holes in the floor, Valen finally made her way into the meditation chamber, which glowed with a deep crimson light. Removing the cowl of her robes, she set herself in front of the monolith provided by her lover, bowing her head as she crossed her legs and held her arms together. Slowly, she began to draw upon the force, which proceeded to flood her very being as her eyes became alight with emerald light. Beginning to levitate from the ground, Valen let out a warm breath that became mist in the freezing room. You are my child. A deep sinister voice resonated from behind the woman as her eyes snapped open, the meditation chamber gone, now being located within the throne room of Zakul, my greatest of weapons. Father! Valen thought as she regarded the white-haired man that came to stand before her. So why do you play as a simple consort? Why don't you take your birthright and rule as my heir? The vision of Vakarian hissed as he circled Valen, his face a firm scowl. You can rule the galaxy, yet you choose to be second best. I am not you, father. I do not have the same wishes that you did. Valen sneered at Valkyrian as the spirit stopped and scowled at her. Then you are no child of mine, you're a failure, an aberration of my goals, you are nothing but a flailing, whiling girl fluttering her lashes at something pretty, Valkyrian hissed as he turned his back on his daughter. I stopped being your daughter when I cast off the shackles you forced upon me, no. I choose my own path now, Monster Valen retorted as she closed her eyes once more before opening them to find the illusion of Valkyrian gone. Now instead of being in the eternal throne room, she found herself laying on a large bed of pillows and glistening blankets of soft fabric. She wasn't alone, however, as another woman lay on the opposite side of the bed, someone she couldn't make the features of, and in between them were 4 children, 2 girls and 2 boys. The girls cackled as they played with each other, and the smaller boy, the boy older than the other 3, stared with a small smile at his younger siblings and took time giving them equal attention. Mother, one of the girls turned to face Valen as she froze and stared at the eyes of the girl. She still had a decent amount of baby fat on her face, but her vibrant blue eyes stared up at her, blonde hair cascaded down her shoulders until it rested halfway down her back. She hadn't yet acquired all of her teeth as she held her arms out to Valen. Hold me, the girl demanded as she leapt into Valen's arms, while the woman froze as she found the girl's arms wrapped around her neck. The girl cackled wildly as Valen gently wound her arms around the small child, feeling through the force that this was her own, and out of the corner of her eye, she could see the amused look of the eldest boy. Said boy had pitch black hair and glowing molten orbs, looking very much like the man who held her heart and her own features. This is nice, Valen thought as she felt the girl in her arms stop moving and her breathing level out, showing she was most definitely asleep. She herself felt her eyes grow heavy. As she was forced out of the vision, she slowly laid down under the smile of the boy she knew to be her son. She wasn't aware how long she had been meditating as she simply basked in the dark that enveloped her, the small smile on her face telling of her current mood as she still felt that warmth of the tiny arms around her neck. My path is my own, I choose what I want, and I know what I want, Valen repeated in her own head as she brought the memories of the vision to the forefront of her mind. I know what I want, and I will get it, Valen thought in almost desperation. Then take it, a deep warbled voice startled her from her thoughts as she was ejected from her meditation and flopped onto the ground. Slowly picking herself up from the ground, Valen coughed, very much wondering why she had been so forcefully ejected from her meditations. Sitting up, Valen drew herself to her feet and leant against the wall as she regained her breath. Scorpio, set up a gate to Coruscant, Valen groaned as she stumbled and began to walk through the exit of the meditation chamber. Coruscant. Very good, HK, you've done an exemplary job. Nox stared at the complete blueprints of the Dark Reaper and the Force Harvester. My master, what are your next orders? HK asked over call as Nox continued to stare at the hologram. Anakin Skywalker is en route, is he not? Nox asked as he sat back in his chair, keeping up a silencing illusion he had cast upon the sleeping Padme to ensure she was unable to hear what was being discussed. Yes, my lord. He has acquired a TX-130 Saber-class fighter tank and is currently en route to my position. I believe he intends to destroy the Dark Reaper and thwart the Separatists' plans, HK informed his master as Nox fingered at his chin while sitting back. I see, let him destroy it, but I want you to rest his current abilities in the process. See how much he's grown, Nox instructed as the droid accepted the new mission parameters. As you wish, my master, the droid knelt as the holo cut off, leaving Nox staring at the Dark Reaper blueprints in the dark of his office. Thule. Anakin Skywalker guided the TX through the towering streets of the ancient city, using the tank to flatten any droid that tried to halt his path whilst firing the cannon at the larger units. Come on, Anakin grunted as he stared at the Sith temple ahead, urging the tank to speed up as he watched violet lights begin to pick up over the opposite side of the temple. However, he was intercepted by Prax piloting a dreadnought battle tank, said Bounty Hunter, firing a series of concussion missiles at Anakin's tank. Shit, Anakin cursed as the tank was tossed to the side as he tried to avoid the missiles. Motherfucker, Anakin cursed as he turned to face the hunter in his tank, immediately opening fire on the other as he forced the tank he was using to reverse and duck behind a stone pillar as another concussion missile impacted the stone. Flying to the right, Anakin kept the turrets aimed on his opponent, a volley of laser fire being exchanged between the two as Anakin used the stone pillars as cover. The systems hummed in front of him as he sat in the dimly lit cockpit, the targeting computer displaying the world outside the tank. Pulling on the control stick, the tank reversed and would around another pillar, Anakin's fingers straying to a side computer as he switched from torrents to arming the rocket launchers. Seemingly growing annoyed at Anakin's tactics, Prax rammed on of the pillars with the tank, cracking the stone as it shook and began to crumble. "Okay, let's see what this thing can do." The missile pods primed as the targeting computer locked on target. Standing atop the Sith temple, HK's lenses remained trained as he recorded the exchange between Prax and Anakin. Meanwhile he sent a continuous feed to his master for the man to analyze. The droid's head tilted to the side however as he watched the tank Prax was using be destroyed by a barrage of missiles, said Separatist tank exploding violently as it dropped to the ground, the repulsors destroyed. How disappointing. HK primed his jetpack as Anakin left the scene, not caring for Prax's state of being. Crouching down, HK activated his jetpack and leapt, jets of fire erupting from his back as he ascended. He landed with a solid thud as the ground cratered underneath his metallic feet, standing in front of the burning wreckage of the dreadnought tank. Approaching the tank, HK grasped the warped chassis of the tank, his augmented body tearing the chassis asunder before tossing it to the side. Laying, his skin fused to the chair. Prax breathed in and out heavily, his armor melted in some places whilst his face was scarred with heavy burns. "Me," Prax whispered as HK analyzed the state of the man. Taking half a step forward, HK leant down to the man. "Please." Prax reached forward, yet gave a garbled cry as HK sunk his fist into the man's chest. "Your performance was wanting." HK slowly removed his blood-caked fist from the dying man's chest. For good measure he grasped the man by the side of the head and twisted, forcibly separating the man's head from his body before placing the head to the side. Standing back up, HK turned to face the direction of the Dark Reaper, where over the dark horizon he could see flashes of light. Quickly, synth skin erupted over his body, the mechanical body parts shortening and shifting as he disguised himself as a non-assuming Ratataki. His jetpack was still visible, yet it looked like it was fused to armor rather than being a part of his being. Hefting his vibro blade into his shoulder, the Ratataki-looking HK beginning to fly in the direction of Anakin and the Dark Reaper. Anakin sighed as a final rocket released from the TX-130 and impacted the unshielded harvester, causing a chain reaction of explosions that rocket the entire Dark Reaper. Shrapnel exploded in all directions as the Reaper slammed into the ground, sending shockwaves through the area. The young man sighed as he felt the influence of the harvester slowly dissipate. Grabbing his communicator, Anakin went to tell Obi-Wan about the good news, however was caught off guard by the hand that blasted through the ceiling cap and wrapped around his collar, hoisting him from his seat as he was tore from the tank and tossed across the wet stone of the Sith temple. The young man groaned as he rolled himself onto his back, droplets of rain landing on his face as his eyes flickered towards the tank. Standing atop the tank appeared to be a brown-skinned Ratataki, wearing golden armor with a jetpack and holding some odd kind of rifle in his left hand whilst in his right was a massive vibro blade. "Great, another bounty hunter," Anakin wheezed as he dragged himself to his feet, fumbling for the lightsaber on his hip as he ignited the blade and pointed it in front of himself. "Let's see what you've got." HK hastily raised his rifle in his left hand and immediately fired upon the teen, 3 bolts of plasma blasting from the muzzle and almost immediately was upon Anakin's position. Luckily the boy was gifted, as he raised his blade into the incoming path of the lasers, deflecting them away from himself as they slammed into the ground at his side. At least he has his Jedi reflexes, HK thought as he holstered his blaster and slung it over his back and hefted his vibro blade. "Let the tests begin." HK leapt to the sky as he hefted his blade, descending from above as he prepared to crush Anakin. Diving to the side, Anakin avoided being crushed under HK as the droid's blade cratered the ground. Swinging his blade, Anakin tried to slice at HK, yet even with his blade pointed downwards and stuck in the ground, HK forced his blade to intercept as the blade carved through the stone below and struck against the lightsaber. HK could see the surprise on Anakin's face as his lightsaber sung against the blade of his weapon, the lightsaber sending sparks in all directions as it failed to cut through the metal of the vibro blade. What the hell, Anakin thought as his senses flared, the young man leaping back as HK suddenly broke their lock as swung diagonally upwards to the right. How much does that thing weigh and how strong is this guy? Anakin jumped forward as he made a stab at the Ratataka's stomach. Yet was surprised as the alien contorted, his blade passing by its chest before it punched out at Anakin's chest, forcing them to part as he bounced back 2 meters. Rising back up, HK hefted his blade as the two began to circle each other. I don't know who you are, but you would be wise to surrender, Anakin taunted as he watched the alien scowl. Surrender is illogical, when chance of loss is negligible, HK retorted with a raspy voice. Che, Anakin disregarded before he bounced on the heels of his feet before leaping at HK. Swinging his blade to intercept, Anakin's blade caught in the laser on the back of HK's blade. Ramping things up, Anakin swiped left, right and back again, danced around the Ratataki and stabbed at the alien's back. Yet HK was just as if not currently more capable, as he defended with his weapon slashing from side to side as the lightsaber hissed at the collision of their weapons. And as Anakin rounded to his back, HK traced him with his sensors. And as Anakin made a stab for his back, HK accepted the blade as he jumped back into the weapon, felling it pierce his lower abdomen before he body slammed Anakin with his weight. Appears to practice Form V intensively, shows some training in 4, training in other forms remains to be determined, HK mused as he turned to face the young man who slowly rose from the ground, HK covering the burning hole in the synth skin in his chest that had passed by all of his systems. Return to your feet, we are not done here, HK ordered as he stalked around Anakin, who quickly made his way to his feet. With a howl, Anakin whirled on HK, his hand splayed in front of him as he unleashed a force push on the droid. Reacting in time, HK stabbed his blade into the ground and activated his jetpack, the jets of the HK roaring as he weathered the push. The droid kept its eyes on the Jedi it was facing, even as his blade began to be forced to cut through the ground, as he slid back despite the roaring of his jetpack. It appeared to become a battle of attrition as Anakin began to shudder slightly, his sole goal being dislodging his opponent from the ground. Yet the droid remained, and much to Anakin's horror, he failed to notice the change of his enemy's feet, as they became metallic and clawed, digging into the stone below as HK forced himself forward against the force push. What in the world is this guy? Anakin watched as the Ratataki took a second step forward. He felt his energy began to leave him, fatigue beginning to set in as the after effects of staving off the affects of the Dark Reaper and prolonged combat with this individual began to take their affects. Yet his desperation increased as he watched, from the alien's left gauntlet, a blade slowly ejected from the wrist and began to glow a bright orange color. It was clear what the alien intended to do as it took a fourth step. No. No. This isn't how this ends. His fear mounted and took over all reason, and the force responded, rushing to his limbs as it fed into the force push. The ground cratered around the force push as it slammed into the Ratataki, immediately dislodging the alien from the ground and sending it flying backwards and out of the immediate vicinity. Immediately, Anakin dropped to his knees, not feeling his target anywhere nearby. Breathing heavily, the young man pressed his forehead to the ground. Yet he became alert when he heard rushed footsteps and reluctantly he grabbed his lightsaber, ignited the blade and sprung to his feet, pointing it at the newly arrived. Yet as he saw who it was, he relaxed and let his arm fall, slumping as he looked at his master Obi-Wan Kenobi. Looks like you've been through hell, Obi-Wan quipped as Anakin dropped to the ground once more. Feels like it, Anakin rasped as his Jedi Master took a seat at his side. The droids are pulling out, Count Dooku fled just before the Reaper was destroyed, Obi-Wan informed his apprentice, noticing the young man still peering off in the direction of a carved trench in the earth. What happened here? Obi-Wan asked as Anakin motioned in the direction he was looking. A bounty hunter tried to kill me, took me by surprise, Anakin omitted as Obi-Wan rubbed his chin. You'll need to provide a description of this bounty hunter, hopefully we can cut them off before they get off-world," Obi-Wan instructed as Anakin proceeded to do as asked. Standing at the top of the temple, HK stared down at Anakin and Obi-Wan as others, clones, began to arrive on the scene. "Your orders?" HK asked over call, fully prepared to engage with everyone present if ordered to do so. Slowly the synth skin over his body began to dissolve and be sucked back into its compartments, the droid returning to its full height. "Pull out, I'm already analyzing the footage you've provided, you've done well. If the Count is to contact you, play along, for now," Nox ordered over call as the droid primed the jetpack and leapt from the tower and flew off towards the direction he landed his cruiser. "Coruscant. He's surely gifted, but, what the fuck have these Jedi been doing?" Nox scowled as he watched the video clip HK had made when he was being assaulted by Anakin's force push. "He's nowhere near at the level he should be at by now. Do you wish to interfere?" Aloysius in the back head, yet Nox shook his head. "No, let the Jedi have their chosen one. I have other goals. If he becomes a problem, then he'll be dealt with all the same, but at this rate." "I doubt it," Nox responded as he shut off the hologram as it displayed HK leaping from the tower and fleeing the scene. Leaning back in his chair, Nox stretched, hearing the door to his office open as Valen stepped inside. There you are, I was wondering when you were going to arrive," Nox quipped as the woman approached. "Padme was here?" Valen inquired as she circled the desk slowly. "She wished to converse about the current state of the war. She was moved into the guest room about half an hour ago," Nox soothed the woman as she turned his chair and began to straddle him in his seat. "Anything else?" Valen purred as she began to unclip his shirt. "No, nothing else." "Why?" Nox smirked as he watched Valen become distracted as she began to focus on forcefully undressing him. Yet as he looked over the woman, his head snapped to the side as he stared downward, seeing into the mid-distance as he squinted slightly. "What?" Valen inquired as she noticed his sudden attention diversion, seeing as he became amused at something as his face slowly turned to face hers. "Oh, nothing. I just think it's a wonderful thing when plans come to fruition," Nox hinted as Valen raised an eyebrow. "Do tell." Valen tried to pry from her lover as she returned to her previous efforts of removing his clothing. "You'll see." Nox brushed off her questions and wound his hands around her waist, his continued amusement still clear as he felt his shirt leave his body. "RUUL." Vas Lucas sat at the controls of his vessel as he awaited permission to land, his left hand stroking the head of one of his Summa as it gently floated next to his seat. The other rested comfortably in his co-pilot's seat, happily resting as they trusted in Vas to take care of them. "You have permission to land," Sora Bulk answered. Being the leader of Renegade Jedi, it was his job to make sure that those that followed him were safe. "Coordinates have been provided, we shall meet you there." "Thank you," Vas replied as he urged the ship forward towards the planet before him. Approaching the planet, Vas studied the groups of life he felt below as the ship entered the atmosphere. He felt the Jedi below, whilst many felt somewhat planted in the light, whilst one, however, much to his curiosity, was not very curious. Myra stood tall as she watched the approaching vessel drop to the skies and fly straight towards her location, the dark green ship streaking across the horizon like a small blip that rapidly grew in size. The near-human Jedi had black hair and wore brown wrappings and robes. She was the apprentice of Master Sora Bulk even before she had invoked her right of denial and refused to join the war effort. The ship, now much larger, rotated as its thrusters maneuvered around the vessel to face downwards as it slowly began to descend lower to the ground. Landing with a hiss, the ship's landing gear released a whine as the ramp into the vessel lowered. Making her way over to the ship, Myra watched a lone individual from within the ship. The young man walking down the ramp, garbed in brown robes with pale under wrappings. "I apologize for my sudden arrival. I had set a random jump in the Navi computer and wound up in this system by accident." Vas bowed low to the knighted Jedi who regarded the man whom looked to be of similar age to her. "I am Knight Vas Lucas." "I am Knight Myra." Myra bowed in turn as she analyzed Vas, the teen holding a small yet kind smile on his face. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Knight Myra. Again I apologize for the strange arrival, I just felt like..." Vas squinted slightly as Myra nodded. It was supposed to happen, Myra offered as Vas took on a large smile. Exactly, Vas nodded as the fellow knight took on a small understanding smile. Then it must be the will of the Force, Myra mused as she beckoned for Vas to follow her. I hope so, I wouldn't want to be a bother, Vas feigns as the girl shakes her head and leads Vas out of the area, intent on taking Vas towards the meeting place that would be being used for the meeting Jedi the next day. Stepping from the hangar, Vas paused and stared out at the open plains, small trees littered here and there, but it was the life that rose from all around. Can I please have a moment? Vas stopped Myra as the girl turned to face him in curiosity. I'm sorry, I just... Vas slowly lowered to his knees. Please take as much time as you need, Myra accepted as Vas shrugged off his overrobe and crossed his legs on the ground. Deciding to watch this new addition, Myra sat on the ground nearby as she watched Vas as he straightened his back. Several minutes passed in complete silence as Myra watched. She was about to open her mouth to say something, knowing her master would be keen to see them sooner rather than later, especially with the Master of the Jedi Order arriving on the morrow. But as she opened her mouth to say something, she froze. White embers of light began to peel from Vas as he began to levitate from the ground, his color palette inverting as his hair became a glowing white color whilst his skin became orange and eerie. From what she could see, even his eyes glowed an emerald green. His robes rippled from him as they too took on this bright white color, but it was what she felt that enraptured her attention. Life, pure white light and oneness resonated from the man in front of her as she could very easily see the browned grass around him became a vibrant green whilst seeds sprouted and new fauna quickly formed around and under his position. She promptly shut herself up and any reservations she might have had, rather choosing to instead take this chance to meditate with what she could see was obviously a prodigy and paragon of the light. She would sooner lob off her arm than miss the chance to learn from one with such oneness with the Force. And so, she moved to the front of Vas and knelt down, crossing her legs over each other as she placed her palms to her knees. Breathing in deeply, Myra let out a slow breath as she focused solely on the Force and the beacon in front of her, quickly losing herself as she dropped into the ministrations and waves of the Force. What came from the sensation would give her a new perspective and enlightenment of which she would never have imagined. Hours passed, day turned to night before night turned to day once more. Yet neither of them budged. Myra's face twisted as sweat pooled down her face, yet Vas remained unflinching. Even as large grasses continued to grow and rise above his position, they never once disturbed him. Beautiful K-Crew murmured as he arrived on the scene, having been sent by Tarn after Myra had not reported anything or returned for nearly 18 hours, and Jedi Master Mace Windu was scheduled to arrive for their meeting within the next hour or so. As much as he wanted to simply watch and perhaps partake in what was occurring, the individual that accompanied him was resolute in their path. Xian Jisal slowly came forward, parting the grasses that had rapidly grown from the individual. Yet as she approached, Vas's eyes opened and he slowly turned to look at the woman with slowly blinking eyes. Greetings. Vas's opening words seemed to snap Myra out of her meditation as she shuddered and took in a deep breath. I apologize for the disturbance, but Myra is required back at the compound, Xian explained as she looked towards the clearly thinking Myra. I apologize for taking up so much of her time. Would it at all be possible to accompany you back to this compound? Vas smiled kindly as he slowly unwound his legs and allowed for his feet to touch the ground, ending his levitating at that moment. It is of no issue. In fact, you have been invited to accompany Myra whilst we converse with the Master of the Order. We will discuss what is to happen further with your predicament after our meeting with the Master, Xian explained as Vas brushed off his robes and gently stepped out from the now towering grasses, standing well over his own height. That is an acceptable course of action. I will happily accompany Myra here to this compound of yours. Whatever you wish for in the meantime, I will be happily to provide. Vas helped the still reeling Myra from the ground, gently offering his hand, of which she gently accepted, refusing to meet his eyes in the process. Then please, this way. Xian motioned over her shoulder towards a nearby structure that peeked over the dunes. Of course, I will follow your lead. Vas gave a small nod as the Jedi Master approved before turning away and beginning to guide them back, whilst K-Crew looked at the young man in open curiosity. Bulq Estate. They arrived within the hour, the afternoon skies beginning to dim as the sun began to lower over the horizon. Vas looked at the old stone building, bronze-colored droids mingling about as they dutifully but slowly repaired the massive structure. Much to the dissident Jedi members' curiosity, Myra hadn't spoke much of anything as she followed behind Xian and K-Crew. Marching up a stone stairway that led to the main building, Vas observed the estate around him. Ferns and trees lined the walkway. It was peaceful, yet Vas couldn't help but sense the lingering wisps of the dark side that permeated area, no doubt from the Dark One that walked amongst their ranks. I should find them, whoever they are, before they do too much damage, Vas thought as they walked through a stone archway and into the main building. I must apologize, this is where we must split paths. I alongside my counterpart K-Crew here must prepare for the meeting. We leave you in Myra's care for the time being. Xian turned to face them as Vas gave a small smile. It's no problem, really. I am more than happy to accompany Myra here. After all, my presence wasn't foretold, nor am I selfish enough to halt this business you have. Please, continue on. Vas bid them well as the Jedi Masters quickly departed to prepare. Yet the small smile on Vas's face slowly dipped as he focused on the downcast girl at his side. Are you okay? Vas asked as he turned to the forlorn girl. Yes, sorry, I just have a lot on my mind. Would you like to accompany me to the Moon Garden? Myra asked, desperation almost clear in her gaze as she trembled slightly. It shouldn't be a problem, Vas agreed as Myra smiled softly before she began to guide him through the estate towards the Moon Garden. Motes of light peeled through cracks in the stone around them, showing the building was currently in a bad state even as they exited the building into an enclosed garden. Once more, Vas looked to Myra as the girl stepped off of the paved stone path and onto the finely trimmed grasses below. Following the woman, Vas watched as she crouched down to a flower and gently stroked the petals. You seem sad. Vas crouched down beside the woman he had only met that day before. I'm just distracted, Myra slowly announced as Vas studied her mannerisms momentarily. He was about to ask what was plaguing her but stopped as she slumped and turned to face him with a small frown. What would you do, if you knew when you were going to die? Myra looked downwards at the flower she was crouched before. If it was my destiny, then there isn't much I could do against it, isn't there? Vas fully sat down as he regarded the woman. If I was to die, I would hope that the others I've left behind would be able to live safe and fulfilling lives without me. In fact, I'd do my best to ensure it. Myra refused to look away from the white flower as it glowed in the dark that was now spreading across the horizon. It's what you saw during your meditation, wasn't it? Vas asked before he received a nod from Myra. Slowly, Myra stood back up, steeling her eyes as she turned to face a nearby cliff face. If you'll excuse me, I have to do something really quickly. Myra began a slow walk back through the way they came. It was nice meeting you. I see, Vas thought as he placed his hands on the ground and forced himself back to his feet. Closing his eyes, he could feel everything nearby, from where Myra was as she rushed from the estate in clear distress to the individuals half a kilometer away. There was nothing that he couldn't feel. And so as his eyes opened, his eyes gained a determined glint as he felt not just one, but two dark presences. The one that was already here was nearby, a far stronger light side-orientated individual. The second, apparently younger from what he could feel, was about to converge on their location, no doubt with nefarious intentions. Very well then, Vas saw no better opportunity than this to get into the good graces of the Jedi that were present, of which would surely further his mission. With a small smile, Vas vanished with a small breeze after a blinding white light overtook everything in the Moon Garden, leaving it bare of anything save for the fauna within. She was firm and resolute as she stood atop a pile of rocks, even as her lips quivered slightly and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She grabbed the hilt of her lightsaber, hitting the switch as the green blade of her saber sprung to life. Down below, her master Sora engaged the woman. She wasn't the best in lightsaber combat, in fact by her own admission her skills were abysmal. Yet she was prepared to meet her fate. Destiny was calling for her, and she would come to meet it. As long as he lives, my life was not spent in vain, Myra thought as she crouched down, pulling a boulder from the ground with the force and sending it sailing at the pale woman, all the while she leapt into the air to engage. Sora fell back as his blade was knocked to the side, the pale assassin jumping and kicking him in the stomach as he was launched back. Leaping up, the assassin raised her lightsabers overhead and made to slam down and end the Jedi's life. Reaching the apex of her leap, the woman widened her eyes and crossed her arms in front of herself, bracing as a massive boulder slammed into her position, sending her flying back into the ground. Landing on her feet, the assassin looked at the new arrival as Sora became rigid behind the new arrival. In front of him stood a humanoid girl who held her lightsaber in front of her. She physically shook all over, yet she regarded the assassin with a glare. "Stay back," Myra croaked as the assassin brought both her lightsabers to bear. "Stay back, Myra, you're no match for her," Sora yelled out as he tried to drag himself back to his feet. And he was right. Yet his old apprentice winced but remained and met the assassin in the middle as the pale woman swiped both blades to the right. "Pathetic," the pale woman hissed as she stabbed forward with her right blade, being narrowly deflected before she whirled around clockwise, swiping her right blade as she came around as it was blocked. This proved the old apprentice's lack of combat proficiency as the assassin brought her left blade around, bringing it upwards as it slashed at the apprentice's chest, carving a gash in her stomach upwards and across her right breast. Myra gasped as she dropped her lightsaber to the ground and fell back, hands moving to clutch at her wound even as Sora cried out. "No, please let her live," Sora yelled out as the assassin grinned wickedly, raising her right hand as she pointed her blade downwards towards the crying humanoids. "No survivors," she stabbed forward, and the blade squealed and shook as it struck an impenetrable surface. The pale-skinned assassin looked shocked as her blade failed to pierce the palm of whomever stopped her from killing the girl. And as she tracked her new opponent's hand up his arm, she found a rather unamused glare pinning her with emerald green eyes. "Your name?" Assassin Vass ground out as his other hand outstretched, his single-bladed saber flying from his hip and into his hand where an orange blade screamed to life. "Asajj Ventress," she replied as Vass nudged her blade away, forcing the Dathomirian to stumble back as Vass held his blade in his hand and pointed it at the woman. "Well met, now I must encourage you surrender." Vass attempted to voice the woman's choices, yet she grasped the twin hilts of her weapon, and with a hiss, she burst forward and stabbed forward. Yet she was taken by surprise once more as a second blade lit in Vass's other hand, a double-bladed saber that whirled in his grip as he sliced upwards and knocked her blades upwards before she could react. This allowed him the chance to use the force on the still-laying Myra, who shivered, lifting her with his mind as he sent her backwards whilst he maintained the assassin's attention by leaping at her with his single-bladed and double-bladed weapons. As he landed, his right blade crossed with hers as he blocked a swipe at his abdomen. The assassin's other blade came from the opposite direction, yet was stopped by one of his double-bladed saber's blades. And try as she might to bring her sabers together, he was able to halt her from doing so. She strained yet he remained firm. "You don't have to do this. I know, I can feel it, you're better than this," Vass reasoned as the assassin's eyes became a glare. She yelled out as she jumped back and clasped her fists together, sending a force push at Vass as she landed in a small crouch. He crouched down low and anchored himself, and as the push hit him, his hair was blown around and his robes went mad, yet he remained as he weathered the blast. Asajj hissed as she tightened the grip on her sabers and leapt, following closely behind the residual end of the push. Stabbing forward, Asajj was as impressed as she was annoyed as her opponent let go and allowed the force push to drag him back a few feet rather than be stabbed by her weapon as she thrust forward. "Ventress, please. Lower your weapon, allow us to take you in." "You don't have to do this," Vass tried to plead as Asajj scowled. Asajj yelled out as she crossed the distance and swiped her right saber right. Vass leant back as it sailed by and ducked to the right as she stabbed with her other blade. Clipping his double-blade saber to his belt, he slashed upwards with his single-blade saber, sending his attacker's left arm away as he reached up with his left hand and grasped her right arm. With her arm locked in place, he pulled her down, rising as he slammed his forehead into her chin. With a grunt she shook her head, while Vass used the chance to drop flat against the ground, slide under the bald woman's dark blue dress, all the while forcibly contorting her due to his grip on her arm. As she was forced to bend over, her arm down between her leg, Vas let go of her arm and swiped her legs out from under her with a sweeping right leg. She fell over onto her back with a grunt, and froze as she heard and quickly saw the blade pointed at her neck. "You're full of openings. You're good, you have skill. But you cannot rely simply upon that. You must have skill and experience, of which you sorely lack compared to me." Vas spoke as his eyes twisted, feeling another presence approach. "Now please, surrender." "Good job." Sora approached, yet it was that moment that Ventress struck, raising her hands and sending Vas back with a push as she contorted, jumping to her feet and jumping away to make her escape. "No matter," Vas grunted as he turned to face the direction of Myra. Passing by the wiki, Vas eyed the man out of the corner of his eye. "What's your game?" Vas thought as the man followed close behind as Vas leant down, hooking his arms under Myra before he lifted with a grunt and turned to walk. "Let's get her to the estate, then we can talk about what's going on," Sora announced as he took the lead. "Follow this path and it will lead you to the estate. I'll be there shortly." "Thank you, I'll see you shortly." Vas gave a short nod before continuing to walk up the winding rock path, eyes hardening as he left the vicinity of the Dark Jedi. Looking down to the woman who was now unconscious in his arms, Vas scowled. "Something is amiss here. I need to find out what's going on," Vas thought as he ascended the stairway of the estate. "I need to find the Master of the Order." With a solid goal in mind, Vas set Myra down and connected with the Force, channeling it through his body and towards his hands, using it to heal Myra whilst he thought. Slowly but surely, the girl's breathing leveled out. Whilst most of the gash in her stomach healed, there was still a large scar that remained. And as he noticed his healing was doing no more for the girl, he stopped. Propping her head up with a pillow before he rose and looked around. Now to find the Master, Vas thought as he gripped the hilt of his saber and left the room to find his target, locking the door behind him to ensure at least a minuscule amount of safety of the girl before it shut behind him and denied him access. Now it would only be her who could allow anyone entry. Time for a hunt. Iokath, Skiva's lab. The elderly citizens of Zakul stood side by side, wearing fine white sheets but bare to the rest of the world. They ignored the cold of the white tile at the bases of their feet. Some were supported by canes, others had prosthetics, but all were well past their primes and exiting their twilight years. Standing around the entrances of the room, the newly developed Skytrooper units, designed by Skiva herself, looking more streamlined and thinner whilst they kept their impressive defense. Their helmets were closer to that of the Battle Master combat medic armor that bounty hunters would wear during the old times. The screens were pitch black and showed nothing within. On the backs of the Skytrooper units, glowing red discs were inserted into their backs, a shield projector that created a dome of energy around the droids, constantly drawing energy from the Skytroopers, the same shield projector that Kenya had tested several weeks ago. These droids were all black and compact to the size of an athletic human male of 6 foot in height. An full black bodysuit of armor hid their systems from the world, yet their presence was nonetheless intimidating as they stood silently and never moved. But the elderly citizens of Zakul didn't fear these new Skytrooper prototypes, the elderly simply stood waiting. And they didn't have to wait long as the main entryway to the laboratory opened, the droid Skiva stepping through, towering over everyone within. "Greetings. I am Skiva. I will be conducting your tests today, are you ready?" Skiva approached with her hands clasped behind her back, being traced by the elderly that stood firm as her towering form approached. "We are all ready to do our duty for Zakul." An elderly male, an old Zakulan soldier stood resolute, representing the peoples around him as they all agreed, such was their duty as members of their glorious empire. "Then let us begin." They were honored, as a hollow of their emperor appeared at Skiva's side, the man that ruled them giving them a small smile as whatever restlessness that had begun to build in the elderly was quickly soothed at his kind smile. "I am proud of each and every one of you." The past, after Shadow of Ravan and before Rise of the Emperor. Dark Council Chambers. Mar stared at the silent Nox warily, his eyes hidden behind his Reaver's mask. At his side stood his newest advisor, Lana Beniko. The woman was intelligent and cunning and served well as the Sith intelligence minister. But it was that promotion by Mar that had potentially strained his relationship with his most important piece, the future of their empire. She was so driven to doing her duties she put her mind to, that she laser-focused on it and forsook her own happiness, and in doing so had cut off the fledgling relationship she had with the young man he was grooming to take the mantle of emperor. And now, before his eyes, it was clear the young man was not happy. As a crawling chill coiled around the room, resonating from the young man as he was challenged by another who did not believe him to have earned his seat. I am here to challenge the pretender, Darth Nox, for his seat on the council, in a Kagath an 80-year-old pureblood bellowed, standing at an impressive 7 foot tall. His name was Darth Droll, one of the veterans of the war. I'm getting sick of this, Ravage muttered to himself as Nox stared at the flexing pureblood through the helm of Calig. Tall Ariel stood next to the entryway to the room, having been the one to permit entry to the pureblood. Leaning forward to speak, Mare's mouth opened before Nox slowly rose from his seat, silencing the remaining noise within the room. Very well, it begins now. Nox's synthesized voice tore from the helmet as he stared down at the pureblood below. Finally Droll hissed as he grabbed his lightsaber. The others within the room felt the dark within coil around Nox like a serpent, wrapping around his arms as it became almost physical. Come at me, pretender, Droll yelled out, yet was wholly unprepared as a torrential barrage of lightning surged from the tips of Nox's fingers, blinding those who stared at it directly as they covered their eyes. As the flashing within the room died down, the others blinked out the spots in their eyes. Watching as Nox settled himself back down into his council chair. Sizzling black scorch marks stained the ground where Droll once stood, a molten lightsaber fallen to the ground resting in a pile of ashes that represented what remained of the pure blood. Let us continue with the important matters. Nox's deep, emotionless voice rose across the room. Yes, enough of this nonsense. Vowron leant forward, pointedly ignoring the chill that once more settled over everyone's shoulders. He's not taking things well. I need to speak with him soon. Mar winced behind his mask, resolving himself to soothing the young man's rage. The present. He stalked the ground silently, following traces of energy left by his target. His eyes glowed emerald as he followed the flowing wisps of energy that rippled off of the man he sought. He reached an archway which he prepared to step through, however he halted. The hairs on the back of his neck tickled as a flare of potent energy rippled across the lands. Ventress Vass scowled, swiveling on the spot before making a quick series of steps back the way he came before he vanished into thin air. You have power, boy, but you will not use it, Ventress whispered to Rad, her red blades keeping his blue locked in place as she leant down to his ear. With each word that passed through her mouth, his resolve weakened. His arms wavered, and his palms shook. His face contorted through several emotions as she licked his earlobe. You know you can feel it, Ventress continued, disengaging one of her lightsabers as she pressed herself closer to the wavering teen. She gently cupped his hands as his blade disengaged, the confusion very clear on his face. Your rage, call on it. Focus it. I am not your enemy, join me, Ventress whispered once more, watching as the boy's eyes widened. Why, yes, Rad whimpered out as he looked away. Whilst he did that, Ventress smirked and reignited her sabers, turning to the newly reviving Jedi who barged onto the scene. Rhad Jysel yelled out, her saber ignited as she ran ahead of K-Crew. Get away, Rhad, don't listen to her, K-Crew yelled out as his blue saber sprung to life. Yet they were stopped from reaching the boy when Ventress landed between the two parties, her red blades hissing to life in her grip. Her face contorted in a vicious smile. Yes, Rad, obey your friends. Deny your new source of strength. Ventress pointed her blades downwards in front of her as she taunted the boy. Go back to being a weak pawn of the Republic. The boy behind her visibly shook to the other Jedi, his teeth gritting before his blue-bladed saber sprung to life. I'm not weak. He slowly turned around to face the two groups with a glare marring his features, and I'm not Body's pawn. Meanwhile, Bulq Estate. Sora stood at the entryway to the room where Myra was resting, regret very evidently seen on his face. Yet he did not enter the room, as if it was a holy place he was not bid entry to. Almost, you were too close, Sora mumbled as Mace Windu began to approach from the corridor. Hello Mace, did you find the assassin? Sora asked, the Jedi Master pressing the button to close the door for Myra's room. I found the person she was working with. Mace graced the former co-founder of Vapad with a fierce glare. You. Sora's eyes flickered at the accusation yet remained silent as it was clear Mace was going to continue speaking. I found the assassin's ship. Yet no ship can land on the estate without you be aware of it. Isn't that what you said? Mace stopped walking a few paces away from the opposite Jedi, shrugging off his brown cloak to revealing his clothing beneath. You told me when I arrived that you had not made up your mind, yet during the discussions with the others your choice was clear. Mace grit his teeth as he thought of the young knight nearby that they nearly lost. I looked on you and saw a brother, an old friend, my partner. I expected to see that. That was my weakness. Mace unclipped his lightsaber and held it out to his right side, so I forced myself to look at you through a child's eyes, to see what you really are, and what you might be. Free from my own expectations. His purple-bladed lightsaber sprung to life. Tell me Sora, when did you fall to the dark side? Across from him, Sora's two blue-bladed lightsabers exploded to life. Back with Ventress. Rad grinned maniacally as he leapt at Jisal, the girl trying her hardest to ward off her old companion. I don't know what she did to you, but, come back. Don't make me. Jisal leant back as Rad's saber bypassed where her head would have been, her saber flashing up to redirect a downward slash down at her abdomen. Make you do what? Deviranian Rad bit out as he used Jisal's position to his advantage by knocking her feet out from under her. Gripping Jisal by the force, he threw the girl at a nearby tree, separating her from her lightsaber in the process before he approached. The Deviranian grunted as her red hair was splayed around her unevenly, her head ringing from striking the trees. This is what I choose, including killing you. Rad raised his lightsaber. In that moment, Jisal's eyes regained clarity, her eyes flicking to her lightsaber as she used the force to pull her hilt to her hand. I'm sorry, Jisal whispered as Rad made to pull his saber down, yet Jisal was quicker. Raising her hilt to his abdomen quicker than the fallen Jedi could react, she pressed the button. A wheeze escaped the standing fallen man as his face flashed in surprise, as Jisal's green saber pierced his abdomen and stuck clear out his back. His blue saber deactivated as it fell from his grip harmlessly to the ground, followed by its user who could no longer find the strength to stand under his own weight. Sighing, Jisal made her way to her knees and knelt over the man. Yet was surprised as a pair of feet appeared next to her peripheral vision beside her. Raising her head, Jisal saw the saddened eyes of the new Jedi she had seen. Kneeling down, Vas placed his palm on Rad's chest. He is not yet lost, focus on keeping him stable, Master Kekru will be here to help you shortly. Vas rose to his feet as he called Rad's saber to his hand. I'll take this, mind you own. Don't want any nasty surprises. You're going to fight her. Jisal appeared very much opposed to that idea, even as Vas pulled out both of his lightsabers. Of course, she couldn't beat me before, she won't now, Vas replied as he made to interfere in the fight between Kekru and Ventress. Be careful, Jisal whispered before turning her focus to stabilizing the unconscious Rad. Thrusting her sabers forward, Ventress proved a nimble foe for Kekru, as the Dathomirian leapt to the left whilst slashing to the right. Yet Kekru wasn't a Jedi Master for nothing as he defended with a vertical block. You hesitate, afraid to die. Jedi the assassin hissed as she bounced around in an attempt to disorientate the Master. Afraid to die, no. But I will spare you. If I can, Kekru replied as his green blade flashed from left to right followed by a forward slash that was diverted to the left by his foe. Spare me. Ventress's face contorted in rage as her emotions slipped, and her attacks resumed with new ferocity. Ya, Ventress cried as she slashed vertically downwards to the right with her right blade, thrusting forward with her left. Kekru blocked the first slash and sidestepped the thrust, but he almost failed to duck under the rotating slash from Ventress, who whirled around in a full circle and used her might to knock K-Crew's blade to the side. Her onslaught ended as she planted her heel in K-Crew's stomach now that his blade was no longer defending him, and as he fell, the assassin slashed at the master's hand, slicing his lightsaber in half as he fell. "Spare me!" Ventress hissed once more now that she stood over the groaning Jedi Master, pointing her blades at his neck. She wasn't allowed to relax, however, as suddenly the Jedi Master was dragged away through the Force by a new arrival, one she begrudgingly recognized very well. Wearing white battle garments, Vas held his hissing orange single-bladed saber in his right hand. "Hello again, Ventress, I appreciate you sparing him," Vas announced as K-Crew landed at his side unceremoniously as Vas stopped using the Force to move him. Ventress's face contorted through several emotions before she settled for a coy smile. "How goes the other one? What was her name?" "Myra, hope she's still alive." "She's fine, thank you." "K-Crew, Rad needs your help. I would appreciate it if you left this to me and helped Jysal stabilize the boy." Vas didn't turn to the Jedi Master as he rose, the older man listening. "If you're sure," the Wifid looked torn between saving the boy and assisting in the fight. "I am. I'll handle this, thank you." Vas dismissed the Jedi Master, who nodded and turned away, quickly leaving for Jysal. Now that they were alone, Vas gripped the hilt to his single saber with both hands. "Stop this, Ventress! You don't have to do this. You can still be saved." Vas tried to reason to the Dathomirian. "This again, just give it up." Ventress bit back as she crouched low, her lightsabers pointed down as they seared clear through the ground below. "When I'm done with you, they're next. You don't have the power, nor the resolve." Vas steeled himself as he unclasped his left hand from his saber and changed his stance, once more pulling out the hilt to his double-bladed saber and ignited it in his left hand. "I hope you're ready, Ventress. I won't be holding back this time." Vas stoically spoke, rearing his arm back before it snapped forward in a blur, sending the double-bladed saber spinning through the air like a buzzsaw before he sprinted behind the spinning blade. Flattening herself to the ground, Ventress allowed the blue-colored double-bladed saber to pass overhead. Now Ventress jumped up and sprinted forward, yet was wholly unprepared for the turbine that was Vas himself. He flashed forward, appearing to phase forward at blistering speeds as he left after images in his wake, leaving her no chance to bring her blades to defend, but instead had to leap to the side. The orange blade narrowly passed by her abdomen, her eyes widening in surprise as she found Vas's left fist planted in her abdomen, the man having stepped forward, capitalizing on her surprise to land the punch. She bent over the punch, hearing her ribs audibly crack under the pressure. All before she was sent wheeling back as Vas slammed his forehead into her own. "This isn't." Ventress tried to complete a coherent thought as she found herself raised from the ground, Vas coiling his fingers and making a raising motion. Like fighting a knight, Ventress finished before finding herself flying straight at the ground below her feet after Vas rotated his palm to face the ground. An impossible weight dropped onto her shoulders and back, Vas lowering his palm lower to the ground as the Dathomirian was pushed deeper and deeper into the mud ground below, watching as it began to crack around her as she was pressed into its surface. "As I said, you don't have the power, not yet. Now give up this farce, you lost before we even crossed blades." Vas stepped forward, calling Ventress's weapons from her hands. The hilts flying from her grip, careening through the air as they passed Vas and clattered to the ground several meters behind him. Struggle as she might, she couldn't so much as push herself from the ground, let alone stop the man above her from doing whatever he was doing. Blood began to trickle down from her nose as she physically shook from the effort needed to raise her head to look at him with his eyes. There was no anger, not hate. Just pity for her. It irked her, struck a chord in her to find such emotions aimed at her, the sheer sadness aimed at her being caught her off guard, and she hated it. "It's okay, Ventress, it's okay to lose." Vas spoke evenly, maintaining a fair distance from her. The words weighed heavily on her mind, as the pressure let up slightly, not enough to allow her movement but enough not to kill her. She was about to concede, yet her salvation arrived. in the form of several flying droids that appeared in the clearing and immediately opened fire upon the Jedi before her. She felt the pressure lighten immediately, allowing the Dathomirian to leap to her feet as the man whirled and began to deflect the blaster fire. She was now stuck at a crossroads: attack and take the chance of being restrained again, or flee and join up with Sora, guaranteeing her escape. Yet it appeared that her decision was made for her, as Vas turned to the side and raised both hands to the sides of his body, hands facing away from his body. A feeling of abstract terror overcame Ventress as her senses flared. She watched in slow motion as his right hand, the hand pointed in her direction, pulsed slightly. What followed was something she hadn't foreseen, especially not from a Jedi. As emerald bolts of something she was intimately familiar with burst from his fingers in a storm. It struck her at that same moment, coursing through her body as arcs traced across her body. Absent-mindedly she noticed the droids combusted as soon as struck by the emerald lightning. It ended as soon as it started, as she fell to the ground spasming, random bolts jumping from her body into her surroundings. Yet she was saved by a last droid, as it flew into the clearing in an obvious effort to save her from the Jedi. The probe droid's hands latched onto her clothing before it began to fly again and make a hasty escape from the scene. Vas made no move to intercept as he watched the droid escape with its master. A shame, Vas mused as he raised his left hand, pulling his double-bladed saber to his hand from where it landed. Clipping both sabers to his belt, Vas went over and retrieved Ventress's sabers. She'll be back for these. Mace was conflicted. On one hand, he had seen the young man trounce both Ventress and her forces with absolute ease. On the other hand, it was the ease of which he did so that unsettled the Master of the Order. Making use of a technique that was labeled as dangerous, and used it with what appeared to be well-practiced mastery. The intensity was clearly different with each hand, for his left hand's surge had melted and combusted the droid forces, while the right hand surge had merely stunned the assailant, not even causing any damage to her clothing, which showed a practiced individual rather than an unrefined ability accidentally stumbled upon. Another thing that unsettled him: he had absolutely no idea as to who the young man was, but he absolutely radiated warmth, compassion, and understanding. It bled from him, washing over others like soothing waves at a beach. It was almost unnatural. Watching, Mace saw the boy begin to approach Master K-Crew and Jysal, taking Jysal's place and working in tandem to sustain and heal the fallen Rad. I need to get him, and the others back to the Order, immediately. Approaching, Windu, along with the others, noticed a ship rising into the skies and make a hasty escape from the planet. Looking around, as he arrived to the scene, Mace noticed more droids approaching the area. We need to get to my ship. Follow my lead, Mace instructed as Jysal nodded and began to levitate Rad in preparation. I have to go retrieve my ship and Myra. Please, allow me to take Rad with me. I have a Bacta tank in my ship that I can use to heal him, Vas reasoned as Jysal looked to Master K-Crew, the Whiffid nodding. Master K-Crew, if you would mind accompanying our young friend here, I will take Jysal and link up with you in orbit. From there we will head to Coruscant, Mace spoke, his order standing as the Whiffid understood the undercurrent. Very well, we must leave immediately. Vas quickly took control over Rad from Jysal, bidding a momentary farewell to the woman and Windu as the Whiffid master motioned for him to follow. The D5 Mantis. K-Crew didn't know what he was expecting when he arrived at the young man's ship, but he, and evidently Myra, weren't expecting to be confronted by two very large carnivorous creatures that flew out of the cargo hold to defend the vessel. Leaping back, the Knight and Master drew their weapons and ignited their blades to prepare to defend themselves. Tentacles flew forward to latch onto them, but halted as the creatures noticed Vas mounts them. It's okay, they're with me, he spoke to both parties, walking up the ramp of the ship with the hovering Rad in tow. The creatures immediately relaxed and made their way back into the ship, following Vas as he made his way into the ship's medical bay. I'm going to need you to monitor him, alert me if he so much as twitched. Okay, Vas spoke to the smaller of the two, loading Rad into the Bacta tank before activating it by the console. Meanwhile, K-Crew and Myra settled themselves into the bridge of the vessel, sitting in the co-pilot's seats as the larger of the two beasts hovered behind them, watching their every move. "Sorry about that, I had to hook up some components to the tank, it hasn't been used in some time," Vass announced as he settled down in the pilot's seat, leaning forward to flick several switches as the ship around them began to hum. Grabbing the controls of the vessel, the ship lifted from the ground slowly as Vass urged it forward. The ship was quick to ascend into the skies, as the thrusters roared at the back of the vessel, where they spotted the other vessel used by the Master of the Order and Gisel. "Chart a course for Coruscant," Vass announced as Myra leant forward and plotted the course into the display before her. "Course set," Myra announced as the systematic hum of the vessel leveled out once they left the atmosphere. As the ship before them activated its hyperdrive, disappearing into the cold void of space. "Here we go, Phase 2." Vass hid the twitch of his lips as Myra pulled the switch to the hyperdrive, the view from the bridge quickly turning into streams of light as they instantly entered hyperspace. "Feel free to explore the ship while we wait, I'm going to get some shut-eye." Vass rose from his seat and stretched. "If you wish to meditate, the cargo hold is quiet and has minimal lighting if you set it correctly." "Iokath." Lucille stared forward at the static hologram display before him with contorted eyes. Eyes flickering from yellow to blue as his head tilted to the side ever so slightly. The hologram before him was reconstructed from a memory, one that he himself has almost completely forgotten. Featured in the hologram were 4 people. 2 men stood in the back behind a woman and himself. The men in the back looked strikingly similar to himself, though they differed slightly in height. The man on the left was named Klein, who stood at an impressive 6 feet 8 tall. Had a strong jawline and slicked back hair. He wore the regular Jedi robes as he slung a hand over the man on the right. The one on the right was named Newt, standing a single inch shorter than Klein, having slightly softer features than the other man, yet it was obvious they were related. They were his brothers. Triplets actually. Throughout their childhood, they only had each other, their mother dying delivering them to the galaxy, whilst their father had soon abandoned them afterwards before the Jedi had found them. On the other hand, the woman in the picture was perhaps his greatest mistake. Her name was Kelsey. She had brown hair and fair skin, whilst she wore standard Jedi robes. However, attached to the robes was plated white armor with the insignia of the Jedi painted onto white shoulder pauldrons. She was his love, and she had died as a result of coming with him and his brothers to Malachor 5. "Come on guys, let's get something to eat before we land." A faint whisper of her voice twisted through his head. He fumbled with the white death mask of Nihilus in his black robes, hidden from the world. Yet as he felt a presence approach, he made sure it was tucked out of sight. The reason, of course, was whilst many in the Empire knew he existed as Lucille, only 5 people knew his other identity. To the masses, even the highest echelons of the military, Nihilus didn't exist. "How are you, Lucille?" The Mu'un approaching was one good example of why people weren't aware of his origins. His animosity was smothered as all that was shown was the slight narrowing of his eyes. The static hologram shut down with a wave of his fingers as he turned around to face the other Sith. "Hello, Plague Ace, what can I do for you?" Nihilus walked over to the viewport of his room, staring out into the stars as he had his arms crossed behind his back. The Mu'un made sure the door to Lucille's room was closed before approaching the Sith's side. "Our plans are coming to fruition. We've planted the bug into the mainframe and successfully made a backdoor into the system," Plague Ace announced as he too stared out to space, eyes following a small shuttle that left Iokath's surface and headed towards one of the warships in the distance. "I see, what's next?" Nihilus asked, the wish to run his blade through the Mu'un and slice the pathetic leech in half. "Next, for your part, we need you to begin spreading your influence amongst the human counterparts to our automated military," the Mu'un instructed as it turned to look at Nihilus. "So when it's time, they too will stand with us." "I see. Very well, but you should know, circumventing His Majesty's influence will be no small task, for anyone," Nihilus answered as the alien nodded. "Yes. It is a slow task, but we are making headway," the Mu'un replied before slowly turning away and making his way to the entrance to Lucille's room. "I doubt I have to tell you to be careful." Naturally Nihilus stayed facing the window as he heard the door to his room open before the other Sith exited. My home is not something so easily conquered, you pathetic worm. Nihilus's eyes finally settled on a violent fiery yellow and red, and I will personally ensure its safety, one way or another. His eyes flickered in the reflection of the room, where his eyes settled on the hologram pad. Scrunching up his face, Laciel twisted and marched from the room, feeling Plagueis leave the ship. Making his way to the bridge of the ship, Nihilus looked at the Gemini droid that controlled the vessel. Open a gate to Nathema, there is business that needs to be done, Nihilus growled as he walked up towards the viewport of the bridge. As you wish, Lord Laciel. The Gemini unit's eyes glowed, the entire vessel lurching to the left as it began to fly away from the colossal Dyson sphere that was Iokath. Opening gate to designation, Nathema, the Gemini unit announced, massive sections of a gate disconnecting from the vessel, guiding themselves to be several thousand meters in front of the vessel, piecing themselves together systematically until they formed a colossal halo. From the 4 points of the X and Y axis of the halo, 4 beams of chartreuse green fired into the center of the ring. Colliding at the center of the ring, a glowing ball formed at the center with a pitch black center. Along the radius of the halo, at every 10 degrees of the halo's circumference, repulsor engines fired in a sequence along the halo. Corresponding gate opening, initiating bridge, the Gemini unit announced as in front of Nihilus's eyes, the green ball at the center of the halo began to shift and twist under the influence of the gravity engines. It went from a ball to an oval shape before shifting and flattening in on itself and rotating like a discus before it finally snapped into place, growing exponentially from its original size. The ball, now a flat disc, stretched into the shape of the halo as it connected with the inner circumference of the halo's shell. It was always something amazing to Laciel. As he looked into the gate, he could see what was on the other side, like the reflective surface of a lake. With Nathema visible on the other side, the warship resuming its course towards the ring. As it hit the surface of the gate, a sensation washed over the inhabitants of the ship, like walking through static electricity. The hairs on their bodies stood on end as the ship sunk into the gate. The travel was almost instantaneous, as they appeared over the surface of Nathema from the corresponding gate, spitting them out in orbit of the rejuvenated planet. From Iokath, the gate they had used for the travel broke itself apart, the pieces being sucked into the gate in pursuit of the ship they were synced to. A second later, the gate that was opened destabilized and wound in on itself rapidly, leaving no traces of the gate or the ship that had been there previously. Kneeling within the bridge of the vessel, Nihilus inclined his head as a hologram appeared before him. My lord, Nihilus greeted as Nox stared down at him. I have come with news. I see, very well, your shuttle has been cleared for entry, Nox's holo announced before it shut off. Rising from his kneeling position, Nihilus walked towards the Gemini unit. I shall return in time. Maintain orbit until given orders otherwise. As you wish, the Gemini answered as Laciel departed and made his way to the hangar. Coruscant. Vas guided the D5 Mantis through the morning skies of the planet-sized city, following closely behind the ship being used by Mace Windu and Jysel. The Jedi Temple, Vas whispered to himself, Myra sending him a warm smile from his right as K-Crew sat to the left. Hearing an incoming call over the intercom, Vas leaned forward and answered the call. We've been cleared for entry. Follow closely, I'll guide you to the hangar. We'll be using Mace's voice announced from the console. Of course, as you say, Master, Vas responded as he remained on the tail of the ship in front of the ship. The temple approached rapidly from the distance, quickly becoming a massive monolith that dwarfed the ship's viewport. This is it. Vas centered himself in the Force as his ship slowed drastically, initiating landing procedures as they approached one of the many hangars in the central tower, one of the higher-up hangars from the look of the trajectory of Windus' ship. I can't wait to just rest. Myra stretched herself out, joints popping as a shadow passed over the ship's viewport. I too am excited to walk the halls of the temple once more, especially in such trying times. K-Crew put his 2 cents in, yet was curious at the small melancholy smile on Vas's face, lidded eyes, yet a small amount of sadness visible in his orbs. It's different to how I remember it, Last time I was here there was more smoke and fire. Vas couldn't help the twitch of his lips, eyes tracing the blast doors that were opening for the incoming vessels. Here we go, Vas mused as Windu's ship was swallowed by the shadow of the hangar's entrance, he himself gently guiding the Mantis's controls as they aligned with the doors of the hangar. Focusing himself, Vas centered himself within the force, allowing his emotions to be released into the cosmic force. He sighed at the sensation of contentment that filled his core. It was akin to feeling a sense of completeness, oneness within oneself. With the ship entering the hangar, Vas was gifted the sight of the interior of the hangar. A series of Jedi fighters were stored within, each one stored on a set pad, designated for each fighter and utilized for quick deployment. There was a large gap at the center of the hangar where Windu's ship was currently settling itself down. I guess that's where we go, Vas mumbled as he spied a group of several robed individuals slowly making their way towards Mace's ship. Leaning forward, Vas flicked a switch. Hearing a hiss from within the ship signifying the lowering of the landing gear, Vas began to lower the ship to the ground. Now being closer to the assembled Jedi, Vas managed to get a better look at the group. I believe this may be the newly assembled Jedi Council of this time. Vas spied a small green creature whom was staring hard at the ship, its ears twitching slightly as it sat in a repulsor chair. Hey! I thought they would have been extinct by now. I guess they're more tenacious than I originally thought. As the ship settled down onto the landing pad, the ship released a subtle groan as it came to a rest. Here we are. Myra flashed a bright smile as she unclipped herself from the co-pilot's chair. Master K-Crew, would you please see to retrieving Rad? Vas asked, the Wifid nodding as he moved into the bowels of the ship. Now being alone in the bridge of the vessel, Vas watched as Mace and Jysel walked down the ramp to their ship, greeting the gathered council with smiles. Letting out a sigh, Vas rose from the pilot's chair with a small hiss. Let's see how blind the council in this time. Fastening his white robes to his white undertunic, Vas made sure he had his single-bladed saber clipped to the right side of his utility belt whilst his double-bladed saber was clipped to his left hip. And hidden at the back of his belt was Sifo-Dyas's own saber in case it was ever needed. Walking through to the back of the ship, his left hand quickly flew to Sifo's necklace which was wrapped around the neckline of his undertunic, relaxing slightly as he felt it was indeed there. Checking the cargo hold, Vas smiled slightly as he saw the two remaining Summa Verminoth currently asleep, floating around as they used their tentacles to anchor themselves to the ground in their sleep. Stepping into the cargo hold, Vas approached the boarding ramp. Feeling the eyes of one of his charges open, he turned to the creature. I'll be back in a bit, I've prepared your meals for the day for whenever you want. Then Vas spoke to the curious creature, feeling its acceptance as it closed its eyes and went back to sleep. Pressing the switch for the ramp, Vas felt Myra's approach before she settled at his side. Here we go. Myra nudged him with her shoulder, a playful smile on her face whilst the ramp before them lowered to the ground. Here we go indeed, Vas thought, but put on a pleasant smile, trading looks with the woman at his side before K-Crew joined them with a levitating Rad. Let's go. Vas smiled as they began to walk down the lowered ramp. It appeared the council had gathered at the base of the ramp in waiting for them. Master Yoda, Myra cut in front of him in excitement, the girl giving a low boy as the little creature smiled warmly at her. Night, Myra. To see you safe in these trying times, gives me hope, Yoda replied as he leaned forward in his repulsor chair. Jysel, standing to the side with a Keldor, gave Vas a small smile as Master K-Crew walked forward with Rad. I apologize, Master Yoda. It appears young Rad has begun to step down a darker path. K-Crew looked to the unconscious teen in sadness. Apologize, you need not. For safe he is, tended to by his fellows he will be. Light may still blossom in his young heart, Yoda soothed the downtrodden Wifid. But in the meantime, I believe he should be escorted to the medical wing before being sedated, as should the other young ones. Mace announced as he gave a pointed look to the Wifid. That would be prudent. Come, Myra. Jysel, let us tend to your injuries, K-Crew instructed, the other two knights joining him as they sent Vas small parting waves before departing the scene. The council remained silent for a moment, watching as K-Crew and the others disappeared into a lift that began to descend lower into the temple. Not often is there a Jedi that I don't recognize, yet here one stands before me. Master Yoda, my name is. Yoda levitated forward with a smile. Greetings Master Yoda. Vas bowed. My name is Vas Lucas. I have heard many great things about you from my master. Your master, curious of their identity I am. No, may I, the identity of the master to have trained you? Yoda pressed. Mace, standing beside Master Yoda, felt the hairs on the back of his neck raise on their end. And before his eyes, he witnessed a shatter point, a fault line he had not previously seen come to fruition. He shuddered slightly as he glimpsed an unknown multitude of other shattered points accumulating around this young man. In fact, he could trace several of these fault lines to the very individuals around him, and it brought him no small amount of discomfort the supposed effect this boy could have on them if these unknowns were to come to fruition. My master's name was Master Sifo-Dyas. If he hadn't had the council's attention before, he did now. As he reached into his robes and pulled out a cylindrical object from his robes. Gently, slowly, Vas pushed what they soon identified to be Sifo-Dyas's lightsaber towards Yoda. Believe I do, that any further questions should be partaken in the council chambers. Yoda's solemn tone pushed the stunned group into action. I believe that would be for the best, Mace announced, still reeling from the knowledge pressed upon them. Come young one. Many questions we have for you. Hear your story. I would like to when we arrive at our destination. Yoda's chair rotated, the Jedi Master tilting his head in a sign for Vas to join his side. Of course Master Yoda. Vas smiled at the small creature as he slid his master's lightsaber back into his robes. With Nox, Nathema Palace. The throne room bathed Lucille in crimson light as he knelt in front of the throne, features hidden below his white mask, his eyes pitch black whilst his head stared directly at the obsidian floor below. Your Majesty. Lucille's, no, Nihilus's deep warped voice spoke in ancient Sith. Nihilus my friend. What brings you here? Nox asked as he sat back into his throne, leaning his right arm onto the armrest before he crossed his left leg over the right. I have news of a new development in the Leech's plans. Nihilus spoke to Nox as the Zaquulan Emperor listened. I see, what do you wish to inform me of? Nox spoke, black star-flecked eyes twinkling in the shadows of the room. Plague Ace has informed me he and his compatriots have planted a bug into the mainframe of the Zaquulan network alongside a supposed backdoor into the system. Nihilus informed his lord, the Emperor's face hardening as his emotions became impossible to decipher. I see. I appreciate you informing me of this. Tell me, what do you think he would wish to achieve with this? Nox leant forward as Nihilus remained silent for several seconds. I believe he may either attempt to take over the automated forces of our empire, or Nihilus paused, or take sabotage our empire when his plans finally do come to fruition. I believe these are the two most likely goals he wishes to achieve with this. Nox leant back into his throne, fingers toying with his chin as he thought. I see, yes. I see. Nox's eyes gleamed as he used his implants to inform Skyva and Scorpio to reinforce the mainframe. Of course he was already aware of the bug and the backdoor, both of which had already been flagged by the droids and handled swiftly. But he wasn't going to inform Nihilus of this. It would do well for Nihilus to believe he had an impact with what he was saying. Earning gratitude for his diligence, the man needed this. Is there anything else? Nox asked, once more returning to his rested position as the Sith entity before him nodded. Yes. The Leech wishes for me to influence our militia, and the Knights, and attempt to gain their allegiance in whatever he has planned. Nihilus spoke as Nox squinted at the information. I will have to monitor them closely. Any signs of treachery? After all, I doubt Nihilus is the only one given this task. It's what I'd do after all, Nox thought as his right hand clenched at his throne. Yes. I believe it's due time for me to ensure my control over them. Nox formulated a plan he intended to enact immediately. Lucille. You have done me a great service by revealing this to me. Nox slowly rose from his throne, purposefully taking his time to descend the obsidian stairs as his boots echoed around the darkened halls. Nihilus's mask slowly rose to face him as he stared down at one of his most important pieces. If there is any reward you would have, I would do well to honor it, Nox spoke as he clasped his hands behind his back. May I? Lasiel spoke, tone unsure as his voice reverted to regular basic. You may speak your request. Nox's voice came out low as the Sith kneeling before him slowly removed his mask. Malachar. I wish for Malachar. Lasiel's voice came out as barely a whisper. It is yours. Nox's tone was final, the decree made. Thank you, my master. Lasiel's molten orange and yellow staring up at his master. You have nothing to thank me for, my friend. You have done me a great service, the least I could do is show my appreciation. Now there is another task I would have you perform. Nox slowly turned away and began to walk back up the stairs to his throne. Anything, my lord. Lasiel spoke, waiting for his master's request. Gather the exarchs, make it discreet, take as long as you need to make sure their absence isn't noticed. I don't want this going through the communication systems for the order to be found. I want them to be gathered in my palace on Oricon. Can you do that for me? Nox lowered himself back to his throne and sat down with a sigh. It will be done at once, my lord. Lasiel quickly fixed his mask back in place, rising from his kneeling position at Nox's nod before he turned and made a swift exit. Nox watched the Sith entities talk through the exit to the throne room, his long shadow disappearing as he turned up and exiting the colossal stone doorway. Coming out from behind the throne, Valen held a hateful glare as he face twisted, coming to stand at the base of his throne. The knights wouldn't dare betray us, Valen hissed as Nox's face darkened. That is what we're going to ensure. Permanent loyalty, Nox growled as he rose from his throne once more, walking around his throne and into the corridor hidden behind its gigantic size. How are we going to do that? Valen asked as she quickly caught up to her lover. You'll see, come. We're going to Oricon, Nox announced as he stopped in front of the central elevator, the doors sliding open at his presence before they stepped through, pressing the button for the vaults below. The Jedi Temple, Coruscant. The council present on Coruscant had gathered and were currently situated in the council chambers, their members watching the white-garbed man at the center of the room as he held a data pad. Told us you have, that Master Sifo-Dyas was your master. Yet not for 10 years has he been seen. Curious it is, the reason for his disappearance. Yoda sat in his small chair. What we would like to know, is why he never made contact after his disappearance. Mace asked, leaning back into his chair as Yoda sighed as he stared at Vas. I apologize for what I am to say, but I believe Master Sifo-Dyas wished to remain hidden, Vas answered honestly, Mace sharing a glance with Gods as Plo Koon leant forward. You believe Sifo-Dyas didn't want to be found? Plo spoke as Vas gave the Keldor a firm nod. He had informed me of such during my training, Vas replied as Plo Koon released a hum in response. You understand there is a great deal of mysteries about his doings before he disappeared, many of which we wish to be informed about. Mace spoke, his face hard as he interlaced his fingers. I would only be able to provide so much information, masters. Master Sifo-Dyas was almost solely focused on my training. He rarely focused on much else for any meaningful amount of time, Vas replied to the Master of the Order as another council member sat forward. Yes, your training. Speaking of, when did you say that started? Ki-Adi-Mondi spoke as he stared calculatingly at Vas. 10 years ago, when Master Dyas found me stranded on Aeos Prime. My training started as soon as he stumbled upon me, Vas replied as Mundi looked to Yoda. Saying, are you? The reason Master Sifo-Dyas remained hidden, to train you? It was. Yoda tapped one of his fingers to the other. Yes, Master Yoda. I was one of the reasons why Master Dyas did not wish to return, Vas replied as Yoda nodded his head for a moment. I see, I see. The extent of your training, no do you? Yoda asked as Vas nodded and answered. Master Sifo-Dyas passed on all of his knowledge and saw fit to train me as best he could in saber combat alongside the holocrons he had brought with him, Vas replied as that gained Ki-Adi-Mondi's attention. I believe several holocrons were listed as missing after Sifo-Dyas went disappeared, Ki-Adi-Mondi reminded the rest of the council as they nodded. Do you have these holocrons in your possession? Plo-kun asked as Vas turned to him and nodded. I do, they are currently in my quarters on my ship, Vas answered as Mace gained his attention. We would ask for them back, Mace pressed as Vas gave a small smile. Of course, Master, I shall return them immediately, I have already learnt all I can from them. I believe it is only right I return them to where they belong, Vas answered as Mace gave an approving nod. A question I have. Knowledge do you have, about the reason behind Master Sifo-Dyas's commission of the clone army? Yoda asked, wishing dearly to know the answer. Master Sifo-Dyas told me he saw upcoming bloodshed throughout the Republic, and he did all he could to ensure the future of the Republic, its people, and the Jedi. I was told his visions plagued him greatly until he found me. I am glad he found some measure of comfort in training with me, Vas spoke solemnly as Yoda's ears flattened slightly. Gone, is he? Yoda asked. The unasked question needed to be answered. It had been implied, but they needed to know. Master Sifo-Dyas became one with the Force upon my knighting, Vas answered as he became downcast. You were knighted, without the presence or approval of the Jedi Council. Such a thing is highly improper. Ki-Adi-Imundi spoke up as he stared throughout the council. I would accept a Padawan, but to be knighted without consulting us. Master Sifo-Dyas believed I had passed the trials needed to do so and saw fit to perform the ceremony. I understand this may conflict with your interests and policies. I will accept whatever judgment the council decides, Appan Vas replied in a polite and calm tone, much to the surprise of the members around him. You aren't upset at the possibility of not being recognized as a Knight of the Jedi Order? Plo-kun asked. I am not, Master. There is no need for me to be upset about such a minor thing. I would accept your judgment regardless, Vas replied as Plo-kun nodded in acceptance. A decision we will not yet make. We would, however, see you go through the trials ourselves, Mace spoke up as he gained their attention. Agreed, should the decision be made. Now, however, our questions for you, satisfied they have been. That datapad you are holding, told us you did it was Master Sifo-Dyas's journal? Yoda asked as he wished to speak solely to Vas. It is, Master Yoda. I am of the knowledge Master Dyas wished for me to provide it to you should our paths ever meet, Vas replied, handing the datapad off to Mace Windu, who held out his hand. Look over this we shall. Knight Aayla Secura, give you a tour around our home in the meantime she shall, Yoda instructed as the council chamber's doors opened, the blue-skinned Twi'lek walking forward before bowing to the Jedi Council. Knight Secura, would you please accompany Vas Lucas here, first to his ship where he will retrieve the holocrons he is to take to Jocasta Nu. After that you are to give him a tour around the temple whilst we deliberate on what is to be done with his presence, Mace instructed as Aayla bowed. It will be done, Aayla remained bowed. See to it that it is, Mace nodded, Vas giving the council a bow before he and Aayla left the room, the door closing behind the duo. Believe I do. See what is on Master Dyas's datapad before we make a decision about young Vas Lucas. Prudent it would be, Yoda intoned as Mace nodded. Agreed, Mace replied as he activated the datapad, a hollow appearing above the pad of Master Sifo-Dyas before it appeared at the center of the room after being connected to the hollow projector. Greetings, my fellow masters. If you are seeing this recording, I am afraid to admit that I be unable to return to you. So I entrust this datapad, alongside my lightsaber and belongings to my apprentice, Vas Lucas, in the hopes he one day encounters the larger order. The hollow paused a moment as the council prepared to watch the rest of what was on the datapad. With Vas, it was a simple and easy task to retrieve the holocrons from his quarters. It was rather amusing to see Knight Secura being startled by the summa. The creatures had grown interested in her as they entered the ship and had followed them to his quarters, where the Twi'lek had finally taken notice of their presence. She had felt one of their tentacles touch her leku, and immediately had leapt 2 meters forward before turning and facing the curious summa, her lightsaber in hand. Hey, it's okay, Vas jumped between Aayla and the summa, which rested its tentacles on his shoulders. They're just curious about you. Aayla finally noticed a second one of the creatures simply floating behind the first, their many eyes zeroing in on her. What in the world are they? Aayla asked as Vas reached into one of his pouches and took out a small shred of meat. Their newborn Summa Verminoth Vas allowed the Summa before him to take the shred of meat from his hand with one of its tentacles before it fished the meat into its mouth and happily gorged itself on the meal. Seemingly satisfied with their investigation, the sibling Summas floated back into the cargo hold of the vessel, soon returning to their rest and passive guard of their home. "What is a Summa Verminoth?" Ayla asked, being unaware of what exactly the create was as she had never heard of them. Colossal spacefaring cephalopods, highly intelligent and believed to be capable of complex thought. Omnivores that have a penchant for eating pirate vessels looking for a more subtle route away from government officials, Vas told Ayla as she shivered, he himself opening a cabinet which revealed a set of 6 holocrons stacked together. Ayla squinted as she watched Vas grab the holocrons one by one before placing them down gently into a crate. "So these are newborns. How big did you say they get?" Ayla puckered her lips in waiting as Vas grabbed a third holocron. "I didn't, their mother was actually several kilometers in size. I believe they will be around the same size if not bigger," Vas informed the Twi'lek like it wasn't something to be worried about. "Kilometers?" Ayla bellowed in fright, checking over her shoulder in fright as one of the newborn looked around the corner at her outburst. "That'll be years in the future before they even reach a fraction of that size," Vas answered as he placed the final holocron into the crate before hefting it into his arms and turning to the Twi'lek. "Their mother entrusted their care to me, so now they travel with me as I watch over them." "Right, let's return these holocrons to Jocasta Nu now," Ayla spoke, wanting to get away from the carnivorous newborns as quickly as possible. "Let's go then." Vas rounded and marched from his quarters and back into the cargo hold. "You guys stay here, okay? I'll be back," Vas soothed the beasts before walking down the ramp of the ship. Bye." Ayla spoke quickly before rushing down the ramp, said ramp immediately beginning to close on its own thanks to one of the Summa using its tentacles to pull the switch. Casting one last look over her shoulder, Ayla let out a sigh as the vessel ramp let out a hiss as it closed fully. Turning back to the ship's owner, she quickly caught up to his side. 3 hours later. Swara walked slowly through the temple hallways within the Tower of Knowledge, having just completed a class where she instructed the younger Jedi in lightsaber combat. She was young, compared to other masters she was youthful, smart, and a prodigy with the blade. Her brown hair cascaded down the side of her head with several plaits that came together at the base of her neck. "Master!" Sora froze as her head snapped to the other end of the hallway. A voice she hadn't heard in so long called to her, and she sought the source. "It's okay." She caught sight of ginger hair that trailed behind a figure turning a corner. Dara, before she knew what she was doing, she was already in pursuit of the voice she had heard, heedless of the curious glanced from the masters and knights who had seen her pivot and rush back the way she came. "It wasn't your fault." She rounded the same corner the person she was following had rounded. She sauntered past the agricultural core laboratory doors with little care as she followed what appeared to be person with orange hair and white robes run around the corner to the right where she believed there was an elevator. Rounding the corner, Sora came up to a selection of 2 elevators placed side by side, looking to the most recently used elevator's display panel with a curious glance. The bottom floor, the doors opened on the right, bidding her entrance before she stepped in and selected the last floor the adjacent elevator had gone to. The ride was as silent as it was uneventful, a quick 10 seconds before the doors slid open once more. Stepping out into the corridor, Sora felt a warmth she hadn't felt in a great deal of time. It washed over her and filled her with a sense of warmth. Like she was being drawn to its source, her head strayed to the giant stained glass windows that lined the massive wall on her left, artificial light bleeding through the stained glass. "The room of 1,000 fountains," Sora thought as she stumbled forward, gliding across the marble ground. She didn't notice the others that were gathered, nor did she care as she entered through one of the many entrances to the several-story-tall room. Entering the room, she was ignorant of the eyes of both Master Yoda and Mace Windu as they stood near the entrance to the room. The room was alight in the Force like never before. The fauna blossomed shades she hadn't seen, roots spread quickly to give life to new flowers and trees. The small trickles of water she could hear flowing through the rivers within were a small comfort. But it wasn't the room she was staring at, instead she was staring at a stone pergola surrounded by soft swaying trees. Sora stared at the ginger-haired ethereal girl who had her eyes closed and appeared to be taking in the presence of the room. She tread lightly across the stone path, not wishing to disturb the see-through girl whose hair was flying in the gentle winds of the room. She made her way to the pergola, tears streaming down her cheeks as the shadow of the stone roof obscured the artificial light from far above. The girl seemed completely at peace in Sora's eyes, as the Jedi Master lowered herself to her knees in her refusal to look away from her deceased Padawan. Seemingly noticing her presence, Dara turned to face her old master, her face contorting into a kind smile. "It's been a while, Master, are you well?" Dara's voice was similar to a whisper on the winds, yet she was truly there before her. "How is this possible?" Sora almost cried out as she looked at the ghost eye. Instead of answering, Dara turned her head to face a nearby plain of grass. "The Force," Dara replied as she stared out at what Sora could see was a young man garbed in white robes. He was meditating with his hands clasping his knees as he levitated off of the ground. Circling around the levitating young man were several large boulders that circulated around Vas. The Force tore from the meditating man like a dome of warmth, the grass waving away from Vas as if it was being forced away from the man. The energy from the man was soothing, rejuvenating even as it calmed Sora, settled her restless nerves and made her feel as if she belonged. "The Force guides us, and it guided me to his side, where I will remain," Dara explained as she fully turned to face her companion who was beginning to lower to the ground. "I suppose that's enough time here for now." "Wait, you're going already?" Sora rushed to her feet and reached out to the girl, yet passed through as soon as she almost made contact with the ghost's body. "I must. You look well, Master. I'm glad I got to see you again, I hope to do so again soon." "Until next time, Master." Dara quickly disappeared into motes of light that fled towards the grassy plain nearby, joining with the man whose feet gently touched down onto the ground. "It appears we have much to discuss," Mace Windu said as he stood beside Master Yoda, both having watched the interaction with a critical eye, whilst Aayla Secura had informed them of what transpired during the returning of the holocrons and subsequent tour of the temple, which had led the young man to taking up meditating in the Room of 1,000 Fountains where she had informed them of their location. "Yes. Much," Yoda replied as the two Jedi Masters proceeded to cross the grass in an effort of reaching Vas. "Much indeed," Yoda thought as they came to a stop in front of the young man whose eyes fluttered open, a small smile coming to his face. Masters. Vas bowed his head slightly in greetings. "The Council has made a decision. Would you like to accompany us back to the Council chambers?" Mace announced. Whilst they hadn't actually made a decision, they would be using the walk back to the Council chambers to help cement their thoughts. "Of course, Masters, I would like that very much." Vas nodded before Mace and Yoda turned to face the doorway, Vas joining them in their stroll whilst Sora watched from the nearby pergola with a complicated expression. Oricon, the Dread Fortress. Nox stood on an overlooking balcony down at the gathered forces of the Exarchs. Hundreds stood shoulder to shoulder, still as the dead as their garments barely shielded them from the heat that radiated from the atmosphere. The orange glow of the atmosphere bathed the fortress in a dark glow whilst spouts of lava were visible in the far distance. At the forefront of the Exarchs stood the test subjects Skiva had created, all staring up at him unblinkingly. Carol stood at the center of their line, blonde hair plaited as she was garbed in an Exarch's outfit. Valen had her arms crossed as she stood at his right side, her expression clear as her pending rage and want to smite the potential traitors rising with each moment. "Here we go, time to ensure loyalties. My loyal knights, honored Exarchs of our glorious empire. You have served me and our empire loyally for your entire lives. You've denied your chance for a life of anything else in your servitude for your empire." Nox's voice carried across the courtyard ominously, as it settled on the minds of all that were present. It was sweet and coiled around them, swept them to his side like something godly. "Yet there are insurgents in our ranks and our empire. Unsure hearts that would turn against our people for selfish means." A murmur running through the powerful individuals below, each one looking at each other, trusting in their emperor's words as they tried to suss out who was on their side and not. "There are elements in our government attempting to gain control of our empire for nothing but selfish gains. One such individual, one of their leaders of the insurgents wishes to turn the ranks of the knights to their side. To turn our armies against each other, to turn our empire to chaos as he gathers power for himself. Nox's word enraged the individuals below. To think that someone was trying to turn their home to chaos drew out a primal anger in them. Yet I have a plan for this. But I cannot do it alone. I need you, my loyal soldiers, my faithful. To trust me, to once more place your faith, your hearts into your emperor as I guide you to the future that I see. Nox held onto the balcony rail as he stared down at those below. Do you know what future I see? Nox's yell silenced the very world around them. I see a future where our empire spans the very known universe, where our people live like kings. Our children and their children fight for nothing, for we have given them a world of luxury, away from warfare, away from suffering. We would give them the very stars. Our lives are but stepping stones to be used to ensure the future of our people. Zakul is but the beginning. Can you imagine it, our empire ruling the very galaxy like days of old? You have dedicated your lives to this vision. Nox's speech allowed for the individuals below to envision what they saw for the future, each one's mind seeing a different thing under the guiding hand of their emperor. But for this vision to come to fruition, we must oust and root the corruption within our lands. An empire cannot and will not stand the sands of time if it is not united. And I will not see our empire fall because of some bug's greed. Nox grit his teeth as the crowd felt his rage being shared by his men. So I have called you here today, my loyal exarchs. To take the first steps in rooting this corruption from our holy home. Will you, my loyal men and women, trust in me to guide our home to this bright future? Nox asked, every exarch stamping their feet once in unison. Will you trust you emperor with the future of your home? Will you allow me into your minds, into your hearts to ensure this corruption cannot gain a foothold? Nox once more asked as the exarchs once more stamped their right foot into the ground. Will you allow me control, the control I need to secure our empire, to secure our future? If so, place your trust in me, open your minds, open your hearts. Nox ordered, his oily voice tearing through the little resistance the exarchs might have raised if they were inclined to do so. May our emperor guide us to our glorious future with his radiant love. Carol bellowed from below as she physically shook before kneeling, the others creations of Skiva doing the same at her side. For the empire, another exarch's voice tore from his throat as he knelt. For the emperor, other exarchs all but dropped to their knees as fast as they could. For the future, another yelled as the rest of the exarchs found themselves on the knees prostrating themselves to the one they perceived as their god. I shall not betray your trust. His voice was soft, but heard by all. He raised his hands to the sides of his body, the skies above darkening as black clouds gathered above. The force erupting from Nox like a vortex of black and magenta-colored energy that ripped around the fortress. This is my empire, these are my people, my subjects. They will serve as me, and in doing so they will serve their empire. Purple energy gathered around his hands as a black mist like smoke began to pool within the courtyard below. He felt through the force, each and every one of his subjects awaiting what he was about to do. Become one with your emperor. Nox's presence blasted from his body, cascading down and onto his subjects. He sunk his power, his very essence into his people, forcibly linking them to himself as he felt the thoughts of everyone below, their minds an open book as he planted a shard of himself within each and every one of them. One by one, a red haze began to surround everyone present. Carol herself twitched and twisted as her pupils vanished and her eyes blackened, stars beginning to appear within the pools of black that sat in their eye sockets. The same was said for everyone else present as their individual personalities were wiped. Their desires, their wants became one with his own. They became indistinguishable from each other, as rather than being themselves, they were now mere extensions of Nox himself. Nox twitched slightly, needing to recenter his being. The process of controlling so many bodies at once a rather interesting experience. As he closed his eyes, he focused and felt for the link of Carol, drawing upon it as soon as he felt the connection. It was interesting looking upon himself with someone else's eyes, as he took control of Carol's body. Seeing from two different perspectives at once was curious and disorientating. It would take time to get used to. Rising from his kneeling position, Nox, in Carol's body, turned to face the rest of the exarchs. Before being linked with him, Carol had the force sensitivity of a rock. But now that Nox was channeling a portion of himself through them, he thought he'd test the limits. Raising Carol's right hand, her slender hand clenched as he focused. And much to his satisfaction, a spire in the distance crumbled and shifted, rising from its perch as it began to levitate over the courtyard. Carol's face became a sinister smirk as red lightning leapt from her fingers and struck the spire. "Yes, this will do. Now, rise." Nox's voice came from Carol's mouth as he spread her arms wide. And just as he demanded, the exarchs, under his direct and utter control, rose at once like puppets on a string. "Good. Ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." Nox cackled wildly as both his real body and Carol's let loose a mad cackle. Closing the eyes of her body, Nox sent his direct consciousness back to his body. No longer looking from two perspectives, Nox allowed the original personalities of the individuals below to resurface, though still very much influenced by his own. It was more akin to giving puppets a voice, yet they were still that, puppets. "Go, my children. Root this corruption from our empire." His word was short, but to the point as in one. The exarchs turned and began to march to the vessels that brought them here. "It is done, the seeds are planted. Now I know of everything that will happen without ever actually being there." Nox spoke as Valen slowly came up to his side. "Are they loyal now?" Valen tentatively asked as Nox nodded. "Yes, they are as loyal to me as I am to myself. Whilst they control their bodies, their thoughts are open and are essentially programmed by my own wants, their desires are my own. I can take direct control at any time. Your father once did something similar on Zyast before draining all life from the planet." Nox answered as Valen gently inserted her right arm through the loop of his left, placing her cheek onto his shoulder as she leant into him. "What now?" Valen asked as her left hand played at the contours of Nox's armor. "Now. We're going on a hunt." Nox smirked as he used the force to feel throughout the galaxy for what he sought. "What for?" Valen asked, watching as Nox allowed another smirk to come to his face as he seemingly stared at the skies. "The gods need culling, and we are the instruments of their downfall, all in the pursuit of power. The past, between Shadow of Ravan and Rise of the Emperor, 3637 BBY. Jasa stood beside her master, both guarding the entryway to the Dark Council chambers. A few of the Dark Council had yet to arrive. Mar sat in his chair with Lana Beniko once more at his side, her face downtrodden but resolute as she stood with her arms held behind her back. Asina had a scowl on her face as Ravag's fingers danced across the armrest of his chair. The six didn't have to wait long before another arrived, Vauran waltzing into the chamber with a small smile on his face as he walked towards his seat on the council. Rictus watched with a small scowl as he watched Vauran make his way to his seat, yet remained silent as the Ponce of a Sith happily sat himself down. "How much longer are we going to wait?" Ravage impatiently asked the rest of the council, yet was silenced by the turning of Mare's mask in his direction. "We will wait until the remainder of our council arrives." Mare's tone brokered for no argument. "They are about to arrive anyway." Jasa shivered as a wave of malevolent, mastered hatred and anger pressed down upon the council chambers, washing over the inhabitants like a tidal wave of death and darkness. The chime of the elevator announced the final two members' arrival to the floor that housed the council chambers, the Imperial Guards shivering in the adjacent hallway as the final members approached. Excitement ran through Jasa, excited to finally see the Dark Lord she had heard so much of. Finally, as the wave of malevolence began to press down onto their shoulders, the doors to the chamber opened, allowing for the two final council members to enter. "We've arrived," Mortis announced as the aged Sith stepped through. "I will look into that problem you spoke of, do not worry." And stepping through after Mortis was a man that threatened to steal her breath from her body. He was young, younger than even her master. Yet the darkness coiled around him like no other, like a seductive mistress that whispered sweet nothings in his ear. In fact, if she felt correctly, it outright flooded to his side, bending itself, prostrating itself to his wishes. His hate was palpable, cruelty given form. She could see a miasma of absolute craze that struck out at her, attempting to drive her mad. Whispers crawled up her spine and into her ears. The longer she was in his presence, the worse it got, the more intense the miasma's effects were on her presence. It was delicious, delirious, intoxicating. She took half a step forward as he stepped by her, not even noticing her presence as his youthful face glowed in ethereal light. He was magnificent. His pitch-black hair framed his head like an intricate portrait, swept back whilst the sides were noticeably shorter than the top. His strong jawline stood easily defined. His glowing eyes glowed in the shadows like a stalking predator. He made his way to his council seat with a regal grace befit for an emperor, looking to no one as he passed. He was disinterested, and it clearly showed as he gave a half-lidded stare forward. She took pleasure in the wave of fear that passed over Asina at his passing, the trepidation that pooled in the guts of those present as he ascended the steps to his chair. Taking his seat, Nox's glowing eyes of hatred turned to face Mar, the unofficial leader of the council, giving him a nod of greeting. "There will be no others join us, shall we proceed?" His voice, sweet like honey yet sinister as the starless void, rose around the room, carried around the chamber for all to hear. "Yes, we shall." Mar sat forward and cleared his throat. "Our first order of business, Lana, if you would." Mar motioned as the head of Sith intelligence pressed a button on her gauntlets, a chime from the elevator notifying them of a new arrival. Quickly coming into the room, a lord of the Sith rushed in, carrying a datapad as he beelined his way to Lana. Coming forward, Lana held her hand out, the man smiling at the lady of the Sith as he gently placed the datapad in her hands. Nox's eyes narrowed as the Sith Lord slid his hand across Lana's affectionately as he slid the pad into her hand. His body almost recoiled violently as he held the armrests of his chair, the stone cracking violently in his grip. His restraint almost failed him as Lana pulled her hand back, where she gave the Lord a small smile. "Thank you, Sinesh." Lana thanked the Sith as he gave her a low boy. "Anything for you, milady." Sinesh stood back up, ignorant of the violent spark of lightning that danced between Nox's thumb and index finger. "Leave us," Lana commanded, the Lord flashing a smile before turning away and sauntering from the room. "Not now, kill him later." "Not now, kill him later." Nox had to stop his reaching hand as he stopped himself from turning the Sith Lord to dust, "this very moment. It looks like I have a new mission for Zaluk." Nox grit his teeth as he slammed his back into the council chair, eyes trailing back to Lana and Mar. The young man failing to notice the whimsy that overcame Lana, nor her sadness and regret that leaked from the blonde. Jasa on the other hand felt the woman's love for Nox clear as day, yet his rage was palpable as the temperature of the room continued to drop, the shadows elongating unnaturally as the lights flickered. "What is your report?" Lana Mar asked, wishing to divert Nox's ailing mood as quickly as possible lest the young man have an outburst in the chamber. "Reports indicate that Vitiate's essence has indeed returned and is attempting to regain his lost power. We currently have hunting parties scouring the galaxy at this moment in search of him. It appears he is however hiding somewhere in the Stygian Caldera Nebula where his presence is most notable. It is only a matter of time now before he is located." Lana informed the council as every listened with rapt attention. "And what are we to do when he is finally located?" Asina asked, her weariness clear as day as she shifted in her seat. "Only together as a unified front may we have a chance at combating our old emperor. Only as one will we be able to survive his crazed plans for the galaxy." Mar spoke, his authoritarian voice catching the ears of his fellows. "We will smite him with the full might of our empire. When the time comes, that is." Ravage put in his own thoughts, yet Nox remained staunch and silent as he looked at the council. None seemed to particularly wish to unite to face their previous emperor, yet it was a necessity to survive, for now that is. "I agree with Mar. I saw for myself the power the Emperor holds alongside him when he was revived. This is not a threat we can take lightly. We need to put aside our petty struggles, our power plays, and prepare for inevitable. And when the time comes, we will be ready for the Emperor." Nox's deep voice sent shivers down Jasa's spine as tall Ariel shifted uncomfortably, the rest of the council listening to his words. Mar gave Nox an appreciative nod, yet it appeared the council was less than pleased by the union of Nox's and Mare's beliefs. When the time comes, I'm sure we'll all do our parts, Vowron spoke as he weathered the look sent to him by the rest of the council. Oh, I'm sure. Nox hissed before sitting back into his chair, sending a small glare in the direction of Ravage. On to the next order of business, Nox squinted as Asina cleared her throat. I would ask. Asina steeled herself as she turned to Nox, that you allow us to replicate the weapons of the Silencer fleet, allow me and my people to study it, and we will be able to mass produce it for the Empire. Denied. Nox waved her off, the woman sending him a scandalous glare before she spoke up again. You would keep this advantage for yourself, you. She was silent as Nox turned back to face her, his face a scowl as she felt her neck constrict for a small moment. I am safeguarding one of our most powerful assets from being taken and sabotaged. Your group have proven less than capable of maintaining secrecy. I have noted several breaches of security in your sectors. And interestingly enough, the Republic seems to coincidentally have a spontaneous idea to start making exactly what had been uncovered in your files. It is evident your labs are about as secure as an open door. And I will not risk the Silencer fleet being replicated by the Republic, nor will I hand it over to a overzealous Sith who would sooner turn it on his brothers than share it. No, it stays with me. Nox's words were final as his tirade ended, his mood worse than before as Asina looked to the rest of the council for support. Yet when she found none, in fact some appeared more suspicious of her now more than anything. She shut up and dropped the subject. Next Mar pushed the meeting forward as Mortis cleared his throat, a less than pleased expression on his face. With the defeat of the Revanites, we have seen a sharp increase of localized crime. Undercover cells are still dedicated to their goals and are performing several acts of guerrilla warfare on our cities and worlds. I would like to expunge these radical elements with due haste. I seek permission to perform a swift and brutal assault against these elements. Martial law across our empire whilst my forces remove them. Mortis looked to each of his fellow council members. The removal of these traitors takes precedence. They are a danger to our citizens and our empire. You have my vote. Mar agreed as Ravage played with his chin. I cannot properly perform my duties if I am constantly looking over my back. You have my vote. Ravage nodded as he rested his head back into the cushioning of his throne. And you have mine. My old friend Vowron spoke up, seemingly smug, which caused the others to roll their eyes. The security of my projects is in dire jeopardy the longer these radicals are amongst our ranks. You have permission to perform your task. Asina gave a reluctant smile to the head of law. You have mine, Aruk said over hologram from his seat, followed by the same from Darth Rictus, whom was also absent and appearing via holo. With the final member being silent, Mortis looked to Darth Nox, who was squinting. The longer this threat is allowed to fester, the greater danger our empire is in, with other factions liable to make use of our instability. You have my vote. Nox spoke as Mortis inclined his head in thanks. It's unanimous. By decree of this council, the Revanites' threat will be eradicated with swift and brutal efficiency, Mortis announced, satisfied that the main reason for his attending being completed. Is there anything else that needs to be brought to our attention? Mar asked, receiving responses in the negative from the rest of the council. Then this meeting is thereby adjourned, Mar announced, Ravage immediately rising from his seat and walking towards the exit. The others started to make a slow exit, some conversing with each other, such as Vowron stopping to talk to the Empire's Wrath and his apprentice. Yet Mar stayed behind, sending a subtle glance towards Nox to ask the young man to stay. Lana, please leave us, Mar mumbled, the blonde nodding silently before making a quiet exit as Nox watched her leave. Within 5 minutes it was only the two that remained in the chamber, the Wrath and Jasa being dismissed by Mar, who waved his hand in their direction. How goes your studies? Mar asked as he approached Nox, the young man waiting for the chamber entrance to close before speaking. I have learnt more on my own in my vaults than I did throughout my entire tenure as an acolyte and apprentice to Zush. The difference between myself when I first became a council member and now is as noticeable as the difference between night and day, Nox answered as he slowly rose from his throne, descending the steps to join Mar in their exit. That is good to hear. May I ask what you were discussing with Mortis upon your arrival? Mar asked, fear that Mortis was trying to gain the young man's favor evident. I was recommending Mortis to take a more proactive response to the remainder of the Revanites. I'm glad he took my advice, Nox responded, Darth Mar relaxing ever so slightly at the young man's admission. That is, good to hear. Now I must apologize. Nox stopped at Mar's words, turning to the Reaver with a raised eyebrow. Allow me to reiterate. I was not aware of your relationship with Lord Benico when I appointed her the head of Sith intelligence. Nor did I expect her to break off her budding relationship with you. Mar's apology was sincere if ever there was one, the young man regarding the elder with a critical eye. It is not your fault. You couldn't have known or foreseen what was going to happen. I admit I was angry at first, but a revelation of sorts crossed my mind. It is only a matter of time before things return to how they were. One way or another she will return to where she belongs, it is only natural. Nox spoke confidently. And it once more amazed Mar, well aware of Nox's ability to gauge situations, his foresight more formidable and practiced than he had ever seen. If he saw Lana Benico returning to his side, then Mar would place bets on it happening just as the boy said. That brings me a measure of comfort. I'm not sure you fully comprehend, Mar replied, gently clapping the young man on the shoulders before they went into the elevator. Now then, would you mind accompanying me throughout the academy? There are several more things I'd like to go over with you, Mar asked, the young man running his fingers over his chin. I have some time before I am required to return to my ship. Very well, Nox accepted, the Reaver's pleased expression hidden behind his helmet but easily felt through the force. Splendid. The present, Nathema Palace, bottom level. The room was dark, lit only by a single fluorescent light high above in the ceiling. The floor of the room was a smooth polished black stone. The room itself was moderate in size, shaped like a hexagon with the entrance being on the southern wall. At the center of the room was a large obsidian sarcophagus, sealed with a black stone lid. The sarcophagus was raised on a plateau hoisted on 4 small steps. The room's atmosphere was oppressive, suffocating as dark tendrils slithered across the flooring, a trap set by Nox to ensure nobody approached the coffin. Kneeling in front of the sarcophagus, his knees planted on the ground, Nox refused to stare at the sarcophagus as a small tear ran down his cheek. Like a dark heartbeat, a small pulse resonated from Nox to wash over the room in his distress. It's almost time, my love. Black star-flecked eyes opened, finally taking in the coffin. Death shan't keep us apart. Nor shall time. He reached up and placed his hands onto the surface of the coffin. Not even fate itself shall keep us and our family apart. He put his right hand over the center of the coffin. Soon, my love, soon you shall be at my side once more, where you belong. Nox concentrated, sending a pulse of force energy into the coffin, a tear running down his cheek once more as he felt a small residual pulse respond to him, whispers long since lost coming back for but a moment before fading again. Steeling himself for the moment, Nox swiveled and marched away from the sarcophagus, storming towards the elevator with a scowl, passing by the waiting Valen, whose face softened in worry. We're leaving. Any questions Valen would have had were silenced as he entered the elevator. Entering at his side in silence, Valen gently stroked Nox's arm to comfort him. Activating his implants, he connected directly with his vessel currently housed within the palace. Ready, my ship, prime all weapons. Nox's voice was hard as Valen looked up at him with curious eyes. What are we doing, my love? Valen purred, her fingers straying from his arm to his chest. I've spent a great deal of time going through the memories present in the shade of Typho Gem. I've learned a great many things during those meditations. It turns out that even in undying chaos, Typho Gem was aware of what was happening in the other realms of the Force, including the location of something I am currently very interested in gaining control of. Nox's face twisted into a vicious smirk. My dear, we're going on a hunt for something that came into existence at the end of the wars between the Dark Elite Hurian alongside their creators, the Old Ones, who sought to battle the firstborn races and conquer the Skyriver Galaxy. We're first going to Arbra, the location of its creation, to see if we may find any clues on where it might have gone after escaping confinement. Tell me, what do you know of the Star-Word Queen? Jedi Temple. Vas Lucas stood at the center of the council chambers, the present members of the council staring at the young man, gauging him, feeling him through the Force. The council has deliberated and made their decision pertaining to your status of Knight Mace, informed the young man, eyes critical as he focused solely on the boy through the Force. A conundrum, ley lines of fate, the red veins of events called the Shatterpoint coiled around the young man. Numerable Shatterpoints existed around the young man, as Mace studied, events to occur, close by and far-reaching. Soon to occur and in the distant future. Through the Force, the boy simply wasn't visible other than there was an outline of blue and white. In fact, the majority of that outline, to Mace, was obscured by the innumerable amount of Shatterpoints. It occurred as a startling revelation that Mace had seen something similar in the past, only on one individual in fact. Skywalker. Mace shuddered at the prospect. The Force was in harmony around him, at peace like they hadn't seen a vessel of the Force the Council hasn't observed in countless years. Master Sifo-Dyas went into great detail about your achievements, your history, and what he saw in you. But there is something we wish to confirm through you. Plo Koon announced as Vas looked to him. Per Master Sifo-Dyas's own words, achieved a state of oneness you have through your own communion with the Force. Please explain. Mace finished for Plo Koon, the young Jedi they were speaking to nodding. During me tenure as Master Sifo-Dyas's apprentice, he instructed me to commune with the Force on my own, without outside influence. We built a chamber to push away the outside world where we would meditate. It was during these times where I was in direct communion with the Force. Through this communion I became one with the Force and the Force became one with me. Like so. Vas clasped his hands together for a moment, hanging his head for a short moment. The atmosphere within the room, before the council's eyes, became suffocating. Pure light and energy became to ripple and pool off of the young man, a cyclone of energy rotating around a calm core that was Vas. The council were forced to cover their eyes momentarily, shielding themselves as golden white light burnt their retina. Lowering their hands from their faces, a vast majority of the council was awed by what was projected before them. He was luminous, colored of pure white light, his eyes glowed of emerald light that left wisps of green wherever his head moved. I am one with the Force, and the Force is one with me. His voice vibrated around the room, seemingly coming from all directions. I am everywhere, I am all times, and all things. So it's true, I am forced to admit I was wrong. Ki-Adi-Mundi reflected as Vas gave a small smile, the wind ripping around the room violently as he lowered his head slightly. It ended as soon as it began, the open gateway to the Force closing as Vas returned to his previous state. Letting out a small breath, Vas gained a small smile before regarding the council members. Impressed I am, see one so young with such commitment and wisdom within the Force, incredibly rare it is. See no other judgment to give but to allow you the rank of Jedi Knight, recognized you shall be. Yoda gave his thoughts. I agree. A valuable addition to the Jedi you will be. Mace gave the young man a small smile, ruthlessly stamping down on the mistrust and negative thoughts he may have had. I concur. Ki-Adi-Mundi nodded his large head. One by one the rest of the council gave their agreement, each having seen the recording Sifo had made about the young man, and having a first-hand example of his connection with the Force, his wisdom and commitment to the Jedi. I thank you, Masters, for your consideration and belief in me. Vas bowed his head as he clasped his hands together. I shan't disappoint. Disappoint you shall not, much you have already done. Yoda replied to Vas's words. It was Sifo-Dyas's wish for the order to honor, we saw no reason to dispute your knighthood, you are more than worthy. Mace spoke in tandem with Yoda. Thank you. Masters. Vas gave a deep bow once more. You may depart at your leisure. You are required to submit yourself to the medical facilities and have yourself tested and registered into our records. I recommend you getting familiar with the temple and its inhabitants. We will contact you when we might require you within the next 42 hours or so. Ki-Adi-Mundi offered his 2 cents as Vas stared at the Jedi Master. I will do so at once, Master. Thank you again for your time and consideration. Vas offered one final bow before turning and departing from the council chambers. Once the chamber doors closed, the council relaxed, Master Yoda running his hands across his head. Master Yoda, are you okay? Adi Gallia asked as she paid close attention to the aged Jedi Master. The rest of the council looking to the green creature. Meditate I must, search I must, Yoda replied, preparing to hop down from his small seat. This council is adjourned, Mace Windu announced, several holos disappearing whilst he joined the small unassuming creature as it hopped down from its seat. Jedi Council Medical Bay. Greetings, I am Jedi Knight Vas Lucas. I have been instructed by the council to submit myself for evaluation. Vas introduced himself to the chief of healing, a blue-skinned Twi'lek who had a silver pendant wrapped around her head. Well met, Knight Vas Lucas. What may I help you with? Vokarache analyzed the individual before her, scanning him with the Force, curious as to why he approached her whilst being uninjured. I've been told I am to register myself into the Jedi databanks, and have the standard tests run by you, Vas informed the head of the Medicorp. Very well, have a seat. Vokara motioned towards a flat white bead nearby, medical droids going to and from the room. Okay, Vas moved to the seat, shrugging off his robes and exposing his chest. Vokara stared in curiosity at the teen's spine. A rather curious formation of muscle and bone ridges not found in human species ran up and down his spine, like plates of protection. A hybrid species then, interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a species with such a muscle structure, or bony ridges. Approaching the teen, followed closely by a droid she had summoned to her side. Just sit still, this 2-1B droid here will run tests on you whilst I ask general questions. Will this be okay? Vokara asked, earning a nod from her patient. As Vokara watched, an X-ray of Vas appeared on a screen beside them courtesy of the droid doing a scan. Birthplace? Vokara asked, missing the squinting of her charge's eyes as he made an answer. I don't know, my family spent a great deal of our time traveling from planet to planet. I do believe it was mentioned that I was born near or on Alpharides, Vas responded, Vokara inputting the data into the credentials she was creating. The Myralukan adoptive home world, Vokara mused as she sent her eyes to look at the X-ray again. Age? The Twi'lek asked, tilting her head slightly as she studied the muscle structure appearing in the scan. Definitely not human in origin. I am 18, I will be 19 in 3 months, Vas replied, Vokara turning to study him with a raised eyebrow but accepted the words nonetheless. Mature for his age, Vokara thought, but input the data. Are you subject to or have you ever been subject to any pathogens or otherwise harmful viruses? The Twi'lek asked as Vas shook his head. No, I have not, Vas responded, pleasing the Twi'lek as she input the data. Good, are you sexually active? Vokara asked, once more receiving a shake in the head from her patient. I am not, no, Vas replied as the droid finished its scans. The rest of the questions went by easily and without issue, allowing for the next portion of the assessment to begin. Very good, I will be doing a blood and midichlorian count test now. She accepted a small device from the droid, motioning for Vas to raising his arm out. Okay, Vas didn't wince as the small device pricked at the end of his finger, taking a small droplet of blood from his body. Moving over to a terminal next to the bed, inserting the device into a slot in its surface. As the results slowly appeared on screen, the small smile featured on her face vanished as she read the analysis. Displayed on the screen, his blood test displayed his possible heritage through the Y chromosome analyzed through his blood cells. Alongside those results came results through saliva and hair for a more specific series of results. What is up with these results? Only 45% of his genetic structure could be identified, Myralukan and diatham alongside human. The rest completely unknown to the system. Alongside his genetic material was the results of the scans and tests the droid had run on his body. His bone structure is 60% stronger than a human male, muscle strength 250% the capabilities of a standard human male, skin density, abnormal. Neurological pathways working at optimal velocity, reaction times, beyond satisfactory. If I didn't know better, I'd say he was the perfect specimen. I've never seen results like these. Her hands shook. A series of results continued to appear on the display. Odd genetic markers indicate he should be displaying several symptoms and signs indicative of his species, yet he isn't. Several more results were added to the young man's file, yet it wasn't until the Midi-Schlorian count results appeared on the screen that she squinted and stared at it. Reading it and rereading it again. The count is over 20,000. I can't get an accurate read. Vokara pinched her brow in agitation, her fingers dancing against her thigh. Turning back to Vas, the young man looked over her shoulder at the screen and whistled. Hey, interesting, Vas mouthed and leaned back on his elbows. That concludes our tests, Mr. Lucas. I should have your record officialized by the end of the evening. In the meantime, please return to the council. I'm sure they'll wish to speak to you, the Twi'lek informed Vas, shooing the young man out of the medical ward as he smiled and began to walk himself out. If there's anything you need, I won't be very far away. Vas gave the Jedi healing a wave over his shoulder before leaving the room. The council needs to be made aware of these results. Arbra, Bon Nyuwluq sector. The subjugation dropped roared into the system from a gate from Nathema, the first fleet coming through the Titanic gate alongside the absolutely massive vessel they escorted. Nox stood on the bridge of the vessel with his hands behind his back, face hardened into a glare. Valen stood at his side, looking at the planet with a sneer. Do you know the origins of the Skiriver galaxy and its surrounding universe? 1,000 voices bled from Nox's lips, his impassive glare ever present. I can't say that I do, love, Valen responded, curious as to where his question came from. Allow me to educate you on it then. His arms were held behind his back as he backed to pace from side to side. It all started with the Maker, a being of incomprehensible power. A mere wave of his hand could make and unmake all universes at his will. But he simply sits on his throne of stars and does nothing. And he has only ever done nothing, except for three things. Nox stopped as he held up 3 digits. 1. A single utterance from his lips created the central universe where he is rumored to reign. 2. Another mere whisper from his lips created the beings known as the Luminous Ones, or Eons to be precise. And in that same word he spoke, alongside the Eons, came the Force, time and all conceivable notions such as fate. It was also within this whisper that life was created on the material plane known as Eretz. Nox continued as the rest of the First Fleet exited the Titanic gate. And the third, Valen asked in genuine curiosity. His third and final gift was to bestow the Eons with the ability to feel complex emotions, love, compassion, justice and power. The ability to feel and think for themselves. He gave them yet a single task to learn of the universe they were to germinate and configure, and in doing so, were free to roam and frolic amongst the infinite. Eretz, the material plane where mortal life first came to be, was beautiful beyond all measure. Curious Eons descended to the plane, mimicking various forms of life within to explore. It was as beautiful as the Maker wished it to be. It had no equal. The younger races such as humans were the last whisper to come from the Maker's lips, to fill the plane of Eretz with life within the primary universe. Nox taught his lover as the subjugation began a straight course for the planet below. I sense there is a but here, Valen asked, now leaning against the wall as she gave her lover her undivided attention. It was at that time, when all was right in the primary universe, that a specific Eon changed. I have a suspicion it was at the Maker's will that this Eon did what it did. It sought domination, it wanted all. Its shadow spread across the plane of Eretz, converting demons and Eons to its side. And so, under the watch of the Maker and this dark Eons, war waged, across the plane of Eretz like a raging ocean, the armies of light and dark battle for control. In fact, that battle rages on as we speak. In the primary universe, dark and light fight for control, Nox informed Valen, the woman's fingers stroking her chin. This dark Eon's name, what is it, and who is it? Valen finally asked, finding no reason to doubt the man's words, for he had been proven wrong not before. He is the true father of shadows, not the moniker Typhogem awarded himself, but the true father of shadows, dubbed the by the Eons themselves, for he is the source of the dark side of the Force, its father, and whom it ultimately answers. His name is Nakash. Nox finished explaining the origins of the first and the only eternal war, one that saw no end as of yet. What does this thing have to do with this place? Valen asked, pointedly ignoring the crawling shiver that chilled the room and plunged the world around her into darkness. It is merely the origins of what ultimately lead to what is around us. No, what we hunt didn't come into existence until the end of the Twilight Wars, the last of the cosmic wars for the universe, which occurred away from and concurrent with the First Eternal War. Under the Father of Shadows' influence, evil and darkness spread. The Aeons moved to the surrounding universes intent on seeding them with life. But at that time, the Father of Shadows' influence bled into all surrounding realities. It affected those that simply wished to be, bringing out their deepest darkest thoughts. Making whole species his puppets to contort on a whim. And at the end of the cosmic wars, some wished to return to the state of being uncorrupted. And so they performed tests, experiments to tear the dark taint of the dark from their forms and return them to the light's blessing. The first fleet came to a stop over the planet's atmosphere, taking up firing formation at the planet. A holo appeared on screen to display several subterranean technological constructs hidden by valleys and mountains. That's what happened here, Valen asked as she watched the signature green hue came over the fleet warship vessels, the energy converging on the central ship within the formations. Yes, a race giving into their temptations during the cosmic wars, come to regret their decisions when they were abandoned by the Aeons when they left the universe. They wished to follow the Aeons into the great unknown, but they couldn't follow, not with the dark taint on them, so they set up experiments to tear it from their bodies, both physically and spiritually. That is why we're here. One of them is located here, and it knows the location of the one I seek. With a nod of affirmation from his head, the gathered First Fleet fired in unison upon the luscious landscape of the planet ahead. Hundreds of focused green beams cleared the distance between the fleet and Arbra in an instant. The beams annihilated everything they touched in an instant. Oceans boiled, becoming mist. Forest became ash whilst stone and bedrock was hurled into the atmosphere. Cease fire, mobilize all Skytrooper units. Scorpio, meet me in Valen planet side. I want all data stored on this planet logged and ready for me to go over personally, Nox instructed Scorpio as she nodded at the other end of the bridge. It will be done, Scorpio answered as the subjugation entered the atmosphere, its massive bulk casting the dark clouds black under its gargantuan size. What is our task, dear? Valen asked as several small noises in the background indicating the launch of several thousand Skytrooper units that simply leapt from the vessel and other warships, descending to the world below like a swarm of insects. That prisoner I spoke of, we're going to speak to him. Nox whirled around and marched from the bridge with Valen in tow. With the atmosphere now being incredibly toxic due to the radiation emitted from the orbital bombardment, the shuttle Nox and Valen in was sealed shut, both wearing rebreathers that let out a small hiss whenever they breathed. Suits they wore stopped the harmful radiation from getting to them, offering them safety as they flew towards the now exposed underground cities. Automated defense systems came on, ancient droids flying from the cities in black and silver swarms whilst streaks of red lasers launched from turrets. Neutralize all threats. Nox's single command unleashed hell, massive heavy Skytrooper units unleashing rockets from shoulder pods whilst orbital fire from the above fleets took out turret encampments. To meet the ascending swarm of ancient droids, the several thousand Skytrooper units tune the formation of a wall between the swarm and Nox's shuttle, brandishing their weapons and unleashing an endless volley of fire upon their targets. Command to bridge, take them out, Nox ordered. Affirmative, Scorpio's voice responded over comms. Immediately after, the looming shadow of the subjugation pierced the clouds. A single one of the innumerable underside turrets on the bottom of the vessel swiveling and taking aim at the assembled defenses of the long-gone natives. You're going to want to hold on. Nox reached up for a railing, Valen doing the same as the turret fired a single round. Like bats out of hell, the thousands of Skytroopers fled and ascended the atmosphere as fast as they could, clearing cloud cover immediately and entering the upper atmosphere. What is? Blinding white light tore through the canopy of the shuttle, as the single round exploded 2,000 meters above the ground. A popping tore through Valen's ears as white light tore through her eyes. The ship rattled as it barely cleared a mushroom cloud that parted the clouds. A static boom sounded a second later, the electronics of the ship shutting down for a moment before rebooting moments before crashing into a hillside. Nothing a little thermonuclear missile can't handle. Clear up any stragglers. We're heading in. Nox smirked as the ship flew into what appeared to be a massive cavern, exposed to the world after the mountain that hit it was atomized. With the bay doors to the shuttle opening on the sides, the harmful atmosphere entered the interior of the vessel, being mitigated by their suits that protected them for the time being. "Let's go," Nox ordered as he gripped his lightsaber, his exposed lightsaber crystal casting the dusted clouds in red as he dropped from the side of his shuttle. Yay! Vaylin chuckled as she leapt after him, the yellow blade to her saber springing to life as she front flipped with a mad giggle. Nox landed in a crouch, black lightsaber springing to life with its purple shroud in a terrorizing scream. Landing beside him, Vaylin adjusted her rebreather with a glare, scanning the surroundings for any lingering defenses. "Our target is located deeper within the city. I can smell him." Nox straightened up and made a crushing gesture with his left hand, annihilating a massive four-legged spider-like droid that became visible after decloaking, being immediately crushed inwards on itself like a crushed tin can. "Oh, I can't wait to meet them." Vaylin swayed as she followed after Nox, now keeping an eye out for any strange displacements of air since it was apparent that the droids within the city could potentially cloak themselves. The city was relatively easy to traverse, but it was curiosity for Vaylin, as she stared at the abandoned city that looked to be in pristine condition. "How is it possible for this city to be powered after thousands of years?" Vaylin asked, massive factories seemingly still producing whatever it was they made in the distance despite the damage they had sustained in the forced breach of the cities. "Thermal vents, I suspect, using volcanic energy to produce electricity from under the city. And if it's maintained by the droids, which I suspect it is, then the naturally produced electricity should be easily sustained, as long as the natural source continues to exist, of course. And if those geothermal power rods I see over there work as is suspect, then it should easily be a planet-wide network of sustained electricity." Nox paused slightly in his step, eyes flashing from left to right in mere moments before his blade flashed out to the right, pointing downward at the snout of a small rabbit-like creature. "What is that?" Vaylin thought out loud as its nose twitched, sniffing at the end of the saber pointed at it. "The remaining residents, guardians of their prisoner. If the power is suspect, peeling from it is an indicator," Nox replied as it stepped back onto its hind legs, telepathic waves peeling from it as it began to focus on them. "Why do you breach our sanctuary, our home?" Its slow, simple voice spoke into their minds. "I wish to speak to your prisoner. I search for your makers, the ones that used to reside here. I have a suspicion that your prisoner knows something." Nox spoke honestly as he withdrew his lightsaber and knelt in front of the hujib. "I apologize for using such drastic measures to enter the city, but I am short of time and need answers as quickly as I can get them." Nox put his hand on his right knee and nodded to the small creature. "Yet you've poisoned our skies. We will all die in short order now." The hujib sounded sad in his mind, yet Nox shook his head. "I have already deployed atmospheric scrubbers to neutralize all harmful toxins and radiation worldwide. You will not have to worry about the continuation of your species. And if it brings closure, I will install scrubbers into the cities and landscape for the possibility of any prolonged dangers," Nox assured the creature, motioning towards the warships handing over the skies that were deploying strange-looking droid ships that carried even stranger equipment. The hujib's ears twitched slightly, as Nox could feel telepathic waves from across the planet surge and communicate with this single hujib. "We are a peaceful species, we were not built to fight but to subdue our prisoner when needed. If answers you seek, we will not impede you. We wish to know what came of our creators. If you would supply us this answer when you find it, we will allow you to question the Darker One." The collective desire of the hujib species was masked in their request, a desire for freedom of their duty, to be forced to guard the prisoner since the dawn of their species. It was a simple thing, to want to know what came of their makers. "If I find the answers I seek, you'll be the first to know. Now, how about we go question the Darker?" Nox stood to full height, lowering his hand for the hujib. Seeing Nox's intention, the hujib leapt and caught Nox's hand. Raising his hand, he allowed the hujib to rest on his shoulder. The droids don't seem to be as keen on letting us pass. Nox spoke to the hujib as another massive crab-looking droid stepped in their path. Their sole directive is to maintain the defenses of this city and make sure our prisoner is detained. They believe you a threat, the hujib replied as Nox stroked his chin. Vaylin, please take care of them whilst I talk to our companion, Nox requested, the woman smirking as she stepped forward with her lightsaber. With pleasure, Vaylin purred as the crab-like droid twisted to her and raised its front right leg. Without warning, a red beam launched from the end of the appendage right towards Vaylin. Quickly raising her hand, the beam struck her open palm with a crackling boom. Liquid streams of energy spat from her palm as a small vortex of energy as she sucked in the energy with 2-. Raising its opposite leg, now standing on 6, another beam of energy erupted and speared at Vaylin with a sinister buzz. Dropping her lightsaber, Vaylin caught the second beam in her left hand. Her cloak billowed around her, her rebreather sounding out loud as her hair whipped around the hem of her hood. "Tch. So annoying," Vaylin hissed as energy surged from her. A wave of telekinetic energy ripped at the droid's body, stopping it immediately. With a thought, the droid crumbled in on itself just like Nox had done earlier, being suspended into their air like a massive ball of shrapnel before it simply dropped to the ground with a loud thunk. "How many did you say there were again?" Vaylin turned to the hujib with pursed lips. "There is a rough estimate of 2,000 currently patrolling the city, the rest are littered throughout the planet," the hujib replied, Vaylin giving an unsatisfied snarl. "Where to?" Vaylin asked, looking in the direction that Nox nodded towards. Marching forward, Vaylin called her saber back to her hand and once more reignited it in her palm, a glare on her face as she flexed the fingers of her left hand. "So, tell me about your species." All around the planet, legions of skytrooper units swarmed the cities, being instructed not to harm the hujib that inhabited the cities. The skytroopers however made quick work of the large crab-like constructs, swarming over enemy forces before pulling them apart with ruthless efficiency. Within the main data repository, Scorpio appeared from a metallic shroud of microscopic droids. Slamming down with a solid thud, the metallic droids that made up her chassis rerouted and created thin wires, thousands of tentacle-like wires that flew from her chassis and embedded themselves into the data stores before her. "Beginning mass download," Scorpio announced as she began to levitate, eyes glowing a vibrant green. Connecting herself to the mainframe of the IOCath data repositories, she created a new file which would hold the collective data they would take from this excursion to Arbra. Terabytes of data flowed into Scorpio in an instant, sorted and analyzed within that same moment only to be sent to the subjugation, and then from the subjugation the data was sent straight to IOCath where it would be stored. Expected data retrieval time, 10 minutes. Scorpio spoke over all localized Eternal Fleet channels. "Very good, Scorpio," Nox answered comms as they drove through the surface in an elevator, the local hujib still settled on his shoulder. "The Darker must not be taken lightly, he is the collected darkness of the Arbra, he will not be reasoned with easily," the hujib informed Nox as Vaylin listened to their conversation. "Do not worry, my small friend. I'll be able to get the knowledge I seek," Nox assured the small creature as it squinted slightly. "I'll place my faith in you." The doors opened upon their arrival on the prison level, a large room hundreds of meters in size, beams of energy projected at the center of the room to create a dome of energy that had existed for thousands of years. "Aschhajidatu Dole," a low voice sounded from within the barrier, pylons of lightning discharging another pulse of energy into the barrier once more. "I'm afraid I do not speak that language," creature Nox announced as he waltzed up to the barrier. "You speak an old language, one not heard by these ears in eons." The shape shifted and slithered as it rose to full height. It wore a crimson-red cloak, but Nox could see it had 4 arms of green color. Long skeletal fingers clawed at the ground at its bottom. The only other feature not hidden by the crimson cloak was its head. It was humanoid in structure, but held long whiskers of flesh that sat beside its lips and at the base of its chin. Glowing yellow eyes that stared at Nox. "You are the Darker," Nox spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "I am at a disadvantage, for you know of I, yet I know not of you," nor what you seek," the creature's whispered voice spoke out as it shied away from the barrier. "You may simply call me Nox, and I simply seek the knowledge of where your creators went." Nox motioned with his hand at the city above them. "Now tell me, where did they go once they departed this planet?" Nox walked around the darker, the manifestation of the Arbra's hatred, malice, and depravity glaring hard at Nox through the force field barrier. "An interesting question, yet I'll tell you nothing unless you free me from my shackles," the darker's twisted voice warbled out of its mouth, the creature watching as Nox stopped and tensed. "You misunderstand." Nox turned back to face the monster, eyes now black with glowing iridescent purple irises up in a background of stars. His face twisted into a vicious snarl, he hand raised at the darker. "This isn't a negotiation, nor was I asking." In a formation around the darker, black holes as black as the void came into existence around the being, wormholes that attempted to suck in everything at the center of the ring and jettison what remained throughout the galaxy, its head snapping from side to side in all directions. "I haven't had a viable reason to test this newfound ability as of yet, but you offer a unique chance. Now tell me the answers I seek, or be scattered to the stars." Nox inverted his right hand, making a clawing gesture with his hands before dragging his hand towards his body. Excruciating pain erupted across the entire body of the darker, his dark robes being torn from his body and sucked into the holes in reality. The inside of the ring of holes became soundless, sucked into the halo of the void whilst the darker screamed, his green skin splintering and slowly tearing from his body in all directions into the ring of holes. The pain stopped for a short moment as Nox's fingers unfurled, the gravity wells surrounding the darker stopping their absorption of their surroundings for the moment. "Are you ready to comply?" Nox asked as the darker shifted and curled in on itself, its hands rushing over its body, feeling the damage done to itself. "This will be so much easier for you if you just give me what I want." "I don't." The darker was silenced as he was suddenly suspended from the ground, gasping as his neck was constricted before he was slammed into the barrier right in front of Nox. "Wrong answer." "I've finished asking." Nox pressed his hand to the surface of the force field, several ripples surfacing and spreading across the barrier whilst the darker remained pressed against its other side. The intrusion was as quick as it was brutal, screams erupting from the darker immediately after, veins within his skin pulsing violently, blood vessels busting within his head. It felt like fingers were forced into his head, moving around and sifting violently. It was painful, it was excruciating, and it felt like eternity. Images, voices, and flashes erupted within Nox's mind's eye, audible in his ears as he delved into the mind of the darker. Hundreds, thousands of years' worth of memories passed a fraction of a second, stored deep within the Sith entity's mind for him to review after he completed his current task. As minutes passed, blood began to pool under the eyes of the darker, his eyes becoming bloodshot before beginning to roll into the back of his head. When all was said and done, Nox released the darker from his force grip, the entity sliding down the force field before it took on the fetal position. "This would have been a lot simpler had you have just given me what I want." Nox spoke down to the suffering creature, turning away from the force field and walking in a slow gait from the dimly lit room. Stepping past Valen, the High Justice gave a glare at the darker before she reactivated the secondary defense measures, soon following after her lover. "Did you get what you were after, dear?" Valen asked as she fell in tow with Nox. "I did." Nox turned to the small unassuming creature on his shoulder. "It appears your creators were making their way towards what I can only assume to be the Cathol Rift. If you would allow me, I would keep a battalion of Skytrooper units to keep you informed of our progress, and assist you in any endeavors you may have in the meantime." The small creature closed its eyes, Nox feeling a pulse of telepathic energy that washed over every Hujibon world. "We have reached an accord, you have kept your word, despite your aggressive arrival. You may be allowed to keep a warship and system to help us in our endeavors. We look forward to this partnership." The Hujib spoke for its species as Nox gave a small nod. "I look forward to working with you. I shall keep the majority of atmospheric scrubbers here and active for the time being. When their job is done, the vast majority shall be returned to my fleet, but some will be permanently installed," Nox replied as they entered the elevator, the sobbing form of the darker all but forgotten as they ascended to the surface. Download complete, transfer, complete, Scorpio announced as the thousands of thin cables connected to her back dislodged from the data stores and reformed into her chassis. Returning all forces to the subjugation, Scorpio announced before her form became a disembodied shape of metal that defied gravity and swarmed through the facility back to the massive vessel above. An unmanned shuttle touched down in front of them as they exited the prison facility, hundreds of crab droids being turned to shrapnel and scrap thanks to Valen. The bay doors opened to admit them entry. But Nox had something to do first as he reached up to his shoulder, allowing the hujib onto his hand before placing it on the ground. I thank you once again for your permission to engage the prisoner. I will ensure I do all I can to honor our agreement, and find your creators. Nox spoke to the hujib that gave a small but thankful nod. With that, we depart. We should return in time, but my remaining forces, Ship 1039 shall help you with whatever you wish. Nox stood back up and made his way to the shuttle. Until next time, my little friend. We look forward to our next meeting, the hujib answered as Valen jumped up into the ship. Very well, Nox gave a nod as the ship began to ascend into the skies. Open a COMM to the bridge of the subjugation, Nox ordered as the shuttle bay doors closed. Appearing via Holo, Scorpio responded to the call by kneeling. We are en route. Leave Warship 1309 to assist the hujib in their endeavors. We know the location of our target. Set a course for. Nox closed his eyes and felt out through the force. There should be a series of strong oscillating gravitational fields near the planet of Cathol. Find it, that is the location of our target, Nox instructed as he felt the signature through the force, recognizing from the memories he had torn from the Darker's mind. Warships planted in the Cathol system detect a strong repulsive force of gravity. I believe that is what we're looking for, Scorpio announced as she connected to the mainframe of Gemini units scattered and hidden throughout that galaxy. That's our best bet. Prepare for a gate to the system, Nox spoke as the shuttle he was on entered the supplied hangar for the ship, the subjugation ascending through the atmosphere with the rest of the ship. When we arrive in the Cathol system, I want all electronic systems on the planet to be shut down immediately and kept that way. I don't want them to know of our presence. His order was made, to which Scorpio accepted. It will be done, Scorpio announced. Good, I want all ships in the First Fleet engaged and ready for a large-scale battle. All knights are to be prepared for breaches in the ships and ready to neutralize all opposition. Our enemy is called the Star Weird. They excel in telekinesis and use fear to dominate their enemies. The reinforcement of mental faculties is a must. Those well-versed in battle meditation are to enforce our knights. The use of telekinesis and force grip are recommended for immobilizing our targets. The use of lightning is recommended for their eradication. All knights are to be assisted by no less than 3 Skytrooper units at any given time should they run into enemy forces. Nox's words were transmitted to every knight within the First Fleet, each and every individual taking his instructions to heart and committing their orders to memory. Our target is the Star Weird Queen. I expect to face every single one of their number as soon as we engage her. Whilst I battle the Queen, our fleet, our knights and droids units will engage the rest of their kind that is sure to come to her aid. His orders were absolute as he exited the shuttle and began to march towards the bridge. They are strong and powerful in the dark side. They will do all they can to devour our forces. We will be stronger, ruthless, we will crush them. Should our opposition prove too dangerous, I want the quasar cannon primed and ready to fire with a single moment's notice. I will not risk the safety of our people for this mission. No matter what, they'll be eradicated, by my hand, or the quasar cannon, Nox ordered as the gate for the fleet to jump through was activated outside of the atmosphere, the first of the warships going through and releasing an EMP across the entirety of the planet Cathol, ensuring the secrecy of their mission. Entering the bridge, Nox looked through the viewport of the bridge and into the reflective surface of the gate. Visible through the gate, their target was a small speck in the distance of the Cathol system. Enlarge, Nox ordered as the display enlarged the small speck. A swirling black hole-like disk glowed neon blue, a black shroud covering its surface with spots of bright blue breaking out occasionally. What is that? Valen hissed as the tip of the subjugation touched the gate, beginning the process of entering the Cathol system. That is the Demon's Gate. It is a trans-dimensional wormhole that was closed at the end of the cosmic wars by the Celestials themselves. It is the residence of the Star-Word Queen who is most likely attempting to reopen it. We must not allow her to do so. For the moment anyway. Nox stared at the glowing blue discus on screen with a snarl, the subjugation now fully exiting the gate, now being in the Cathol system. Vaylin, you will remain on this ship and guide our forces against the enemy that are no doubt going to swarm our fleet. I will engage the Queen myself, Nox ordered as he checked over his Sith cultist armor, the mask and rebreather activating for the moment. But Vaylin began as Nox put a hand onto her shoulder. Our people need you to guide them. You're the only one I can trust to work alongside Scorpio and get our people through the coming battle. I trust you. I can think of no one better to protect my back whilst I battle their leader, Nox assured the woman who looked unsure, even fearful at the confrontation to come without her at his side. I will get our people through this, Vaylin assured Nox, the Emperor giving her a nod. Then our will be as short as it will be brutal. I will see you when I return. Nox pulled his mask off and gave the woman a gentle kiss. Be strong, Nox whispered before disengaging the woman, placing his helmet back on and marching from the bridge. I will, Vaylin replied as the door closed behind her lover, leaving her in command of the entirety of the First Fleet alongside Scorpio. As the entirety of the First Fleet came through the gate, innumerable warships forming up behind the subjugation that slowly closed the gap between itself and the Demon's Gate. The bottom chassis of the subjugation began to shift and rattle, massive sections of the underside of the vessel shifting as a cannon barrel lowered from the bowels of the ship. Think of the barrel of the Rorsch Mk1 from Battlefield 4, to reveal the quasar cannon. Pylons danced with lightning that leapt through the barrel of the cannon, up and down the interior magnetic rails that would be used to propel the projectile that was used by the cannon. At that same moment, the eternal ports for the deployment of the Io-Cath God droids opened to allow the droids to clamber out of their hangar and onto the external surface of the subjugation, Isaac's already looking towards their enemy target. Today we bring war, Tyth's warbled voice carried as it stumped onto the armored plating of the ship. As our Emperor commands it, Isaac's slithering voice shifted as it clambered to the tip of the subjugation, rocket pods opening on its back as the Omni cannon in its chest began to power up. As the subjugation prepared for battle, Nox leapt from the hangar into the vacuum of space, protected only by his suit as he used the force to propel himself forward at blistering speeds. Speeding towards the Demon's Gate, Nox smirked within his suit as the First Fleet quickly became smaller and smaller at his back. This is going to be fun, Nox mumbled to himself as he felt the gravity of the Demon's Gate attempt to push him away. Yet he used the force to create a bubble around himself, shielding him from the affects as he forced himself to enter the gravity well. The panels of his armor shifted and rattled as the light of the gate shone brightly in his lenses, the shroud that covered it now behind him. He spotted his target at the center of the gate, ignoring his presence as it held its long skinny arms together in a meditative stance. Long white hair flowed freely from the feminine form's head. She didn't appear like most Star Weirds. Yes, she had long slender arms and a slim form, but she wasn't as skinny as the rest of her gaunt species. Rather filled for a woman, in fact. Her robes were tattered rags that clung loosely to her exposed form. Socket-like eyes twinkled with a single light in them as her head turned to face him. Her face was skinny, but complete. Her cheekbones were sharp but no less supple. She appeared to be an attractive, middle-aged woman with long white hair 3 times as long as her body. She's been drawing on the Force to sustain and fuel herself. She must be a powerful Star Weird to be able to draw in enough energy to not appear malnourished. Greetings, I am a Brunic Calig. Emperor of the Eternal Empire, I am calling for your servitude. Nox's voice carried and was heard by the Queen. Gods do not bow to the lesser races. I may have allied with the Sith in the past, but I will not serve, the Queen responded telepathically, nor will you be able to make me kneel, fop. Then we fight, only one can rule whilst the other serves. Nox glared at the Queen, who snarled at his declaration. You will die in your arrogance and become sustenance. I will feed on you and use your power to reopen the gate, the Queen announced with a dark whisper. I look forward to your service, Darth Nox held his arms out to the side as crimson lightning sparked from his fingers and surged outward from his body in a colossal wake of energy. "You will not cow me, you foolish mortal," the queen bellowed as dark waves erupted from her body in all directions, a dark sword appearing in her grasp and tendrils of darkness snakes around her. "You will make a good pet, dear," Nox mocked as the queen howled and charged towards Nox. Nox smirked in turn and met her charge head-on, a vortex of lightning circling around him as he ignited his lightsaber, its scream echoing through the gate as he speared like a comet towards the entity. "Our battle has begun, prepare for unwanted interference, deal with any arrivals," Noxus communicated to Valen, who ordered the fleet to prepare. "Prepare for battle." The first fleet fired in all directions, swarms of humanoid creatures flying around and through the vessels as if the walls didn't exist. Firing from specific warships, beams of green energy fired, taking out stores of starwards as the beams turned them to ash. Amongst the starward population swarming around the ships like a never-ending cloud of locusts, Skytrooper units battled, attempting to wage war with the dark side entities. The subjugation. Exarch Castle bellowed as the force shook around him, his helmet long since discarded as his yellow-rimmed eyes blazed with power. "Behind me, knights," he roared as his saber pike sprung to life, hoisting it above his head before he brought it down on an immobilized starward's neck, watching with satisfaction as the lightning-infused pike separate the head from its body. Beside the hallway he and his squad stood, windows displayed the battle outside, a Skytrooper flashing by as it tacked a starward into the side of the ship's shielding before detonating itself. "Die!" another knight yelled out as she let out a surge of dark lightning at another starward that appeared in the hallway. The starward screamed as it shook, as the female knight made a clutching motion with both hands and spread them, the starward separating in half at that same moment. Immediately after, 6 more starward appeared in the hallway, each one bellowing in rage as they flew at the knights. "Step aside, knights," the group heard a soft voice from the other side of the hallway, a blonde woman standing with her hands swaying at her side. Raising her hands, the knights felt the warning through the force, leaping to the ground as red lightning tore through the corridor with a thunderous blast. Castle looked up in awe as he spotted the black star-flecked eyes of the Ond woman who held a neutral gaze. Red lightning, black eyes, the Emperor, Castle thought as the starwards turned to dust before their very eyes. C4R0L lowered her hands with a small grunt, once more beginning to march through the corridor after placing her hands at the base of her back. "Good job, maintain your defense," C4R0L spoke before entering another doorway as she stalked the halls of the vessel. The bridge exploded with emerald light, blue lightning spreading in all directions as Valen held her arms at her side with a large smile. The lightning leapt from her hands like surging snakes of coiling energy, hissing out into the atmosphere of the bridge. The crew members of the bridge remained still at their stations, remaining still and trusting in their high justice as she cleared the bridge of starwards that had long since burned away. The localized storm of lightning died down, the only inhabitants and electronics being harmed being the invasive starwards. Marching up to Valen's side as she lowered her sparking hands to her side, Scorpio scanned through the fleet. The starwards are foregoing attacking the fleet vessels and droids and are hyper-focusing their attention on the knights. "Your instructions?" Scorpio asked as Valen squinted. "Their baser nature is to attack anything strong in the force, keep firing on the starwards, they won't even notice the ships until our knights are all dead. However, start up the Skytrooper factories, I want 6 Skytrooper units in every corridor of every ship, if the knights are their focus, then we'll use that focus to our advantage." Valen spoke as she once more turned her focus to the tiny gaps in the swarm of starwards, focusing on the violent flashes originating from the Demon's Gate. The two grappled in a cosmic storm of crimson lightning, Nox holding the starward queen flush against him as lightning struck them both. She pried at his face with her long hands, tearing out strands of hair and carving gashes in his skin with a mad cry as lightning danced from his body and struck her form viciously. Gripping the sides of his head, the queen opened her maw, liquid jets of flame spewing from her maw like a thunderous wave of plasma. It washed over Nox, yet he refused to let go, even as the flame melted the skin and hair from his face, leaving nothing but sizzling muscle and empty sockets as his eyes turned to ash. Stopping the gout of flame, the queen slammed her hands onto the dark being's shoulders and forcefully pried herself out of his grasp. Allowing her to go, Nox flew away from the star-word queen, maneuvering the force storm he had created to focus, striking at the queen's position as he rapidly healed. His eyes quickly regrew in his skull, affording his natural sight of his enemy. "You are a tenacious one," the queen cooed as her force-induced speed allowed her to dodge 3 blasts of lightning from around her. "Yes, and you are an annoying one," Nox replied as his hair regrew in that same instant. He looked to where his lightsaber was floating in the vacuum, a small tug playing at his lips. The blue hue of the Demon's Gate clashed violently against his storm of red. He could feel the battle raging throughout his fleet. Many knights had perished, and so he had taken control of his puppets amongst the fleet and personally saw to the destruction of the Star-Word army. Now time to focus back on this battle now that Valen's taking a firmer control, Nox mused as he disconnected from his puppets, focusing the entirety of his being into his main body. She has great potential. Impenetrable skin that is lightsaber resistant, a great connection to the dark side and thousands of years of experience and growth. She's going to be an annoying opponent. Nox scowled as he recalled the force into his being, every cell in his body teeming with energy as a dark glow of purple exploded from his form. "You're a powerful mortal, the most powerful I've ever encountered, in fact. Your essence will be a great boon for my endeavors," the queen's voice sounded in Nox's head as he glared. "Funny, that you think you can defeat me. Weren't you beaten by a single Jedi Master?" Nox provoked the timeless being, whose apparently didn't have very good control of its anger. She bellowed out in rage and flew forward, flying right into an Otoginya that Nox created that froze her in place. Force barrier. Nox cast barrier over his body, his exceptional control contorting it until it was a thin layer over his armor. "Dwamit Sykes!" Nox's voice came out a dark bite as he summoned his attack. Coming together in front of him, the infernal smoke demon he summoned bellowed as an inky dark shadow into the void of the Demon's Gate. "Keep her occupied," Nox instructed his summon as it zeroed in on its target, making use of her immobilized state to pierce her mind. Nox smirked as its form shifted to her greatest fear, shrinking down into the form of a humanoid wearing a brown robe and white under armor. "Well, isn't this amusing? She fears the man who defeated her," Nox cackled as the humanoid speared forward with a false lightsaber. Dispelling the Darnet with a wave of his hand, the Star-Word Queen bellowed in terror and hate as she created a false sword and met the long-dead Jedi head-on, their blades clashing violently. Sutta Quidiskak, the bolt of hatred he created through Sith magic coalesced together in his hands, flying towards his opponent a moment later at the spread of light. It struck her head-on in her distraction. She roared in fury as she turned to face Nox, who was far off. Only to be struck in the side of the head by the smoke demon still looking like her previous enemy. Now having to focus between both enemies, she looked from left to right as the smoke demon flew forward and swiped at her abdomen with his saber. Wave of darkness. Nox opened his mouth and spewed out metaphysical waves of pure darkness, the dark spray ejecting from his mouth and exploding outwards like the rolling waves of a beach. The waves rolled over each other, swallowing everything in their path in every direction he spewed the darkness in. After only 40 seconds, the interior of the entirety of the Demon's Gate rolled with palpable darkness. Terrorizing waves of hatred and fear that made the already terrified Star-Word Queen become frenzied. "Now that the battlefield has been turned to my advantage," Nox clasped his hands together as the Star-Word Queen battled invisible enemies her mind conjured up. "Now! Project Illusion!" Nox bellowed in his mind, 4 dark shadows leaping from his form to create exact copies of himself. These illusions were hard to deal with, and the more one believed them, the deadlier they were. In fact, if one believed they were real, the illusions would be able to directly kill their targets. "You may be the complete collective darkness of the Arbrans, but you are nothing to the complete history of the Sith." Nox flexed his arms to the side, the illusions beside him each smirking before erupting into action beside the smoke demon. "No! I will not perish!" the queen screamed as she dodged the smoke demon, her conjured blade flying up and separating the demon at the waist. It reformed a moment later at Nox's will. The queen swinging right to deflect an illusion of Nox before flying upwards to dodge a dark blast from a second. Out of the waves of darkness surrounding her battle came a colossal Sith Leviathan that screamed and flew at her, the ancient entity raising its hand to the beast and unleashing a barrage of dark lightning that speared at the creature, dispelling it to darkness immediately. "I will not die again," the woman bellowed as she created a second dark blade in her left hand, halting the blades of two Nox illusions that attempted to strike at both sides of her. With a snarl, she kicked out at a third that tried to spear her stomach, kicking it in the face before she spun in a corkscrew and slashed at their chests. The cavities in their chests spewed of black ink before closing a moment later, but that also gave her time to call waves of energy to ripple across the surface of her skin before she spread her body wide, a force repulse escaping her body that washed over everything around her, sending the illusions flying away into the Demon's Gate interior dome. Nox watched as she shuddered and breathed heavily, watching with foresight as several tendrils of energy came towards her from the battle in the distance to refuel her. "I see now, she's intrinsically connected to them all, allowing for her to absorb them into herself in her time of need. At this rate, we'll go through the entire race of Starward before she perishes," unless Nox smirked as a plan came to his head, connecting to Valen via telepathy. "This is Nox to command, focus all fire into the Demon's Gate on my coordinates. She's using the Starward species to sustain herself. If she's faced with overwhelming odds, they'll throw themselves in front of it," Nox ordered with a smile, chuckling to himself before flying directly at the Starward Queen. He collided with her stomach, sticking to her like glue as he began to pull the energy that filled her entire being within himself. At that same moment, he dispelled the waves of darkness, along with all the illusions he had summoned. Absorb. He could feel the energy he stole from her being replenished as she grit her teeth and called the power from her lower siblings. "You're not just the collective darkness of our brown species. You're also the linchpin of your species, the center of the hive mind. You can control their collective power, but at the end of the day, their sole directive is to protect you." Nox grappled to her back as he wound his arms under her one and interlaced his fingers at the back of her neck. Lightning sprung from his fingers as he continued to absorb the energy flowing into her at a steady rate. The lightning coursed through her body as she let out a pained shriek as her limbs locked up. "Fire!" Nox commanded as he spotted the green hue overtaking the first fleet in the distance. Isaac stood on the bow of the subjugating Omni cannon once more charged as it stood on its hind legs, completely ignoring the Starwards flying around and throughout. "Once the swarm moves to defend their master, the spread damage of my Omni cannon should pulverize a great many of their number," Isaac's reasoned to Scorpio as he overloaded the Omni cannon that began to rupture with green-colored energy. "Affirmative, Isaacs, you have permission to fire when they diverge," Scorpio announced to the droid that unlocked the missile pods on its back plating once again. "Confirmed," Isaacs answered as the first fleet behind it became alight with a green hue. "All units and vessels, fire on the Demon's Gate," Scorpio's voice heard across all frequencies as she made the order. The answer was immediate as all batteries fired at once, an instant sea of lasers heading towards Nox's exact coordinates. "This is going to be fun," Nox mused as he once more created a force barrier over his suit before creating a body-wide 2- over the shield itself. The Starward Queen's gaze became rabid as the first wave of battery fire pierced the shroud that concealed the Demon's Gate. Green lasers impacting the duo with pinpoint precision. Her shrieks echoed all around as Nox grit his teeth, several network fleet warship lasers penetrating the shroud at once to strike them. It was agonizing for the Queen as she bellowed, the barrage of the first fleet continuing as fire erupted all over her body. The two of them being obscured by the obscene amount of laser fire impacting the two. In her desperation, she did exactly what Nox expected her to. She called for her subjects to aid her. It was immediate. The Starward horde shifted and surged towards the Demon's Gate, a swarm of bodies that came to the aid of their majesty. Just as he suspected, Isaacs, fire on the horde, Valen ordered, watching the droid on the bow of the vessel open up all panels of its body as the Starwards all converged on the Demon's Gate. Omni cannon at full power. Converting to repeated firing sequences. Firing, the dark voice of Zildrog announced over the comms system as it curled the Omni cannon of Isaacs and the one housed within the subjugation. Twin beams of energy erupted from both his axe and the bow of the subjugation. The beams struck the center of the starward horde, causing havoc as the beams jetted from one starward to another, spreading from tens to hundreds in an instant. Omni-cannon power at 90%, continuing fire. Zildrog announced as a second series of beams escaped the subjugation and his axe. A second series of explosions tore into the horde of starward who were now confused whether to defend their queen or themselves. 80%. Zildrog announced as a third and fourth came in quick succession. Thinking the herd even more as the green lasers arched in all directions as they spread through the horde. A dark-side being's desire to survive trumps all. Nox smirked as he watched the horde of starward be shredded by the combined firepower of the First Fleet. You've been had, my queen. Your forces are in disarray. They'll surely disperse for their own survival short enough. Why don't you surrender now and prevent the humiliation of defeat? Nox whispered into the starward queen's ear as her eyes became alight with yellow light. No. No. No! Her shriek shook the stars as she disentangled herself from Nox as reached out to the starward horde, making a dragging motion with her hands. All at once, the starward horde present died, becoming ashen mist that was sucked into their progenitor. Floating back in the force, Nox watched with a calculated frown as her presence in the force exploded to new heights. Time to finish this then. Nox opened his connection to the force fully, the power he hid within his very soul surging to the surface violently. Settle. Nox's eyes blackened instantly, an iris of purple glowing light appearing in his star-flecked eyes. My power is absolute. And it is my power, Nox thought as he grappled for control of his indomitable power. The force around Nox took on a dark hue, shadows leaping from his body in all directions. The demon's gate shaking under the energy that washed over the system at Nox's release. He exercised his dominating will, his will to live, his will to survive, reigning control of the power that coursed through him as he opened his eyes to glare at his adversary. A horrid snarl escaped his throat as black veins of rippling inky darkness erupted over his mortal coil. Bow before your god! 1,000 voices echoed from Nox as his body exploded into his Aeon form. The starward queen shook in terror and absolute loathing as Nox grew in size, until he stood 100 feet tall, 6 arms connected to his torso. Bone ridges solidified on his chin and eyebrow ridges as 6 eyes opened up. Black eyes with glowing irises of purple opened up to glare down at the queen. You cannot win this fight, you insignificant creature! The 1,000 culminated voices whispered together from all directions as innumerable impossibly long arms formed from Nox's spinal column. I will not be cowed, the queen screeched as she raised her hands and unleashed a barrage of lightning at the being before her. Raising his left hand, Nox caught the barrage in his palm with a disinterested and disappointed stare. Absorbing the energy, Nox waited for the lightning surge to end before simply lowering his arm to his side. Submit, or become one with your makers, pointed his right hand's pointed finger at the queen as she physically rattled in rage. From his back, 4 arms converged to surround his main right arm, their palms facing the tip of his pointed finger. It's unfair. I've lived since the beginning of the stars, you do not have the right to defeat me, the queen screamed in outrage as she watched a white mist culminate at the point of Nox's finger, spiraling together with a sinister buzz that choked the void around them. One will never have power, unless they take it. The light in his palm became blinding, radiation signatures spiking on the instruments of every ship near the demon's gate. The queen bellowed as she created a jet of crimson darkness in her palms, the jet blasting up at Nox's body, whose one attack erupted at that moment. There was no contest of power now that Nox wasn't holding back, as the quasar he had created at the tip of his finger tore through the crimson jet of darkness like a hot knife through butter. The queen had no time to react as the white jet of pure energy and radiation obliterated the left side of her body to oblivion. The quasar beam continued on unimpeded, breaking through the demon's gate shroud and continuing on through the void of space where it would ultimately dissipate given time. The source, however, lowered his hand with a huff, floating down to the half-body of the starward queen with a calculating gaze. His 6 eyes stared expectantly, his face, larger than the queen's body itself, barely 5 meters from where its half-body floated in space. Just as I thought, you'll make a good subject, Nox thought as the left side of the Starward Queen began to slowly grow back from nothing, the Queen using the Force to draw upon the power of the millions of Starwords still littered throughout that galaxy, subconsciously using their life force to rejuvenate herself. His large hand wrapped around her form, smothering her in his grasp before he flew through space towards the exit of the Demon's Gate and toward the subjugation. "He's magnificent," Scorpio uttered as the Knights and Scions looked through nearby viewports towards their master who came through the shrouding discus that housed the Demon's Gate. "Truly he is. There is nobody more worthy of leading us." Valen walked up beside Scorpio, the 100-foot-tall being floating towards them with his prisoner unconscious in his right palm. He approached the bridge as he began to condense, his sheer stature shrinking until his body returned to his previous state, his armor piecing itself back together around his mortal form. Now appearing back as Emperor Nox, he hovered in front of the bridge viewport before he exercised his indomitable control over his being and power. Doing so by phasing both he and his subject through the windows of the vessel until they came into the bridge itself. "Prepare the first fleet to gate back to Nathema, we have what we came for. But keep 20 vessels within the Demon's Gate, one capable of creating a gate. We're going to have uses for the Demon's Gate in time." Nox smirked as he gripped the Starward Queen with the Force, levitating her from the ground before marching from the bridge. "As you wish, my lord." Scorpio nodded as she assigned 20 ships to enter the Demon's Gate, the vessels disengaging from the rest of the fleet and heading towards the glowing discus of blue light. Settling himself upon his throne within the subjugation, Nox looked down at the unconscious form of the Starward Queen that rested at the base of the throne. Valen settled herself down onto his right thigh, her arm slinking under his right arm where she lent herself into his body. "It's funny, isn't it? Such ancient creatures thinking they own everything," Valen chirped as Nox felt the energy he had stolen from the Queen and her subjects settle within him slowly. "Yes, but they'll learn their place given time," Nox mused as he pointed his finger at the Queen's head, a dark cloud of mist appearing around her skull before soaking into her head and thus her mind. As dogs always do, Valen rested her head on his shoulder. "Yes." Nox pressed a button on his chair that opened up a frequency with Scorpio. "Bring all our deceased to me, we have use for them." "It will be done, my lord," Scorpio replied as she dispatched the Skytrooper forces throughout the vessel to rounded the dead. "Good." Now Nox turned to face the Starward Queen with a satisfied smile. "Awaken, dog!" A wave of his hand solidified his command, the Force leaping from him to the Queen, whose eyes fluttered open an instant later. "Rise!" his voice commanded, forcing the Queen onto her long and slender palms. "Kneel." "Yes, my master," the Queen replied slowly, her hair and head resting on the floor at Nox's feet. "Didn't I tell you, only those who seize power have the right to rule?" Nox stared down at the Queen. "Now tell me, who do you serve?" "I serve you, my master, with unquestioned loyalty, faith and love," the Queen replied slowly, Nox twisting her hazy mind with each given moment as her eyes began to regain focus. "You are my sole purpose for existing from this moment onwards." "Good, and I will ensure that remains so." Black tendrils leapt from Nox's fingers and struck the Queen's skull, forcing a link between the two as Nox dragged her collected knowledge to the surface whilst also implanting intrinsic commands into her mind and subconscious. "It is done," Nox whispered as his fingers returned to their natural state. "Rise now, dog, we have much to discuss," Nox ordered, the now fully awake Queen standing with sad-looking eyes, her skin now gaunt and sickly now that she had next to no power within her. It would return in time, but for now, she looked every bit the Starward she was. "I cannot resist you. I will do as you say." Her voice was slow and unused, but she no longer had the will to resist. She was herself once more, but she knew her place. "Good, now have a seat." Nox beckoned for the floor, to which she slowly sat herself down. Of course Valen scowled at the Queen as it sat itself down. "What a sorry thing. It's pathetic." Valen tilted her head before letting out a disinterested scoff. "But it is no less useful." Nox turned to face Valen, his left hand landing on her thigh as he tightened his grip on her supple leg. "Why don't we celebrate our victory?" Nox whispered in her ear as she giggled and rotated, placing herself down in her lap, her bosom pressing into his chest. We have witnesses. Valen motioned to the now cowed queen along with the droids and actions that guarded the throne. And we care why, Nox answered stoically as his left hand gripped the neckline of her outfit before simply tearing it off her body, exposing her breasts to the cool air of the throne room. They should feel privileged to witness such an event. Of course they should, Valen purred, leaning closer to his body where she planted a kiss on his lips. My lord, we've arrived on Nathema, Scorpio announced as the subjugation exited the gate into the Nathema system. Good, we'll be in the palace for the time being, Nox announced before he and Valen vanished from the throne room with a low static resonance that sounded throughout the throne room aboard the subjugation. The present, Coruscant. Tossing and turning in her bed with her red hair matted and uneven with sweat. Ros cringed in her sleep as her face scrunched up as her facial tattoos looked faded and wet. Ros Lai mumbled and whimpered as she tossed the blankets left and right. Her apartment was dimly lit as lights from night traffic passed by, casting shadows that stretched across the walls. No, please. Her eyes opened as she lay on desolate stone, grayed and cold. It pricked at her skin as she set herself up. The land was bathed in red light as she awoke on reddened sand plains. The night sky was dark as the void with no stars hanging from the skies. Yet it was the sun that drew her attention. Instead of a blazing cosmic giant that fed light to all around it. It appeared as a star of black outlined by a red halo. The halo churned and reached away from the eclipse like arms of snaking red light up in a background of the void. It blazed high above with cold fury. Yet stared at her unblinkingly as its heart beat across the lands. The sand around her pulsed as a beat escaped the sun above. A dull single heartbeat that shook the world, popping her eardrums as blood erupted from her ears. She dropped to the ground as she held her ears where blood rushed down her palms in viscous red rivers. Her eyes clutched closed as a second wave of pulsing sand washed over her violently. Do you think? Her eyes flashed open as a warped voice pierced her mind. Its resonating hatred washing over and around her angrily as the world shook with each syllable. Looking around in fright as the red sands picked up to her right. Massive dunes shifted as if something was moving below its surface. That even at the center of civilization the sand to her left were soon to rise as something gargantuan moved underneath. Her ears still ringing from the dull heartbeat the ominously beat across the lands. That you could escape me. In front of her the stars shifted. With the sands exploding towards the heavens kilometers away. It rose like a monolith of fear. Its face humanoid with exposed gums as jagged teeth. 6 eyes of star-flecked darkness descended down the being's face in 2 rows. Its marble white skin stretched as sand ran down its jagged eyebrows and jaw bones. Said sand snaking down the ridges of bone to fall to the ground like waves of shifting earth. One of 3 titanic arms jutting out from its right torso pushed down onto the plains in front of its body as it hoisted itself from the ground. An exercise in futility, its humanoid body leapt from the sands into the heavens above where it spread its arms wide to the side where it began to hover. Ros fell back as they stared up at the heavenly being. The sun radiating red light behind it as the deity bathed the lands in its shadow. You can't escape me, just like your mother couldn't escape me. You think you can run? The being spread its arms wide as innumerable arms erupted from its spine to blanket the skies in its appendages. You think you can hide amongst the populace? That you're free to live for yourself? No, Rose Lie. It began to slowly lower itself from the red blazing eclipse back to the grounds. You are bound by fate, a pathetic woman with no spine nor power. Cursed to flee across the stars never to return home. But you cannot run, for I see you. Always watching. Even on Coruscant. I see you. So Ros Lie. Pretend as you always have. Spin your tales for the galaxy, for they shan't believe you. Live you meager pathetic life amongst the rich on a rotting city. Amuse me with your flailing to live. Its feet touched the ground with a quaking shake that caused the sand dunes around her to shift. As it stood with its head in the clouds whilst it looked down on her. She fell back onto her back with her hair splayed around her head with sweat rushing down her face as it began to raise its right leg high into the skies. And when your time comes, know that everything you've done, your life, your failures and fortunes, Know that it was all meaningless. That nothing changed. That your life meant nothing. That you shall be forgotten by time and lost to oblivion. Whilst I watch you, bones turn to ash as the sands of time tick on its foot loomed high above her as she laid flat against the stone-cold ground. Her hands clutching at the folding sand around her body. Live your meager life, Ros lie, and no, not matter what you do. I'll always be there. Watching its foot promptly flattened her underfoot like a bug. She sat up with a scream, her hands clutching at the soft blanket that clung to her lower form. Her eyes danced around the room in confusion and terror, being blinded for a split second by a rather strong light from passing second. As she squinted, she spotted it in the corner as she shivered and shrunk back into her bed. Standing in the corner of her room, shifting shadows stood in the dark of the room, darker than the night around it as it towered in the corner. Always watching, its voice whispered throughout the room before it stepped back into the corner of the room and into the wall, vanishing from the room that same moment to leave Ros pressed against the head of her bed. She didn't move nor sleep for the rest of the night, pressed against her bed as she stared unblinkingly into the corner of her room until the sun rose over the city during dawn. The Jedi Temple. Vas held his orange-bladed lightsaber in his right hand as he circled his opponent. The Master of the Order himself wished to test Vas in his skill with the blade. The amethyst blade of mace was held aloft at the man's side as he studied Vas intently. Around them, many a knight and masters stood around and overhead on ledges to watch the exchange that was about to occur. Master Yoda himself stood next to the doorway that led to this training area, his cane in hand as he stared at the two. "Are you ready to begin, young one?" Mace asked, receiving a small nod from Vas as the young man took on an unfamiliar stance. "Of course, Master," Vas answered as he spread his legs slightly, saber held out to the side with the blade in front of him pointing inward at 45 degrees. That was all the confirmation that Mace needed as he went on the offense, lunging with a forward thrust towards Vas's stomach. The purple blade speared forward at breakneck speeds, yet Vas parried the blade by rotating his wrist, redirecting the amethyst blade to slide by his right as he stepped right to pass Windu. Rotating around, Mace used his momentum to continue his attack, slashing around in an arc that Vas ducked backwards under before spinning out of the way of a second quick thrust towards his abdomen. "I haven't encountered this form before. It derives from Juyo. Did he pioneer this form himself?" Vas mused as he used Tulak Horde's form. Analyzing Windu's form, Vas contorted around a downward stab from above, moving like water around the blade as he slammed an elbow into Windu's ribs before dropping to the ground and sweeping his legs around, which the Jedi Master bounced over before stabbing downwards. "I can feel it. His inner darkness is being channeled through himself and into his blade." Vas slid under an upward arc as Mace tracked his movements. A warning through the Force allowed for Vas to make liberal use of Force speed, as Mace appeared to flash into his guard and attempt to stab at him. It appeared that Mace was enjoying this duel, by the small smile that toyed on the man's lips. Yet it wasn't over, even as to the onlookers of the battle he had become barely a blur. He was all too visible to Vas though, who, in a display of speed that pleasantly surprised Mace himself, slashed his saber to the left and headbutt the Master of the Order before he could react. Mace stumbled back as his hand flashed to his nose, feeling the warm sensation of blood trickling onto his hand. He was amazed. Many knights would have been caught off guard by the sudden burst of speed, but it appeared the young man had anticipated the attack. Amazing, Mace thought to himself as he retook the opening stance for Vapad. But there was still much he needed to decipher from this duel, and he would only be able to ascertain it through locking blades with the young man. He was a wellspring of life, compassion, and hope. But he knew that couldn't be it. The use of Vapad would force those repressed emotions to the surface. He would find the young man's inner darkness. And Vapad was trying, and he knew it was pulling at something to complete the conductive loop that Vapad made between the user, but that something remained elusive, like it wasn't there, wasn't connected. And he needed answers. Re-entering the duel, Mace, augmenting his body with the Force, exploded forward in a blur of purple and brown, slashing at the young man's neck before following through with a stab to the right pectoral and a slash to the left. Each of these were met with fluid grace, as the young man bobbed his head to the side to avoid the first slash, twisting around to the left to avoid the stab before blitzing around Windu as he outpaced the final slash to Mace's left. The wind howled in their ears violently as Mace rounded and crossed blades with Vass, orange clashing with amethyst in an aggressive display of color. As their blades remained locked, Mace searched the young man, searched for what he was looking for. Yet no matter how much he looked, what he sought eluded him. Unless he's mastered them, but that would be. His eyes finally registered the face of the young man who held his blade with a single hand, eyes ignited with an emerald light. He's mastered his emotions. His inner darkness. Anakin walked beside Obi-Wan Kenobi through the halls of the temple, talking about their recent successes in the war. Well, if you had been a little more careful, I'm sure you would have beaten that bounty hunter, my young apprentice, Kenobi quipped as Anakin grumbled in response. I'm telling you, Master, something wasn't right about it, Skywalker retorted as he recalled the battle with the Ratataki back when he was to destroy the Dark Reaper. You're just mad you lost, Obi-Wan teased as he was nearly bowled over by a group of younglings that were sprinting for the training areas. Come on, we're gonna miss it, Twi'lek cheered as she rushed ahead of her peers. What was that about? Obi-Wan asked as Anakin held his shoulder, stopping the man from falling over. You haven't heard, Master Kenobi? Shaak Ti approached with a small smile. Master Windu wished to test the combat prowess of a young man whom just joined our family amongst the Jedi. Master Windu wishes to take on a Padawan? Anakin asked with a raised eyebrow but received a shake of the head. Forgive me for the misconception. Vass Lucas has been given the rank of Jedi Knight and is scheduled to join the war effort post-haste. After Master Windu gives the green light, of course, which should occur after this practice duel, Shaak Ti informed both of the Jedi, much to their shock and Anakin's quiet jealousy. He was immediately promoted to Jedi Knight? Anakin asked, which Shaak Ti nodded. Yes, he's quite gifted from what I saw. I just left from viewing the spar actually, the Togruta continued. Thank you for the information, Master Ti. I think I would like to observe the duel myself. Anakin turned and began a hasty walk towards where the Jedi younglings had gone. I'll be joining you too, Anakin. I would like to see the young man in action if he's as good as Master Ti says, aware of the emotions currently flushing through his apprentice. The air around the training area was alive with energy, heavy currents of wind tearing to and from as the combatants appeared as blurs. Flashes of white light tore from the center of the training area, as 1,000 lightsabers strikes connected at blinding speeds. Mace ducked a swipe of his head by leaning back. Vass caught the blade of his opponent with his own before parrying it overhead. Their blades met below the waist as they entered another saber lock. Mace's neck bulged as his entire body coiled, muscle answering his call as he found with vigor and hidden joy he hadn't felt in years. A worthy foe, Mace was having the time of his life as he stared into the emerald eyes of the young man who now held his respect. The dark side conductive loop of Vapad could not be completed, because unlike him, his foe had conquered his inner darkness. There was none to be found and exploited. A true master of the blade, the master of the order, thought as they leapt back, Vass landing first before blitzing forward and slashing towards Mace's abdomen. You trained a magnificent apprentice, old friend. Mace batted the strike away to his right as he used Vass's open stance to slash at the boy's now exposed chest. Yet much to Mace's joy, the boy raised his left hand and halted Mace's strike with merely the back of his hand, a visible layer of force energy halting the saber in its progress entirely. The two remained still as Vass smiled. It's my win, Master Windu, Vass announced, shocking the Jedi Master as he re-evaluated their stances. What? Mace looked down, Vass still holding his blade still with the back of his hand. Yet it was the young man's other arm that caused him to pause. Said arm was poised to strike. A single extension of the young man's arm would end the fight, a move Mace wouldn't be able to defend against in time as it appeared his blade was being held in place by the layer of energy of Vass' left hand. You would make a fine battle master, Mace spoke as he deactivated his lightsaber, clipping his saber to his sash with a small smile. I appreciate your words, Master. Vass's orange saber sputtered out as he deactivated the blade and he too clipped it to his belt. The two gave a low bow to each other before taking a step away from each other. Hearing a small series of taps, Yoda approached the two of them with a small sway of his body. Impressive, very impressive. Trained you well, Master Sifo-Dyas, has Yoda chuckled and smiled up at the young man who bowed to the Jedi Grand Master. Thank you, Master Yoda. Vas smiled kindly before noticing the other audience members whilst Mace spoke with Yoda. Skywalker, I can feel your jealousy even from here. Here I come, in a single day I earn the respect of the Jedi Masters, whilst you work your entire life for a mere nod of approval from your own master. Vas ignored the gaze of Anakin and even Obi-Wan as he feigned ignorance. I would like the chance to go around with you again sometime, Mace asked as Vas turned to face him with a small smile. I look forward to crossing blades with you once again, Master Windu. Vas shook the Master's hand before they were ushered out of the training area alongside Master Yoda, the crowd being dispersed by the Masters now that the spectacle was over. With Nox, Demon's Gate, Cathol sector. The entirety of the First Fleet gathered around the Demon's Gate, all the ships being cloaked as they surrounded the dimensional gate, guarding it from any unwanted beings. Turning to face Cathol from the bridge of his subjugation, Nox held a calculating gaze with a small frown. Redirect the subjugation. Cathol needs to be dealt with before we progress further, Nox ordered, the massive bow of the ship in front of them beginning to turn away from the Demon's Gate. My lord, in-depth scans of the planet indicate that there appears to be two non-functioning hyper-gates on the planet. Old scans also indicate that there is an incredible amount of technology currently running across the planet, Scorpio informed Nox as he focused his senses on the world itself. Interesting, a multitude of beings are releasing a great amount of telepathic energy. Truly a wellspring of surprises, the Cathol sector, Nox mused as the subjugation approached the planet. Halt, Nox instructed, the subjugation ceasing in its approach to the planet. Something about this planet is rubbing me the wrong way. Nox walked up to the windows of the bridge as he raised his right hand towards the planet and closed his eyes. The force is strange here. His eyes flashed open as a scowl morphed onto his face. Help! He heard the whisper through the force as something bounced off of his mental shields. Something had tried to connect with him. Well, that's something, Nox thought as he turned away from the bridge viewport. Initialize a full planetary scan, now, Nox ordered as he stared openly at the dark blue orb. Behind him, at the center of the bridge, a hollow came into existence. Slowly being built as the planetary scan gave an in-depth look at the surface. My lord, there is a series of basic structures littering the three main continents. However, here appears to be two dominant distinct populations on the planet with several smaller pockets of life forms. One here. Scorpio pointed at what appeared to be a massive fortress, timeless in design but nonetheless artificial rather than natural. And here Scorpio pointed at the second location, a series of what appears to be hovels that looked newer. Freshly maintained by whatever used the hovels as their homes. Turning to face the hollow, Nox walked up to the display with narrowed eyes, dancing between the fortress and the hovels. Prepare my ship, Nox ordered as he turned and marched from the bridge with a wide gait. Quickly his lover joined him at his side, the woman adjusting her clothing for a moment as she stayed at his side. What's wrong, love? Valen asked as they entered the elevator at the back of the bridge. The force is strange around the planet. Many creatures on the planet appear to be able to produce great telepathic waves. Not to mention something else is off. Nox squinted as the door closer behind them, the elevator plummeting through the levels of the ship within seconds. We'll find the disturbance. I'm sure of it. The X-70 cut through the stormy clouds of the atmosphere with no troubles, carving holes as it dropped through the skies at over 1,000 meters a second. Pulling on the control stick as the ship broke the cloud layer, the ship slowed dramatically at his control. Lightning flashed across the viewport as it arched to the ground below. No, stop, leave. A new voice spoke in his head for a moment, allowing Nox to pinpoint its general location. Snapping his head in the direction of the source, Nox turned the ship 40 degrees to the right and forced the ship to surge forward at blistering speeds. Something is attempting to scan us from the northern portion of the continent, the onboard Scorpio proxy announced as she fiddled with several displays on the leftward co-pilot's seat. Deny it, Nox replied, the droid adjusting the fields the ship released until the scanning waves simply washed over the ship without being able to detect its presence. Adjustments complete. Now. I believe the scans initialized from the fortress we scanned earlier, however there appears to be a strange assortment of organic life sources within the fortress now that I am able to scan it closer. The proxy relayed what was being detected from the subjugation that was over the planet's orbit. My love, I'm sensing a multitude of life forms concentrated on a plateau several thousand meters ahead of us, Valen announced as she opened her eyes from her meditation. Then that is our target. Nox began to lower the ship closer to the ground, until it was barely skimming over the trees that littered the grounds below. Snapping her head to the side, Valen stared through the back of the ship intensely. We're being followed, by a lot of things, Valen hissed as she unbuckled herself from her seat and stood, gripping the hilt of her lightsaber. Yes. I can sense them too. Whatever they are, they appear to be moving faster than we are. But interestingly, they aren't hostile, rather, afraid. Nox's brow cringed as he made a split-second decision. We're stopping here. Whatever they are, they're desperate enough to throw caution to the wind and approach us directly, Nox announced as the ship lurched to a stop violently, Nox initializing the landing gear. With a dragging motion of his hand, he cleared a landing space in the floor below with the force, trees being flung into the forests around as the ship began to lower itself to the ground. Keep your guard up. But don't attack. They're a minute away. Nox stood from the pilot's seat and quickly made his way through the exit of the bridge and towards the ship's lowering ramp. His fingers danced across the hilt of his lightsaber, the exposed kyber crystal glowing a sinister red against his twitching palm. Not now, my friend, however I sense I may need to use you in the not-so-distant future, Nox communicated to his lightsaber, purple glyphs humming across its surface in response before seeping back into the blade, turning invisible to the outside world. Coming to the ramp, the gentle pelting of rain cascaded down the panels of the ship to drop over the edges of the vessel in a sheet of water where it pooled at the ground under the ship. Their clothes. Nox walked down the ramp of the ship, reaching out to the closest of their pursuers where he gripped it with the force and dragged it towards him. So it's non-material, inorganic, Nox mused as he felt it simply phase through the trees between himself and it as he dragged it towards him. And luminous apparently. Nox squinted as a white light appeared in the clearing he had made, a ball of light which Nox let go of and allowed to float. What is it? Valen asked as she stepped onto the mud ground below, Nox stepping down a moment later. Easy there, Nox spoke to the ball of light, feeling his intent to attack before a wave of calming energy washed over it. I apologize for dragging you here, but we felt you and the others following us and assumed you to be a threat. I hope you can understand. Nox approached the creature and raised his hands in a placating gesture. He could feel it try to breach his mental defenses, and against his better judgment, he lowered the defenses enough for it to communicate to him. What are you? It asked him internally as it approached slowly. Who are you? Why are you here? I am a Brunic. Nox answered with the luminous ball. Honestly, I have recently commandeered the Demon's Gate. I felt there was something wrong with this planet, and with the interest of guarding the dimensional gate, came to investigate to ensure that nothing could threaten my hold of the gate. You command the armies in the sky? The ball asked in curiosity. I do, Nox replied, aware of the sheer hope that immediately bled from the luminous being that moment. At the admission, tens of the luminous lights appeared in the clearing, frightening Valen at their sudden appearance as she ignited her lightsaber and growled at the creatures. Please, help us, it cried out as it suddenly flew closer to Nox. With what, my friend? The helmet he wore adjusted the lenses to dim the blinding light of the ball of light. Our makers have been imprisoned for millennia, the creature has denied them the right to live. Please help us free our fathers. We'll allow you anything you wish, just please help us, the luminous ball asked in sheer desperation. I'm going to need a lot more information than that if I am to make a decision. First of all, what are you? Nox asked as he eyed the rest of its kind whom floated around them. The local species call us the Fiery Ones. We are native to this planet. Unlike the others, we were created to aid the Cathol in their experiments. It answered his question honestly. Alright, what is this creature you speak of? Nox continued to question. Another creation of our fathers. When the rift ruptured, they uploaded themselves into the life well to survive. Digitally copying themselves to survive the catastrophe. The Dark Strider was made to watch over the life well with the assistance of the Auntie. But it's betrayed us and our fathers. It erected a fortress around itself and the life well, created armies to fend us off. It is vile and evil, it must be ended. Our fathers freed the Fiery One, explained quickly. So that's why we detected strange organic signatures within the fortress, Nox thought as he thought over what to do, closing his thoughts off from the creature. So this Dark Strider was created by the Cathol just like these creatures. If I free them, maybe they would be willing to share their technologies with us, but that may also give them the chance to deny us control of the rift. I must converse with this Dark Strider. Nox thought before resting his thoughts and opening himself back up to communicating with the Fiery Ones. Would you mind accompanying me to these Auntie? I wish to commune with them. My companion will remain here for the time being, Nox spoke aloud, an urging from him through the force stopping Valen from speaking up. We would happily escort you to the Auntie settlement, the Fiery One announced, its declaration dispersing the others back to their previous scouring of the lands. I thank you, Nox replied as he turned to Valen, closing the next conversation they would have off from the others. Valen, go forward to the fortress when we depart, make sure they don't know of your departure. I want you to speak to this Dark Strider, find out its intentions, then return to me. Valen gave a small nod in turn before they spoke out loud. Dear, please remain with the ship, I fear these lands may not be safe for transversal. Nox spoke as he approached the woman and locked lips with her. I will wait for your return, Valen spoke softly before turning and ascending the ramp with a quick departure. As the ramp to the ship raised and closed, Nox turned to face the Fiery One he had spoken with, the only one still in the clearing as it waited for him. Let us go, a quick pace should do, Nox gestured, the Fiery One pulling off ahead to guide him, the two quickly accelerating until they were blurring through the forest, one a glowing beam that blasted through the forest whilst the other was a dark shadow passing over the land like a wraith. We have identified the energy coming from these creatures and are tracking their locations. You should be free to depart without worry of being found, Scorpio informed Valen as the woman dressed herself in the armor of an exarch. Good. Keep me apprised of their locations, I'll be leaving immediately. Valen slipped on the exarch helmet, cycling through several displays within the helmet before the local map was displayed, showing the locations of the luminous ones. Making sure she had her lightsaber clipped to her thigh, she opened a crate within the cargo hold to reveal a small module that would be attached to her chest plate, whilst the module would be drawing power from the upgrade's power supply of the armor. If these things are made from technology, then this should help greatly. Thank you for testing this for us, Kenya. Valen carefully removed the EMP pulse generator Kenya had tested for Scorpio back when she was hunting for Severance. Clipping the refined EMP generator to the plates of her armor. It powered up with a Lohim before its inbuilt power supply lowered the power output to the minimum. I'm off, Scorpio, if anything happens, Valen began as the ramp to the ship began to reopen. I am aware, High Justice, Scorpio finished for the woman as the dark side woman gave the proxy a half-hearted glare before departing the vessel. Muting her presence in the Force, Valen sped off in the opposite direction that Nox and the Fiery One had departed in. What do you wish for me to do if I come under attack by this Dark Strider or any other? Valen asked through the link to her spouse as she vaulted clear over a large boulder before landing in a roll and continuing in her dash for the fortress many kilometers in the distance. I expect you to do what needs to be done. I'll deal with the consequences, Nox replied a few moments later, the woman's speed picking up as she channeled more and more energy through her body. Soon a low boom escaped her location as a layer of compressed air broke over her body, signifying her breaking of the sound barrier before she disappeared in a violent burst of speed, the only telling of her presence being the path of destruction she was now carving as she brute forced her way through the foliage in her path, trees falling to the ground as their trunks were splintered upon their contact with the unstoppable force. The Auntie are under attack, we have to assist them, the Fiery One announced in his head, allowing Nox to smirk slightly beneath his helmet as he began to bounce slightly as he does towards the bottom of a cliff. Indeed, he could feel the life being snuffed up above, strange energy signatures colliding with force signatures up above. It was unclear of exactly who was winning. Before we get up there, what do these Auntie look like? Nox asked as he bounced a second time, leaping to the branches of a tall tree before bouncing even higher. They have large eyes and stand on two legs. From your definition they would look bug-like, the fiery one answered as Nox landed atop a tree and blitzed to a second. All right. I'll leave you here. I'll meet you up there. Leaping from at the top of a tall tree standing at the base of the towering cliffside, Nox speared high into the sky with the fiery one in close pursuit, all before he disappeared as he morphed into a cloud of black mist. The fiery one stopped in confusion for a moment before it relocated the man, now at the top of the plateau, as he teleported to its top. He landed in a low crouch, his lightsaber screaming to life as he stared at the battle unfolding in front of him. So those are the Auntie. Nox stared at a bug-like creature with large eyes, a beak on its face whilst having 4 arms and 4 legs. They looked remarkably similar to bipedal ants. They were being attacked by what looked to be wolves wielding spears. Welp, no use in fucking around. Nox gripped an Auntie about to be stabbed in the chest with the force, dragging it towards his location before he jumped forward at its attacker, his blade flashing out to slice through the primitive spear and the head of the beast in one swipe. He could feel the life force stolen from the creature by his lightsaber, its greed palpable as it actively felt out for its next victim. Jumping back, Nox watched a second one of these wolf creatures come in to attack him, apparently having a pack mentality as it now wished to avenge its fallen comrade. Interesting, they're both highly intelligent. It's female. I killed its lover, Nox mused as it cried out in rage, picking up its lover's broken spear before sprinting at him in its rage. It thrust at his stomach with its own spear whilst it used the broken spear of its lover to stab at his face. Ducking his head to the right, the broken spear passed by his left ear as he weaved his body around the second spear nearing his chest, stepping to the side before he stepped forward into its guard, looped his left arm around its neck before twisting. His twist dragged the wolf-like creature from the ground, gagging in the sudden jerking motion before Nox slammed it into the ground on its back. Quickly letting go, Nox slammed his left palm onto the beast's cranium in its dazed state before breaking into its mind and forcefully extracting everything it knew. Interesting, Nox mused before raising his leg and slamming his foot down onto the creature's head, splattering its brain matter everywhere as its head concaved under his boot. I'll be sure to raise your pup well, darling, when I find it, don't you worry. Stepping over the now deceased mother, Nox stepped past the frozen Auntie, hiding his disdain before he hurled his saber at another of the wolf creatures, Yappy, if he was correct. They apparently hunted the Auntie as a food source. This wasn't the first settlement they had raided either, if their memories were anything to go by. Settling himself to repel the attack of the predators, Nox smirked at the slaughter he was about to commit. He could feel the want from his lightsaber itself, as it pulsed with twisted energies, the force itself shuddering as purple glyphs flashed across the hilt. Stepping into what he guessed was a town square, Nox watched 6 of the Yappy attacked 4 of what appeared to be a warrior caste of the Auntie. With a glare, his hand wound around the front of his body to wrap around the hilt of his blade. It howled in glee as it screamed to life, black on purple igniting with a bestial screech. All around the village, the force exploded violently. A chilling freeze forcing the residents to shiver as clouds above began to coalesce into churning storm clouds. Stepping forward, his boot let out a hollow crunch as he crushed a corpse underfoot, gripping the 4 Yappy with the force. He tossed the 4 to the skies with a flick of his hands, watching them raise high into the sky before disappearing into the clouds. Content with the fact that the ground would finish his job of killing the 4 Yappy for him, he turned to face the startled Auntie warriors. What are you waiting for? Your people are under attack, Nox bellowed, his words processing in their minds as they leapt into action and ran into the rest of the village. Disgusting bugs, Nox twitched as he spotted what appeared to be a child Auntie crawling out of a broken hovel. Closing his eyes, he familiarized himself with the feeling of an Auntie, pinpointing exactly who was who through the force even as red sparks of lightning began to crack amongst the clouds silently above. 24 Auntie, 33 Yappy, concentrated primarily at the village gates. Nox chuckled as he stepped in the direction of said gates, where the largest concentration of conflict was happening. A warning through the force allowed him to intercept a spear, his lightsaber flashing up viciously where it sliced a spear in half before he followed through by separating the torso of a yappy in half. Such primitive, disgusting creatures, Nox hissed internally as he made a crushing motion with his left hand, rending the rest of the yappy's body into a disgusting explosion of blood that exploded outwards. Continuing forward, Nox stopped in front of a wall of debris. Yet he could feel the battle occurring on the other side. Gripping a broken hovel with the force as he raised his left hand, he lifted the debris to the air above. The rocks and stones suspended high overhead before being tossed over the cliffside at the edge of the village, clearing his path to the battle ahead. Lightning coursed across his left hand as he tossed a bolt skywards, tracking a nearby yappy he was to pass on the other side of the hovel, no doubt trying to sneak attack him, said yappy being smite by the bolt not half a second later. Yet again, the storm above began to release a strong torrent of rain, buffeting the burning village with strong winds as discharges of lightning struck occasionally. He took his time, sticking to a slow pace as he stared at the conflict in front of him. These Onti are at a physical advantage against the yappy, yet the yappy seem more strategically inclined when it comes to battle. Nox watched, the Onti seemingly panicking against the superior numbers of the yappy as the hunters capitalized on their confusion to get some good attacks in. The fiery one joined his side as he approached the main conflict, his eye straying to it for a small moment before giving it a resolute nod. "We need to end this quickly," the fiery one spoke within his mind, its urgency causing Nox to raise his eyebrow. "Very well then. I guess I can have my fun later." Nox raised his right arm before releasing a pulse through the force that washed over all present. The effects of his technique were immediate, as the yappy within the battle appeared to freeze in place, their movements all but halted by the force stop Nox had used. "What are you waiting for? Press the attack!" Nox bellowed at the confused Onti, the creatures quickly snapping from their stupor and lunging at their attackers, ending the assault of their village within a few short thrusts of their weapons. "Fuck me. All handled." Nox gave a small smile to their fiery one who appeared apprehensive through the force. "Happy." Descending from the sky within a black cloud, Valen slammed into the ground with a resounding shockwave, her knees bent as the ground cratered below her feet. Raising her helmeted head, she scanned her surroundings. She had arrived at what appeared to be a decayed city. Skeletal skyscrapers reached high into the atmosphere whilst fauna grew throughout the buildings. Around and throughout the city, odd displacements of earth and fauna made Valen raised an eyebrow. "Experimental terraforming. I see, they must be quite advanced. I need to be careful." Changing the object of her focus, she stared towards what she assumed to be the looming palace of her quarry. Straining her eyes as she made to use force sight, she caught what appeared to be a swirling vortex of force-like energy bleeding from under the palace out into the world, mingling with the world around it as it fused with Cathol's force energy field to create something different. Raising her hand in curiosity, she made to distort the flow of the energy she could see. She watched with amusement and curiosity as a tether of this weird energy peeled from the rest of the flow and arched towards her direction. As it neared her, Valen halted the energy in its path, keeping it static with an application of the force with but a thought. Manipulating it, the strange field came closer to her body, the arching tether still connected to the larger source. This is pure life energy." Valen studied the energy, shying away from touching it in case it wasn't safe. "But from what?" Sending the tether back into the flow of the rest of energy, Valen traced its course back to the fortress, rather below its location with a curious glint in her eyes. "Guess I won't find out by standing here," Valen mused as she leapt forward 2 meters, landing on the steep slope of the mountain she stood atop, proceeding to slide down the mountain face with a humorous chuckle. Ancient Cathol capital. The winds were still, silence reigned supreme as she tread carefully. Her hand hovered above her lightsaber as she walked through the vine-covered streets of the ancient capital. Skittering made the High Justice pause for a moment as she sensed the life forms around her, following her rush around as they maintained visual at all times. Non-human, sentient, alive. Valen gauged her followers through the force as she continued on towards the fortress, following the traces of the weird energy she could still see lingering in the air. Small, 2 feet tall, 6 legs, no heads, mouths attached to the central body. Her eyes caught one of these creatures attempting to find a new vantage point as it leapt across from one of the skyscrapers to another. 40 of them. Valen squinted before continuing on with her stride. She could feel their boldness rising, as with her back turned, they took the chance to approach her behind closer than they were previously. These creatures are strange in the force, almost like they're not supposed to be. Valen squinted as she felt a particularly rowdy one of its kind leap until it was merely 5 feet from her back, where it stood on its hind legs and made to bind her. Quickly she whirled around, lightsaber springing to life where it cut through the central body of the spider-like creature, the two halves falling away from each other with a squelch. Unanimously around her, the creatures cried out in both surprise and outrage at the sudden death of their brother. "Cease your attempts, or perish," Valen ordered of the creatures as her left hand became awash with violent arcs of lightning that danced from her and into the air around her, pinging off metallic objects viciously. They swarmed together, rushing her position with their maws open wide, their bid for revenge overtaking their mental faculties. "So be it." Valen met the charging beasts head-on by raising her left palm and releasing a pulse of energy. Annihilation met the creatures head-on with a horrible screech. White light burst from her palm, cascading over the lane before her like a horrible tidal wave of liquid white flame. "Such poor decisions," Valen scoffed before turning away, making her way ahead from the blast zone of the flaming pulse she had unleashed. Liquid slag bubbling and popping as what remained of the spider-like creatures melted to the floor. She knew some of these creatures still persisted high above, but remaining afar after what she had done to their brothers in an instant. White bone-like arachnid legs, thousands skittered quickly through dark damp hallways. The long centipede-like creature's segmented body shifted and twisted as its long legs sounded like many marching footsteps of an army. As it scoured through its fortress, it stopped as a wave of energy washed over its senses, causing the creature to pause in its steps. The living computer rose into its hind legs as it whirled around. Its head turned to face the location the wave originated from, lights in its head peering, calculating. The red cloth it wore over its chest area shifted as 4 skinny bone-like arms extended from within the red cloth as it stood atop its centipede-esque body. It connected to the ancient Cathol network, calling its minions to its side. From the shadows, 500 of the spider-like creatures came to their master's call. "Find the intruder, bring them to me," the Dark Strider ordered of its subjects, the spiders rushing off immediately after whilst the Dark Strider moved to secure the life well. With Nox, the dark entity watched the Auntie moved throughout their village, fixing the damages they had taken from the Yappy attack. He sat down on a stone, elbows placed on his knees as he sighed in frustration. He had removed his helmet and had it set up in a pedestal provided by the bug natives. The adults were weary of his presence, but appeared to be receptive and thankful from his interference. The children were different, however; they sat around him happily. Some giving him gifts like pretty rocks or jewels they cherished. They stared at him with open admiration. Some accidentally brushing against him or touching him in reverence. Thank you, these are very pretty." Nox accepted a red ruby from a female auntie, smiling at the creature before gently stroking its head before it skittered off. He could feel the amusement of the fiery one at his side, casting a raised eyebrow in its direction as it hovered around slowly. "Having fun, human?" the fiery one questioned humorously as Nox rolled his eyes. "Oh, shut up, I'm just humoring them," Nox thought back to the creature as he noticed some of the adults beginning to inch closer to him. "Oh, here we are." "We, thank you for your assistance, stranger," the auntie spoke in broken basic, its mandibles contorting as it tried its hardest to speak to him in his language. "My friend, there is no need to thank me. To exist in freedom is any sentient being's right. It is a shame that the Yappy perished. But I will do my best to repent for the lives taken." Nox spoke to the adult whom listened intently to the words spoken to it. "I simply did what was right in the moment. We owe you a great department for the help you've given us. My name is Bork. I represent the Auntie on behalf of our fellows tribal leaders. If there is any way we can possibly help you for what you've done for us, we would have you name it. The adult, evidently male Auntie closed one of its hand over its chest and made a vow they would honor no matter the cost. There is one or two things I would ask. This fiery one here has asked me for assistance in supplanting the Dark Strider's control over the life well. I am here to free Cthulhu from its control. His words were cut to the point where the Auntie all around turned to him in shock and fright. You speak for the White Ones, Bork whispered as he took half a step back in trepidation. I was hired by them a couple of hours ago to handle their problem. It just so happens to coincide with your own problems, so I have a proposal. I need knowledge. If I am to free Cthulhu, I require some things. Chatter broke out amongst the locals as they broke into their instinctive dialect before Bork went back to conversing with them. Nox sat back and crossed his arms as they broke into deep conversation. Closing his eyes, he could feel Valen's location. She's being escorted by a cadre of guards to the Dark Strider. Good. Nox opened his eyes with a small smile, eyes looking up towards the silent churning clouds above. The same ones he had summoned earlier and had yet to dispel them. Turning back the Auntie, Bork approached tentatively and with cautious steps. The tribal leaders of the Auntie have heard our plea, they have given their blessing and support. You represent the White Ones. We will help you, Bork announced as Nox looked the creature over for any identifying mark, as this one in particular would be his liaison. Blue stripe of paint over the right pectoral, noted, Nox mused as he memorized the creature's feel and look. Time to be the Messiah, Nox smirked as he hopped off of the rock of which he sat. Then I will do my best. Not just for you but for your future. Gather your people, we're leaving, we're taking back what's ours. You have placed your trust in me. I will not betray it. Nox raised his hands before bringing his hands together in a thunderclap. He watched the people rush to gather their things, the children running to gather their favorite toys or stones whilst the adults packed up their weapons and survival tools. They're a hive mind with the ability to communicate telepathically across their entire species. They'll be very useful. Nox squinted as they rushed around him, all the while he looked to the blue-striped shaman. He stared intently at the waves of telepathic energy that rippled from the creature into the atmosphere to join with other streams from what he could depict to be other village shamans. Feeling his stare, the shaman turned to him before approaching, everything it owned being clutched into a makeshift backpack clutched by one of its four arms. Representative, what would you have us do? The Auntie asked as it came to stand at his side. Turning to face the city where he felt Valen to be in, he smirked slightly. Gather the tribes, have them begin marching to the outskirts of the decaying capital. But you can't do this on your own. No, whilst you and the other tribes move to the city. I'll be conquering the Yapi, by daybreak, they'll be with me. Her cowl hid her features as she strolled into the towering black castle. 500 black knee-height eyeless spiders with mouths instead of heads swarmed around her. They clung to all surfaces as they rushed her towards their lordship. Yet they gave her a wide berth as they allowed her to walk freely with them. The castle was dark and gloomy, constructed from stone and metal. The foyer was dark and dreary. Long stretching shadows cascaded down the walls and stretched against the stone floor. If anything, the building was space with decorations, like it simply existed, yet the creator didn't know what to do with its creation. The spiders around her clung to the walls and ceiling as they rushed through the room and into a corresponding hallway. Closing her eyes, she could feel her lover staring at her through the force from across the lands. Opening up her mind, she felt his acknowledgement at her current situation before he refocused somewhere else. Hu up at she or his slithering whispers tried to speak to her in a foreign language which she couldn't understand. Yeah, no idea what you just said, Valen nonchalantly responded as they came into what was apparently a throne room. Immediately she spotted what had tried to speak, as the centipede-like lower body of the Dark Strider wound around an altar that it sat atop. The four arms of its upper torso grasping at nothing as it animatedly tried to speak several different languages to speak to her. Grostsi, its head tilted to the side in questioning. No, Valen shook her head as its mandibles clicked together. Ah. I see. You speak the old language of the others. Its voice came out deep and menacingly. If that's what you call it, then yes, I do, Valen confirmed as the spider-like creatures circled their dark master before settling down and becoming dormant. It tilted its head to the side as its eyes studied her intently, just as she stared back with blazing yellow eyes. Your name, your status, the creature asked as it gauged the creature before it. It was weary of her, as it felt the rippling energy that peeled off of Valen. It cast a looming shadow of darkness that chilled the room around them, yet it was powerful enough to clash with and equal the energy released by the life well, hence the Dark Strider's hesitation in opposing the woman. Valen Tyrell, High Justice of the Eternal Empire. Consort and loyal servant of His Majesty. Commander of his armies and his personal blade. Valen stood tall as the force tore from her body, small cracks appearing throughout the room as her presence came to bear. The living computer's mind rushed like crazy as it began calculating several thousand things at once. I am Dark Strider, ruler of Cathol and all its subjects. I ask what you are doing in my territories. The centipede-like creature tried to intimidate its guest as it rose and bared down upon the woman. His Majesty was curious. He wishes to learn of your technologies. We know of what occurred here yet do not care for the tribulations of the races here. We simply wish to study and learn your technologies. She lied smoothly to the creature as her response opened up several options with the creature. I see. I believe we can come to a very fictitious agreement. If I were to permit the studying of my Dark Strider technology, I would ask for something in turn. The creature worked, gleeful at the prospect of advancing its plans. She squinted, feeling its excitement and greed in one fell swoop whilst she herself closed off her emotions from the telepathic abilities of those around her. And what is it you would seek in turn for your technology? Valen asked as she crossed her arms in the small of her back. It's simple. I require a vessel to the stars. The Dark Strider reached high above to motion at the ceiling in a grand gesture. You want to leave? Valen reasoned as the creature eagerly nodded its head. It is all I've ever wished. This planet is all I've ever known. I wish for more. The Dark Strider spoke as it leaned down from its altar, lights flickering in its head. If I am permitted a ship, your boons shall be plentiful. Unfortunately, it is not my call to make. I would have to converse with His Majesty to permit you a vessel. With your permission, I would depart to his side so he may consider your offer. Valen met the creature's eyes with a small frown but nonetheless passive face. And my permission you have. These lands are open to you. My servants shall not impede you. I look forward to hearing of your lord's answer. The Dark Strider sat back on its altar as it dismissed Valen. My thanks. Valen gave a small bow before turning away and walking back through the way she came. My love. I have conversed with this Dark Strider. It wishes to make a deal. Valen spoke through their link as she felt her lover listen. Come, we will discuss this in person, came the immediate reply before their conversation came to an end. As you wish. He entered the city with a bang, slamming into the westward wall with a residual boom that shook the city. Behind him the blackened clouds of his storm rushed forward as lightning struck the cracked plateau of stone that surrounded the Yappy city. Time to conquer a city. Nox ignited his blade with a snap hiss followed by a screeching howl that sent chills down the spines of the unprepared Yappy civilians around him. You will kneel, Nox bellowed as a bolt of red lightning coiled like a snake around his left arm before he blasted it skywards. As the bolt struck the clouds above, it broke into several vicious chains that spread outwards throughout the churning clouds. And with a boom, these arcs descended upon the city, striking buildings and civilians several times over in quick succession, igniting homes and turning people to ash. As the storm above began to release copious amounts of bolts upon the populace, Nox stepped forward to cull the dogs, dragging an unsuspecting Yappy into his sweeping blade as he separated the head of the Yappy mother with ease before he moved forward along the street where he left her child to cling to her body. Rounding a corner, Nox stabbed through the chest of a city guard as his left hand struck out at his partner, crushing the other guard's neck with ease before dropping the body to the side. All the while red flashes illuminated the primitive streets he stalked. Looking down the stone path, Nox unleashed a barrage of lightning down the street, wicked grin on his face as he turned the fear-stricken residents to ash in glee. With the street bare, Nox made a gripping motion with the force whilst raising his hand skyward. Cracking was heard as the ground shook, and at his side, a large brick and wood building was torn from the ground before he tossed it up to the skies. The building blitzing upwards where it reached the skies, where it would ultimately reach its apex. Let it rain, Nox mused as he let out a one-handed force push at the building that had begun its descent. The building and the force push meeting in the middle, only for the building to explode into debris. Quickly he raised both of his hands to the skies, catching the debris with a telekinetic hand before he made a downward swish with his hands. Violently, the debris blitzed towards the ground, violently peppering the residents of the city with fist-sized rocks and wooden splinters. Let it storm! Nox once more outstretched both arms to the side and made an upwards heaving motion. The entire street and several overs being upheaved, the streets and buildings tossed upwards into the air, high into the skies, where they were spread outwards to hover over different portions of the civilization. With a neutral face, Nox dropped the buildings, allowing them to fall back to the city below to crush the residents with their own homes. He could feel the shaking of the ground below that occurred as buildings collided with the ground, parents were ripped away from children and vice versa, entire families vanished in an instant. He stared at the ground for several seconds, eyes searching the mid-distance before his features scrunched up, his eyes becoming alight with vicious molten fury. "If they defy you, drop a city on them," Nox uttered before beginning to levitate from the ground, peeling chunks of the city surface from the ground and hurling them to the skies several times over. Looking upwards, they spotted him amongst levitating streets and houses. He held his arms aloft whilst his black robes billowed in the violent winds. Many pointed up at him in terror as he crunched his hands together, the buildings surrounding him exploding outwards to once more be used as munitions to destroy the city. He was akin to a descended god to them, as his eyes illuminated in the darkened skies, red light from above casting a ghastly figure. "The masses will worship me by daybreak." Nox dropped another street onto the city's populace, the warriors mobilizing below only to be flattened by the stone streets dropped on their heads. "You will all kneel." Nox held his hands aloft beside his head, red lightning beginning to coil around his hands. It started as a rumbling buzz, as the air became alive with static buzz. "To your new god!" Nox's voice tore across the lands before a static boom exploded, lightning springing from his hands into the skies to bathe the city in red light. All before the lightning dropped onto the city like a churning curtain of red light, explosions rung out as the lightning spread over the city. Buildings melted whilst streets turned to slag. The heat was unbearable as wooden structures spontaneously caught fire. The people were no better as many fled, some spontaneously exploding up and being struck by bolts. By the time Nox halted the flow of lightning from his open fingers, the city was a burning wreck, charred and splintered as smoke billowed from below. The lightning above came to a stop as he observed the damage done, the terror below washed over him like an intoxicating drug. His black robes flapped violently around him as a frown marred his features. With a wave of his hand, the smoke dispersed with a gush of blistering wind where the survivors below could once more see him. "Kneel." 17 hours later. "Looks like you had fun while I was gone." Valen walked into what served as the Yappy main hall. Sat in a hastily crafted throne with his right leg crossed over the left. His fingers were interlaced whilst his face was contorted in a small smile. Kneeling at his side, shivering, the patriarchal leader of the Yappy, Osiris, prostrated herself in both terror and devotion. Her fur was charred in places whilst the rest of her coat was a pale white. Necklaces and jewelry fused with her body from the head of the previous night indicated her status. "I have been quite productive," Nox spoke evenly as he slowly got up from his makeshift throne. Walking by Valen, Nox walked out towards an overarching balcony that watched over the wrecked city. Simply walking out caused everyone that saw him to bow, resting their foreheads against the ground, and they quaked. Looking closely, Valen could pick out several tens of individuals in far better condition than their neighbors, fur unmarked and fresh. Curious. It's amazing how much influence one can acquire over a primitive race when you fly, drop their own city on them, obliterate them by calling the very skies to aid you, and then revive their dead on a whim. Nox extended his arms to the side, watching with satisfaction as the rubble that still littered the streets began to rise. The populace remained still but watched with their eyes, the rubble that had been rained on them beginning to be cleansed and deposited to the side of their city. Yapi of the Cathol. Your conquering lord calls out to you. Nox began to levitate over the great hall. Gather your things, your supplies, and your families. This city is lost. But there is another, a home you have forgotten. Your ancient home, the home of your forefathers. Together with you under my banner alongside the Auntie. We will take it back. It was short and to the point. But what convincing would a god have to do to his people? Valen watched the city move into action at his order, as her lover lowered himself back onto the balcony with negligible effort. Now dear, what news do you bring? I conversed with the Dark Strider. It has a desire to leave the planet but has been unable to obtain the means to do so. Valen began as she followed Nox through the building towards the first level. Go on. Nox waved a hand as they exited the first level of the building and into the courtyard beyond. It wishes to make a deal, where it would share its technology with us if turn for giving it a ship off-world. Valen relayed, the two of them stepping over a broken fence line and into the streets where they were surrounded by rushing Yapi. Interesting, what do you think? Nox asked, the Yapi around them giving them a wide berth as they made their way out of the city. It's a sham. The technology, whilst impressive, is nothing we wouldn't be able to replicate if we give Scorpio or Skyva a sample. Nor do I believe the Dark Strider would hold up its end of the deal or remain an ally. Valen gave her thoughts on the matter. I see, well it's a good thing then that I've already promised to vanquish this creature and retake control of Cathol. Nox gave Valen a small smile from the corner of his lips. Now then, let's get these beasts ready for war. The Scorpio proxy walked through the ancient Cathol capital. The Dark Strider's legions of artificial life forms completely oblivious of the droid's presence. Such curious architecture. Scorpio stopped in front of a destroyed statue, reconstructing its form within her mind as she studied its original form. These Cathol were quite strange. The droid turned away from the broken statue whilst looking over the overgrown skyscrapers. Breaking from her chassis, 10 nanodroids that made up her form split from her body to soar through the skies, flying up towards the degraded towers to study their insides. Energy readings are strangely inconsistent. The proxy studied the energy currents that she could sense. Her head turning towards the Dark Strider's castle. Let's see exactly what you're hiding under there. Scorpio immediately broke apart into a shroud of metal. Thousands of nanodroids dropping to the ground as they swarmed into the sub-levels of the city. Valen, for the battle ahead. I want you to go up to the subjugation and commandeer our forces. I want everything aimed at the capital, and if worst come to worst, I want Cathol destroyed. Nox spoke as he stood in front of the gathered populace of Yapi. It had taken barely half an hour for the entire population to mobilize at his order. Fear works wonders. Turning to the woman at his side, Valen, with her hood up, gave a small nod, her eyes scanning over the assembled Yapi. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she squinted at the gathered children and young ones, barely hiding her disgust. As you wish, my dear. Valen turned to her lover. She approached and rose to the tips of her feet, giving him a chaste kiss with a smile. I will be awaiting your order. Lowering herself back to the ground, she turned away before breaking into a dead sprint, exponentially accelerating before vanishing in a thunderclap. Turning back the gathered Yapi civilization with a hard glare. You know where to go, you have the means and the supplies. March, Nox ordered as he turned to the direction of the Auntie and the ancient Cathol capital. They fumbled and were entirely uneven in their steps. But the civilization, under his control both through his use of the Force to warp their primitive minds and their fear of him, marched at his order without question towards the direction he had ordered. His robes obscured his eyes as he watched them march by, following their previous patriarch at the head of the migration, the children shrinking away from him as they passed. Whilst they marched away from the city, Nox turned back to face the structure. It was a shadow of what it used to be. Now a simple wreck of collapsed brick, stone, and wood. Entire portions of the city was still rubble whilst small fires were still lit. Still looking out over the hill was the patriarchal residence with the rest of the city surrounding the structure, though it obviously had sustained some damages from his assault. They won't be needing that anymore, Nox hissed as he reached forward with his hands, the sleeves of his robes hanging low whilst the ends of his gauntlets slid clear of the sleeves. Facing his palms to the ground, Nox began to push downwards from his shoulders as he called the force to bear. The ground rumbled and quaked in answer, as fissures tore open around the city whilst the sand parted away from the city like rising waves. Some turned to see the commotion, yet others continued on. But all were aware as the city cracked and rumbled, entire abodes being sucked into the ground below. Chunks of earth upturned and swallowed the patriarchal estate whilst geysers of sand and rock spewed high throughout the city as it was plunged into the planet's surface. Within 60 seconds, the city vanished. All that remained being large upturned stones and chunks of the Earth's surface, fissures tens of meters wide with crags of magma churning at the bottom of the fissures. I hope you're ready, Darkstrider, we're coming. Nox promptly vanished with a static buzz, a purple mist rising from where he previously stood. On T-camps, 10 kms from ancient Cathol capital outskirts. The Fiery One rushed to Nox upon his arrival, already knowing what had occurred with the Yappy through communication with the rest of its kind. You return, it spoke directly into his mind, earning a raised eyebrow from Nox, who nodded. Indeed I have, secured the cooperation of the Yappy, though you already know that, Nox replied as he entered a tent crafted from fuzz by the Auntie representative within, greeting him with a low bow. Was it necessary? Was it worth it? The Fiery One asked as Nox came to stand in front of a makeshift table, pulling out a hollow chip and placing it at the center of the table. Nox didn't answer for several seconds as the hollow chip lit up to display a map of the Cathol capital and the surrounding landscapes. Slowly coming into the hollow feed, a more intricate mapping of the sub-levels of the city and buildings formed on the map thanks to Scorpio sending the technical readings of the city she had uncovered. Time is against us. Neither I nor you have the time to court the Yappy peacefully. The Darkstrider knows of my arrival and will no doubt mobilize to counter my presence shortly if it hasn't already. I did what I did because I knew it would work. What's a few deaths in the face of millions that will be given a chance for the future? Ruling is not something to be taken lightly, it's not just simple decisions. I cannot let my emotions guide me while making the toughest choices. I did what I had to. I'll accept the consequences when I've conquered your planet for you, Nox replied telepathically as he studied the map with a critical eye, crossing his arms whilst his right hand cupped his chin. I see, perhaps you're right. The Fiery One relented as it slowly floated to Nox's side, the young-looking entity not bothering to look its way. What's the plan? The luminous creature asked as Nox fixated on the central structure that housed the Darkstrider. He waited to respond once more as a more detailed analysis of the fortress was constructed before his eyes. Levels upon levels of cramped hallways, rooms both used and unused. Living quarters and even the positions of the creatures. Yet it was a blueprint that showed up below the castle that interested Nox. A multitude of levels with several different functions. A laboratory, factories, and from what Nox could gauge, the source of the strange energy that permeated from the castle on the very bottom level. That's the life well. How did you get such an in-depth map of the facility? The Fiery One came closer as Nox used his hands to zoom in on the lowest level of the facility, where the life well was. I have my methods. The room was enormous. Towers of computers lined the walls whilst several consoles worked in tandem yet remained at peak performance. But he ignored that in favor of what the life well was within. A gigantic crystalline organ sat below the fortress. The very tip of this crystal sat within the room whilst readings indicated the organ extended all the way down to the planet's mantle. All around it appeared to be organic constructs maintaining its structure. That's what 70,000 kilometers in size, maybe even 100,000, that's a big organ, and it's alive. This is the source of this world's strange power. I can feel the sheer life force from here, I can even see it if I stare through the force. Nox was thankful to Scorpio as he analyzed the organ. It was created to hold the collective lives, consciousness, and all, of the Fathers, the Cathol. It was meant to restore them up in the right time, but the Darkstrider denied them even now. The Fiery One explained as it flowed around the hollow map. Okay, I see. So the fortress surrounds the life well, thousands of slaves guard both the Dark Strider and this organ. I need to remove the threat of the Dark Strider without damaging the life well in the process. So that removes turbolaser fire, nuclear options, and orbital strikes. That means I need to draw the Dark Strider from the fortress, or go in myself. Maybe both. Nox leant against the table as he squinted in thought. Okay, let's talk situations and numbers. I could remove the Dark Strider and his army myself right now, but that would most likely cause damage to the life well. That does nothing but destroy the city. Nox spoke to the Fiery One as he connected to the hollow with his implants and began to display several simulations of him laying siege to the fortress himself. I could take care of destroying the Dark Strider and his army without damaging the life well, but the chances of the Dark Strider doing something to the life well before being struck down are rather high, higher than I'd like to risk. In the simulation, the first fleet appeared above the city and rained fire upon the city, with the subjugation destroying the fortress under a barrage of nuclear fire. The same goes for using the fleet. Nothing but death awaits that way. Nox dismissed the simulation of the fleet disappearing to revert to the map of Cthulhu. However, Nox brought up a different simulation. This one was a display of the Anti and the Yapi laying siege to the city, the armies of the Dark Strider meeting the forces head-on, whilst the display showed Nox and the Dark Strider fighting atop the fortress. If I have the Anti and Yapi draw out the Dark Strider's forces whilst I deal with it myself, it'll give me time to destroy it and secure the life well before sweeping the fortress itself and then ensuring the safety of the Yapi and Anti. Nox explained as he ran the simulations. And if I have Scorpio guarding the life well during the battle, extra security. How many do you think will perish? The Fiery One asked of Nox as they both watched the simulation run several different times with similar outcomes. Enough to ensure that their futures are secured. I'll do my best to ensure the deaths are kept to a minimum, but there will always be deaths in war, always. Nox answered. How many Anti are here that are prepared to fight? Roughly 800, the Fiery One informed Nox as he mentally crunched the numbers. There are a total of 5,000 Yapi currently coming to assist us. Of those, only roughly 1,200 are ready-abled warriors that will be partaking in the battle. That puts us at roughly 2,000 in total. It'll be safe to assume the Dark Strider's forces outnumber us by at least double those numbers. But that is easily rectified. Nox began to study the tops of the skyscrapers. What do you mean easily rectified? The Fiery One came closer as the subjugation appeared in the hollow. Well, the Dark Strider wants a ship. I just happen to have one with enough firepower to destroy the system itself, planet and all. However, we won't be using the ship itself. Instead, on board I have 4 factories that, when put to full power, can simply spew out copious amounts of highly lethal droids that I can throw at the Dark Strider's armies. If it comes down to a war of attrition, it's going to have a hard time out competing the technology on my ship. Nox explained as a wall of skytroopers appeared on the hollow, followed by 10 more of these city-wide droid walls. Can't you use these droids to take the city now? The Fiery One asked as Nox thought over the best way to answer the good question. Good question. I could, but at the end of the day, what do the natives achieve? They'll still be at each other's throats, fighting for control, and they'll most likely attempt to wrestle control of Cthulhu for themselves by attempting to take the city. You are the only ones with the goal to revive the Cthulhu. Who says that's what they want? The only thing that changes is the Dark Strider is no longer in the picture. But if they're forced to fight together, to unite against this common enemy, they need to fight together, experience their hardships together, create the bonds needed for a real alliance. And if they are able to do it under my watchful eye and guiding hand, all the better. What I want here is the secure and sustainable future for your planet. Nox reasoned to the Fiery One, the luminous being accepting his reasoning after a few seconds of mutual silence. You've put a lot of thought into this. You're rather insightful, I must admit. The Fiery One floated back closer to the hollow as it studied the subjugation. What are the chances of the Dark Strider taking your ship? Practically, no. They are simply straight zero. There are things on that ship that would make it tremble in terror if it could comprehend them. Nox replied in thought of the Iokath god droids and Zildrog itself that were stored on the ship. Not to mention the other things kept on the vessel under Nox's watchful eye. How long do you think it'll be before the Yappy arrive? The fiery one asked. Closing his eyes, Nox felt through the force, where he sought the Yappy population currently en route. They're moving at an acceptable rate. It's quite amazing how fast they can move when the children are mounted. Stop the parents, an entire population that can run tens of kilometers an hour. They'll be here by tomorrow noon. That's 16 hours to get the Onti tribes ready for the battle. And when they arrive, we split off those unfit for battle and get them to a safe location. Then we go to war. Arriving on the subjugation's bridge, Valen looked over the crew before her with a critical eye. Coming up to the High Justice, the CO approached and gave her a staunch salute. Your orders, mistress? The CO asked, the exarch standing tall, his features hidden behind his armor. Commander Estes, break formation. His Majesty wants the subjugation in orbit over Cathol for immediate support. Skytrooper factories are to be on full output and ready for deployment to the surface at His Majesty's discretion. Valen immediately went into command mode as she placed her arms behind her back and stood tall, the Scorpio proxy on board listening to her and immediately starting Skytrooper production. At your command. Estes turned to the helmsman with purpose. Bring the vessel into low orbit, slow our approach and engage cloaking measures. Estes hissed out, the helmsman working in tandem with Scorpio to guide the Titanic vessel away from the First Fleet around the Demon's Gate towards Cathol. Estimated arrival time at current speeds, 30 minutes. Scorpio announced as she monitored the ship's systems. Good. I don't want this bitch knowing we're here until it's too late. Valen bit as she glared out at Cathol. I want all weapons primed and ready in case we get the order. Valen instructed as she began to pace across the bridge. All across the vessel, warheads primed. Thermonuclear weapons engaged whilst turbo-laser batteries began to charge to full power. MAC cannons were automatically loaded and double-checked whilst ion cannons began to glow a blue light. Outside the vessel, the ship began to shimmer and shift. A haze beginning to overtake the vessel as it began to cloak. It was quick, almost immediate as the ship vanished from all sensors and anyone's view, going completely undetected by any means as it rapidly approached the dark green and blue planet. Friendlies and opposition flagged. ID tags implemented into sensors, awaiting further orders. Scorpio announced as a holo appeared in front of Valen. A display of all friendlies being shown on the map whilst the energy fortress glowed a fiery red as it was lit up by enemy tags. The next day noon. Everyone was restless. As the Yappy approached rapidly from the west, a cloud of churning dust being upturned as the pack of Yappy rushed closer. At his side stood the Onti representative whilst the individual village spokesman stood behind Nox and the representative. The ground began a slow shake at the 5,000 approaching individuals that were quickly coming closer. The united Onti villages behind them rushed and gathered in fear, thinking they were being invaded, as warriors grabbed their weapons and came to the defense of their people. Yet the warriors came to a stop at the spokesman's orders, forming a line behind their leaders in case anything went wrong. Time to make history. Nox slumped as he adjusted his robes, pulling down the hood to reveal his pitch-black hair that swayed violently in the wind. On his left side, the fiery one remained close by to monitor his progress. Are you sure about this course of action? The fiery one asked once more, Nox sending it an amused eyebrow. Of course, let's go meet them. Oh, I'm sure they're tired. Why don't you prepare some meals? Nox suggested as he turned to the spokesman before turning back to the incoming Yappy, stepping forward with purpose alongside the representative and the fiery one. Their journey was hard, tiring and difficult. At the behest of their new lord, they persevered on against their bodies' aches. Osiris huffed and gagged as she ran on all fours, her weapons strapped to her back as she guided the Yappy behind her. And true to the Lord's word, she spotted him once more, walking towards them with a purposeful gait as their old prey walked at his side. They too serve the Sky Demon faithfully, Osiris thought as she began to slow her charge. Behind her, the others did the same. The grass was soft on her digits as they pressed into the mud grounds. Yet she ignored them in favor of approaching her lord, who was giving her an amused smirk. Slowing to a stop in front of him, her people did the same. It was almost immediate that the warriors of the Yapi spotted the Anti warriors with their weapons at the ready. Snarling as they readied their own weapons and pushed their children to the center of the pack. Hey, Nox snapped his fingers, the wind blowing at the pressure released by a single snap of his fingers. None of that now. They're just nervous, the same as you. Now stay here while I take your leaders away to converse. And if anything happens while we're gone, I'll kill you all. Osiris knew an order when she heard one as she, Nox and the Anti representative moved to the side of both parties, towards a high hill that had a vantage point of the whole area. Okay, I'm going to keep it simple. Work out an alliance you both benefit from. Food and water resources aren't a worry, so keep them out of the discussion, for I'll be providing both myself. Now. Nox sat down on a rock with crossed arms. The Anti hate the Dark Strider and want it gone. Do you agree that's something that has to happen, Osiris? Yes, the Dark Strider must die, Osiris replied as the Anti's naturally wide eyes blinked slowly as it relayed everything it heard to the other leaders. Okay, so we agree on that. Now from what I've seen, the Anti don't particularly like being hunted. Nor do you particularly like being culled in turn, am I right? Nox pressed with his voice and the force. Yes, our numbers have been thinned far too much. Our future is uncertain as is without their horrible ways, the rep bit out as the Yapi's ears pressed back in anger. It is only natural for the weak to serve the strong. Your place isn't above us, and we won't let you forget that, Osiris snapped back as Nox's brow contorted. Okay, both of you are forgetting that neither of you are the strongest parties here. Not you, Nox pointed at the Anti, or you. The Yapi sagged at his finger being pointed at her, thinking he was going to smite her, yet she relaxed as his finger curled back up and receded into the sleeves of his robes. You're both in danger of yourselves. Yet the Dark Strider wants both of your people dead and will happily watch you all die. And when it's gone, it'll either be the fiery ones or the Cathol themselves that control the planet. If you are to survive what is to come, you will unite. That means no more hunting each other. His pointed look at Osiris caused her to shrink back before her turn to the Anti. And no more culling. You will work together. You people will mingle and produce good relations, and you will become one civilization. Nobody is higher than the other, you both rely on each other, all are provided for, am I clear? Your decree has been heard, Storm Lord, it will be obeyed. Osiris knelt in front of him, refusing to meet his eyes. The representative of the White Ones shall not be disobeyed. Your words will be obeyed, the Anti-Rep relayed after hearing the Yapi's announcement. What a waste of time, both their societies are spineless, looks like the Cathol have their work cut out for them when they return, at least it won't be my problem. Nox sighed as he stood back up. Okay, good, alliance made, let's eat. Grunting, Nox quickly departed back to the Anti camp, his words heard loud and clear as the Yapi and Anti groups stared each other down. Nox didn't care what occurred next as he returned to his makeshift tent, yet he could feel the Yapi tentatively beginning to mingle with the Anti camps. Frustrated, Nox dropped himself down onto the furred bed provided for him after having removed the pieces of his armor. Playing peacekeeper difficult, the fiery one spoke up as Nox opened one eye to peer at the creature. Just frustrating. But it's gotta be done. Now I'm going to rest for the next 12 hours, and you're going to make sure nothing disturbs me unless it's absolutely necessary, Nox replied as he closed his eye once more, blasting his consciousness from his mortal coil where he prepared to do some shifty things through the Force. Your Majesty, a heavy Skytrooper unit accompanied by 3 others knelt before him, in their arms were a series massive secured crates. Very good, set that one here, the rest of you are to place them around the camps and hand them out to the warriors, only one per person, to be taken half an hour before we engage. Nox stood to the side and held the tent flap open, the main unit entering with its crate whilst the other dispersed throughout the shoddy tents at his order. The main unit made its way to the center of the tent before kneeling down, depositing the crate on the ground with a solid thud. Now leave, Nox ordered of the Skytrooper unit, completely ignoring its immediate departure in favor of approaching the crate. My lord, you called for us. Osiris and Bork entered the tent, noticing Nox kneeling in front of the crate. placing his thumb against the scanner that locked the case. The crate let out a small hiss as the lid popped open slightly. Yes, I did. I need you to round up all children and any unable to participate in the coming battle. They'll be leaving with my forces and waiting on one of my ships until the battle is won, Nox instructed, Osiris opting to spread the word whilst Bork was the one to stay. Now, Bork, come here. Nox lifted the lid off of the crate, white mist rising from within as two separate silver cases were kept within. Grabbing the handles of the two cold cases, Nox lifted them from within the confines of the crate, taking care not to disturb the contents before placing them on the ground at his side. Out of curiosity, Bork watched Nox open one of the cases. The bug tilted its head in confusion as it stared at small capsules that glowed a fluorescent blue light. Half an hour before we engage the enemy, our warriors are to swallow a single one of these pills. These are stimulants that heighten out warriors' capabilities whilst, never mind. Just know that this is going to help us win the war with minimal casualties. Nox picked up one of the glowing capsules with a curious eye. Such a dangerous little thing. Your research does me well. Skiva. Nox placed the glowing pill down with the rest, deciding he'd rather watch the effects rather than experience it himself, a wise decision. Now please, take this crate and disperse these amongst everyone that is to be at the battle. In the meantime, there is something I must do. Leave me. Nox turned away from Bork as it took the offered crate and made a hasty silent retreat. Kneeling to the ground, Nox inclined his head whilst the force grew heavy around him. A mirage of purple mist rising from his form to permeate through the tent. All across the camp, the temperature dropped exponentially with everyone present shivering as a cold wave washed over them. Greetings, Dark Strider, we have much to discuss. The Dark Strider paused in its movements through its fortress. The long centipede-like create twisting around a hallway whilst its guards skittered across the walls and ceiling. It however stopped as the hall around it darkened, the shadows stretching and plunging into a black darker than a starless sky. It felt an instinctual wrongness with the setting. Icicles formed across the ceiling, yet it paid no heed to these rapidly forming icicles. Instead of stared at the black figure that had appeared ahead of it in the hallway. Make of shifting clouds of black and white. Its eyes a pitch of black darker than anything around it. Greetings, Dark Strider, we have much to discuss. With a mere wave of its hand, the world around the Dark Strider vanished. The creature finding itself on a formless plane that stretched on for eternity. You are the Dark Strider asked as it rose to its hind legs, attempting to stand over the humanoid shape before it. Emperor Abrunik Kalig of the Eternal Empire. The one on the throne. Nox introduced himself, snapping his fingers to conjure a large obsidian throne for his otherworldly form to casually sit down on. The world around them changed as soon as he sat upon his throne. Massive obelisks of stone from nowhere whilst sand blanketed the lands. Rising to the distance was the Korriban Academy, which looked over them with a chilling shadow. Then allow me to properly introduce myself. I am the Dark Strider, the rightful appointed monarch of Cathol, appointed by the old masters themselves. The Dark Strider rose up and expanded its legs out in an effort to display its superiority. Well met. Nox interlaced his fingers whilst crossing his left leg over his right. What is it you wish to speak of, Emperor of the Distant Stars? The Dark Strider spoke sarcastically as its head wound from left to right. I have been made aware of a certain goal you wish to achieve. I want to speak to you about this deal you wish to make. Nox motioned his hands forward whilst extending his fingers to accentuate his words. It is simple, is it not? In exchange for one of your vessels, I will allow you access to the technology I have pioneered. And then all will be forgiven for your transgressions. The Dark Strider inched closer whilst nearing the Eternal Emperor. The small smile Nox had plastered on his face slowly slipped from his face whilst he listened. Foolish, Nox sneered as he raised his cupped hand towards the Dark Strider. You insignificant creature, you cannot comprehend the forces you face. Nor can you trick me into allowing you off-world. Nox gripped the creature through the force and dragged it to kneel at his foot. It struggled for naught as its head became buried in the illusionary sands of Korriban. You see, I am aware of your goals in leaving this world. You would plague the universe until I find and kill you once more. You would never be powerful enough to become a true danger to me. But you would become annoying in the long run. But I am not without mercy. If you were to abdicate and usher in my rule, then I would permit you to exist on this world. Nox allowed the creature to pull back, its long body skittering back several tens of meters. You insolent creature! I will not be intimidated by such meager illusions. I have lived for eons. Ruled this world with an iron fist since the imprisonment of my creators. I know its geography like the back of my hand. Nothing occurs without my knowledge. You can build your tiny army, you can march them to me and they will die. However, I will spare them. If you come to me and prostrate yourself before my altar, you will bring me a vessel to the stars, and only then will I allow you life. The creature rose high as it spread itself wide. If not, then this army you've created of those pathetic creatures you seem to care for so much will be killed. The two stared at each other in silence for several long moments. All before a small snort was heard, the Dark Strider watching as Nos' chest began to heave in laughter. Ha 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 ha. His chest heaved up and down uproariously. If this was his physical form he would have had tears streaming down his face due to how humorous its assumptions were, showing just how short-sighted the creature was. His fit of laughter went on for a few more seconds before he suddenly stopped. The sudden shift in demeanor and attitude taking the Dark Strider by surprise. You see, that's the thing. I don't particularly care about the lives native to this planet. They make a decent workforce, but if they all just happen to perish in this coming conflict, then so be it. It makes my conquest and unquestioned rule of the planet a much simpler goal. It seems we've reached an impasse. Nox spoke as he rose from the black throne, with the chair vanishing as he left its surface. It seems so. The Dark Strider stared down at the so-called Emperor, and if it could physically show its hate on its face it would be contorted in utter malice. Then there is no further need for us to discuss things from this point onward. The next time we meet, shall be on the battlefield, Nox decreed as they appeared back in the corridors of the Dark Strider's fortress. This is your one chance. Surrender and turn yourself over by the time me and my forces arrive to your fortress. Or be destroyed. The astral form of Nox proceeded to break up into motes of black and white energy that dissipated into the air. Nox opened his molten eyes with a harsh glare. Nox rose from his position with haste and purpose before storming towards the tent flap. With Nox violently pushing over the tent flap, Osiris leapt in fright as he stared directly at her. Get the fighters ready, we're going to war. Nox immediately turned back into the tent without further word. Standing on the bridge of the subjugation, Valen turned her eyes to the side whilst Scorpio approached at her side. His Majesty has given the go-ahead. We're to drop over the city covertly and have our forces ready for immediate deployment, Scorpio informed the High Justice with her usual emotionless voice. Within a few moments of nothing happened. Valen turned to face the bridge crew whom were waiting for her order. You heard her. Get us down there. Valen's voice broke halfway through her bellow. Meanwhile everyone below in front of her rushed to their stations. The effect was immediate. As the ship shuddered slightly as they began to move forward with the thrusters roaring to life. Whilst maintaining its camouflage, the vessel dropped through the atmosphere hundreds of meters in moments. The drop was immediate, and if one were to look to the skies, they would see clouds being speared apart by what appeared to be nothing but brutally strong winds. With the ship leveling out at several thousand meters above the ground, the flagship approached the city in complete and utter silence. The only tell to its presence would be if someone was able to sense them through the force. Leveling out. Maintaining altitude. Skytrooper units ready for immediate deployment. Weapons trained, Scorpio announced as she informed her superior. Very good. Valen squinted as she felt the approach of Nox's army from below. As they entered the city's boundaries, the ship was sure to avoid any of the towering structures of the abandoned city. Minimizing all emissions. Harmonizing with the local atmosphere, absorbing signals. Sound waves, neutral, were completely invisible. They have no idea we're here, Scorpio announced with a small amount of pride in her voice. Have all weapons trained on the Dark Strider's fortress. If His Majesty is to call it in. I want it. Glassed Valen crossed her arms behind her back with a hard glare. The march was slow but organized. With Nox standing at the head with Bork and Osiris walking slowly at his sides. The forest around them was silent as they passed through. The smaller life forms fleeing to their refuges as the army caused the ground to rattle in their synchronized march. His black robes obscured his body from view as his glowing eyes peeked out from under the darkness of his hood. Coming out of the bushes like a fiery luminous light. His fiery one companion swiftly flew to his side before hovering over his right shoulder. I was wondering where you went. Nox's eyes flashed to the fiery one. His vibrant eyes peering at the creature with open curiosity. Forgive me. I was communing with the others and scouring the city ahead, the fiery one whispered in his mind in response. I see, it's no problem. You're here now, Nox replied as he stretched his senses out ahead of them. We're approaching the city limits, Nox informed Osiris and Bork as he stared at a massive metallic sloped wall some several hundred meters ahead. Cradling the hilt of his lightsaber. Nox smirked as he felt the rage of the Dark Strider within the city far ahead within the city. Spread the word. I want everyone to take their stimulants, immediately Nox ordered of Osiris and Bork. Both of which quickly fell back into the lines of Yappy and Auntie as they relayed their orders. All around one by one the Yappy and the Auntie pulled out the small fluorescent blue cylinders handed to them by the heavy Skytrooper units which dropped them off. Being careful as they broke the seals to the stimulants. The army downed the stimulants cylinder and all with no issues. As they continued forward. Nox's eyes flashed to the sky as he felt the subjugation passing overhead. And using his force sight he was able to see the vessel itself as it glistened in the skies. Coming to a stand atop the sloped wall that surrounded the ancient Cathol capital. Nox stared blankly at the fortress at the center of the city with clear contempt. Coming up at his side once more were the CO leader of the Auntie and Yappy. Behind them on the metallic slope stood the army which had scaled its sides without issue. Looking from left to right, Nox scowled as he felt the buried life forms that lay buried in the fields between the wall and the cityscape before them. Stretching his hand out to the fields in front of them, Nox made a clawing gesture and dragged his fingers towards his chest. The ground churned as massive insectoid beasts were torn through the soil against their will. Chitinous plates covered the large creatures whilst white worm-like beings wriggled from under the plates of the massive creatures. They had 6 long armored legs that clawed at the ground whilst attempting to find purchase on the ground. Their armored heads swung around on their long necks as they cried out in confusion. 3 eyes on either sides of their heads, all locking onto the army that stood atop the metallic wall. As tens of these creatures were lifted from the ground before the amazed army. Nox lurched forward with red streams of superheated lightning bolts spearing from his fingers and into the skies. The very air around them screamed as white flashes blinded those to bear witness momentarily. He could feel the creatures die as each bolt of lightning to be discharged from his fingertips. The force being stripped from their bodies with each bolt. Their life force being drained at every moment. Stopping the lightning with a mere flick of his wrist. Nox simply dropped the sizzling charged corpses of the beasts to the ground. As the corpses dropped to the ground, Nox turned to face the Yappy and Auntie army behind them with a harsh glare. He could feel the fortress responding to the sudden deaths of the city's buried guardians, as thousands of life forms flooded from access ports throughout the city before flushing towards their direction. This is it, I guess. Nox looked at the aliens below him, studying each and every one of them for no more than a second each. Spreading his arms to the side of his body, Nox floated slightly so he was visible to everyone below. He ignored that there were well over 1,000 of the Dark Strider's forces flooded towards the army of Yappy and Auntie and instead chose to focus on giving his speech to the people he now lead. Here we are, rightful rulers of Cathol. Your great enemy rears its head in defiance as we stand on the brink of victory. Pick up your spears, stand strong and do not falter. Fear no injuries, do not fear oblivion, for it holds no claim of you this night. Nox clenched his hand in front of him, the 2 armies raising their heads to their leader as they listened. The Dark Strider claims Cathol as its own, it created your brother races, you sibling to serve a meaningless existence under its eye. It cares not for you, it holds your fathers hostage in undeath. It thinks itself better than you. Think you can be silenced and conquered. Show this creature, this abomination your resolve. Fight for your sons, your daughters, and wives and husbands. Fight till the bitter end by my side as we show this beast its place. Together we will make it pay for its insolence. Nox bellowed as the force tore from his body, expanding from him in a dome of energy that speared into his armies. The change was immediate, the army twitched and shook as energy rose up within every being present. Hope, resolution, sheer determination took hold of the Auntie and the Yappy. They became ravenous, as they, not knowing how to handle the unnatural intrusion of such feelings, roared and charged forward with their weapons. They rushed over the metal wall and past Nox with a sort of controlled rage. As they slid down the other side of the wall as a wave of white and blue, they cared not for the liquid black sea of their brother races coming to meet their charge head-on. They had a single purpose this day, they wouldn't falter. We fight. A Yappy lost amongst the others bellowed as they began a single charge for the incoming wave of organic black metal flooding in their direction. Till death and Auntie replied as they mixed with the Yappy as they blitzed towards the incoming enemies. Or victory. Nox finish as he leapt high into the air above, becoming a shifting cloud of black that quickly overtook the front line charge of his army, heading straight for the Dark Strider's fortress. His black form crashed into one of the skyscrapers above, blowing the outer walls of the building away as the entire structure shifted. The cloud snaked through the building without care as entire beams of metal were thrown out of its path whilst he broke through the other side of the building. He ignored the building behind his shifting form even as it began to collapse under the structural damage it had sustained. From below the Sam looked to the skies as metal shards fell from above, spotting the black cloud that rushed towards their fortress. Yet they could do nothing as the enemy army collided with them. Like ravenous beasts, the Yappy and Auntie fell onto them like an ocean. The stimulants were well in effect as the Yappy raged. Forever Yappy there would be for Sam trying to stop just one. Their muscles burst under their skin as their pupils dilated. Their mouths began to froth with white foam as one but down onto the center of a Sam, holding two more in its clawed hands before moving onto the others whilst taking its hands around like massive cleaving blades. It was a shame that the Sam didn't have heads, instead being a single central segment with teeth and 6 legs attached to it. For the Yappy would have decapitated many if they could have. Soon the mental effects of the stimulants began to take hold, as they became blinded, ignoring the pain of the Sam's teeth and pincers raking flesh and chitin from their bodies. Even as entire limbs were torn from their bodies, organs being exposed to the outside world as entrails were pulled from their bodies. Yet the stimulants kept them alive, as the wounds closed up before their enemies' very eyes. Osiris was a force to be reckoned with as her dilated eyes blitzed around her in every direction. Her white charred fur was long since dyed red with blood. Thick veins bulged under her skin as her charred coat moved. She felt alive. Not like some hobbling old coot using a spear as a walking stick. No, she was alive. Once more a monster on the battlefield, a monster she had long since forgotten it was like to be. She caught a Sam in her jaw as it leapt at her from the horde, only to be squashed and explode outwards as her maw turned it to paste. You can't stop me. I am Osiris the Bloodhound. Do you think you'll be able to put me down this day? Come. Meet your ends, Osiris bellowed as he hefted her spear above her head before lowering it and rushing head first into the Sam horde. The Auntie were in the same ravenous state as the Yappy. Bork and the other village leaders stood at the head of the Auntie as the Sam climbed all over them. His axe split a Sam down the middle whilst his second and third hands flashed out to squish the pathetic bugs in his grip. They crawled over his back in an attempt to kill him. Yet his fourth arm flashed backwards with a dagger, flying over his body with keen precision as he cleansed his back of attackers by slashing at them viciously. It was insanity all around even as the falling building from above collapsed onto both armies, crushing many of both sides at once, yet they ignored the building without care and waged war for their leaders. He slammed down onto the rooftop of the Dark Strider's fortress, cratering the building underfoot as the cloud that made up his being coalesced together. His skin came together like notes of ash that clumped together into a solid form. With his face coming together, his molten eyes slowly opened whilst he held a small smile. Rising from his kneeling position, his robes pieced themselves together around his nude form. Nox looked at the dark strider that stood at the opposite side of the rooftop. "I did tell you to be ready to surrender upon my arrival. I guess you choose death." Nox chuckled as he shrugged off the oversized black robe and let it pool around his boots. "You pretentious human. You all think you will be the ones to conquer the stars. You humans. You're not the first of your kind I've encountered. And I have put down all those who think they can come to my world and challenge me. So when I kill you, I'll take your ship. And the stars will be mine." The dark strider rose up before bellowing outwards, calling its personal escort to its aid. "You assume too much." Nox chuckled with a small smile even as the 500 SAM that made up the dark strider's personal escort blitzed him from all sides. "Allow me to educate you," Nox mused as he connected to Scorpio via his implants. "Begin the assault." Above the city, the looming subjugation appeared suddenly above the skyscrapers. Immediately after its appearance, curtains of white ejected from all sides and crevices of the ship spewed out of the giant vessel. They fell on the city like multiple white waterfalls. The Skytrooper army broke clear through the skyscrapers, dropping through floors with little resistance as they shredded anything between them and the ground. The first things to land naturally were the behemoth heavy Skytrooper units. As they slammed into the ground with the force of fallen meteors, the massive golden droids started the assault immediately. With a sweep of their large fists, they dropped their fists onto the SAM as their fists broke the concrete below. With their fists buried in the ground, twin muzzles burst from compartments on the back of their hands with a low buzz. Immediately after, jets of flame exploded around the heavy Skytrooper units, clearing everything around them in a wave of fire that expelled outwards in all directions. Rising from the blast craters, the heavy units remained still as the other Skytrooper units fell to the ground beside them, their jetpacks giving a slow roar as they stopped their descent. The wall of Skytroopers cut off the majority of Yappy and Auntie from the rest of the SAM army. They held their blasters in formation, a wall of blasters ready to rain hell down on their foes. Over their shoulders, another wave of Skytroopers hovered in the skies with their weapons pointed down to assist the Skytroopers on the ground. "Open fire!" Scorpio ordered from above within the subjugation. And at her order, the Skytrooper army unleashed a wave of superheated plasma upon the hideous SAM. Nox watched from the fortress as the Skytroopers unleashed a wave of dark blue hell upon the SAM. A never-ending wave of plasma that slaughtered many with each volley. "What a vessel! This ship will be the vessel that delivers me to the stars." The dark strider stretched upwards in a sort of attempt to grab at the subjugation looming above. "It's a mighty vessel. It's a shame you'll never get to experience its splendor." "Now what did I say before? Oh yes, it's time for me to educate you on your place," Nox hissed as he made a crushing motion with his hands. All around them, all 500 of the personal guard of the dark strider imploded inwards in a burst of blood that sprayed outwards in all directions. With a sneer, Nox swept his hand before their corpses were swept to the side by Nox's same closed fist. "Now, let's settle this little thing we have going on here." Nox adjusted the gauntlets of his right hand as he began to step towards the dark strider, making sure to step over the newly dead SAM Emperor to Emperor, or I think it's closer to Emperor to Bug. The dark strider answered with a screech, its hundreds of legs pushing it forward as the arms under its head reached for its foe. Nox himself leapt forward, blitzing whilst he left several after images in his wake as he wound his fist back and met the dark strider at the center of the roof with a colossal explosion. As they met, Nox's fist collided with the lower portions of the dark strider's face. As a thunderclap rose from where he struck, the beast itself was hurled backwards in a blur towards one of the towers of the fortress. Landing with a small huff, Nox once more pushed off of the ground before sprinting directly at the centipede. As the beasts collided with the tower, Nox once more leapt up into the air as he brought his fists together overhead and performed a two-handed drop onto the beast's exposed underside. The fortress shook under the power of his blow as the skyscrapers in the distance had its windows blow out from the pressure of his punch. The beast's body physically collapsed inwards as it wailed from his punch, before Nox gripped the beast's by its legs and began to hoist it overhead. Its legs flew about in panic as Nox's back muscles bulged whilst he held the Dark Strider overhead before he arched and tossed the creature across the roof where it slammed into the opposite watchtower. The force of the Dark Strider colliding with the tower forced it to warp and collapse atop the beast. All the while Nox simply examined his right gauntlet as he approached with a slow gait. You aliens are always so sure of yourselves. Always assuming you're above the creatures before you. Yet you never comprehend your place in the world. It's about time we fixed that, Nox mocked even as the Dark Strider burst from the rubble in a burst of speed. It appeared before Nox in that moment, yet was surprised at the left hook that landed on its left maw, sending the beast hurtling to the side as its chitinous plate exploded outwards and off of its body to reveal exposed and vulnerable muscle. You were before a god, yet you presumed your superiority. You have a meager, basic connection to the Force which barely allows you to feel the flow of the Force. Pathetic. Just because you ruled a planet for millennia, you automatically assumed everything you'd encounter from the stars would naturally kneel. Nox made a grasping motion with his left hand. The Dark Strider was taken by surprise as it felt itself begin to contort and twist. The Dark Strider was dragged from the ground and into the air as it was forcefully hovered before Nox. You're before a god. You thought this was going to be a battle. But what god would allow such a pathetic creature such as you to so much as threaten his existence? You are nothing but a dying bug who will serve as the stepping stone to my rule of this planet. This wasn't a battle, this is an execution. Nox dropped his hand to the ground. And just like their previous discussion, the Dark Strider was planted before Nox's feet. The Sith entity stared down at the Dark Strider with a frown. It's a shame. I expected more from such a big mighty emperor such as you, pathetic. Though I guess I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. You're nothing compared to the power they held. I look forward to waging true battle with them. Nox smirked as he raised his hands towards the forcefully kneeling Dark Strider. You will suffer for your arrogance, Nox mused before once more red bolts speared from his fingers to assault the Dark Strider's body. The beast wailed in agony as red arcs crossed the creature's body, wriggling around and crying out in utter pain and agony. Nox could feel the creature being stripped of the Force, as the computer housed in its shed flashed several colors in rapid succession. Its chitin armor began to sizzle and pop whilst its legs burst with blood spraying from the limbs. The eyes in its skull began to bleed, gushing blood popping and bubbling in all directions from its body. That's all it can take. Pathetic. Nox squinted as he stopped the surge of power from his fingertips. This is it for you. Know that everything you have ever strived for comes to an end at this very moment. Die, and know nothing. Nox pointed his finger at the glowing computed embedded within the creature's skull. Mechadiru. The battle was over. As one, the Dark Strider's armies halted their attacks at the same time. They allowed themselves to die without fighting back, as if they held no sense of self-preservation or a reason to live. They simply rolled over and allowed themselves to die at the hands of the Auntie and Yappy. Nox watched from atop the Dark Strider's fortress with his hands crossed behind his back. Black robes billowing around thanks to vicious winds courtesy of the subjugation lowering closer to the city now that the threat was ended. Turning around to a looming shadow over his back, Nox turned to face a still and silently standing Dark Strider. The computer in its head shining a ghastly orange whilst black tentacles wound throughout its body as if forcefully controlling the deceased husk that was once the ruler of Cathol. You'll make a good techno-beast, but let's go free these Cathol first. Nox pressed his thought onto the computer system bound to his will. And to his satisfaction he watched the deceased Dark Strider turn away and begin a slow trek back into the fortress. Arriving within the antechamber that housed the very tip of the life well, Nox waltzed up to the giant beating organ with an admiring gaze. Standing in front of the organ was Scorpio herself, whom was currently linked to one of many computer consoles that lines the room. How goes the download? Nox asked as he stopped beside the feminine droid, the Dark Strider winding into the room as it slowly made its way towards the life well. I take it you're controlling that beast, Scorpio asked as her eyes shined with light, the droid in mid-process of analyzing several thousand curious files housed within the Cathol mainframe. Of course. It's as dead as Zyast. I'm simply controlling its more technical parts through the Force. Nox stepped around the glowing console before walking up to the life well. Now then, beast. Free. Then his command was heard as the Dark Strider began to rise, spreading wide as the computer systems within its body released a low whine. All around the room, lights began to flicker rapidly as the computer consoles around all activated at once, forcing Scorpio to disconnect from the mainframe and take a step back as system connected to the life well activated. The building around them shook as cables diverted power from the fortress and into the life well. A low pulse rose over the titanic organ in front of them, before the Dark Strider suddenly shut off and fell to the ground, its duty complete. Arrange for the pickup of the body. Nox spoke over his shoulder to Scorpio just as several white glowing beings appeared in front of him from the life well. Greetings. I am a Brunic. I take it you're the Cathol. Nox kept his arms crossed behind his back whilst the beings of energy regarded him in silence. Greetings, Star Conqueror. Our time within the life well has robbed us of our ability to reacquire organic form. We cannot return to what we once were. The metaphysical alien forms shifted around the antechamber whilst the Yapi and Anti watched on in reverence, kneeling before the original creators of the Cathol civilization. We've decided to move on. To ascend where our masters have gone, it is the only path left before our kind, the representative explained as it gestured to the others behind it. You have freed us from our eternal torment. Another elder of the Cathol came up beside the ancient elder council. You have ensured the continued prosperity of our progeny in our absence. Another came up beside the two that stood before Nox. But our children cannot be left on their own, they would eventually fall to their baser instincts of domination. No, a watcher is needed, just like we were to our children. And the Dark Strider to his subjects. So to you, will take our place amounts the monarchy of Cathol brighter than that of the other three. A humanoid shape of white light came up beside its companions. We've come to the unanimous agreement that you shall warden our lands upon our departure. We've watched you, how you interact with our children. How you treat them fairly without prejudice. Their lives matter to you just as they did us, and in that line of thinking, you have proven to be the most viable subject to inherit our mantle. Your stewardship shall be recognized by the residents of our planet and our leftover technology, its future is in your hands. The innocent place their trust in you, don't squander it. The largest of the group spoke in a deep baritone voice. Our decree has been made, young one. Should we cross paths in the great beyond, we would look forward to reacquainting ourselves. A feminine version spoke as the representative began to speak up once more. Our time for conversing has passed, the representative announced as all around them, throughout the ancient dead city and the fortress, the luminous beings began to glow brighter and brighter with each passing moment. The time for our ascension has begun. The representative watched on as all across the city, the luminous beings beginning to levitate from the ground with their arms spread at their sides. Take care, Warden. We wish you well in your future endeavors. And remember, be careful of the gate. Anything made by them, is not to be taken lightly, like we did. Learn from our mistakes, that is the only way forward. Goodbye, Warden. The representative lifted from the ground, the last to do so as before the eyes of their old subjects, the luminous one's forms ruptured. As one. Across the city, the ancient Cathol erupted. Rings of light tearing from their luminous forms in explosions of light that expanded outwards like a supernova in all directions. The explosions of the Cathol expanded to 2 meters before being sucked in on themselves, the light that made up their beings sucked in like a black hole. Nox watched as a repulse washed over the city to complete the ancient Cathol's ascension. Silence was all that remained as the indigenous peoples of the world looked to him for guidance. What should we do next? Valen asked as the leaders of the different races bowed their heads. We will honor the wishes of the ancient masters of Cathol. This city shall once more become the central hub of civilization. Together will the races of this world walk forward, under my banner. Nox turned to the clan leaders, Bork and Osiris, eyes oasing over each individual present. Go, retrieve your peoples, a new dawn arrives for this world. My empire will arrive in the morning with my people to begin restoration. I expect you to be present." They all bowed to his words, unchallenging as they swiftly departed the presence of their new leader. With the locals quickly rushing off to gather the remainder of their kind, Nox turned back to the city with a small frown on his face. "This is Nox to Bridge. Cathol has been secured. Divide the fleet. I want 12 ships en route immediately with resources to repair the destroyed gate that is here in the city. Be careful of the locals, they are allies and have pledged themselves to our empire. Then I want you to scour and download all the knowledge they have hidden and relayed to me." Nox relayed to the Scorpio proxy on the subjugation. "It will be done," Scorpio replied through his implants whilst he turned to Valen. "Very good," Nox replied before cutting off comms. "Why don't we go see the secrets the Cathol we're keeping?" Nox smirked as he stepped out of the life well chamber. The past, Alderaan. The time was near, he could feel his child's life force clearly even though his pregnant wife was across the galaxy from his current position. At his side stood Malgus and Arcan, whilst the Republic forces descended upon their position. He could feel their ailing forces, the plague he had long since engineered having rendered anyone who wasn't an exceptional existence useless in a fight. He watched the ships, cruisers, and fighters peel through the atmosphere, already firing up in their position even from the sheer distance between them. Yet Nox's attention was taken immediately from the impending battle, as his head snapped to look downwards towards the position of Odson. Lana Nox could feel her pain through the force, racking his brain as his priorities immediately shifted. "Malgus, Arcan, return to the ship, this battle ends immediately." Nox looked to the forces above and crouched low. "As you wish," Arcan replied, turning away with Malgus as they began to tread their way back to the shuttles a couple of 100 meters behind them. Time slowed to a crawl to Nox's perspective, as he launched from the ground to the skies. He raised his hands in front of his body as he began to levitate, red bolts began to snap around his fingers, each bolt easily discernible to his eyes as they moved in slow motion. Perish! Nox stared to the skies as he called the force to him, he could feel it rush to him, flowing into his body in torrents as he diverted the flow of energy to his fingertips. Time righted itself the next instant as Nox closed his eyes for the briefest of moments to shield his retina from what was to come. The horizon was bathed white as a ringing assaulted Arcan's ears. Heat assaulted his features as trees instantly combusted around their shuttle. Spots in his eyes began to clear up as he turned back to face his emperor as the man fell back to the ground. Yet his attention was drawn skywards, as burning streaks of metal fell from the skies. Fire bathed the horizon, as the shuttles and cruisers fell from the skies lifelessly, crashing and exploding up in the grounds below. "All of our enemies, perishing in an instant, that is true power." Arcan took the sight in as his lord approached. "Lana has gone into labor, we're leaving for Odson immediately." Demon's Gate, the present. The vacuum of space surrounded Nox as he floated at the center of the Demon's Gate. The vibrant blue shell that surrounded the center of the Demon's Gate spun around him in all directions. "Nox to command, prepare for breach." Nox spoke into his helmet's systems. Around the Demon's Gate the entirety of the First Fleet surrounded the vessel in all directions, blanketing the stars as they pointed directly at the blue disk at their center. "Ready and waiting, my lord," Valen responded from the bridge of the subjugation that sat just beyond the cusps of the Demon's Gate's spinning blue disks. "Now is the time, let us begin," Nox responded before he clasped his hands in front of his body whilst closing his eyes. "Begin blanketing," Nox ordered just before he called upon the force. All across the fleet, the knights aboard the ships raised their hands in the direction of the gate. "All units, begin!" Valen's voice rung throughout the fleet. Throughout the fleet, the knights and exarchs began to create a bubble around the Demon's Gate through the force. All around the gate, a shimmer began to morph into existence around the gate. A barrier of shimmering metaphysical white light that came into and out of existence. Nox could feel the barrier that surrounded himself and the gate. "Very good," Nox mused as the veins beneath his skin began to blacken. The force began to buffet and ripple from Nox, billowing outwards from his body into the surrounding gate. The world began to shift and twist under the pressure of Nox's releasing presence. Everything shook and rattled as wisps of energy from the gate contorted and twisted as the energy from his being struck out at the barrier created by the Eternal Empire. The knights within the surrounding ships shuddered and shook as the energy released by Nox's body threatened to tear through the rippling barrier they had created at their master's order. With his skin paling exponentially, Nox grit his teeth as it felt as if fire was coursing through his veins. There's no way I can hide the opening of the Demon's Gate. The ripples through the force would inevitably draw attention from everyone. Unless I can create a larger disturbance, or a disturbance closer to those that would sense it, Nox thought as he brought his palms together in front of his chest, white light exploding from his palms that blinded all that looked upon the Demon's Gate. The Jedi Temple. Vas Lucas slowly knelt down within the Room of 1,000 Fountains. He knew Mace was currently seeking him out for something as he could feel the Master of the Order's searching presence. Time to make a disturbance. Vas placed his hands on his knees before closing his eyes and opening himself up to the Force. Far across the galaxy, Athla-Jiroth floated through space as an incorporeal cloud of black matter. Shifting and twisting through the cold void of space. He floated within a dead solar system, devoid of life as the star itself dimmed under the godly being's presence. Understood, my master. His incorporeal body began to coil around itself, the force growing heavy with the dark side. My lord's lighter aspect is drawing the attention of those that are aligned with the lighter portions of the force. I must draw the attention of those that remain, Athla thought as he began to release a raging pulse through the force. The pulse expanded from his form in all directions. The closest planets rattled and quaked as a shockwave tore the continents apart, sending debris and chunks of Earth into the skies. The stars around quaked and dimmed momentarily as waves of dark force energy tore across the galaxy unimpeded. The dark pulse washed through the galaxy, spreading across the dark web that hid such dark powers from the Jedi like the ripples in a pond. He could feel it instantaneously, the undivided attention of every dark side-orientated being that was capable of sensing the wave he sent out. My part is done, my lord. Your activities shall be shielded from the eyes of the galaxy, Athla-Jiroth mused as another pulse tore from his incorporeal form, rending any life from the already dying solar system around it with extreme haste. Now I must return to Iokath, where I must feast. The shifting cloud of shadow shrunk in on itself until it completely evaporated from the system, leaving nothing but death and crumbling planets in its wake. Demon's Gate. The Knights of Zakul shuddered as they struggled to stand under the pressure forced upon their shoulders. The Exarchs fared little better even with their enhanced bodies. The force flowed heavily, saturating the very air around them as they were threatened to be crushed like tin cans. Yet they persisted in maintaining the barrier around the Demon's Gate. Valen squinted at the shimmering white dome that surrounded the gate, puckering her lips slightly in thought. Her eyes danced over to a knight whom was struggling, dropping to one knee as the battering waves from their lord forced him to the ground. I guess I could offer a little assistance, Valen thought bitterly as she raised his right hand, facing her palm at the gate and making a grasping gesture. The air around her extended fingers visibly distorted as the force came to her call, the woman adding her own efforts to maintaining the barrier. The effects were immediate for both Valen and the Knights of Zakul. The woman physically shook up and feeling the torrential waves of energy coming from Nox. It felt as if she was being forced under the ocean, her very soul being contorted and twisted under the barrage of energy coming from her lover. But she refused to let go, as she could see the burden of maintaining the barrier be significantly eased for the knights. The young man on the bridge slowly finding his way back to his feet. Don't take too long now, love. I don't know how long I can hold your power for. The Demon's Gate shuddered, releasing a whine from all around Nox as the man himself grit his teeth in exertion. He held his arms aloft at his side, his hands clasped into fists before he slowly began to drag his outstretched arms inwards. The space all around him shuddered and twisted, it looked as if his body was twisting and distorting as his arms slowly came together at the center of his chest. Holding his hands over his chest, with his palms facing each other. He slowly unfurled his fingers until his fingers slowly created a cage with his digits. Bursting from his back, a total of 12 elongated pale arms swayed aimlessly at his back. And with a mere flex, the arms spread wide. The long slender fingers of his now 12 extra hands clawed at the space around them, grabbing at the energies of the demon's gate before beginning to drag them towards Nox's main arms. "We need more gravity," Nox hissed internally. "Very well." With a breath of power, a black orb formed at the center of his palms, a pinprick of pure darkness that ate at the very fabric of space and time around it. Controlling this orb took considerable effort. As the flow of the demon's gate's energies began to divert directly towards the orb he held, the arms at his back continued to drag the energies of the gate with each centimeter they drew inwards. Slowly, Nox began to separate his palms from each other, allowing for the tiny orb to expand to the size of a volleyball. The entire demon's gate shuddered as he did so, the orb eating at the energy of the demon's gate with gusto. "The key is in the lock, let's turn it," Nox grunted, preparing for the final push needed for the gate to be opened. Spreading his arms wide, Nox dispelled the conjured arms from his back, the appendages slithering back into the base of his spine before they had completely vanished. Layering a shield over his body, Nox smiled wickedly before his whole body tensed. "Be ready, Valen, this gate is about to scream." Nox closed his eyes and let out a slow breath, before finally slamming his hands together around the volleyball-sized orb of peerless darkness, squashing it with brute force and energy. The backlash came immediately thereafter, as his hands were forced apart and his body flung across the gate. Nox careened through the space of the gate with little control, waves of energy expanding from where the orb had been squashed not a second prior. He was about to impact the barrier made by the knights when his uncontrolled flight was inverted. Gravity increasing exponentially upon his body as it tried to pull him back to his origin point. With a grunt, Nox stopped his body from moving, choosing instead to turn around and stare directly towards the center of the gate. "Well, isn't that pretty?" Nox thought as he stared in awe at the opening gate. At the center of the demon's gate, a blue whirlpool of energy quickly expanded outwards. Its center was as dark as a starless void, whilst its fringes dragged the energy of the gate around its circumference like a draining bathtub. What came next gave Nox even greater satisfaction, as the darkness of the gate seemed to stretch onwards. The energy it sucked from the world around it shrunk and shrunk until it looked like it was about to run out of fuel. Yet it was not to be, as a small pinprick of light could be spotted deep within the starless void. And from the pinprick of white, energy flowed upwards. Had Nox not been anchoring himself, he would have been jettisoned away from the opening gate as a new rush of energy pushed its way out from the gate with an explosion of blue iridescent light that spread out and restored the demon's gate to its full power. "It's now self-sustaining. Nobody will be able to close it now. The gate is open." It wouldn't be for several more hours until the demon's gate would settle down, the wormhole sustaining itself without any outbursts of energy or fluctuations. All the while Nox simply floated over the maw of the wormhole, his form hovering of the eclipsing tunnel of darkness like a long spectre standing up in a lake at night. "I'm coming for you," Nox spoke as he stared directly into the tunnel, eyes narrowed as he looked at the tiny pinprick of white light at the far end. "It's time to gather our forces and prepare for an invasion. With HK, 1 week later. I have need of your capabilities." HK stood before Count Dooku. The towering droid stood before the Count, his red eyes staring unblinkingly at the aging man whilst a bald Dathomirian stood to their immediate left. "What is your commission?" HK asked, his deep baritone voice rasping throughout the room. "Due to the recent failures of my apprentice here and the loss of another, I would like you to accompany her and Dirge to oversee operations on Kaita and assist them in their mission." Dooku motioned to Ventress, who regarded the droid with contempt. Turning his head to face the Dathomirian, HK was alerted to the arrival of Dirge as the door opened with a resounding hiss, who stepped into the room not a moment later. "We meet again, Dirge." HK turned to face the bounty hunter who stopped moving within the entrance to the room. "Abomination," Dirge ground out as he crushed the desire to reach for his blaster. "It appears you two have a history together," Dooku remarked as the looming golden droid walked in a slow gait toward the hunter, standing half a full head taller than the Jedi. "I trust we won't be having any issues together on our mission." HK leant down to the Jedi. "None," Dirge snapped out as he stared up at HK's piercing red eyes. Seemingly satisfied, the droid stood back up, regarding the alien for a few more moments before turning back to the Count for a second time. "I'll be expecting advanced payment." HK then turned away from the Count, whom squinted and made his way from the room with no further words. With the droid now gone, Dooku turned to Dirge with a curious gaze. "You seem to have a less than favorable history with the droid." The silent question hung in the air as Dirge tensed. "That droid is an abomination with no morals or care for anything around it or in its way. Allies or not, that droid is an aspect of chaos and carnage." Dirge stared at the closed door with contempt. "Care to explain?" Ventress asked as the Jedi thought over how to answer their query. Shortly after it joined the Bounty Hunters Guild, a bounty came through for the droid. Whilst many didn't take it, many did for the sheer amount of credits promised. Despite it being against guild policy, I too joined in for the hunt, for I had heard about the machine's combat prowess. I was late to the battle by half an hour, but things were already wrapping up," Dirge explained as he reached into his armor and pulled out a piece of jagged steel grey shrapnel. 47 aspiring hunters were found dead on the scene. Civilian casualties were in the hundreds. It hadn't hesitated to throw the innocent in its way to get a shot at the hunters. I saw a little boy had been caught between it and a hunter as they battled with vibroblads. It had decapitated the child while it made a killing strike at the hunter, cleaving the hunter in half with a single stroke. It didn't care for the blood it spilt. I watched the settlement burn as it left the survivors to perish without aid. What's worse is the commission was a test. Some company wanted to test the droid's capabilities and acquire its blueprints so they could produce their own. It hunted them too without care or permission from the guild. Within the week the company disappeared from the face of the galaxy. I keep this memento of that day, a reminder of what happens when you turn on your allies, what happens when you make hasty decisions without thinking things through. Whilst I have no problem killing clones, if I ever have the request to battle that monster, I am afraid I will have to decline," Dirge explained as he slid the shard back into his armor, his keepsake of the past he wished not to forget. "I see, this has been very informative. I thank you for the information. You may leave." Dooku dismissed them with a wave of his hand, pleased about the information he had garnered about the droid's apparently bloody past. The Jedi Temple. Vas stood within the Room of 1,000 Fountains as he communicated directly with the Force, meditating while hovering several feet from the soft grasses below. "I'll give you what's left of my strength." Vas twitched as he received a series of visions from the Force, something he felt to be a premonition of sorts. "No," a familiar voice cried out as he saw a blonde-haired woman reaching for Master Kenobi, leaving a gentle kiss to his forehead. Too late, yet her sacrifice was not to be as a vibroblade pierced their chests, a very familiar droid standing over their crumbling bodies as they fell. Vas's eyes shot open as he understood the premonition. Quickly coming to his feet, Vas blitzed his way out from the Room of 1,000 Fountains and rushed his way around the corner towards the sets of elevators at the end of the hallway. "Thank you for the opportunity, HK. I'll make to use it to my fullest of capabilities." Vas entered the elevator and selected the level of the hangars where his ship was located. He impatiently tapped his feet against the cold steel of the floor, crossing his arms as a tic danced within his eyebrows. Come on," a sigh escaped him as the elevator opened moments later, where he appeared as a white blue that sped from the doorway, knocking over several Padawans and 3 knights before he ascended the ramp of his vessel and deposited himself in the pilot's seat of his D5 Mantis. The ship powered on with an aggressive roar, the engines whining as cones of blue plasma leapt from the thrusters. His adolescent Summa came into the bridge and regarded him with curiosity as the Mantis lifted from the ground with rushed urgency. The ship's engines rotated as the ship lurched forward, barely making it past several other vessels without damaging them as it cleared the hangar and rushed towards the skies. "Let's hope they're at least good enough to hold off HK for a small amount of time." Vas smirked as he cleared the atmosphere of the planet and immediately activated the hyperdrive, sending his ship hurtling through hyperspace towards Kaita. Arriving to the planet with his starfighter, Obi-Wan disconnected his fighter from the hyperspace ring his ship needed. "It appears I'm not the first to arrive," Obi-Wan thought as he urged his fighter forward. The molten planet of Kaita grew closer with each moment. He could feel one of the individuals on the planet below calling to him, guiding him closer towards their location, and he was wise to follow their calls to him towards them. HK stood at the top of the chemical facility, eyes zeroed in on the location of the Jedi Masters he could see from his location at the top of the facility. The dark robe he wore hid his metallic form from the world around him, as his clawed metallic feet crushed the steel surface below. "The Jedi are approaching. Have you infiltrated the facility?" HK asked as he watched Kenobi join with the other masters. "We have. We're descending to the lower levels as we speak," Dirge answered whilst the droid watched the group move towards the cliffs. "Then be quick about it." So much for teamwork. The group of Jedi leapt down to floating rocks below, making sure they landed on sturdier rocks so they didn't simply fall into the magma. Kenobi felt overwhelmed in the presence of such legendary figures as the ones that surrounded him. Nico Diath, John Antilles, Noel Van Eyre, and Master Fay. They were legends within the Jedi Order, nomads that went around the galaxy and helping those in need. They rarely went to Coruscant as they followed the will of the Force more than many within their order. The Masters landed with a grace that amazed the younger Master, as he saw them leaping across the field of lava with practiced ease towards the facility that gleamed silver amongst the molten orange around it. "Everyone land safely?" Fay asked as they landed in front of an open passageway that accessed the facility. Master Noel was right. There are no battle droids here. A man with flocks of long brown hair regarded whilst a man wearing black robes that obscured his face approached. "We must be careful. No passage is completely safe," the Antilles remarked as the group entered the passage. "The base is manned, but that shouldn't be a problem." Master Van Eyre pointed at a sentry but was stopped by Antilles, who placed his hand on her shoulder. "An attack would be unwise. The sentry is Skakoan, wearing press-sunrised suits. They're methane breathers. If you puncture the suit they'll explode," Antilles informed the alien, who held her green lightsaber for a moment before signing and disengaging. "Who uses combustible workers? It doesn't make sense." Van Eyre squinted in suspicion for several moments. "We'll just have to avoid them," Diath announced as he placed his hands into the sleeves of his robes. "Master Diath, I've accessed the facility's floor plan. A synthesis lab is located nearby. We should be able to find the samples we need there," Kenobi informed the other masters as he looked over the hologram. "Then that is where we'll go," Diath announced as they began to move out whilst avoid the sentries that manned the facility. HK stormed through the facility as his sensors kept track of the intruding Jedi Masters, stalking through the cold metallic hallways of the facility. "We've arrived at the lab, securing the samples as we speak," Dirge informed him as he accessed an out-of-commission elevator shaft, deciding to simply drop down into the dark with little care. "The Jedi are up in your position." "No," Kenobi thought as he looked at Ventress. The Dathomirian studied the sample in her hand. "I've secured the sample. Let's scuttle the lab before the Republic dogs have a chance to track us down." Ventress smirked but paused as she heard the ignition of several sabers from behind. "Too late, Darksiders," Diath announced as he took a step forward in front of the assembled group. "Not quite," Ventress cooed as she grabbed the hilts of her sabers and ignited the blades. "We already knew you were here, false Jedi. We're fully prepared to kill you all," Ventress declared before leaping forward towards the Jedi Masters ready to strike. A warning through the Force drew their attention as Ventress struck, as Dirge raised his blasters and pointed at the methane breathers nearby. "Scuttling lab," Dirge smirked before blasting the Skakoan without mercy. The laboratory exploded moments later, sending fire screaming around the room as it threatened to devour the Jedi Masters. Yet Kenobi was amazed as the flames began to be sucked away from them. "It stopped. Are you holding the fire back?" Kenobi asked but received a negative from Diath. "No, Master Van Eyre is pulling it in," Diath remarked as the flame vanished to reveal the smoking form of Master Van Eyre. "The fire breather, of course." Kenobi stared in admiration but grew worried as Van Eyre collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. "Master Noel, hang on, we'll get you out of there," Diath yelled out as he ran across the scorched grounds and picked up the gasping Jedi Master. "No, my burns are too extensive. My time here is over," the Third Master spoke as she began to lose strength in her body. "Go then, and may the Force be with you in your next journey." Master Diath held the Master in her final moment as Kenobi approached. "Is she gone?" Kenobi asked, his face crestfallen as she went limp in the man's arms. Yes, I eased her passage into death. Now we must pursue that witch. Darth grit his teeth as he lay the master to the ground. And devise an escape plan. The facility has been compromised. We're sinking, Faye pointed outside as sections of the facility could be seen dropping into the lava below. She went that way, let's move. Darth bellowed and rushed off with the Jedi. The Jedi left the room with little care, not noticing as HK entered the room, stalking over towards the downed Jedi Master to stare down at her corpse. A shame I couldn't have hunted you myself. No worries. HK reached down to pick up the Jedi's blade, igniting the green weapon before severing the woman's head from her body with her own weapon, ensuring she was indeed dead. Now HK clipped the blade to his hip and made to exit the lab, but stopped for a moment, choosing to access the surviving console and download all remaining data it contained. This could be useful for later. Fumes licked at the platforms they danced across, as the Jedi pursued Ventress across the walkways that had begun to collapse under the heat from below. We have to stop her. If she falls, the antidote will be lost, Kenobi yelled out as he leapt from a pipe and up to the platform Ventress was crossing, his blue lightsaber ignited in his hand as he gave chase. Stopping for a moment, Asajj turned to the group with a glare, igniting her red blade and pointing it downward in preparation to fight. Antilles leapt high and over her to land at her back, igniting his green blade whilst Kenobi approached her from the front. You're surrounded. Give up, Kenobi announced, only to receive a glare from Asajj. Your whole order couldn't destroy me, Ventress decreed and swiped her blade through the steel in front of her feet, severing the pathway in half before using a force push to send it tumbling downwards with Kenobi. Now being left with just Antilles, Asajj turned to the man with her hateful glare. We don't need to, the dark side has already destroyed you, Antilles announced as flames danced around his form. I'm here to release you. He pounced forward and connected blades with Ventress's curved blade. You're all so arrogant, Ventress sneered as the flames to their left parted, Dirge flying forward with his jetpack to take Antilles by surprise as he tackled him from the platform. An overconfident, but you can't fly. Dirge let go of the Jedi Master and let him fall. With her path clear, Ventress took off, leaping from platform to platform with ease. The ceiling is going to collapse, Kenobi announced as steel beams began to plunge to the lava around them. We need to G. Master Darth began but was surprised as his platform suddenly dropped into the lava, Kenobi reaching down to catch him. Go, Darth bellowed as he used a force push on Kenobi, sending the younger man soaring to a higher platform where he would be safe, and promptly sunk into the lava below to his immediate doom. Seeing Kenobi and Faye rush for Ventress, Dirge made to intercept them. But he was stopped as Antilles wrapped around his body from the back, managing to restrain him for the moment. Obi-Wan, don't let the witch get away. I'll hold the monster back, Antilles decreed as he used the force to enhance himself and stop the Jedi from moving. Go on ahead, Obi-Wan, I'll kill your friend and then I'll find you, Dirge roared as they both fell to the platforms below. Not before you die, Antilles hissed in his ear as the Jedi Master began to nudge them to the edge of the platform, intending to take them both out. Unfortunately, Dirge smirked under his helmet as a green place came through his chest, a gasping being heard from behind as the Jedi Master's arms slackened. You won't have the chance. Dirge unwrapped the Jedi's arms from his neck to see HK had impaled the Jedi with his comrade's blade. Ventress is in extreme danger, HK informed him before simply walking off. Make it quick. Dirge gave a nod and grabbed the Jedi by the neck, promptly jumping down below and plunging the man's head into the lava rivers below. Take a deep breath, Jedi. The man struggled for a half a moment before going limp. HK watched Kenobi and Faye corner Ventress, his processors running in high speed before he turned back to the facility, the slots on his back panels opening as he aimed his rockets at the weak points of the building. Dirge rushed away as he noticed HK doing his thing. Shit, Dirge cursed as the rockets fired. The following explosions were immense as the facility blew itself to pieces, swallowing the droid in the process. Yet Dirge knew the droid would be fine, it was after all as tenacious as he was. We have to get out of here, Faye yelled out as Dirge approached, intending to take out both Jedi at once. You're not going anywhere but the afterlife, but they were all separate as a final explosion blew them away into the cliffs. Faye lay on the ground in pain, yet she gave it no mind as she noticed Kenobi hanging onto the cliffs in a precarious situation. Obi-Wan Faye began yet was surprised as twin red blades pierced her chest. I'll have your heart one way or another, Ventress whispered as she kicked Faye's legs out from under her body, the woman falling to the ground as her life rapidly began to leave her body. I'll call the evac ship. Are you hurt? Dirge landed at her side as he studied the bald woman. No, but there is one other thing. Where is Kenobi? Ventress began to look around, and smirked as she saw his situation. Ah, there you are. Ventress approached the cliffs, yet Dirge stared at the figure that landed next to the evac ship. The smoking armor of HK stared back at him as the droid began to stand back up. Dirge watched as Ventress seemingly tried to recruit Kenobi, yet they were surprised as a flare appeared between the two, seemingly appearing from thin air only to blitz across the charred stone with no issue. Ventress leapt back in surprise as a recognizable man in white clothing pointed his blade at her with a disappointed countenance. His orange blade hissed angrily as his almost glowing blue eyes studied her intently. Just in time, I see. Vas smirked slightly as made a gripping motion and raised his hand, raising Kenobi from the cliffs and onto the safety of flat ground with a simple implication of the Force. Knight Lucas, Obi-Wan announced in genuine surprise and yet a hint of worry as the young man pointed his orange-colored blade at Ventress. His other hand clenched into a fist at his side whilst his legs parted slightly. Master Kenobi, it is imperative that you leave at once. Your escape from here will decide the fates of millions. Vas stared ahead at Ventress as the woman sneered and reignited both blades, being flanked by Dirge and HK as they too prepared for battle. But Kenobi was silenced as he was lifted from the ground by Vas once again. Master, please, the people of the galaxy need you and that antidote more than us. A following force push sent Kenobi head over heels high into the air, yet he also felt a rush of energy flood into him from the night, tears threatening to spill from his eyes as he was forcefully ejected from the impending battle. Faye watched as Kenobi cleared the mountains with a confused gaze, as the young man turned to Ventress with a hard glare. Her breath was eased as she too began to feel a flood of life force being forced into her, her eyes widening as she felt the young man forcefully heal her. It's you. Ventress hissed as she crouched low. The results will be different this time. You're alone, and outmatched. Outnumbered? I may very well be, outmatched. I don't think so. Vas spoke evenly as an emerald hue overcame his eyes, drawing the force to his call that very moment. I'll get Kenobi. Dirge turned and leapt to the air, yet was surprised as he was suddenly dragged back to the ground face first, hearing his jetpack crumble as Vas tore him from the skies and slammed him back to the ground. No, you won't. The only one that will is Master Faye. Vas turned to the woman whose eyes widened as he turned to her. She looked up at his face sadly as he raised his offhand in her direction and made a swiping gesture. It appeared to her as if the world had suddenly swirled and became a mixture of colors, before immediately clearing up as she found herself in front of Kenobi's ship. Both Jedi appeared surprised at the other's presence as Kenobi slowly understood what happened, his face contorting into sadness for a moment as he moved to assist the ageless woman. Let's get you out of here. As Faye vanished, Dirge made his way back to his feet with a growl, all three opponents regarding the Jedi Knight with caution and agitation. Now that they're safe, I don't suppose I can get you all to just leave now? Vas asked as he pointed his blade downwards, the point spearing through the ground with a hiss. No. I don't think so, Ventress growled before losing her patience and rushing forward. I didn't think so, Vas sighed before leaning back, ducking under a decapitating thrust with her right blade. Whilst leant back, Vas raised his blade up, letting Ventress's second blade slide downward and into the dirt before he righted himself and slammed his open palm into her abdomen, forcing spittle to fly from her mouth and drive her to her knees. A shame. Vas removed his palm from her stomach before placing it at the base of her neck above her breasts with her looking up to him in confusion. She received her answer a moment later as she felt electricity begin to course through her body. It wasn't necessarily painful, but it was uncomfortable and definitely not something she would have wanted to experience once again. As emerald arcs leapt from her body to the ground, she was immobilized and fell to the ground as she lost her balance. Disregarding Ventress now that he knew she was immobilized for the next few moments, he turned to face Dirge and HK. "Will you two surrender?" Vass asked as HK analyzed the young man, his deep red lenses staring intently at the young man. "This Jedi is dangerous," HK announced as he turned to Dirge. "Then let us take him together," Dirge announced as he raised his pistols. Agreed. HK pulled out his vibroblade in his right hand and ignited the stolen green saber in his left. They both leapt into action without any given signal, with Dirge blitzing to the right whilst HK decided to meet him head-on. "Let's see how good you've gotten." HK Vass smiled as he became a blur, screaming forward with his lightsaber held at the waist and pointed forward. HK stopped his charge and brought his vibroblade forward, using it as a shield as Vass slammed into him. The lightsaber screamed as it met the electrified alchemically enhanced blade of HK, as the saber was diverted downwards towards the ground. Taking this chance, HK used his left hand to make a stab at Vass with the stolen lightsaber towards Vass's stomach. HK's processors stopped for a moment as Vass's offhand blurred and met the blade of the green saber with an open palm, using 2- to halt the weapon and absorb its energy. Closing his fingers around the energy blade of the saber, Vass tore the blade from HK's grip, hurling the weapon away to the ground tens of meters away. Left with nothing but his vibro blade, HK brought both hands to the hilt of the weapon and heaved upwards, cleaving towards Vass's apparently exposed chest. Meeting the blade with his flat palm, Vass diverted the blade upwards before thrusting his orange saber into HK's chest. The droid managed to save itself by turning slightly, allowing for the blade to pierce the hydraulics in its shoulder rather than its power core. Sparks sprayed from the droid's left arm as it received several severe damage warnings, yet it remained focused on its adversary, analyzing his fighting style intently. With Vass's blade now stuck in his shoulder, HK swung his right arm and his blade at Vass, yet the young man simply turned his saber off and leapt high into the air, safely avoiding the swipe. Now in the air, Vass hurled his saber through the air at HK, the blade spinning like a buzzsaw as it cut through the air towards HK's neck. Raising his blade, HK batted the saber off towards to the ground, sending a signal towards the Jedi to open fire of the Jedi Knight. Feeling the impending danger, Vass turned his head towards Dirge, who raised his blasters towards his falling form, and at the same time HK slammed his legs into the ground, the missile pods on his back opening before unleashing a salvo at the Jedi's front. Instead of being phased, Vass stopped falling and raised his arms to his sides, a barrier of emerald energy forming around him the next second. The duo watched as the missiles and energy bolts struck the shield, obscuring the Jedi in a haze of black billowing smoke. "You two make an impressive duo." The smoke was forcefully parted, dispersing to the wind to reveal an unnamed Vass simply floating in the air. A scream drew their attention, as Ventress leapt towards the floating man with both her sabers held overhead, a feral look in her eyes as she soared at his position. She collided with him mid-air, forcing him from flying as he caught her hands by the wrists. They landed on their feet with no effort, sliding several meters back across the ground. "You're going to have to do better than that, dear." Vass smiled, crushing the woman's hands as he squeezed, forcing the sabers from her hands as they cluttered to the ground harmlessly. Fear overcame her eyes as he bounced slightly before spinning and mule kicking her in the stomach, launching the bald banshee through the air back towards her allies. Slowly he raised himself back to his feet, making a gripping motion with his hand as his saber skidded across the ground towards his waiting hand. "Let's kick this up a notch." Vass ignited his main orange saber whilst grabbing his double-bladed saber hilt with his left hand, the blue blade hissing as it was activated. He held the second saber at his waist, his left arm curled slightly as the weapon crossed in front of his stomach and protected his back at that same moment. "Let's go!" Vass cried out in excitement as he leant forward and blitzed forward in a display of orange and white and blue blurs. He appeared between Dirge and HK, twirling around as his sabers spun around him violently. In a single swing his orange blade severed HK's broken arm from his body whilst his blue saber slaved through the Jedi's armor and cut the lower portion of his right leg clean from his body. Making a gripping motion, the Jedi became worried as his armor crumbled in on itself as he was raised into the air. Coming to the alien's aid, Vas was forced to duck his head to the right as HK thrust at his skull with his remaining arm and blade. Followed up by a downward swipe that forced Vas to dance out of the way as he let go of Dirge, the cocoon of armor falling to the ground to almost roll away. Another warning drew his attention, as he maneuvered his double saber behind his back to stave off a swipe towards his spine, before twisting around and slashing at Ventress's legs. The woman leapt over his wings yet fell prey as she was once more assaulted by Vas's electric judgment, before he used the force to hurl her into the ground. His eyes widened as he leant forward, HK blade passing where he had been a moment prior. Yet he dropped to the ground, planted his palms on the ground and swiped HK's legs out from under him. Leaping back to his feet, Vas kicked at HK's fallen chassis, sending the droid tumbling across the ground before it skidded to a stop. With his immediate area cleared of foes, Vas turned back to Ventress and Dirge, who were rising once more, with Dirge having freed himself from his crumbled and now ultimately useless armor. "It appears I expected too much for now. I'll have to teach HK some new blade tactics," Vas mused before he used the force to push Dirge, sending the Jedi flying over the cliffs towards the facility and lava below with little care. With Dirge out of the picture for a while, he turned to the still fallen HK and Ventress, with the prior now slowly rising to his feet. "I grow weary of this duel." Vas gripped HK through the force and made an upward swing with his arm, resulting in HK being hurled skywards at colossal speeds, which terrified the Dathomirian woman to no end as she watched the droid become a speck in the sky. "Give up, Ventress, you've lost." Vas disengaged his sabers and clipped them to his belt, regarding the Dathomirian with a sad gaze. "I won't," she cried out as she rushed him, intending to thrust her blades through his chest. Yet he appeared as a blur just as her blades would have pierced his white robes, catching both her hands with his own. "It's over." Vas squeezed her hands harder this time, causing her to cry out as her sabers once more fell to the ground at her feet. "Give up." Yet Ventress resisted as she tried to headbutt him, but was met a bursting of her ears. As her vision faded for a moment and she appeared disorientated, the aftermath of a terrible roar causing her ears to leak blood. She knew what he had done, yet he shouldn't have been able to, a force scream of such power from someone such as him. "I apologize, you'll have to forgive me for the slip of the tongue." Vas looked at the sprawled out woman, having not meant to use the force scream on her at all, but he had quickly grown tired of her resistance. Her eyes ran from the stone her face had been planted in the ground to look up at the looming Vas whom stood over her. He knelt down next to her as all fight was forcefully dragged, torn from her body at that very moment. Like a doting parent, he grabbed the side of her head and turned her around to see if she had any lasting damages. "You'll be okay, now then." He gently laid her head back to the ground and stood back up while brushing his clothing off. "I'm afraid I can't talk any longer, I must depart for Coruscant immediately. Stay well until next time." To Ventress's perspective, he simply vanished in the spot, leaving her sprawled on the ground. Dirge appeared after several minutes of her simply laying there, still stunned from the force scream that had rattled her entire being. "It appears we have someone within the Jedi Order to be wary of." Dirge gripped Ventress by the armpits and hoisted her from the ground. Their attention was drawn by the sudden landing of HK, who slammed into the ground with a shockwave. "We must leave at once." Demon's Gate. Through the viewport of the subjugation, the swirling wormhole of the Demon's Gate lay before the First Fleet. The entirety of the First Fleet had been gathered, surrounding the colossal capital vessel that dwarfed the rest of the ships in the fleet. "All vessels are primed and ready for battle," Valen replied at his right side, her face hard whilst she squinted at the gaping black maw of the Demon's Gate. "Whatever is beyond this gate, be prepared for anything." Nox spoke solemnly as he waved his hand, urging for Scorpio to begin the invasion. As one, the First Fleet began to move forward under Scorpio's command. The legion of vessels began to enter the wormhole. With a mere thought, Nox evaporated from the bridge of the subjugation, appearing at the head of the fleet where he was the first to go through the Demon's Gate and through to the other side. Arriving on the plane of other space, Nox floated aimlessly, no long influenced by the gravitational well of the Demon's Gate as he exited its other side. Taking his spiritual form, Nox grew tremendously until he stood at over 100 meters in height. his 1,000 arms erupting from his spine to sway aimlessly like a trail of flowing hair. The 6 arms connected to his torso remained lowered at his side as his feet touched down on the surface of the barren wasteland. The white skies with black stars held a beauty of their own as the 6 eyes within Nox's head gazed towards the stars with awe. Behind him the first fleet gathered, firing off occasionally at a native creature that got ballsy enough to approaching the hundreds of vessels. Yet as Nox stared into the white expanse above, the opposite of space as the creators wished it to be, he found what he sought, and with a faint buzz evaporated into purple mist that shrunk in on itself. Appearing in a cavern far below the surfaces of the dark elate Hurian, Nox stared out at the pathetic existence that made its home so. "Here you are, El Shudam," Nox mocked the ghastly figure as he stepped into its place of dying. His glowing purple eyes spied the creature as one of his 1,000 of arms came forward to rouse the creature in its form of unknowing. The creature stirred groggily, it smelled of death as corpses made up its grotesque form. The feelers on its behind felt around aimlessly yet found nothing. The teeth and claws that lines its form moved uselessly, even as its eyes finally locked onto the Ian-like form of Nox in his approach. He spied the unhealed holes within its body, where its offspring had once crawled out of its womb into the outside world. And if he focused properly, he could feel the waning presence of morning, the power that she beheld even in her birth, for he was before morning's mother, the creature that birthed her with its final power. "It's pathetic, what's become of you? You were beautiful once if not vain. Yet you allowed yourself to become this due to your hate, your refusal to admit your wrongs." The towering form of Nox knelt in front of the creature's head as 2 of his hands cupped where its checks have been. "You have wallowed in this pit of depravity for eternity." He had its focus, he knew, as all of its eyes peered at him with sadness. "Beautiful," it whispered in its horrid tongue. Yet he understood as it attempted to move closer to him in a vain effort to comfort itself. "I pity you." Nox stroked its forehead as its beady eyes glistened with tears. "Yet that is not why I have come." He could feel its curiosity, it wanted to know of why he had come to it. "I have come to end your suffering. The pain you feel for simply existing. You will never be free of this form. You know that as much as I. You would never know anything else, for you are forgotten by all, none shall help. Yet I am here to end it for you, a small mercy for one such as yourself." Nox continued to stroke its forehead as its teeth clenched, knowing of the truths that he spoke. Yet it was fearful, for it feared death, it always had. But to exist as such for any longer was unbearable, and it cried out to him in acceptance and wanting. "Then let us begin." Nox surrounded the creature's worm-like form with his innumerable arms, every part of its body being touched by Nox's 1,000 arms, leaving nothing untouched. "This will be over in but a moment, rest now, dear." Nox gently kissed its forehead so it may know love for the first and last time of its existence. She need not express her gratitude, for he could feel it echoing through the force. And with a simple thought, he absorbed the creature's life for all it was worth. Its grotesque form shriveled and collapsed in on itself in an instant, the body turning to ash that flowed directly into Nox the next instant. Calling his 1,000 arms back, they moved back to flowing behind him as he stared at where the soul worm had laid not moments prior. "This is my fate should I fail in my goals." Nox clenched his lipless jaw together, the jagged razors that were his teeth grinding together in fury. He commit the creature's existence to memory, as its power was added to his own, its memories added to the stockpile within his mind. "I'll sort through them later." Nox stared up at the dark ceiling. A mere wave of his hand created a wave of force energy that obliterated the cavernous ceiling, tossing the debris to the skies and into the void of other space. Crouching down, Nox leapt up through the newly created entrance and back up to the surface of other space, already in search of his other target. "It's interesting to me that both El Shudam and Tilitni can exist at the same time. For they are the same creature. I suppose those are the benefits of being outside of time. One may coexist with their own rotting corpse. Or maybe they exist on a separate timeline and are completely ignorant of their own deaths and corpses. For we perceive both Tilitni, who is currently somewhere in the Sky River galaxy with the other Bedlam spirits, and the soul worm which is Tilitni's corpse or dying form. I wonder, is it because we are on a fixed timeline that both may exist at once, and they are not, creatures that may jump through time and space as they are? Nox thought as he floated towards what one could see was a massive churning cyclone of energy. Ah, what remains of cold Dandasine? Nothing but energy churning, a raging vortex, Nox mused as he approached the edges of the vortex's swirling clouds. Connecting his mind to Valen's, Nox stared out at the violent clouds with a hardened expression. Keep everything away from my location, begin the invasion, I want nothing to remain by the end of the next 48 hours. Nox sent his thoughts to his lover and entered the storm. He could feel the raging energy around him attempt to pull him apart, to crush his very being and shred him into dust. Yet he remained, he persisted as his will kept him alive even now. Upon entry, Nox immediately started the absorption process. The energy blasted him as quickly as he was able to absorb it into his being. Even in death, the energy that made up cold Dandasine's body and soul was tremendous. Approaching the eye of the vortex, Nox could feel his form being strengthened the more energy he added to himself. The sickly-looking skin that covered his body became a glistening marble white with veins of black under the surface. And as he broke into the center of the vortex, having absorbed a portion of both the energy that flowed throughout the vortex and the life force and soul of the creature it had once been. Floating at the eye of the vortex, Nox made a grasping motion at the sides of his body and began to drag inwards. Outside of the vortex, the storm began to be compressed together, as a bubble of energy created by Nox began to force the vortex to be compressed inwards to Nox's position at its center. The more compressed the vortex came, the more violent it would become, the winds picking up exponentially whilst the particles within tore at Nox in an effort to kill the man. Yet, even as the vortex began to eat at his marble white flesh, Nox drained the vortex just as quickly, if not quicker, that it was able to damage his form. He could feel it enter through his eyes, be forced into his skin and even down his throat. The flow of energy into him was tremendous, and soon it began to accelerate. As the vortex became as large as a cruiser, the energy had nowhere to go but inwards directly into the one eating at it. It was painful as cracks of black leaking energy began to peel across his form. This is nothing. Veins in Nox's face bulged whilst he let out a small growl. Something like this will be enough to snuff out my eternal conviction. The purple of Nox's irises erupted with blazing trails of light. I will not stop, my will shall never be snuffed. I will survive until me convictions are found fulfilled. Not until my enemies are writhing, agonizing in pain under my foot. The energy peeling from Nox began to billow out in all directions as the meteors floating around him began to shake uncontrollably. Begging for mercy amongst their pitiful lives, Nox clasped his hands together in front of his body as he felt as if the cells of his body were on fire, regretting, ruin the day of which they crossed me. Slowly the billowing energy from Nox's body began to settle, until the only thing left was Nox himself, who floated where the energy vortex had been. In which I will deny them such mercy called death. Against his will, his vision went black as the world around him paused. Where am I? Nox snarled as he found himself floating in the white void. Hello again. The iridescent humanoid of energy introduced itself from behind Nox once more, its white eyes contorted in concern and sadness. It's you, what are you doing here? Nox but out, becoming guarded as even with his new powers he couldn't perceive the creature's existence. I have merely come to warn you, my child, and congratulate you. The being held out its arms in peace whilst approaching slowly. Is that a threat? Nox's eyes blazed with energy as the white expanse shook with the energy he was pulling into himself. You took in too much energy back there, far too quickly. You went over the threshold of what your body was currently capable of handling. The voice of the being gave its wisdom. So I died, Nox whispered out into the void. No. You went against what I thought would happen, and succeeded. The white light approached closer to Nox. And you will now have to deal with the consequences, for I can protect you no longer from the searching eyes of those that would do you harm. Do not forget it, there are things out there that are vastly superior to your current self. And they are wanting, they can see it just as I, given time you will become a threat. So take my warning, my child. Trust only in those that crave not your power. And continue forward, destroy anything in your way. Without warning, Nox was expelled from the expanse with no further words, leaving the entity to return to its previous thoughts. You're too late, you can't stop him now. The entity spoke to nobody in particular as it stared through time and space. Supercharged bolts of lightning launched from Nox's body and into the cast white void of other space. The bolts spread from meteor to meteor, turning the massive celestial bodies to dust with each strike of lightning, wiping out anything they came into contact with. Not even the Karen ships hiding in ambush could withstand the barrage as bolts sung across their hulls, melting the ships along with their inhabitants in mere moments. It was a spectacle to watch for Valen, even as her retina burnt from the intensity of the light. A storm of webbed red lightning danced across the entirety of the horizon, from left to right as far as one could perceive. And at its epicenter, Valen could see the arches of energy penetrating from Nox's hands into the world around him. It was cataclysmic, it was beautiful. Begin the invasion. Nox's command echoed through the minds of those within the fleet, signaling the opening battle for the dominion of other space. The First Fleet waged war with the natives of other space. A sea of laser fire spewed across the horizon, turning anything between the fleet and their adversaries to dust. The subjugation itself was surrounded by several tens of the ships belonging to the Karen. The creatures attempted to subdue the mighty vessel, yet their own ships could not withstand what the subjugation was capable of dishing out. Nuclear fire erupted from one of the Karen ships, directly next to the subjugation. As the behemoth's shields flashed, safely shielding them from any damage, it fired another nuclear missile at another ship. Turbolaser fire spewed in all directions from the ship. The targeting parameters of Scorpio made her able to hit almost any target, no matter how small. As fighters attempted another bombing run on the subjugated planet, their attempts were immediately halted by a pulse rising from the vessel. Washing over the enemy ships, it knocked out their electronics in a single moment. The Karen ships stood no chance as their shields shut down and their thrusters halted all movement. Even their life support systems became obsolete against the EMP that the colossal vessel released. The benefits of a wide-range EMP in spatial naval combat. Take them out. Valen stared out from the bridge with a vicious smile. The fire erupted across the bridge in all directions, as all surrounding Karen vessels were turned to slag by an intensified barrage from the subjugation's weapons. Onward! Valen declared, yet her eyes strayed toward another portion of the battle. There, churning clouds of black were eating away at a large portion of the Karen fleet. Red bolts leaped from ship to ship as a spinning vortex of purple force energy surrounded her lover as he battled the enemy forces alone. The rest of the fleet was also faring well against the Karen, as their synchronicity aided them greatly, allowing for the vessels to blanket the stars with concentrated fire upon the disorganized zealots of the Karen race. Concentrate fire on the mother ship in Sector B3, Valen ordered, as the ship she commanded organized several other ships into formation. The fleet's response was immediate. As several warships took up their charging positions, energy began to divert to the central ship in the formation. A green haze gradually enveloped its form. A low buzz sounded throughout the void for a moment before an emerald beam annihilated the enemy capital ship, sending the ships it was rallying off course and into the surrounding environment where they met their ends. Did such beasts really believe they stood a chance against our forces? Valen sneered and crossed her arms as the First Fleet passed in front of the subjugation's bridge, the subjugation itself hanging back in case it needed to simply atomize the entire field with a shot from the quasar cannon. Nox floated at the center of the energy he released, as a Karen fighter attempted to pass by only to be shredded by a burst of lightning from Nox's outstretched hand. The oncoming fire from the ships forced Nox to raise his hand, absorbing the energy through his outstretched palm. There is no limits to my power, you pathetic beasts. Nox raised his hands high as three more fighters penetrated the shroud of his force storm. As they neared, Nox faced his hands downward, pressing against the fighters with the force of gravity as they began an uncontrolled nosedive for the ground far below. Directly behind Nox, as the fighters below exploded, a capital ship entered the storm of energy created by Nox. Caught off guard, he turned his attention to the massive vessel. Yet he cared not for it, even as it began to fire upon him. Simply raising his hand as he wished to test one of his newest abilities. In the center of the ship, a gravity well intensified as a black disk opened up at its center. Feel the gravity of a black hole. The ship's fate was sealed as it proceeded to be sucked inwards, imploding at a terrific rate, crumbling into nothing as its inhabitants cried out in terror before being snuffed out. In seconds, the black hole was all that remained as the ship vanished into reality. With a flick of its summoner's hand, the gravity well imploded and disappeared. Feeling the presence of more enemies just beyond the cusp of his force storm, Nox made an outward pushing motion with his arms. With the force storm responding by expanding outwards, it swallowed up more ground with each passing moment. He fed the storm more energy, as red bolts leaped from his hands into the churning walls of energy. As red bolts sang through the purple tornado, jumping out and striking at any ship caught within the range of the storm. Quickly noting the nearby Karen vessels had been destroyed, he leaned forward and soared towards the next batch of enemies. He streaked across the heavens, like a fallen comet of luminous red light, as he crossed the battlefield in moments. Shredding through whatever ship he collided with that sat in his path. He was surrounded by churning purple and black smoke, caring not for the unfortunate souls that passed due to his looming being. A Karen fighter split down the middle as they collided head-on, with the next victims being a capital ship as he breached its hull head first. The hull of the ship cracked like the shell of an egg as he warped through it. Lightning leapt from his body to scorch the insides of the ship before he burst through its other side. Stopping abruptly, Nox curled into a ball as visible waves of energy coalesced around his body. All before a force repulse tore from his body to swallow a nearby congestion of bombers on their way to do a run on the subjugation in the far distance. The ships exploded into fireballs that swallowed Nox whole, but once more he was safe and unharmed as the shroud of energy leaking from his body simply ate at anything that would seek to do him harm. The Karen horde kept coming from the white expanse of other space. The vessels drawn to the chaotic amount of death at the hands of the First Fleet. They were continuously met with the wall of Eternal Fleet warships, said warships taking more and more ground throughout the expanse. It was clear to both sides that the Karen were losing ground to the invading forces, and so became more and more desperate as the horde of their forces continuously spewed in from throughout other space. Even as the Karen became more and more frenzied with each of the people lost. They remained stalwart and ruthless even as the First Legion's innumerable vessels kept coming in through the Demon's Gate. "We've lost warship D-187," Scorpio informed Valen as the High Justice stared at a hollow display of the battle. The mentioned ship turning itself into a bomb under Scorpio's order whilst its crew fled the ship towards the nearest warship. The burning vessel slammed into the oncoming force to erupt in a colossal explosion of heat that ate at 12 of the Karen fighters and annihilate a flagship. "How many does that make?" Valen asked as she leant on the edge of the hollow table, the ship rattling slightly as its shields flared due to one of the surrounding meteors striking its side and being turned to dust. 23, Scorpio replied as she recognized the assigned positions of the vessels under her charge. "If it comes down to a battle of attrition, our forces can run through sustained combat for years, and we have direct control of the gate, so if need be we can call the rest of the fleet," Valen surmised as she analyzed the unfolding battle. "These ships that they have are laughably underpowered. They're slow, lack in firepower and overall maneuverability. I guess that's what happens when you have nothing to compare your forces to." "What is the position of His Majesty?" Valen asked, being able to feel him through the force, which was laughably easy given that he was currently releasing more power in seconds than most beings could use throughout their entire lives. "Energy fluctuations indicate that His Majesty is currently located 34 kilometers from our current position. Here," Scorpio pointed at a sector of the hologram that was simply black, due to any feed being unavailable due to the strange anomalous energies rippling throughout the zone. "Good, release our fighters, let's speed this up a bit." "Prepare my ship." Valen stood and vacated the bridge with a purposeful gait, marching towards the elevator where she would ultimately end up at her own ship, having grown bored of simply watching the battle. Scores of fighters spewed from the hangars of both the subjugation and the fleet warships. accompanied by armies of skytroopers who activated their jet packs to fly towards the Karen vessels. Valen led the charge in her Zaquulan prototype fighter. It looked like any other fighter, but its internals couldn't be anything farther from regular. "This is going to be fun," Valen smirked as she pushed the control stick forward, her ship lurching forward at blister speeds as she hurtled forward far faster than the other fighters supplied to the order. "High Justice, you're currently moving at nearly 2,000 kilometers an hour. I suggest you ease it up on the throttle lest you be unprepared for open combat," the ship's AI spoke urgently as Valen released an unpleased scoff. "It'll be fine. Activate weapon systems." Valen rolled her eyes as the Karen forces quickly grew in size. "High Justice, this is highly," Valen growled as she primed the weapons herself. "I don't care, activate systems, you will do what I say or be decommissioned," Valen hissed out as several dials immediately turned on, a display showing the shield outputs and current speeds of the ship. "Lower power to shields, divert power to thrusters and weapons," Valen ordered, pleased by the immediate servitude of her ship's AI. The ship once again sped up as she focused and called the force to heel. She collided upon the enemies by opening up with a salvo of lasers, the shimmering haze surrounding the lasers cutting clean through the armor of the enemy ships, causing them to combust and explode soon after as she cut through their forces. Strafing right, Valen twisted her fighter through a barrel roll as she wound around, turning 9 more fighters to an explosive fireball. Pressing a button upon the top of the left handle of the control stick, a missile dropped from the hull of the ship to fly directly at another Karen flagship. Paying the missile no more mind, Valen wounded her fighter around a meteor that blocked her path. An explosion swallowed the ship she had released earlier, expanding outwards in a shockwave that tore through several more ships before fading away. Detecting a detachment of 4 enemy fighters in pursuit, Valen felt through the force and indeed felt the following vessels, though they were severely lagging behind as the gap between herself and the ships expanded exponentially. She wound her ship around a second meteor, like a streak of silver, to meet her pursuers head-on. The first fighter to meet her head-on was annihilated by concentrated fire from Valen's ship, allowing her to pass through the fireball unscathed as she used it as a smokescreen. The second was destroyed by a mere wave of Valen's hand, as she used the force to send it on a nosedive towards the nearby cluster of meteors. The third and fourth met a quick death as she quickly diverted all power to the ship's shields, as the 2 fighters were close together. The wings of her ship sliced through the hulls of the 2 vessels as her ship's shields flickered violently. The wrecked canopies of the ships fell in halves whilst Valen let out a pleased muffled chuckle before reverting the power to thrusters and weapons. "High Justice, we're detecting a waning influx of Karen forces. It appears they're running out of ships," Scorpio informed Valen as the woman laughed and sent her ship rushing forward to meet her enemies. "Good," Valen replied, urging her fighter to rotate around and face the rest of the fleet. A frown on Valen's face betrayed her emotions as she watched the Karen grow desperate. Several Karen capital ships all changed direction, aiming directly for the subjugation. "Scorpio, what am I seeing?" Valen squinted as the massive vessels began to separate, charge through a sea of laser fire from the fleet behind the subjugation. "Power fluctuations indicate that the enemy vessels are preparing to self-destruct. A final charge," Scorpio replied as the weapons on the Karen ships stopped firing, instead their shields became overcharged to protect them on their way towards the subjugation. The subjugation met the charge of the Karen capital ships head-on, simply slamming into any ship that impeded its path without worry. Repeated bursts of turret fire tore through corvettes that tried to flank the mighty ship. "Shields at 96% and building," Scorpio announced as a fighter simply bounced off the ship's shields before exploding. Scorpio turned her head to the right as a Karen capital ship tried to broadside them, only to be met with death as the power of the subjugation's laser fire shredded their shields and burnt clear through their hulls, followed by the entire vessel exploding and wiping out the corvettes and fighters around it. A pulse escaped from the mighty vessel as the Karen ships were forced to shut down, an EMP knocking them out, allowing them to be turned to dust under a few concentrated bursts of fire from the ship that loomed over them. Walking back onto the bridge, Valen watching with amusement as a boarding vessel exploded upon trying to puncture the ship's hull. "How goes the battle?" Valen asked as she stopped and stood still at the center of the command bridge. She placed her arms at the small of her back to see the incoming capital ships in the distance. Enemy vessels now number in the triple digits. There are 40 capital-class ships remaining. 200 corvette-class ships and 400 fighters. Numbers rapidly dropping, Scorpio announced as Valen raised an eyebrow. They really expected to take over the galaxy with such pathetic numbers. "We're doing them a favor," Valen grunted before waving her hand. "Very well, let's wrap this up. After this battle I want the fleet to split up and search for any stragglers. I don't doubt for a second that there's more of them in hiding." Floating in the white expanse, Nox watched the battle unfold from afar as he floated without worry for his well-being. "The Dark Elite Hurian is ours now. I'll be sure to capitalize on this as much as possible," Nox thought as he leant forward, hovering through the void whilst several plans quickly came to fruition in his mind. "It's about time." Nox clasped his right hand together as pure energy surged through his being. His connection to the Force was as strong as ever. The cosmic and living force surged through him unlike any other as he finally acclimated the energy he had assimilated not hours prior. "I can see everything," Nox smirked as he felt throughout the Sky River galaxy. He could feel everything, he could see everything. And the knowledge he had attained. It was time. Across the galaxy, Coruscant. Obi-Wan stared at the holograms of the recently lost Jedi as Windu and Yoda stood at his sides with saddened faces. "It is through his actions that Master Fei and myself managed to escape," Kenobi whispered as a hollow of Vas appeared with the others. Yoda's ears pressed against his head as he gripped his cane, whilst Windu scowled at the news of Vas's assumed death alongside the other Jedi Masters. "I want to know how he knew of what was about to happen." Windu clenched his teeth at the death of his fellow Jedi, a Jedi who had given his life for the people of the Republic, his Republic. He was seen flying his ship from the hangar, after rushing straight from the Room of 1,000 Fountains. Iendralig informed his superiors as he came to study the hollows. "A vision from the Force, I suspect," Yoda concluded as Fei approached, her usual robes being worn, but underneath she had wrappings around her torso whilst the healing she had undergone at the temple had finally reached its conclusion. "May I know the name of the young knight who risked his life for our own?" Fei inquired as she came to a stop beside the other masters. "Vas Lucas," Obi-Wan replied as he turned to the hollow dramatically. "A gifted young man who I didn't know for very long, I wish I did." "Well, Master Kenobi, I wouldn't be so down in the dumps so hastily, you'll have plenty of time to get to know the young man." Fei wagged her finger in front of the master as her words sunk in. "What are you?" Windu began as he stumbled mid-step, an emergence of light through the Force drawing their attention as waves of warmth radiated from over the orbit of Coruscant. "I believe my young savior has returned," Fei beamed before turning away and making a slow waltz towards the elevator to the hangar. The D5 Mantis lowered to the ground with a loud hiss, its landing gear extending to allow the ship to softly deposit itself onto the cold surface of the hangar. The gathered 5 Jedi watched the ramp of the vessel power to the ground silently, hitting the ground with a solid pang. Walking down the ramp with a small smile was Vas himself, adjusting the sleeve of his robe on his right arm. "Oh, greetings Masters, I'm glad you're well compared to when we last encountered each other." Vas gave a bow as both Fei and Kenobi smiled and bowed back. "You have my thanks for your intervention. I had thought my passing was the will of the Force." "Your intervention leads me to think I may have misinterpreted the will of the Force." Fei stood back up and regarded the young man with an appraising look. "Oh, it's nothing." Vas gave a friendly smile as he noticed the presence of Master Yoda and Windu. "Greetings Masters." Vas bowed as Windu gave him an appraising look. "Well, you are, glad to see I am." Yoda smiled up at the young man as he stepped forward with his cane. "Much to discuss we have him." Indeed, Windu nodded, it was hard to distinguish his look. But he sure wasn't angry, in fact he seemed rather pleased. "Come along." They began to walk across the hangar towards the elevator, Obi-Wan giving the young man a smile as he clapped the young man on the back. "I'm glad to see you're well. I was worried about you." Obi-Wan looked over the young man, noticing his lack of any damage. He couldn't help but be impressed. To take on the assassin and 2 bounty hunters at the same time showed a considerable amount of skill. Something the young man apparently had in spades. As IU Master Kenobi, I was worried the healing I gave wasn't enough. I'm glad to see my worries were unfounded, the young man spoke as Faye came into step along with Siendra Lig. So you're the young man I've heard so much about. It's a pleasure to meet another master of the blade. I am Siendra Lig, the older man introduced himself as he came up on Vass's left. The pleasure is mine, Master Dralig. I am eager to study under you. Vass bowed his head slightly. That is rather interesting, Master Fei Winder remarked as they all stepped into the elevator. Gathered the council must be. Wanting to hear this, they will be, Yoda announced as the elevator doors hissed closed and began to rise. Darkulate Hurian. The fleet floated amongst the debris of the destroyed Karen fleet. The subjugation itself sat amongst a sea of metal shards and debris that bounced off of the ship harmlessly. Skytrooper units flew amongst the debris, collecting the scattered wreckages and flying towards an asteroid in the distance surrounded by 3 warships. It appeared they Skytrooper units were building something with the wreckages, using the metals and repurposing them. Scorpio personally oversaw the construction units and Skytrooper units as one of the heavy Skytrooper units connected a generator to a long cable. A hum escaping the machine as a blue shield expanded over the asteroid. The asteroid itself was absolutely massive compared to the others around it. It was over 100 times larger than the warships that flew around it, with the subjugation flying overhead. Massive energy pylons were moved into position by construction units and connected to the generator. Immediately after, electricity began to leap across the pylons with a loud buzz. Defensive cannons lit up as energy fed into them, the cannons raising and beginning to survey the environment for any targets. A shuttle flew overhead as Scorpio turned away from the construction efforts, marching towards the landing shuttle with a purposeful stride. Your Majesty, High Justice. Scorpio knelt as Nox jumped down onto the asteroid. Valen too stepped down, wearing a rebreather as she too stepped into the vacuum. How goes construction? Nox asked as Scorpio rose back up and joined them in their walk. We've mapped out the area and began construction of the base's skeleton. We currently have power and are repurposing the debris field for building the structure. I suspect construction should be finished within the next 72 hours, Scorpio informed the duo. Nox watched as a heavy Skytrooper unit harried a crate of hydrogen canisters, taking them towards a series of unfinished machines which would provide the base with its oxygen. Very good, that is very good. Nox smiled as he watched the construction for a few moments. We'll leave construction in your capable hands then. I appreciate your confidence, my lord. I must also inform you that the star is flight-ready, Scorpio informed her Emperor as the man smiled under his helmet. What of the rest of its systems? Nox asked as more units moved around them, beginning build the foundations of the base with streams of liquid jets that welded panels together with extreme proficiency. The hull has been repaired and is airtight. 40% of its experimental systems have been repaired, Scorpio informed her lord as Nox pondered for a moment. That is very good. But now I need something from both of you. Nox spoke as his final mental simulations had been completed at that moment. My love, Valen asked as Nox turned his golden eyes to his concubine. I need you to meet me on Nathema. I should be done by the time you arrive. Nox spoke. Scorpio, you are to complete the tasks I am sending through to you. As you wish, Scorpio replied before Nox vanished from the dark elate Hurian, breaking back into the Sky River galaxy without having to use the Demon's Gate. Yavin 4. Ragnos paused at a blistering cool presence appeared directly behind his shimmering form. So you've come. Marka Ragnos turned to face Nox with a studying gaze. You know of me? Nox asked, looking within the throne room that belonged to the once Sith Emperor. I would recognize the Sithari anywhere, Ragnos replied as his ghastly form floated near to Nox. Have you come for me? I will not resist. No. I've come for your knowledge, Nox replied plainly, pleasing the entity as it nodded and gestured for him to follow. Then it is my duty to supply it. Come, you will not need my holocron, I will simply transfer it directly to you. Ragnos floated across the chamber with a suspicious Nox in tow. Why do you support me so readily? Nox asked, looking throughout the temple antechamber with curiosity. You are the embodiment of what it means to be Sith. You are cunning, ambitious. You constantly surpass your limits and break into new heights. You are evolution. You are weary of the past but do not let it tie you down, instead, you look to the future. There is no other more worthy of holding the mantle of Sithari. Ragnos ascended the steps of his ancient throne before his ethereal body settled on the seat through you. As a direct descendant of the original Sith species and the last surviving member of our empire, the true Sith shall never die. I see. Nox approached the throne that Ragnos sat upon now, lowering himself to his knees in a meditative position. Very well. I believe you. That is very wise of you. Let us begin the communion. Ragnos opened himself up to the Force and allowed Nox's own powers to spear into his being. It took next to no effort on either of their part for the information to be transferred from Ragnos to Nox. Within 30 seconds all of the information held within Ragnos's being was swept up and transferred to Nox's cortex of memory. The event came to an end as Nox's eyes fluttered open, his eyes flickering from side to side as he mentally navigated the wellspring of information he had gained. Quickly he separated Ragnos's memories from his knowledge, storing the memories deep within his psyche where he had ready access to them just like Hordes and every other entity he had stored within his being. The knowledge was instantly integrated, Nox giving a small smile as new ideas came into place. What will you do now? Nox asked as he rose from the ground before Ragnos, the entity pausing for a moment to consider his answer. I have plans for myself that I must oversee. However, should you request it, I shall offer my aid to your endeavors. Ragnos replied cryptically. Typical, an answer but not a real one. Nox sniffed as he turned away and made to walk out of the ancient Sith temple. That won't be necessary. Nox paused as he turned to stare at the right corner of the chamber. A shimmering existence of a second being stood there but made no rush to attack him. He looks familiar. I have things covered. Nox made use of fold space to vanish from temple in a burst of purple mist. With Nox now gone, the second spirit tentatively came forward slowly, with Ragnos watching him with an amused snort. Do you still wish to challenge him? Ragnos asked as Exar Kun ascended the steps to the old emperor's throne. No. I don't think that would be wise, Kun cautiously stated with great care as Ragnos let out a booming laugh in amusement. Indeed, he is in a league all on his own. Unwise is an understatement. He has transcended above the natural order. And I would see his power come to its precipice. Marka nearly drooled as he thought on the power that bled from Nox and into the Force. It was like staring into the heart of the Force itself. I can't wait to see his plans, and I intend to be there for it when the time is right. You're one creepy bastard, you know. Exar Kun grunted and made to flow into the deeper levels of the temple. We are Sith, we do what is needed. Fop. Ragnos grunted before closing his eyes and descending back into the Force to further lay out his plans. Odson, destroyed Alliance base. He gathered his nerves as he appeared with a static buzz from a swirling cloud of purple in front of the destroyed Alliance base. He wore his regular cultist armor without his helmet as he looked over the base, eyes scanning the familiar landscape with an apathetic gaze. Vegetation had grown to reclaim the land, sweeping over the metal structure with hulking vines and ferns. With a heavy heart, Nox walked towards the base. His eyes trailed the ground as he walked towards where the elevator once was. However, upon finding the elevator entrance was blocked by a collapsed ceiling, the Emperor moved his way around the mountainside of the base towards where the hangar bay entrance once was. Coming up to the hangar entrance, Nox looked at the collapsed rubble that separated him from his objective, raising his hand towards the wall with a frown. A force pull tore the debris blocking the hangar out of the way, sending them tumbling into the valley behind him where they collided with the ground far below. With the entryway now exposed, Nox hopped into the hangar, his eyes adjusting to the lack of light soon after. Staring ahead, Nox steeled himself and approached the only remaining thing situated in the base. A generator hummed in the corner of the room, kept alive after thousands of years through geothermal energy it sucked from the world. A lone thick power cable ran from the generator to a sarcophagus set in the center of the hangar. Whilst he hadn't been able to bury her due to his departure through time, there were others that could. His loyal followers remained, those of the Screaming Blade, of Zakul, they remained to clean up the mess. They remained to bury those that were lost. Hello dear, Nox thought as he slowly approached. He hadn't had the heart to ever approach, let alone peer into the coffin. I've come to get you, Nox thought as his hand gently stroked the lid. It was cold to the touch, keeping the body inside pristine thanks to the generator nearby. Removing his hand from the lid, Nox knelt down to his knees before he unsealed the coffin with a thought, placing his hands against the edge. He closed his eyes for a small moment to steel himself, all before applying force and removing the lid of the sarcophagus. With a soft hiss, mist rose from the now unsealed coffin as the lid was pushed away before slamming into the ground with a loud thud. Almost immediately, as he stared within, the force coiled and shook the world around him whilst he stared at the perfectly preserved contents within. His hands gripped the sides of the coffin, warping the box under his grip, his teeth cracking under the pressure of his clenching jaw. Glowing purple irises melted into pure black as darkness erupted through the force around him. 3 mummified bundles of cloth, perfectly preserved through time. Black eyes leaked inky tears down his face as his hand shook whilst reaching for the bundles. 3 bundles, 3 bodies, twins. Nox shuddered as he felt the energies once tied to the bodies, long since dead, but even then, the powers that his progeny would have held was still potent enough to be sensed. A tiny whisper of what could have been. He pulled out the 2 smallest bundles and gently held them to his chest. The ground began to shake as he stared out at the 3rd and largest bundle. The cavern the sarcophagus was hidden in began to crack and shake, boulders falling from the ceiling behind him as his control began to slip. A pulse escaped the Alliance base before it was turned to dust as an explosion of energy tore from Nox. An expanding dome of energy spread across the ground as trees, rocks, and metal were tossed away, all the while Nox knelt over the coffin. The hangar cavern was now gone along with the mountain it was nested in, now a bare flat ground of stone littered with dust as the sun bared down on him. There were 2. My children. How could I have known? The Republic attacked before we could have finished the labor, Nox cried out in rage and agony as Odin quaked. Black clouds gathered above as he hunched over, the ground around him quaked and splintered, fissures roared open as magma spewed high into the skies in the distance, all the while he leant over the coffin. My babies, Nox howled as red lightning streaked across the skies. The trees in the distance began to shrivel and die as the air became stale. The energy, the life force of the very world itself being consumed in its lord's rage. The death field spread exponentially as Nox cried out to the heavens, spreading across the lands as the world's life flowed into Nox. Slowly his cries waned, as he leant down into the coffin towards the final mummified corpse. I can't wait any longer for the galaxy to be safe. You'll exist again, love. Not even the sands of time can keep us apart. It's time for the galaxy to feel our love again. It's time we reunited. Nox evaporated from the cavern alongside the 3 bundles, leaving a bare sarcophagus behind. Silence prevailed across the planet. The sun was dimmed as dust was carried across the world. The planet was dead, the force was silent, gone, twisted and warped. There was no color across the planet, green had turned to sick gray. The oceans were dark and lifeless, looking like ink as no waves crashed onto the dead sand banks. The world was dead, and nothing could save it. Nathema. He carried Lana's corpse like he would carry a princess. She was nude, pressed against his chest as his bare feet marched rhythmically along the cold tiles below. Garbed in nothing but long black pants as he ascended a set of 3 steps to step onto the edge of a pool filled with black liquid that seemed to reach for him whilst he slowly circled the pool's edge. Pieces a lie. Nox cringed as he rounded the pool's edge, marring his flesh. The glyphs he had gouged into his skin thousands of years ago slowly bled to the surface. There is only passion. Each of the runes carved into his flesh took on a purple hue as the force churned violently around him. There is only passion. Nox stopped before the stairs that led into the pitch black that pool, fingers of black reaching up from the pool in his direction. Through passion I gained strength. Nox plunged his right foot into the surface of the pool, feeling the tendrils of black latch onto the surface of his skin greedily. Through strength. Nox brought his other foot forward and into the waters. I gain power. Through power Nox waded forward, ignoring its attempt in pulling him under its surface. I gain victory. He ignored its hungry pull, moving deeper and deeper into its hungry maw. Through victory. Nox paused for a moment before dropping fully into the waters, leaving nothing but his upper chest as he tread water. My chains are broken, the force shall set me free. With his urging, Lana's body began to float towards the center of the pool, all the while Nox followed along behind it. The ability known as Dark Transfer allows one to tap into the dark side in order to heal a recently injured, or deceased persons. Nox thought as he felt the cold liquid flow through his fingers as he slowly swam forward to feed energy into the shatter points of a being. The lightning projected from my body can be used instead of killing another, instead to bring life from where it was taken. As they made it to the center of the pool, Nox flooded his contempt through his vessel, followed by the smell of burning ozone. The pool becoming electrified as massive bolts of lightning surged across the pool's surface. The longer one has been dead, the more energy must be conducted by one to heal the other. Being dead for 3 seconds would require more energy than most people are able to project throughout their entire lives. It has been over 3 millennia. The pool yet remained a chilling cold even as superheated bolts of energy rushed through its waters. But with the blood of a living god, a being comprised almost entirely of the cosmic force. My blood. Imbued with the sorceries of the dark side. Sorceries not spoken since the dawn of the dark. Submerging the subject will bridge the gap between the living and the cosmic. Death is merely a state of being, one easily reversed. Nox took a few deep breaths as he prepared to complete the ritual. Let us begin. Nox pushed Lana's corpse under the surface before he himself plunged under the surface with nary a whisper. Blackness overtook his vision an instant later, all before his vision simply left him, along with his consciousness. Well, hello again, my young Ian. Nox opened his eyes to find himself amongst a kaleidoscope of shifting colors as numerous as those of a rainbow. Looking around in all directions, Nox grunted before turning to face a figure floating in the shifting colors. It's you, again. Nox stared out at a very recognizable humanoid shape he had grown acquainted with. Its being, now appearing to be made of the stars themselves, floated closer across the void. What is it you want? Is it such a crime to wish to converse? It spoke without a mouth before stopping 10 meters away from Nox himself. I'm in the middle of something. Nox grunted only to hear an amused chuckle rise from the being across from him. Worry not, my young prodigy, your little ritual will be finished without your input. A wave of its hand morphed the world around them, a grassy plain coming into existence underfoot where the two felt each blade of grass flatten under their heels as they touched down. This is an odd sensation. I've never allowed the grass to touch my being. It is rather interesting. It dug its heels in with amusement. Now walk with me, child. Squinting, Nox walked alongside the creature that stood at least twice as tall as he currently did. I hope you don't find my intrusion bothering. It spoke as they began to approach what looked to be long, gentle flowing river. Oh, not at all. Nox rolled his eyes, his sarcasm very easily evident as the being laughed out loud. Who are you? You aren't Elagast, that's for sure. The old fool doesn't have the energy to drag my being into another space, let alone the heart of the Force itself. Well, he did before he incarnated himself across the known universes, infinitely weakening himself. Nox continued to voice his thoughts out loud as the creature remained silent. So that means you're higher on the pecking order than he is. Nox's brow furrowed as he made a mental checklist of the beings he knew of. You're not another Ian, are you? I am, simply here to watch. Nothing else, it answered without saying anything more, a sense of finality in those words. Then why am I here then? Nox asked as he motioned around them. I simply wish to know more about you, how you think, how you see the world around you, it answered, curiosity clear as day. Also, there is something for you to gain from this conversation of ours. Slumping, Nox rubbed his brow in frustration, but didn't let his annoyance build any more than it had to. Fine, let's talk. Coming into a small oasis area, Nox watched as the entity approached the water's edge, slowly sitting itself down to peer across the shifting waters. I always wondered why the lesser species did some things like this. What do they call it? Ah yes, taking in the moment it spoke as Nox's eyes narrowed before he too walked over and took a seat. I take it you don't do this very often, Nox pressed as the entity shrugged and stared ahead. This is the first time I've experienced such a thing like this. Any other time I would simply watch others do so. It wasn't my place to meddle or experience such meager things. I always thought they were beneath me, it explained as it ran its energy-wrapped fingers through the sand, but this I find is quite relaxing. But that is not why I brought you here, it spoke as it turned its featureless head to Nox, the man now becoming alert at the sudden shift. What is it? Nox asked as the entity paused for several long seconds. As I stated, I can no longer shield you from the eyes of those that would do you harm. Nor can I protect you from them. The cards are stacking against you. Armies are gathering. Demons are rallying and deities are moving. Your only saving grace is that you have time, it explained as it turned its attention back to the oasis waters. War is coming. And when the time comes, only you will be able to stave off of the death of all you love and cherish. Not your armies, not the galaxy, not the chosen one of your reality. Your leashed beasts will not be able to stop it. Not your lovers or your greatest weapons. You, and only you will be able to save them, it continued as Nox listened to what was obviously a very informed and intelligent creature. Then what must I do? Nox asked, barely keeping the almost pleading tone from his voice. I was told. What you were told is inconsequential. What balance could there possibly be, if there is nothing left to balance? It spoke, not aggressively but with some hint of annoyance. And for you to be able to stave off the coming war, should you reach the power needed to do so, by that time, the only matter of balance you would have to truly worry about, is the balance within yourself, it spoke as it turned its head back to facing him. I see. You are the one that brought me here, aren't you? Nox spoke as he pinned the creature with a hard glare. Why? Why does anyone do anything? I brought you here because I saw an end to the conflict that continues to rage on, no matter how much time passes and how many die. And so far, I have been proven right, it answered his question within less than a second, as if anticipating such a question. And what conflict is that? Nox asked in a pressed manner, not liking hearing what it was telling him. When you figure that out, my young Ian, the power you hold will be immeasurable, and no one will be capable of stopping you. A lapse of silence followed right after as it turned to stare out at the oasis, and no matter what question Nox had, he knew they would not be answered at this time, and so, he chose to simply sit there with the creature that had set his path. So, now then, there is something I can give you for the coming times. Thoughts and images blasted into Nox's mind without warning, pictures of a missing system, images of a weapon of immeasurable power and usefulness. Elagast has interrupted your ritual, and destroyed your lover's body, but with this tool, it doesn't matter what he does. Now go, my child. Nox awoke with a startled gasp as he tore from the black pool of his own blood, erupting from the surface with wide eyes. He frantically looked around for Lana, and to his dismay, watched as what remained of her body turned to ash in the pool he had tried to save her in. No! No! Nox cried as he stepped over and ran his hands through the material, swirling and mixing the ash into the waters. You have been given enough leeway, but you cannot be allowed to continue with this course of action. Your wife must remain a memory. She would be too much of a distraction for you, a distraction you must forget, and instead you must focus on your mission, on the Force. We allowed for you to bring Valen back as she already existed within you and so never truly left the galaxy. Merely bringing her into the world from your body changed the balance of the Force in no major way. Nihilus was already alive in a way. He serves you just as he does the will of the Force. We allowed this, barely, Elagast continued as Nox simply sat there in silence, a low ringing beginning to sound in his ears as he stared at the pool of black liquid. But we cannot allow you to do this. The mere existence of your children would shift the balance of the Force too much. It would shatter the future of the galaxy from what we set in motion. Something you must not do. So we cannot, and we will not, allow you to continue. It is time you took your purpose seriously. You will not allow me to do so. So be it, you chose this. Nox spoke this singular sentence with complete calm as his eyes rose to meet the back of Elagast's head with unyielding rage building behind his eyes. You need to surrender yourself to your given mission, my child, only then will you find true happiness. Elagast turned back to facing Nox only to find the young man he was trying to rein in completely gone. Nor could he sense the boy's location, as if he had ceased to exist in that very moment. Killeran asteroid belt location, immediately after. Nearly a decade ago, a system called Killeran vanished from the face of the galaxy. The entire system gone in an instant without so much as a whisper. Like a whisper in the wind, an open secret across the galaxy that nobody spoke of. Investigations were made, theories were thrown around. Yet nothing concrete ever came up. That's where Nox found himself now, in the place where the system had completely vanished. Appearing within a gargantuan temporal field that surrounded him in all directions, shimmering and shifting amongst the coldness of space. Shielding his hatred, smothering his power. Nox felt his skin literally boil under the terrible power he wielded. To anyone else he would simply be floating through space. But to his own eyes, the space around him shimmered violently, like something was there but not there at the same time, like a shadow of an object that didn't exist. There you are, Nox cackled, diving well into his mounting anger whilst he reached upwards with both his hands towards the nearest distortion. Separating his hands, the force came to his aid, flowing through his being as it gripped at the temporal distortion. Like a tear in space, the temporal distortion cracked and shattered, spewing its contents out to where its contents rightfully belonged. The world shifted and turned as ground appeared underfoot, a wasteland on all sides courtesy of a terrible weapon. Lightning danced around a fortress in front of him as a ship was struck, said ship veering violently off course and straight down towards Nox's direction. The lightning around the fortress immediately subsided as Nox leapt to the right, narrowly avoiding the ship slamming into the ground whilst carving a trench 50 meters in length. Walking towards the ship, Nox made himself to appear as a concerned citizen as he rushed to the opening walkway of the ship. Stumbling outwards, a brown-haired man stumbled out whilst coughing. "Are you okay?" Nox, feigning ignorance of the man's identity, rushed over and slung his arm over the coughing man's shoulder. "What happened?" The young man looked around in confusion. "You're okay, just sit down." Nox looked towards the man's hands with a sinister gleam in his eye, a maniacal smile appearing on his face. There clutched in the young man's hands were the two split halves of a wooden staff. One hand held the hooked head of the staff whilst the other held the bottom of the staff. The dark staff. "You will serve me well." Nox wasted no time. As soon as the young man had sat down, Nox struck. He flattened his hand and speared it forward towards the back of the man's head. His hand punctured clear through the back of Len Marcus's head and out through the man's mouth. The body fell to the ground like its strings had been cut whilst the top of the head splattered to the ramp, as the two halves of the dark staff clattered to the ground at the base of the ship's ramp. Discarding the fluids off of his hand, Nox knelt down to the base of the ramp and gently reached out to the two halves of the staff, collecting the halves with tentative caution. "There you are, my friend, we are going to accomplish so much together." He could feel the resistance of the staff as his hands grasped its gnarled surface. It was far weaker than it had been long ago on the Emperor's space station when it had been stolen. But it was still incredibly powerful, but with a barrage of mental energy and shielding himself, he protected himself from the staff's malicious intent. "Worry not, little stick. You'll be whole once more." Nox mused as he disappeared from the crash site as quickly as he appeared. Soon thereafter, several individuals known as the Heroes of Killeran would appear on the scene to rescue the staff. However, upon noticing the man that stole it being dead and the staff missing, sent the heroes into a panic with no leads on where it went. What was more, the Eye of the Sun apparently vanished from its resting place moments later. Nathema. The palace churned with twisted energies as Nox held the broken halves of the dark staff. He stood atop the highest tower of the palace with the two halves held aloft in his hands. Storm clouds spun around the palace like a tornado of black and purple, rising mist in the color of sulfuric yellow bled at the base of the towering structure. The world seemed to whisper, thousands of dark voicing whispering on the wind individually. Garbed in his Sith cultist armor with his lightsaber clipped to his belt, Tulak Horde's saber clipped to his other hip. A sash slung over his back held other supplies he would need. Within its confines was the Eye of the Sun, created to hide anything through and from the Force. His face ran through several different emotions: hatred, rage. Unyielding and untamed, the dark side of the Force clung to him like a snug blanket of loathing. "Won't allow me to do so. You won't allow me to do so," Nox snarled as he beheld the staff. Simply reviving Lana alongside his children was out of the question now. As the father would no doubt put any further attempts to rest before they could truly even begin. "I'd like to see you stop me now. You just signed your death warrant." Elagast. "You. Your children, everything you hold dear." Nox began to raise the halves as the Force came into his being. A cold wind began to pick up, becoming more and more violent with each second that passed. With a small groan he began to channel the energies of the Nexus around him, through himself, and into the staff. "Whenever I return. My revenge," Nox howled as he began to bring the halves together over his head. Bridging a connection with his mind to the staff's, he began to fiddle with the staff's consciousness. Bending and twisting it, removing pieces he didn't like and replacing them with what he wished. This was the only chance anyone would ever have the chance to do so, to rewrite the purpose and personality of the staff as it couldn't truly defend itself. Its consciousness was shattered and in a state of limbo, barely aware of what was occurring in reality. This was the only chance anyone would get to force the staff's loyalty. "My revenge will be realized." Nox slammed the two halves of the staves together as blinding light tore from where the halves met. The palace shook violently as he felt the staff devour the power his was channeling through the Nexus. Whilst it did so, Nox enacted his plan. As glyphs bled from his fingers through dark tendrils, burning themselves into the wood of the staff. He felt the link as soon as the last tendril scarred the staff's surface, his mind connecting with its own and its confusion permanently. Like the memories planted in its consciousness, it seemed to recognize him from somewhere it couldn't quite comprehend, a long-lost ally. A friend. A confidant. Someone to protect. As the blinding light died down, the Force was silent in waiting or trepidation. The staff was whole and in his possession, and as he lowered it to his side, it began to provide him its energy, its allegiance. "There is nothing I cannot do now," Nox mumbled as a tear ran down his face. The staff gave him the chance for everything he ever wanted. The future was in his hands, and so was the past. He raised his right hand which held the staff and pointed it in front of him. In front of him, a swirling vortex of jet black appeared, at the center of the vortex being a pinprick of white light. Shrinking his presence in the Force to hide himself upon his arrival. "I'm coming dear." Nox ground his teeth as he felt the Force recoil at his intentions. The first step forward was akin to walking against a rushing river as something tried to stop him from entering the vortex. The second step felt like the air had been forced from his lungs and his body was one fire. Yet her persisted and took his third step. "Let us go," Calig whispered in his mind, pushing against whatever was attempting to impede their progress. "You cannot stop me. I will have her back. No matter what I must do," Nox bellowed as he felt something snap, the beings that attempted to halt him having their connection to his body severed as he propelled himself through the tier. The Force screamed in that instant, rebuking at what had just occurred whilst it rushed into the tier after its chosen. Mortis. The father, the son, and the daughter all fell back as the Force recoiled against their attempt in stopping Nox's actions. Their powers had blew back at them and forced them to the ground. A great shift had just occurred upon the reforging of the dark staff. An omen pressing upon them that none of them could truly decipher. "Father, what was that?" the daughter cried out as her body dimmed momentarily. "Something higher than us, just intervened in us stopping him." The father shivered as the Force weighed upon them. "We have to go and stop him now, father, he's destroying everything we accomplished," the son cried out as he made his way to his feet. "I would, had I been able to see him. I can't find him, in our past or our future, he's not here." The father finally made his way to his feet. Then where the son asked as he sought the man through the force. I don't know, son, the father spoke solemnly. And true to his word, Nox was nowhere that could be sensed. He was not in the past, he wasn't in the future. As far as Elagast could tell, Nox had just stepped far beyond his reach, and something had allowed him to do so. The Bedlam Pulsar. 4 beings floated through the void, conversing with each other as their different shapes and sizes differed greatly. Nox appeared before them as himself, playing under the guise of a mere human to have stumbled upon them. Oh, what is this? A black orb with red features which were that of a face floated over to Nox, whom had appeared out of thin air. Did you try and make another one, Tilitny? Tilitny did not truly know. She could feel a part of herself circulating throughout this beautiful creature, and indeed it was beautiful. Framed perfectly, features much like her own, human-like, just different colors. Yes, this is obviously one of my creations, can't you see? Oh, good job, Tilitny, you did well with this one. Oh mother, beautiful queen of the stars. Nox played the situation as was needed, not caring at how he came off, as he simply wished to complete his goal. This child of yours needs your help. To the three around Tilitny, they grew greatly confused as Tilitny seemed greatly pleased along with greatly concerned as she floated closer with her arms outstretched. Oh my beautiful child, let mother help you. Tilitny snaked her arms around Nox's neck as her long green hair floated around the two. What can this great mother do for her child? Mother, this humble child of yours needs the assistance of his great and powerful mother. Nox produced a series of ashes in his fingers. Those horrid abominations away from your creation stole something from us. They did. Tilitny grew enraged at her self-proclaimed child's words as she studied the ashes with great intent, squinting at them with a large frown marring her features. Well, my son, worry not, for this mother of yours will do her best to help. With a wave of her hand, the ashes that were on Nox's body flowed and clumped together as Nox himself floated back in the void with a smirk. I have the power needed but not the control necessary. No. I need the help of those with the experience. Nox watched as Horless and Splendid AP came closer to the floating clump of ashes. Cold Dandelion, however, came towards Nox. However, a pleased smirk on its facial features, it came to rest over Nox's right shoulder as to create a quiet atmosphere for them to talk. You're a very good liar, son. Sign spoke as he felt the energies flowing through Nox. He could feel his own, Tilitny's, and Splendid AP's energies flowing through the child. Something that amused the creature greatly. He wasn't as ignorant to believe that he had a hand in creating this thing, for he remembered and knew every moment of his life, and he had no hand in this one's being. One must do what is needed if they wish to achieve their goals. Nox spoke back as Sign chuckled. I think I'm going to like you, Sign. And Nox watched as the three other Bedlam spirits manipulated the ashes, turning them from ashes into clumps of mud before rock as they tried over and over to reform what had once been. Your siblings are idiots. Nox spoke plainly to Sign, whose facial features stretched, always trying to one-up each other. But how entertaining it is to watch them. No, Sign replied as Nox gave an affirmative grunt. Splendid AP appeared to be the only one with any chance of doing as Nox wished, as according to its manipulations, it took on a very familiar humanoid shape, but it had yet to settle on anything else. Ah, that looks right, doesn't it? Splendid spoke out as Tilitny agreed, pleased that the form was so much like her own. You're right, monkeys and typewriters, Nox mumbled to himself as Splendid AP quickly became far more knowledgeable on the subject than he should have been. Well, that is interesting. Sign watched with interest as AP began to create organs and muscle along with bones and flesh. It appears my brother has found his calling. Such a marvelous thing, AP bellowed as blonde hair quickly formed from the form's head. Tell me, why should I let this farce continue? Sign asked as he turned to Nox with an intent gaze. Why not? You're watching you siblings make a fool of yourself. And you gain an ally. Nox turned back to Sign, who hummed in thought. Very well, I accept this proposal. Sign slowly floated away as he lent a helping hand, causing Lana to take on her true form, the form of which she had died in. That's the right one. Sign intermingled with his siblings as Lana's body floated between them. What's wrong with it? Why isn't it talking to us? Tilitny circled as she held her chin in thought. Well, that's because it's dead, you dolt, Sign admonished as he floated around Lana's body. Oh, let me AP announced, and Nox watched as it casually tore open the boundaries of the living and cosmic force. It tore Lana's soul from Nox and the cosmic force with no resistance and shoved said soul into its new mortal coil. Nox nearly fell to his knees as he felt the heartbeat of his lover. "Ah, that's better." Tilitny gently took Lana in her arms and floated to Nox. "My son, look at what we made." Tilitny presenting Lana to Nox, whom gently took the blonde from the Bedlam spirit. "She's beautiful, you created something amazing." Mother Nox cradled Lana to his chest as she groaned slightly in unconsciousness. "I didn't I?" Tilitny was quite pleased with herself, yet her amusement quickly faded as she now had a new goal. "I wish for more of these. Come my siblings, let's get to creating." Tilitny gathered her siblings before they began to float away, before Sign came back to offer some final words. "I don't know why you came to us for such a thing. But I have a feeling you're going to be a source of great amusement." Some began to float away after his siblings. "Take care my child." I quite like that phrase." Nox watched them leave with an intense gaze, the four intensely powerful being disappearing into the pulsar. Only when they vanished did Nox finally release a deep breath. Cradling Lana, Nox produced the dark staff from a burst of pure malevolent energy. "Let us get you home now, dear, then we can plan our revenge on those pathetic wannabe Celestials." Nox cast the dark staff in front of himself, as he once more tore a hole in time and space before he walked through whilst carrying the staff in his right arm and Lana in his left. He made sure to slip the Eye of the Sun onto Lana's form before they crossed, taking great care in the effort to hide her from Elagast and his children. 1 week after leaving the Sky River Galaxy, Valen stood warily in front of a shifting black tier. In reality, nothing but a black void within, contained only by the force being fed into the breach to keep it open. She had stood here for days on end, using the force to keep her grounded and alive without so much as moving. There had been no word apart for a violent outburst of energy from her love, all before he vanished from the face of the galaxy. He wasn't dead, that much she knew. For the link she possessed with her love also bled from the tear, strained as it was, but still whole. And so she waited, days on end. Regardless of the weather or time that passed. The Empire was ignorant of these events, as Scorpio was maintaining the system Nox had put in place with practiced ease. A flicker in the corner of her eyes snapped her attention to the tear, as a purple tendril escaped the boundary. A flash of white light, unfathomable energy rattling the tear before another burst of energy physically shook the palace itself. And a mere second later, Nox tore from the tear with a bellow of rage, holding the dark staff in his right hand. Yet her eyes turned to the object slung over his left arm, or rather person. Soft blonde strands flowed easily in the blistering winds around Nathema's palace. As the tear closed behind Nox like a swirling vortex that shrunk in on itself. Banako Valen shuddered as she stared at what was perhaps the greatest threat to her connection with her lover. Yet the woman wasn't the same from when she'd last seen her. She seemed older, to have an air of maturity around her. The thought of lobbing Lana's head from her shoulders took hold for a split second. Yet she ruthlessly crushed it, knowing her life was forfeit if she did so. So instead she took a step forward, looping her arm around Nox's right as she helped him up. "Let's go to bed, I'm tired," Nox whispered as he pulled Valen into his side. His face flickered as dreams of previous battles plagued his sleep. Screams of torment, cries of innocent men, women and children cried out in one heinous cry. All from men under his command, all from his orders. Yet these were simply prices for war. These were not nightmares, simply dreams of past wars he cared not for. Instead, even within his own dreams he relished the plague of death that swept from his hands. He stood atop a world of corpses. The skies bled red amongst a starless night. Violently his eyes burst open, purple glowing orbs took in the ceiling of his bedroom. "How did I get back here?" Nox mused as he squinted at the ceiling. "You used a substantial amount of power to return from the Bedlam pulsar. It appears Tilitny wasn't entirely keen on parting from you, so instead she has taken to watching you occasionally but were rendered unconscious as she tried to pull you back, so I took control and brought you through the tear," the voice of Calig whispered in the back of his head. "I see. Thank you, Nox thought as he sat up, the black blanket of his head sliding down his bare torso. Turning his head to the left, he spied the sleeping form of Valen, her arms curling around his lower waist as she drew comfort from his presence. What will you do with her now? Calig asked as his shade appeared at the end of the bed. Black energy with glowing red eyes staring down at the sleeping woman. She had proven herself and her convictions. Her love is genuine, and it would be wrong of me to simply toss her aside now that I have Lana at my side. Nox gently pulled her closer to him, ignorant of the small smile that placed itself on the woman's face. And of the other, Calig came to Lana's side of the bed, leaning down to study the woman. This is my wife, my first love, and the being I would tear the heavens apart for. Her place is at my side, she has my heart and my love, she stays. Nox gently pulled the sleeping Lana closer to his body, snuffing the tears that threatened to spill as he tested at her. And if they come for her? Calig asked as Nox's face took on a darker look, utter hatred and rage flashing under his eyes. I'll destroy them. Elagast made a great enemy today, I'll destroy him and his children. I'll tear Mortis apart and disperse their souls until nothing remains. I don't care what it takes, who I have to kill and how many lives I must destroy, I will not allow her to leave my side again, that's all I care for. A Brunic grit his teeth as he pulled Lana closer to his side. And you'll have our help. Aloysius vanished back into Nox as the young man pulled himself from his wife and concubine, sliding from his bed. With a movement of his hand, the dark staff formed in his grip as it gently tapped the ground as his feet touched the cold ground. Moving to the veranda of his room, Nox walked past the billowing curtains and into the cold outside air that churned across the volcanic caldera. You lose, Elagast. And now you cower in your realm on Mortis. You know if you approach that your doom is inevitable. I'll destroy you and your children should you interfere further. Nox stared across the realms of the galaxy, through the dark Elate Hurian, through the Skyriver galaxy and through the veins of the Force itself. As he stared directly at the realm of Mortis itself. Feeling the rousing of Lana within the room, Nox's head twisted as he rounded and bound to her. Ready to introduce her to the new galaxy. Breakfast was an interesting affair, as Lana slowly ate the food that Nox had prepared for her. Thank you, dear, Lana whispered as she massaged her brow. An image of Nox's face, albeit younger, flashing for a moment. Yet it was one she was unfamiliar with. The galaxy itself felt odd to her. The dark side existed, yet it was vastly different to what she remembered. Her face contorted as she probed and prodded. None of this feels right, Lana thought as Nox turned to face her with a look of concern. It's odd. I felt the same when I arrived. Nox sat at her side and gently stroked her back. Where are we? Everything is off. I thought you were bringing us somewhere safe, away from the war, but this? Lana asked. She continued to study the galaxy in confusion. I took you to the safest place I could conceive of. A galaxy at peace for the most part. Where the Sith and the Jedi are no longer at war. Instead it's the Republic, and separatist worlds no longer believe in the Republic. They. Nox thought hard on what to say as he stared intently at the orange irises of the woman whom held his heart. Our empire as we knew it collapsed over 1,000 years ago. There has been peace ever since, Nox explained slowly as he watched Lana slowly wrap her head around it. Instead, I rule over the new Eternal Empire. We rule pretty much the entirety of the unknown regions away from the eyes of the Republic. Through me. And now you, our empire persists. Nox explained as he slowly took Lana's hand in his own. I see, what do I do here? Lana asked pleadingly as Nox smiled slightly. Ever the hard worker, Nox chuckled as he gently stroked her palm. I need your help. I have achieved my first goal, the one thing that kept me going for over 2 decades. I have a plan to change the galaxy for the better. To give all citizens what they truly deserve. I will save it. But I cannot do it alone. Nox stared longingly into the blonde's eyes as her face contorted. We're going to be joining the Senate under a false pretense. I have friends there, we're going to be guiding this galaxy with a gentle hand into the clutches of our empire. I have a world that is ready to join the Republic. Will you help me? Nox asked as Lana pondered over his words. Of course. You showed me your vision. I believe in your cause. Our Sith Empire was doomed from the start. But through our guidance, we can achieve our vision, Lana replied as she clasped Nox's hand. Cute. Valen sashayed into the room, walking to the table and picking up a plate for herself. Valen, you're alive. Lana squinted at the brunette whom was currently leaning into Nox's other side, said man, snaking his arm around her waist. I am little Sith. Valen laid her head on Nox's left shoulder as Lana squinted. Is that a problem? Not at all. Lana looped her arm under Nox's armpit and pulled him to her side, separating Valen and Nox with a glare as she laid her hand on Nox's arm. Valen scowled for a moment before a wave of calming warmness washed over the two women. Let's enjoy breakfast, shall we? Nox's eyes peered at both, cowing the two before they put their budding rivalry to the side and decided to do as he suggested. The past, unknown system. Lightning tore across the skies as the tropical planet was awash with colossal storm clouds. His fingers dug into the sides of the cliffs he was climbing, using his body strength to scale the wall of stone despite the winds slamming into his body and trying to pry him from the cliffs. His breathing was heavy and with a small huff, he jumped to another outcrop of rock high up the cliffs. Almost there his synthesized voice radiated from the countenance of Calig, the glowing red eyes of his helmet staring straight up at the overgrown vines hanging from the cliffside. Reaching out towards these vines, Nox called them to his grip. His hands wrapping around them with a tight grip. After tugging on the vines to make sure they were strong enough for a safe climb, Nox began a quick climb up the cliffs using the vines as rope. Reaching the top, Nox's hand caught grip of the ledge, his fingers digging into the surface before heaving him up onto the safety of the ledge. Groaning, Nox laid still on the ground on his back. His chest heaving up and down with deep huffs. Fuck me, Nox groaned as he coughed and rolled onto his side before making his way to his feet. Putting his hands on his knees, he made an exaggerated sigh of relief before straightening out and turning back to the cliff. Leaning over the edge slightly, as rain pelted his helmet, Nox looked down the cliff he had just climbed. And immediately puckered his lips in thought. That would have been a nasty fall, Nox mused as he stared down well over 1,000 meters worth of cliff face, several in fact. Getting down is going to be hell, Nox grunted before stepping back from the cliffs. But he wasn't here to lament over the hellish climb he had just undertaken, no, he was here for what he turned around and came to find embedded in the cliff face of a colossal mountainside that ascended into the skies. There you are, Nox smirked under his helm. The center point of the storm circled the mountainside, bolts of lightning striking the crumbling mountain. With a slow gait, his robes billowing behind him as the rain intensified upon his approach, he made his way into the vegetation. Towards the black cube like Thoya wedged into the mountainside, where it had crashed before its arrival to Typhon long ago. Current time. Lana held her lightsaber aloft in front of her, her blonde hair flowing around her head as heavy winds tore across the private arena on Nathema. Red tinted her skin as the hiss of her saber reflected her beautiful molten eyes. Come on bitch, Valen hissed across the arena as rain slowly began to pelt the two of them. The High Justice's glare was as intense as her hatred for the woman. Lana gave no words however as she simply lowered herself to the ground at the ready. They wouldn't be using the force against each other for they knew Valen would absolutely crush Lana without trouble. Instead they'd settle it with their skill with the blade. Nox himself was the only observer, wearing his royal carapace in an overseer's deck. As much as he didn't wish for this battle, he knew the two needed to work through their differences. They knew not to harm each other, for he would not stand for it. And so, with a nod, they leapt towards each other. Iocath Power Grid. C4R0L stood upon a large silver elevator platform. The surrounding shaft of the elevator was a blur as the white light of the surface quickly became a red haze of subterranean lighting. Blonde hair billowed around her head, her face completely lax without any apparent interest whilst the small light at the surface level far above seemed to become a mere speck. Barely a full minute after stepping into the elevator platform, the platform came to a sudden halt as she arrived on her selected level. The level she was on literally shook with waves of light, as if the heat of a mirage was taking over her sight. Yet it was such simple things, rather it was the energy output of what was on this level bending space. Looking at the back of her hand, she mused as she could physically see her skin bend and warp under the pressure exerted upon the blonde's body. Skin rippled over the bone structure of her hand as she gave a small smile. "He's getting stronger." The voice that was expelled from C4R0L's mouth was that of Nox's as her yellow eyes turned vibrant purple on stark flecked black as Nox connected with her body from across the galaxy. Her posture shifted as she crossed her arms behind her back, shoulders squaring as Nox took a step forward into the connecting hallway. The hallway before the entity seemed to shift and shudder under the exerted pressure, whilst the small heartbeat-like pulse that shuddered the red hallway made the lights above flicker. Entering the connecting chamber, Nox smiled slightly as his head tilted up slightly towards the center. Massive power generators bled iridescent blue light, as beams of blue leapt from pylon to pylon. The generators seemed to drop into pitch-black darkness as the blue bolts flashed deep in the darkness, occasionally lighting the shadows before the darkness quickly took hold. Nox was interested in none of these as he gazed upon a metaphysical shadow that surrounded a kneeling figure at the center of the pylons. Crossing the walkway, his footsteps echoed even amongst the electrical ping from each bolt's crossing from the pylons. "That is an interesting face you wear." Milord the Goliath of a creature turned to face C4R0L, 6 eyes peering into Nox's own. "It helps." Nox waved his hand dismissively before regarding the figure. "But that's not why I'm here." "How goes your growth?" Athlegiroth Nox asked as the creature shrugged, one of the bolts of blue lightning from the pylons actually striking his form yet seemingly being absorbed completely into his being. "It is acceptable. But a slow process. I have been refining my control, but it is difficult to wield in any meaningful measurement that doesn't immediately terminate anything I try to manipulate." Athlegiroth expressed his frustration whilst Nox grunted and rubbed his chin. "Wheel. I might as well offer my assistance whilst I am here." Nox looked around the room before shrugging. "Any assistance would be greatly appreciated." Athlegiroth bowed his head slightly as Nox crossed his hands behind his back and spread his feet. "You are going to move me through the Force. You need to penetrate my defenses and move even a single strand of this body's hair, or its arm. I don't care. But you'll need to exercise the great mental acuity you possess and force any part of this being to move." Nox gestured to the female form of C4R0L with a wave of his hands. "Begin." Nox clasped his hands behind his back, closing his eyes as he exerted his will over the body he possessed. With a squint, the organic fused heavy Skytrooper unit form of Athlegiroth moved. Its four arms moving in unison as it motioned and made a grasping motion at C4R0L. It quickly felt like the ocean was dropped upon his shoulders, or having a hydraulic press pushed upon his being from all directions. With an almost amused tilt of his head, every fiber of C4R0L's body became flooded with the force, channeled through his being as the atmosphere became smothered with literal shadows. Noxus watched as veins literally burst in Athlegiroth's face, his 6 eyes literally widening as his power was ruthlessly purged from the area around Nox. "A word of advice. You're not going to be able to overpower me entirely. Instead, thread the needle. You only need to move a single point on this body." Nox began to move without issue, much to the consternation of Athlegiroth, whom was still trying to exert even the smallest bit of influence around Nox's position. The walkway they were on began to warp and twist as Athlegiroth began to rage. "Go on, we have the time." Nox, in the guise of C4R0L, sat down upon the walkway and began to lean back on his elbows on the ground. After several hours of not so much as a wind to blow upon the hair of the face she wore, Nox grew irritated at the severe lack of progress. Sighing, C4R0L rose from the ground with a troubled look on her face. "It appears I made a blunder in my judgment. I recognize you are not like me, your understanding of the Force and applications are different from mine, so please forgive me." C4R0L squared her chest and stared down at the confused Athlegiroth. "You're more like tall Ariel than I. You learn through practical applications in open battle rather than theoretical and mental applications. Nox grunted as his female form motioned at Athlegiroth with a wave of his hand. And the world blurred. Darkulate Hurian. Athlegiroth appeared in the void of the Darkulate Huron in both curiosity and terror at the sudden change of environment. Looking around in fright, Athlegiroth caught sight of Nox's original body floating in front of a backdrop of several floating asteroids. Sorry that took so long, my friend. Valen and Lana had a few grievances to go over. It's sorted. For the moment Nox floated over, both completely protected from the void around them as the Eternal Emperor wore his Sith cultist armor. "Milord, where are we?" Athlegiroth asked as he felt the oppressive nature of the world around them. It felt familiar yet he couldn't quite catch it. "More like when are we?" Nox looked up and around, holding his hands at his side. "This is the Darkulate Hurian, your birthplace, I believe." Athlegiroth looked around in wonder at the dimension he had apparently been birthed in, shock rapturing him as he drank in the world with an enlightened feeling. "How?" Athlegiroth mumbled, closing his many eyes with a small satisfied smile on his face. "Those who hold dominion over the Darkulate Hurian are able to influence it to their will. I, alongside your creators, have a form of control over this dimension." Like so, Nox simply snapped his fingers, with the snap ringing out over several kilometers, and once more the world blurred around them as they found themselves amongst a battle being waged eons ago by the creators of the Darkulate Hurian. And with a second snap they appeared once more when they had first arrived. "We are currently in limbo between the end of the dawn of civilization, and the rise of the Rakatan Empire." Nox gestured as a purple haze appeared beside him before a wooden staff appeared beside the Emperor. "But we're not here for that, we're waging battle starting now." Nox suddenly grabbing staff and pointed its head at Athlegiroth, the smug tone of his voice clear as day. Athlegiroth's world exploded in pain and white light, as his organic body burned away in an instant until his true form was unleashed. Athlegiroth watched as the beam from the head of the dark staff that had annihilated his body continued on into oblivion, tear several of the stars in the distance apart before it faded away. "I will be mapping out my abilities too." Nox shrugged as the creeping darkness that represented Athlegiroth made a rapid approach. Once more he pointed the head off the dark staff at his foe as the staff drank at the energies provided by the Darkulate Hurian and converted them to the purest form of energy it could provide. Within that same instant, the staff cracked violently across its surface, orange embers of light shining within the staff as it gained a new level of power it hadn't before. The ray burst of energy that exploded from the head of the staff was emerald and white in coloring, as it severed the entire right side of Athlegiroth from the rest of his body, tearing it apart and sending it to oblivion in an instant. "You have to be a smaller target, my friend. It's do or die, my friend," Nox bellowed as he took a two-handed grip of the staff as a noticeably more intense mirage of red light surrounding the head of the staff. Said mirage began to swirl in on the head of the staff as an electrifying buzz escaped both weapon and wielder. A dark tear in reality opened up on the center of the mirage as it was pointed at its target. A tiny black tendril snapped out from the form of Athlegiroth, revealing the newly regenerated four-armed form of the heavy Skytrooper unit that housed Athlegiroth's consciousness. The blast that tore from the dark staff swallowed all that remained of Athlegiroth's larger form, the form being consumed by a ball that swept from the head of the staff. Said ball traveled the distance between them, with the smaller organic form of the heavy Skytrooper unit avoiding it as it continued up to until it was in front of the larger form of Shadow in the distance. The instant the red orb reached the Shadow, it expanded many thousands of times over until it dwarfed even a planet, until finally a glowing sun with a black core and a red outline appeared where the orb once was to consume Athlegiroth's previous form. In an instant all it was sucked in on itself with a screech. "You did it!" Nox laughed out loud as he smacked Athlegiroth's reaching hand away by swinging the end of the staff into the reaching hand. "Good job!" Nox whispered as Athlegiroth tried to seize Nox with his other three hands. Yet before he could latch onto Nox, four black tendrils appeared from separate gaping holes in reality, latching onto Athlegiroth's outstretched arms with burning grip. Athlegiroth could feel the tendrils burning away at his form, disintegrating his arms as quickly as he could regenerate his body parts. "I was right. I no longer need to chant to use Sith magic, Nox mused out loud as he mentally maneuvered the dark tendrils around, binding Athla-Giroth as it spread his arms wide. Taking the chance, Nox held the tip of the staff at Athla-Giroth's abdomen, him once more rising from the head of the weapon within a moment's notice. What will you do now? Nox smirked as he unleashed another attack on Athla-Giroth's stomach from point-blank range. The beam created a dead wall in Athla-Giroth's panic, as the beam struck a barrier of shimmering light that appeared between the beam and its target. Screaming, Athla-Giroth tore his hands from the tendrils, tearing his forearms from his body as he shifted to the side in a blur, the barrier that stopped the beam shattering a moment later as the small localized beam speared into the white void of the dark elate Hurian. Learning on the fly is your thing, huh? Nox smirked as four more of him appeared from reaching shadows. Now how quickly can you adapt? Nox asked as four beams were charged up from the heads of his and his shade's weapons. Shit, Athla-Giroth cursed as he managed to teleport away from the four beams that struck at his previous position with terrifying accuracy. You can't escape that easily, Nox smirked as he ducked his head, a single bolt spearing forward and away as one of his shades turned and dispelled the illusionary dark staff and engaged Athla-Giroth directly. You learned to fold space in an instant, you're a creature of instinct after all, Nox spoke out as he came up with a plan. Yes, there is a way. Nox dispelled the dark staff and held his hands to his sides, drawing on the force as he captured the distant black stars with the force. The world around them shifted violently as they were teleported in front a cluster of the black stars of the dark elate Hurian. Like I said earlier, you need to develop your control. To survive this, you'll need to thread that needle to survive. Nox gripped the star cores around them and squeezed. The reactions were immediate as they went supernovae, explosions of pure energy sweeping in all directions. And Nox, exercising his control, wound the explosions around them into an all-encompassing dome that surrounded the two of them as if they were within a single hollow star of black shifting clouds. You won't be able to teleport away from this, for I have denied that. Nox made a crushing motion with his hand before he vanished from within the encompassing dome of destruction. Nox watched in anticipation as the dome shrunk in on itself. With each moment the dome shrunk, the energy intensified the more it was condensed, the swirling growing faster and faster. With a triumphant smile, Nox felt a tear within the barrier he had created to contain the supernovae, as Athla-Giroth tore his way through the barrier to create safe passage, of which he promptly leapt out off just as the dome became a churning ball roughly the size of Nox's hand. Eat up! Nox summoned the dark staff once more and pointed it at the screaming black orb suspended a couple of 100 meters from Athla-Giroth, whom was clearly exhausted from having to wrestle Nox's control to escape the dome. Whilst the dark staff ate at the super-condensed supernovae, Nox floated towards the floating Athla-Giroth, whom appeared to be celebrating to himself if his pumping arms and cheers were anything to go by. Congratulations, you survived, Nox announced as the world of dark elate Hurian shifted, the duo appearing back on Iokath within the generator complex. That'll have to do for now since my schedule is tight. While you have gained some small measure of control, we'll have to develop your abilities further in the future. Practice what have learned and I'll be back within the next 2 weeks to further our training. Nox pet Athla-Giroth on the shoulder before he made a slow departure across the walkway they had sat on not half an hour earlier. Of course, my lord. Athla-Giroth gave his lord a nod as he watched the man whom nearly killed him leave him within the complex to continue stockpiling energy for growth. Coruscant, 1 week later, Kaldani Spires. Nox lounged on his long couch as he picked a fruit from the bowl on the center table. Lana sat at his black desk, running through data that appeared on the hollow screen as her fingers played with her chin. Valen sat on the second of the 3 couches, her legs dangling over the arms of the chair whilst she slept with her chest rising and falling with small huffs of air. Look at it this way. Nox waved his hand lightly as the orange tint of the crystals from the ceiling bathed the room in an otherworldly light. The Jedi don't know we're here, they're dying, and the Sith in charge are even more ignorant of our presence. Nox bit into the fruit with an amused smirk. Which means we can move in absolute secrecy. Lana proposed as Nox nodded. What of your apprentice and this Anakin Skywalker you speak of, will they get in the way? Lana pressed with a sense of urgency. Kenya is a lot like Valen, but easily handled and urged in the right direction. On the other hand, Anakin is a larger problem. He knows of me but perceives of me as his father and is completely ignorant of my ability as a Force user. Kanya's relationship with him clouds her judgment greatly. So she remains ignorant of my plans. She truly loves him and sees him as family, just as Nox began as he took another bite of his fruit. You wish for him to join us? Why? Lana asked as she turned her face from the hologram to Nox with her undivided attention. Anakin's potential in the Force is only limited by his surroundings, horrifically similar to Valen actually. If given the chance to flourish, he will become truly powerful. He would be a truly ideal apprentice along with Kanya. That is why I had allowed him to join the Jedi. I need him to come to me willingly. To give his devotion to me and my training wholeheartedly. Nox chuckled before sending the remaining half of the fruit to Lana, whom accepted the fruit. So yes, ideally, he will be at our side. And if they turn on us? Lana asked, a very real fear in her eyes, for they had been betrayed in the past. It was something that had damaged their trust in their allies, but brought them closer to each other to the point that they trust each other's judgment above all else. She could see clearly as Nox's face became that of stone, his eyes shifting to a sheer black color as an imperceptible twist of his face contorted his features. I will do what I must, Nox grunted before settling himself down, sighing gently before sitting up in the dark of the room. The night sky outside of the apartment bathed the city in a dark light. The dark feelings welling up from the lower levels of the city planet bringing a small smile to the Sith's face. Nox walked to the veranda as the black curtains billowed in the night wind. If the powers that be cannot see reason, then they will be destroyed and reforged into what we need them to be, Nox spoke sternly. The Sith will change to our needs under my heel. The Jedi are on the verge of. Nox paused for a moment before continuing. Well, they're blind and ignorant of what is occurring in the world around them, nor are they able to perceive the machinations of those around them. They will be a non-factor if Sidious is able to achieve his plans as Plagueis foresaw. And if all else fails, I'll simply have to instate a new imperial regime on top of the charred remains of the Republic's corpse. Nox didn't speak the second half of what he thought. He didn't need to. You've changed. Lana came up to Nox's side, moving under Nox's arms so that he was holding her shoulders. You're no longer just running headlong into dangerous situations. Lana smirked as she looked up to him, raising herself slightly to capture his lips with her own. They remained lip-locked for several seconds before a new presence in the Force drew their attention. Drawing apart from each other, Lana lowered herself back down onto her heels. It's a pleasant change. I feel I don't have to worry about you so much. But you'll do it anyway. Nox gently cupped her chin with his pointer finger before the woman laid her head on Nox's chest, the cloth he was wearing allowing for her to hear his heartbeat. You're right, Lana mumbled as Nox gently stroked her back soothingly. I know. Nox stared out at the Jedi Temple for several long minutes, feeling the Zaquulan Knights change their positions after a few moments. He could feel Sidious within the Senate just as he could feel Yoda and the Jedi Council within the Council chambers. I do believe it's time we get ready to introduce ourselves to the galaxy. Padme will be the one helping us. Nox gently took Lana's hand and began to guide his lover through towards his bedroom. Who's Padme? Lana asked with a raised eyebrow as Nox simply let out an amused laugh. The next day, 4 shuttles lifted off of Nox's landing pad in the Kaldani Spires, the final shuttle remaining behind where Nox stood beside Lana in preparation for her departure. Lana wore an armor strikingly similar to the armor Senya Tyrell had once worn in her service to the Eternal Empire. However, the only difference with this set was the lack of forearm guards. Are you ready? Nox asked as Lana huffed and rearranged the cuff of her right sleeve. Considering I'm supposed to be lying straight to the face of the galaxy, the Jedi, and this Sidious fellow. Pretty good. Lana turned to face him, coming closer as Nox out his hands on her hips. You don't have to do this, Nox whispered as she once more kissed him whilst wrapping her hands around Nox's neck. I want to. I want to help, Lana whispered as they heard Padme's approach. Okay, but if anything happens to you, if that Sidious fop or some senator messes with you, I'm going to toss the Senate into space, Nox whispered into her ear whilst Lana let out a small chuckle and tapped his chest lovingly. "Oh, I have no doubt," Lana mumbled before pulling away, the two turning to face Padme, who seemed to be doing her hardest to keep a straight face, pointedly looking away from the lovers. "If you need anything, the subjugation is cloaked in the system, and I am only a thought away." Nox kissed her once more before Padme came forward with a pleasant and kind smile. "I'm Padme Amidala." The senator grabbed a hold of Lana's outstretched hand. "Senator of Naboo. Lana Beniko, chosen representative of Sion for the foreseeable future." Lana shook Padme's hand gently, the two quickly exchanging pleasantries. "Lana here will be in the Senate to gauge whether Zakul will be a good fit for the Republic." Nox spoke honestly as Padme gave an understanding nod. "I see." Padme mused as Lana once more fussed over her presentation. "I guess we should be off now," Lana remarked, the shuttle doors opening to allow for 6 Horizon Guard to climb into the shuttle as her guard detail. "I suppose." Padme climbed up into the ship as Nox whispered into Lana's ear, the woman giving a subtle nod before departing into the gleaming white and grey ship. The ship lifted off quickly thereafter, flying away from the spire rapidly whilst 3 more shuttles escorted the diplomats. Nox watched them go with a small frown, his head turning slightly as Valen came up at his side, looping her left arm around his right with a smug smile. "Let's go prepare Sion for the Republic's inspection." The duo departed soon after with a simple twist of the Force before the eyes of the guards present, the two of them vanishing from the landing pad to appear across the galaxy bordering the unknown regions within seconds. Sion region, Eternal Empire territory. People meandered around the city with complete ignorance to Nox and Valen's presence. Occasionally they would stop as a child ran by, then with cheers and smiles. "They haven't acknowledged us." Valen squinted at the gathered citizens that ran through the streets. Speeders flew overhead towards the marketplace carrying its wares to be sold as if they had done so for years. "I wouldn't expect them to." Nox grabbed a child by the shoulder, halting the boy in his tracks. The boy offered no response, instead going blank as stone with an emotionless gaze. Kneeling down to the child, Nox snapped his fingers in front of the boy's face, yet he reacted not, staring into the mid-distance between them both. "Considering they're under my control, planted deep with their psyche. They don't even know they're from Zakul. To everyone here, they've lived on this planet their whole lives." Nox stood back up and let go of the child, said child immediately rushing off to join his friends as if he hadn't been disturbed. "Even the graves are full," Nox remarked as they continued their march towards the planet's capital palace. "So it's ready to be presented to the larger galaxy," Valen remarked as Nox gave a small nod. Soon their attention was drawn upwards, as a warship deployed above the city to release an armada of Iocath construction droids. "It's damn near perfect. Rust in the walls, decay in the ground. This city has been artificially aged to make it appear as if this world has been inhabited for millennia," Nox remarked with a wave of his hand pointing at a weathered part of a wall where one of the Iocath construction units was artificially aging the structure. "But there is no longer any need to worry about the details. As far as I can see, Scorpio has it covered," Nox mused as he saw Valen's quickly growing boredom at the architectural lesson. "But I have a mission we're going to undertake." Nox regained the woman's attention, her yellow eyes turning to him with renewed interest. "Yes, dear," Valen asked as she fluttered her eyelashes, the two of them ascending the stairs that lead up to the capital palace. "What is it you desire?" War. He could see the barely contained excitement contained behind her eyes. "There is a planet in the mid-rim on the outskirts of an important trading route that would give an advantage to whomever controls it. But the planet's residents are refusing to take part in the war. Soon fighting is going to break out regardless," Nox explained as they approached the towering doors of the capital palace. The Horizon Guard stood in front of the ornate doors, them two completely under Nox's control as they believed they were part of a force sect created on the planet millennia ago. "What must I do?" Valen's lip quivered in excitement at the thought of what was to come. "Destroy both armies. You may leave survivors if you wish, however I want you to become the savior of the planet, a symbol of their people," Nox replied as he pushed open the ornate doors before them, revealing a massive chamber within to which the puppet king and queen sat on their thrones. Turning his eyes to meet her own, he could see the look in her eyes, as her mouth contorted in a wicked smile. "I am so excited," Valen cooed just as Scorpio marched in their direction from behind the puppet king's throne. "I know. I can feel it, Nox whispered, his eyes flexing momentarily as he felt the sheer emotion rolling from his consort. He regained his control of himself a moment later before turning his attention back to Scorpio, the mask of pleasantry falling back into place with practiced ease. Coruscant. The 5 Zaquilin shuttles screamed towards the Senate Tower, their thrusters releasing a loud roar as streams of blue energy released from the thrusters. The ships hung low as they weaved between towers and abodes, diving under power lines and around pylons before they rushed towards the mushroom-shaped building in the distance that hung over a vast portion of the city. The gathering senators and system representatives waited excitedly alongside Chancellor Palpatine as they stared off into the distance, watching as the white and grey shuttles began to grow in size before their very eyes, from small blips in the distance before quickly growing into larger and larger as they cleared thousands of meters in seconds. Jedi Master Windu stood alongside the senators, as did Yoda and Kenobi and Faye, with a congregation of several other Jedi Masters, the 4 having spoken recently with Palpatine about the retrieved antidote that they had ensured was secured. Slowly as the shuttles approached, Yoda squinted at the approaching shuttle with a troubled glare, his ears prickling in the direction of the approaching vessels. Palpatine froze as he stared at the approaching shuttle. The dark side of the Force peeled from the escorted ship in rippling waves. He cast a subtle glance over his shoulder and was sure the Jedi could feel it as well, as they exchanged nervous glances with each other. Behind the first shuttle, the 4 escorting shuttles split off and began to circle the landing zone. The main shuttle itself rotated mid-air over the designated landing pad, its landing gear deploying before it slowly settled down onto the pad. The gathered senators, including Bail Organa, were greatly interested in the oddly designed shuttle that slowly settled down onto the landing pad. The wings raised with a low hiss as the pads settled down onto the ground. The shuttle's bay doors slid open for the 6 Horizon Guard to drop down onto the landing zone. The hulking Force-sensitive made 2 lines of 3, their shields held against their sides whilst their saber pikes were situated in the palms of their right hands. They had no identifying markers to link them to the Eternal Empire. Instead they wore a simple white version of the Zaquilin Knight's armor. To Sheev and the Jedi, they could easily tell these 6 individuals were Force-sensitive, as powerful if not more than a Jedi Master from the rippling of the energy that peeled off of their being. Sheev nearly froze as the Horizon Guard dropped down. The first to be seen was expected, as Senator Amidala stepped down with a well-practiced regal grace. Her hair was done up and she had done her makeup immaculately. She drew many appreciative glances from the onlookers before the attention was drawn by the second individual to drop down. Glowing yellow irises danced with mirth and great amusement, as the stunning woman's face contorted into a half-smirk. Her blonde bangs hung under her chin, groomed perfectly for the occasion. She wore simple but tightly wound white robes that showed off her figure, golden embroidery lining the sleeves and neckline of her outfit. The dark side prickled around Sheev, snaking from the blonde woman's presence. And he ruthlessly crushed the desire to force her submission and admit his superiority through the Force. Perhaps, a worthy backup apprentice, Palpatine thought with a small smirk as Lana came up to Padme's side. "May I introduce, Senator Lana Benico, of the Scion system," Padme announced as she motioned to the blonde. This Benico gave a low bow, her right hand positioned over her bosom. "It is a pleasure to meet you all, I hope we can all get along." Lana's rather pleasant voice danced around those present. Several individuals shifting to more open stances as they relaxed in her presence. Windu glared hard at the back of the blonde woman's head, as she walked and talked pleasantly to the Chancellor about the so-called Scion system. His eyes trailed to the guards of the woman with attentive and calculating glance. He could feel the Force being channeled through each of the 6 guards. None of them were aligned to the light, if not they were skewed more towards the dark side than anything else, and it made the man agitated. "If you would." Chancellor Windu stepped forward as Bail, Padme, Lana, and Palpatine turned to face Windu with raised eyebrows. "Master Jedi." Palpatine tilted his head to hear the Master of the Order. "Interested we are, feel the Force weaken around you, know what that is, do you?" Yoda piped up as Lana raised an eyebrow at the small creature. "I didn't think I'd ever encounter another of his kind." "Interesting," Lana thought as she nodded. "Of course, Master Jedi, I am well aware of what the Force is, just as my guards are, as I'm sure you're aware," Lana replied honestly, as lying would simply be sensed by the small creature. "Studied it you have, knowledge you possess." Lana squinted at the choice words of the creature. "Of course, Master Jedi, knowledge is something my people pride ourselves on and strive for. We urge our people to study whatever they wish, they are however encouraged to share what they learn with their peers. The Force is a tool for us to use, we would be fools not to use and study the gifts we have been given," Lana replied as she paid great attention to what was being said. The man had to restrain his smirk as he watched the Jedi grow visibly irritated by her words. "The Force is not," Mace began as Lana turned to the man with pinned and narrowed eyes. "Master Jedi, I would love to get into an intellectual and philosophical debate about the Force with you. However, neither here nor now are the appropriate time nor place. So if it is all right with you, I would like to focus on representing and securing the futures of my people." Lana cut Mace off as Sheev had to literally hold himself from laughing out loud. "Right you are, my dear, such things can be discussed after the Senate has met." Sheev cast a glance to the Jedi, watching as a vein visibly pulsed in Mace's head. Meanwhile in Sis territory. "You failed." Dooku squinted as his eyes glowed a raging orange. "You don't understand," Ventress began as she knelt in front of her master alongside Dirge, whilst HK simply stood off to the side without caring about the Sith's rage. "Understand what? A single measly knight managed to not only grind our plans to a halt, but fought you lot on equal footing and forced your retreat." Dooku seethed as lightning danced between his fingers. "I have fought many Jedi Masters and Knights, countless battles for years. But I have never been shut down so quickly, to be rendered confined and immobile in my own armor with a mere wave of his hand. It was humiliating," Dirge explained as the alien shook in rage at the memories. Ventress felt the need to speak up, to bring up the fact she knew he had used a dark side ability on her in sheer instinct. A Jedi Knight doesn't do such things, much less resort to violence when mildly irritated. Yet she kept her mouth shut. "I didn't matter in the short or long run, he would pay for the humiliation." "And what do you have to say?" Dooku had turned his attention towards HK, said droid, appearing to be heavily in thought as it was simply staring at the wall. Slowly turning its head towards the Count, the red lenses of the droid's head beamed darkly with sinister red light. "Nothing that hasn't been said. This knight's combat prowess, situational awareness, and intellect were unprecedented and unwelcome. His foresight is something that caught me off guard. By my calculations, I will have to have great and extensive preparations if I am to engage this knight again and hope for victory," HK stated emotionlessly to the Count as the Count of Sereno pondered the words. "I take it you've gathered information on this knight already?" Dooku watched the droid nod. "Describe everything you have gathered to me." Dooku stared at the droid. "Jedi Knight, name Vaslucas. Homeworld. Unknown." The Jedi seem to be guarding this knight's information from being spread around the Order. There is no information about the boy apart from his name and rank in the Jedi archives. The only other information I was able to find was that the boy was located by the Jedi weeks ago. Whomever trained him beforehand, is unknown by anyone whom isn't the Jedi Council," HK explained as the Count grew frustrated at the droid's lack of information. "So the brat is a ghost. And didn't exist on any known records before being encountered by the Jedi." Dooku ran his fingers through his beard with a heavy glare. "We're in the dark on this. I want you to find any information we can on this young man. In the meantime, my apprentice, your punishment is due." Coruscant. Lana was forced to pause her thoughts as another group of Jedi appeared in the Chancellor's office. Her eyes staring straight ahead, unblinking at the face of the newly arrived hero Vaslucas. Sheer panic rocked her body for a split second before it was ruthlessly crushed by the woman. She glanced around the room to make sure nobody noticed her panic at the young man's presence. "Letha." Lana forced her heartbeat to calm down as she studied the features of the hero with a squinting gaze. She pushed the urge to cry down and buried it deep in her psyche. He's got her facial structure. But that's not all. Who else was used to create this specimen? Lana's eyes danced across the boy's features, from the sharp brow to the angular jawline. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say he looks a bit like You didn't. Lana's lip twitched slightly as she caught the angular dip of the bone at the back of the jaw reminiscent of a Sith pure blood. Finally noticing she was staring, Lana blinked and turned her head away from the gathered Jedi as they conversed with the Chancellor. And you? I know what you are, Lana mused as she tightened her mental defenses in front of the supposed Sith Lord of this era. Padme sat on the seat at her side, and as Anakin Skywalker walked into the room, Lana was able to point out the changes that overcame the woman in his presence. She was after all well aware of how her own demeanor changed in the presence of Nox, just as Valen and any other lover. Indeed, now that she stared at her supposed stepson, he was tense, utterly failing to not catch glances at Padme from the side. His acting was horrible. Non-existent even. God's boy, if you're going to hide your feelings at least stare in the other direction. Lana withheld a scoff, but couldn't help be impressed at the power the boy held. The atmosphere between both Anakin and the hero Vas Lucas was oppressive, and everyone could feel it. Two shining rays of light through the Force, it was almost painful to look at. And if by the way Sheev's jaw was set, he wasn't faring much better being in their presence. I suppose it's almost that time. Lana stared out at the Coruscant skies, subtly feeling out towards the looming shadow that stretched across the planet through the Force. A good first impression is key. Lana sent the signal through her mind towards the loading bay below. And to do that, create a problem only you can fix. Lana felt her lips raise slightly as the signal was received, immediately followed by a rush of fear and terror through the Force from the guards and senators. The Senate shaking violently as explosions rocked the Senate building. What the hell? Padme cried out as she made her way to her feet, the Jedi having their weapons in hand at that very moment. What's going on? Battle droids blasted their way across the Senate landing pads. Bolts of energy ripping from their blasters, striking the blue-garbed guards with great efficiency. Several guards had already been dropped by the droids as they marched their way towards the Senate chambers. 50 B-1 battle droids in total participated in the assault, with 20 B-2 units and 6 droidekas, but nobody knew these were simply reprogrammed Cis battle droids. And nobody would ever know. As the Horizon Guard arrived, their yellow lightsabers already ignited as they hefted their shields and stepped in front of the Senate Guard. They were an impenetrable wall, as the blaster bolts were either absorbed by the energy shields or bounced back towards their origins. Forward, the captain yelled as the Horizon Guard began a slow march towards the droids' ranks. The Senate Guard capitalized on the chance offered by the Horizon Guard, rushing in and taking cover behind the imposing figures that guarded the Eternal Emperor himself. Blue bolts streamed towards the droids from behind the wall of shields, the distance between the guards and the droids now halved. Core. CRYS. Break off, the captain bellowed as the ends of the guard formation broke off and made a blitz towards the droids. They sprinted in unison, their shields held aloft as they quickly closed the gap between themselves and the enemy droids. Cutting into the droids, a force repulse tore from the guards to destroy the first of the enemy forces. Their sabers sung and cut out, slicing through their enemies with brutal efficiency. Quickly, Kor brought his shield up to block another barrage of from the B-2 units, as he stepped back and around to keep his front towards the droids. Meanwhile, CRYS subtly maneuvered her way around towards the back of the droid formation, bouncing with deceptive agility as she leapt onto a crate and flipped over the shuttle bus. Landing behind the droids, whom Kor was still drawing attention from. With a raise of her hand, several crated including the empty shuttle bus were suspended in the air before being tossed at the droids in a hail of metal, crushing the droids under the now falling shuttle bus. Now for cleanup, Kryze sighed in relief as the shuttle bus cracked in half on the Senate landing pads, droids sprawled on the ground still attempting to recover their bearings. The Jedi arrived soon after, finding the battle already settling down as the Horizon Guard tore through the droid forces with laughable ease. Plo Koon raised an eyebrow as he saw the Horizon Guard channeling the force to heal the injured guards that were still alive. Interesting, Koon mused before breaking off and moving to assist the healers in their efforts. It appears that our assistance is no longer required here, Kenobi announced, watching as the guard quarantined off the battleground, rushing the injured to the healers whilst working with the Coruscant security, whom were quick to arrive on scene. Being approached by the guard captain, the man took a knee in front of Lana, much to the interest of everyone present. "Lady Binico, all invading forces have been routed and destroyed. Your orders." The captain's deep voice resonated from his mask. "I want you to find out how they got here, traitors, spies. I want the investigation handled swiftly and with great care." Lana's voice was smooth yet firm, with the guard quickly rising and rushing to do as said. Noting the presence of a reporter probe, Lana broke off and made her way to the injured guards with Padme at her side. Using the Force, she lent her efforts to helping the injured. "You have my thanks, milady. I doubt our survival had your people not have been here to help us." A Senate guard spoke out, catching the attention of the press as Lana withheld a small smile. "It is our duty to this republic and its people. We would have failed if we were able to help to our best ability. And so begins the good relations with the people." Lana pointedly ignored the probe filming her as she turned to Padme. "I need your help," Lana asked of Padme, as the young woman readily agreed. "Midram. General, the locals have entrenched themselves here," an ARC trooper announced as he brought up a hollow map of several trenches dug into the ground. At the center of the map was a city with 3 different military forces clearly highlighted on the map. Here the trooper pointed to the far side of the city where they were engaging separatist forces in open conflict. And here the trooper pointed to a large stronghold behind the capital city, a military fortress no doubt. "What of our negotiations?" the Jedi General asked, a Myraluka male with brown cloth covering his stern face. "Failed," the ARC trooper replied as the Jedi crossed his arms. "Then we have no choice, begin the offensive," the man ordered, to which the clone gave the order. He stood in the command center whilst watching the clone troopers begin to rush into the foliage of the forest around them. But he wasn't interested in this, instead he was weary. Dire warnings through the Force cried out to him constantly for the last couple of hours. A foreboding warning that he should leave immediately, yet he squandered the feeling, ignoring it in favor of his service to the Republic. "I want all traffic to and from the surface monitored. Better to be safe than sorry." He didn't know this would be his last day alive, as the X-70B, piloted by Valen and Nox, appeared in system with its cloaking systems active. "The Ma, Sinkhole Station." "Greetings, young disciple," a Gothel introduced himself as Nox entered the corridor of the station. "It warms me to see another has come to finally see the truth. It matters not where you came from previously, here all are welcome, all are cared for." Nox studied the man's face intently. "He's not actually here, it's a form of possession." Nox was careful not to force sight on the possessed man, instead he gave a warm smile and accepted the malnourished man's hand. "This place. I just feel at home here, like I was meant to be here. It's strange, isn't it?" Nox allowed the Goral to guide him into another chamber within the station, seemingly heading towards some sort of central chamber. "Those who can understand the truth feel its call. It is only natural that you would feel at home at the end of the journey." "No, Seek," Ryantar reasoned with a relaxed face. "You're weary, that's natural. Come, why don't you meditate with us?" "Ah," the trap. Nox nodded as they entered a central chamber. Over 20 beings sat together. He could easily tell they were malnourished, and most likely hadn't eaten since their arrival years ago, sustained only by the Force. Glowing purple light surrounded the chamber, a feeding, wanting darkness surrounding those that were still meditating. "Come, come, join us." Seek knelt down and placed his hands on his knees. "Time to spring a trap." Nox felt his lip twitch as he took the same kneeling position that Seek was doing. Almost immediately he felt it. For that moment, he allowed himself to lower his mental defenses. Following the instruction of Seek, he began. 1, 2, 3. He felt the mental probe from beyond the station, allowing it in under a peaceful guide. 4, 5, 6, 7, and he was lulled into the embrace of another. The infinite passed beyond him in an instant, years passed in seconds, and seconds spanned millennia. The Force sung in harmony, joy, and pleasure around him. All feelings such as fear, pain, or rage vanished into oblivion against his will. This is Nox's astral face twitched as he felt whatever it was he was doing. What was he doing? where was he? No, black energy-filled eyes snapped open. Beyond shadows. Clutching his head, Nox rubbed his brow. How did you do this? Nox looked over his shoulder to see Seek looking at him in open bewilderment to appear like this. The form of Seek dropped to his knees in worship, pressing his forehead to the ground as Nox wondered what he was speaking of. What is he? Nox quickly checked the back of his hand, only to see he had taken on his corporeal form from the outside world. So what does he see that I'm not getting? What is it, Seek? Nox asked as he walked towards the kneeling man, ignoring the way the incorporeal shadows stretched. With a thought he moved forward, not so much as walking but more akin to teleporting where he wanted to go. Through the force everything is seen, Seek screamed in deference, immediately planting his forehead back to the ground. All truths are known, please my lord, forgive me for my previous attitude, this one will follow you through the shadows faithfully. I see. Nox squinted and wove illusion into reality upon him, illusion after illusion wound over his form until his bleeding presence vanished into the shadows, Seek immediately looking up to him in surprise. Please Seek, could you guide me through? Nox asked kindly as he reached down towards the man. Of course. This place is attempting to skew my perception of time. Nox thought as he and Seek continued to walk through the glade around them, the trees around them as real as they were in the Skydiver galaxy, yet it was the shadows themselves and the stone path they followed that kept Nox aware, for they were false, an illusion weaved together to guide him to whatever it wanted him to see. I smell sulfur, and the dark side is condensing. Nox squinted as they teleported into an ancient arcade of stone and withered trees. There Nox immediately locked eyes with the source of the dark side that now overtook all sense of the force around him. Unfurling his pointer finger, Nox pointed at the source. What is that? The font of power. To drink from that is to gain limitless power. One may drink as long as they wish, for there is no end to the drink within, Seek explained as Nox appeared before the font of power. The fountain that was the font of power was as still as the dead, and as Nox leaned over the fountain, his reflection leered back at him. The past and the future is open to you, should you drink. Seek appeared at his side yet stayed a certain distance away from the fountain. It is a great source of dark power. Long since ignoring the sulfur that burned its way into his nose, Nox knelt down to the font of power, his hand reaching down to the surface, yet just before his fingers touched its surface, he stopped. Is it possible to return beyond shadows when I leave? Nox asked as he contemplated drinking at once. Once one has entered, forever will they be welcome, Seek replied as he stared intently at the back of Nox's head. Not yet. Then steeling himself, Nox pulled his hand back from the surface of the font of power and rose back to his feet, yet he stared down onto the infinite pool of power. It was calling to him, lulling him in its promise for infinite power and endlessness, and so he turned away and faced Seek, fully aware now that things were not as they seemed. This nexus is powerful, impossibly so. Nox resisted the urge to simply toss himself into the infinite reservoir of dark side energy not 3 feet behind him, the steam that prickled on his skin as he resisted the urge. His face scrunched up for a moment. Nox reached into his satchel before pulling out a canister the size of his open palm. Ultimate power. Nox grunted and rounded back to face the font, the brown-colored water peering back as he knelt down to the surface. Let's see if this works. Nox watched as the canister was submerged in the waters of pure darkside energy, filling the canister to the brim before he sealed it off and slid it back into his satchel. If worse comes to worse, I can always return, Nox thought before rising back to his feet once more and turned back to Seek, whom had a raised eyebrow. Wait. Nox paused as he felt it stir for but a moment, and he whirled back to face the font of power, the creeping yellow fog that lingered behind the fountain now more present than ever. His eyes danced from left to right as he caught the multitude of eyes in the fog, shadowed darkness bleeding into shapes of people and faces that vanished seconds later. I know you're there, morning. Nox watched the creeping fog reach at his feet, as his eyes locked onto the silhouette of a woman standing in the fog, her shadow reaching and looming of the fountain. Or do you prefer Aboleth now? In the obscuring fog, she reached for him. As the sulfuric fog overtook everything around them, they stared at each other for eternity. The world vanished around them as they stared. Come. Nox palmed the waters of the font of power for a moment. "Dear." Her voice sounded in his ears once more before he shook himself free. An instant later he was once more in the arcade that housed the font of power, the sulphuric cloud long since gone with the wind as he turned to face a silent Sikh. "Did you see that?" Nox asked through narrowed eyes, time to see where his loyalties lay. "Of course," Sikh replied as he turned to face the font of power. "Are you sure you will not drink?" "It would serve me no purpose to do so at this moment," Nox replied as he teleported to Sikh's side. "Now, what else is there to see?" Knowledge now that got Nox's eyebrow to raise as Sikh turned to guide him towards where this knowledge was. Two pillars stood before the duo, as two mind walkers stood in front of the pillars as if to guard them. "She's already inside." Nox glared beyond the pillars into what he could make out was some sort of grotto beyond the pillars. "What's in there?" Nox motioned with his head at what was within. "That, my friend, is the pool of knowledge. Through it, all events of the past and the future shall be open to you," Sikh replied as Nox once more studied the area through the force. Radiating light bore down upon him. A light side nexus. The counterpart to the font of power. There was no need to goad him into approaching, he didn't fear Aboleth nor her secrets, and so he stepped beyond the pillars into the grotto beyond. It was brighter than he thought it would be. A pool lay at the center of the grotto, illuminated by a ray of silvery light that shone through the ceiling of the grotto. It didn't take more than a few seconds for Nox to realize Aboleth was submerged in the pool of knowledge, waiting there for him to submerge himself. He knew she was ignorant to his true nature, and so he came to stand on the sheaves of the pool. He could see her silhouette just beyond where he stood, submerged under the infinite waters where she waited. "I'm not so foolish as these children." Aboleth. Nox resisted the urge to smirk as he pulled out a second vial, kneeling down to the surface, using the force to manipulate the waters into the vials so he did not need to physically touch the waters. He knew that if his hand so much as skimmed the surface this time, that Aboleth would pounce and attempt to drag him under, and so he used the force to take the waters from the pool of knowledge. With the vial full, Nox stuffed it back into his satchel, not once breaking eye contact with the entity submerged in the waters. "My fate is my own. I do need to know the future, because it is what I will be." Nox rose from kneeling beside the waters, squaring his back before turning away from the pool of knowledge and beginning to leave the grotto. "Please." Aboleth's voice sounded throughout the grotto. "Come back to me." Nox stopped just before the exit of the grotto, where he turned to face Aboleth across the grotto. Now before him was an infinite well of eternity, a path calf deep that seemed to go on for eternity. At the end of the path stood the apparition. Nox looked over the edge of the path and saw endless eternity. "Don't want to fall into that," Nox thought before he turned to face Aboleth, whom was standing at the opposite side of the path. "I will return. I promise." Nox gave a slight nod of his head, much to Aboleth's confusion. "I will not leave you here to suffer eternity." Aboleth's confusion turned to genuine surprise and shock as the beyond shadows rippled for but a moment. Before her very eyes her prey tore himself from her realm, leaving a open wound of shadow, a tear in reality as large as he was tall that stitched itself back together moments later. Who was that? Aboleth seethed at their escape, vowing to find the one who was able to escape her clutches with such ease. Center Point Station. His body snapped back as he re-entered his mortal shell. He didn't waste a single second as Sikh and the other mind walkers stirred for a moment. "I don't think so." Nox smirked victoriously, as he vanished from Center Point Station an instant later, leaving nothing for the mind walkers to find but an empty spot of where he should have been. "This is a problem," Sikh announced in genuine worry. "Nathama, the palace, bottom floor." Nox materialized from thin air with a harsh look on his face. He wasted no time as he tore his satchel from his side and planted it on the pedestal at the center of the chamber. With great care, Nox pulled out 3 vials from within the satchel. He held the first up to his eyes to see murky brown water that literally bled the dark side. The font of power, Nox mused as he could feel it retained the energy it held within beyond shadows. A most dangerous tool for future use. Placing the vial of the waters of the font of power on the pedestal, Nox looked at the second vial. The pool of knowledge. Nox looked at the silvery water with an analytical gaze. With this, I could know all. He placed the silver water next to the first and looked at the second with great apprehension. A sample of eternity. Waters of the Lake of Apparitions. Nox held the ethereal waters up to eye level. He stared at it almost fearfully. He could feel the cosmic force bleeding through the water, endless eternity that called for him. Gently he placed the third vial down and stared down at them with great apprehension. Yes. Nox smirked victoriously as he reached down and made his decision. The present month. 13.9. The battlefield was a charred barren wasteland. Scorched blackened husks of men and droids lay amongst broken structures. Looming over the battlefield was the untouched city of Isilta, a mid-rim world capital city. The Republic bases were nothing but tombs of metal, just the same as the Cis base. Yet the Cis base itself had been torn from the mountainside it was built into and appeared to be simply tossed at the Republic base. Since the Cis base was literally split in two over the Republic base. Hours earlier, the clones rushed the Cis forces, the armies meeting before the city at the center of the battlefield. The walls of the city were bombarded with cannon fire, explosions ringing out throughout the battlefield whilst fighters roared overhead. Bombers of both sides annihilated the field as they dropped their payload onto their enemies. Even from the command post, Redart could feel the ground below rattle every couple of seconds due to the shockwaves from the field. Master Jedi, the battle droids have driven us to a standstill on all fronts. Your orders? An ARC trooper in white armor with brown stripes asked of his general. Staring out towards the battlefield, using force sight to peer towards the enemy forces. The Cis appear to be coming at us from a straight front. Send our bombers to loop around the city. I want a strafing run implemented across the front lines of the droid forces, Redart ordered as the ARC clones looked between each other. General, I believe the enemy forces would be able to counter our offensive once we make this attempt. Any mistakes in this offensive would lead to civilian deaths within the city since our forces would be too close to populated centers, the ARC commander offered but was ignored. You have your orders, I know what I am doing, I have faith you can pull this off, Redart reasoned as the ARC trooper clenched his fists in silence, turned away and left whilst the others relayed their orders to the bombers. Redart wasn't focusing on the battle, however, as he looked towards the skies where he could perceive literal waves of the force rippling violently. He didn't look down as the bombers began to loop around the city. The only warning came to him as the skies darkened instantly above his head. A wave of dark side energy dropped onto the battlefield. Redart tossed himself to the ground with haste, just in time to survive a Venator dropping from the skies and slamming into the two opposing armies with a colossal explosion that sent Rebel high into the skies. Valen stood on the walls of the city, lowering her hands as she let go of what remained of the Venator, said starship now buried in the ground. Hearing laser fire from her left, she watched as a group of 6 fighters rushed towards the battlefield. Turning her body to face the bombers, Valen raised her hands to the ships, gripping them through the force before she made a downward movement with her hands, watching with satisfaction as they were torn from the skies and sent careening into the ranks of the Cis droids on the outskirts of the city. Now that the skies were clear, Valen grabbed at the saber on her hip, smiling with excitement as she stepped off of the high overlooking wall and proceeded to drop towards the ground. She slammed into the ground with the force of a missile, the clones tripping and falling as she collided with the ground. The smoke that rolled over the battlefield began to flow over Valen's location, giving her the advantage for the moment as the clones circled the location with an uneasy air about them. The sun barely pierced the smoke from above, casting looming shadows that stretched far across the grounds. The unit of clones tentatively approached her landing area, their blasters aiming into the smoke whilst the sounds of the battle behind them barely registered in their ears against their heavy breaths. Igniting her saber, the smoke around her glowed with the light of her weapon as she smirked under the hood of her robes. The force grew heavy around her for a moment before she began, leaping through the smoke which trailed behind her as she blitzed the clones. She appeared before the nearest clone in an instant, separating him at the waist as she slashed and stabbed through the chest of the second clone. A flex of her wrist sent the nearby 10 clones soaring through the air like ragdolls, breaking their bodies against their brothers as they collided. Hefting her saber, Valen sent it flying around her, the blade circling around her twice as it cut through everything around her location. Droids and clones fell, sliced in half, dying where they stood before the saber landed snug in her outstretched hand. It's safe to assume I have their attention, Valen thought snugly as she caught a blaster bolt with her open palm, absorbing it with a satisfied smile as she felt any exhaustion she may have had simply vanish. The second bolt was intercepted with her saber, sent straight into the head of a B-1 droid before a third bolt was redirected with a thought. She blocked behind her back by rotating her wrist, another after that in the same rotation as more and more clones and droids registered her as the larger threat. Soon her blade became nothing but a blur of light and motion as she defended herself on all sides, blaster bolts flying to and from her all around, bodies falling as she didn't bother guiding the bolts that struck her saber, rather sending them back the way they came. She simply blocked and let them fly off in random directions where they struck whatever was in the way. "What's going on over there?" Redart asked as a commando rushed to his side. "A rogue Jedi has appeared and is engaging both our and the enemy's forces," the commando relayed as the Myralucan immediately grabbed his saber. "The situation's changed, that is no Jedi." Redart rushed from the command center, calling the ARC troopers to his side. Her blade was a yellow wall, appearing as a dome of yellow whilst her arm was nothing but a blur. She stood atop a pile of clones, body parts strewn around the ground. She cackled in glee, even as parts of her robe had burnt patches, parts of her skin showing. Said skin held scorch marks that themselves were slowly healing as she drew sustenance from the Force, using it to heal herself mid-battle. Scraps of metal circled around her, her mad cackling registering in the helmets of the clones, only for said clones to be crushed by rotating debris. A bolt struck her left cheek, singing skin and scarring the entire left side of her head, burning her lips away until nothing but exposed teeth remained. Glee turned rage in an instant, as her left eye was nothing but a hollow black hole in her head. Valen flung her hands out at the battle droids that had disfigured her face, a force push rending the ground and carving a trench clear through the battlefield. The snarl that crossed her features remained as she whirled on the clones behind her, a barrier forming in front of her as blasted bolts struck the purple shield. Whilst absorbing the energy in the bolts, Valen felt her skin knit itself back together, her vision clearing up as her left eye reformed in her socket. A sigh escaped her mouth as her lips sealed over, a satisfied smile taking place over her face. "Chaos," Valen mused as she looked towards the nearby mountain. "Can you see me, dear? It's all for you." Reaching to her sides, Valen steeled herself, clenching her teeth as she made an upwards heaving gesture. The rest of the battle became chaos, as the battlefield exploded upwards, massive chunks of stone along with what remained of the Venator being tossed into the skies to fall back down onto the terrified clones. "It's all for you." Valen tore the rest of what remained of her overcloak from her body, left in nothing but her battlesuit. Leaping ahead, she swung her saber around, cutting the first clone in half at the shoulders. Her feet slid across the ground as she used her offhand to punch through the abdomen of another, sweeping her blade low through the knees of a third. She leapt up, using falling debris as a springboard as she flipped and landed on the helmet of another, the clone's helmet crushed underfoot before she planted her right knee on the ground and punched the stone below. The shockwave that followed sent many into the air, some vanishing into the obscuring smoke. Finally Valen cried as she leant back, blue saber passing overhead as her brown braided hair just touched the ground. "I've been waiting," Valen cooed as her saber sprung to life once more in her right hand. "You go no further, Sith," Redart seethed as his ARC troopers rushed onto the scene, their rifles pointed squarely on Valen's position. Seemingly forgotten by the Sith droids, the clones re-engaged with the droids now that their commander was here to deal with Valen. "Won't I?" Valen taunted as lightning sparked in her left hand, a mad smile coming to her face as she leant forward ready to leap at the battle master. She was the first to attack, but not how the Jedi expected, as she blitzed the ARC troopers and promptly decapitated the 8 clones with ease with a single swipe of her blade. The clones fell to the ground in unison, their heads rolling to the ground as Valen turned back to the Jedi Master. No further words were said as Valen rushed the Jedi Master, her blade coming down in an overhead strike that was diverted towards the right by the man's own saber coming up to bet hers to the side. Ray Valen screamed as she brought her saber up, the master leaning back whilst she took a step forward and continued on with a third slash. The force is my ally, Sith Redart mused as he sidestepped an upward slash before he thrust towards Valen's abdomen. Not here, it's not, Valen ground out as she backhanded the saber out of her way, much to the battle master bafflement. She slammed her right foot into the ground, squared her chest and roared. The ground shook as a haze overcame the Jedi Master, his vision wavering as his dark side opponent rushed him, her left hand open as she made to grab at his face. He narrowly avoided her open palm, as crackling lightning danced between her fingers. Leaning back, the Myralucan swept his blade up towards her exposed arm, intent on removing the appendage. It would have been quick, an instant, yet the man became weary as Valen's arm moved several degrees faster than his own, her arm retracting in an afterimage, leaving his blade to pass harmlessly by. Warnings rung in his mind at the display of speed, the Jedi Master bouncing back several meters in thought as he studied his opponent. He watched her lax movements, her uneven balance and apparent bored countenance. I had thought her to be an inexperienced young one newly corrupted by the dark side. Redart frowned as he now gripped his saber with both hands, squaring his feet as he lowered his center of balance. But no, I'm dealing with a master in the art of the blade and the dark side. He now saw through her facade, as he saw literal waves of dark energies bleed from her into the Force. You're no fun, Valen uttered as she simply pointed her blade towards the battle master's chest. I will stop you here, Sith Redart seethed before he rushed towards Valen, opening the duel up once more. They became twin blurs of yellow and blue, dashing away and colliding as they ran between clones and droid units. An overhead strike was bat to the side, whilst a thrust towards the Jedi's chest was sidestepped and parried with a slash at Valen's waist. She caught the Jedi's blade hand with the crook of her elbow, using her speed and weight to spin him as she kicked his knee in. He fell to the ground in a tumble, laying on the ground where he narrowly avoided being decapitated by a slash of Valen's blade by planting his hand in the ground and pushing himself away with all his might. Red-hot pain shot through his body as he felt a weightlessness of his left arm. A scream tearing from his lips as he cradled the handless stump to his chest. The sacrifice had been made, his hand for his head, at least he was alive. He held his wounded arm against his stomach whilst making shallow breaths, slowly grabbing for his saber which he held out to his side. I'm not going to be able to stop this beast, Redart thought as his eyes lowered to the dusted ground for a moment, several emotions flickering over his features before said eyes quickly flickered towards the command center in the distance. He watched a ship rise from the back of the command center and hurtle itself out of the atmosphere. At least you will live another day. I may not be able to finish your training myself. Redart moved his saber arm behind him, as he surrendered himself to the will of the Force. Forgetting the pain of his severed hand in that moment, giving his sole focus to the woman before him. He watched the mad smile on her face as she leant her head back slightly. A mad cackle rising for several moments, drinking in the death and madness around her, smoke billowing between the two for a moment. For a moment he could perceive the sickly yellow glow of Heg eyes, as he tried to picture what her face would look like had he been able to see color. His studies were halted as he felt his Padawans escape the atmosphere at that moment, and he smiled slightly. But I know you'll make an exemplary Jedi, live long and live well, may the Force be with you. Redart thought and let out a bestial yell, the man taking the initiative as he leapt at the Darksider with everything he had, blue blade leaving behind a trail of light as he bounced into her open guard. He stabbed at her stomach, the woman's blade rotating with her wrist as she diverted the stab away. He wasn't done however as he made use of his wounded arm, slamming the stub of his arm into her stomach and willing a force push into existence. The Force came to his side in that moment as Valen tumbled back a couple of meters. Redart didn't let go of his advantage, intent on distracting the monster for as long as possible as he leapt high into the air and made to drop into the woman. He had once more underestimated his opponent's potential, as she found her way to her feet like a phantom, before his very eyes as she left several afterimage with that movement alone, it looked like smearing a wet painting with how quickly she moved. May the force be with you, Radart thought once more as he closed his eyes as Valen swung, all feeling he felt fleeing him the next instant. The headless body of the Myralucan fell to the ground, head flying to her left whilst his body crashed to the right side of her body. That was more entertaining than I thought it would be. I should hold back more often, makes things more fun. Valen knelt down and removed the saber from the dead man's grip as a memento. I think it's time I took my leave. Valen paused as a group of clones surrounded her, no doubt coming to avenge the death of the commanding officer. Valen thought before she had an idea. She rounded with her hands raised to the nearby mountain with the clones opening fire upon her. The bolts struck her, yet she paid them little mind as she absorbed them with the force, all the while she reached out towards the nearby Lucre Hulk embedded in the mountain. And with a mighty wailing screech of metal, it exploded into millions of shards of metal, and chaos reigned supreme. Nox watched as the Lucre Hulk peppered the surviving clones and scraps of metal that rained from above, a satisfied smile coming to his face as he momentarily locked eyes with Valen from his vantage point on the mountains. I leave things to you now, Nox thought as he turned away and made his way up the walkway of the X-70B. Chart a course for Coruscant. I must meditate, Nox announced as he made his way towards his quarters. Jedi Temple, days later. Please one more time, Plo Koon asked as he, Yoda, Mace and Vass stood in an isolated chamber for council members. Of course, Master, Vass replied as he held his palms upturned at his side. The masters gave no reaction as the room became awash in emerald lightning, said lightning bouncing off of the walls and around the room, yet it failed to reach the Jedi Masters whom weren't targeted. Feel how do you, Yoda asked as he made to test Vass's control. Waddling forward much to Mace's alarm. Said brown-skinned human, calming down as a path in the emerald lightning opened to allow the small Jedi entry. They had discussed with Vass his ability to use such obscure abilities. But knowing he had the know-how to use such abilities and to see them actually be performed was another thing. At peace, Grand Master. Like I can right the wrongs of the galaxy, Justice Vass intoned as Plo Koon gave Mace a subtle nod. Yoda looked up at Vass with squinting, searching eyes. And Vass wasn't so sure he liked those eyes on the small creature, far too knowing. He steeled himself with the knowledge that the small creature was ignorant of his origins. And reaffirmed that knowledge with the knowledge a single application of deadly sight would purge all life from his surroundings. The dark side of the Force, feel of it, what do you, Yoda asked with a small smile on his face as the emerald lightning around them slowly died down. That is a trick, Master Yoda. Vass knelt down in front of the smaller creature, choosing to cross his legs as Yoda chose to do the same, out of the respect Plo and Mace did the same as they wished to hear the boy's words. Say that you do, but why, Yoda asked as he placed his cane on his lap. There is no light or dark side of the Force, Vass replied as Mace took on a complicated expression at the young man's words. There is only the Force. Vass raised his right hand as a ball of light appeared, illuminated in his grasp. It bathed those within the room with radiant warmth and soothed them deeply in its natural state. It binds everything, flows through us and everything around us. Feeds into and binds life and death together. Through the Force anything is possible, Vass stated as the ball of light slowly died down until its unnatural radiance vanished. And then Yoda stared intently as he raised his chin slightly. In turn Vass slowly raised his left hand, the Jedi watching with great trepidation as a malevolence overcame everything within the room, an absence of light appearing a few centimeters above the boy's open palm, a cold washing over those present. All present refused to look away from Vass's open palm, as if it was tempting them, goading them to come to it. Corruption. A perversion of the Force that is not meant to be. It festers in the minds of all, there is nobody immune to it, Vass explained as Yoda slowly turned to face the boy with narrowed eyes. Whether it be a newborn, or the Grand Master of the Jedi Order, it exists within all. What determines who you are, however? The ball of dark began to shrink and fade away until it vanished altogether. Is your ability to ignore its call. To resist and commit oneself to the will of the Force and scathe off its corruption. The temptation will exist always, but it is fickle, it lies and is the destruction of all. Vass lowered his palms to his knees and stared intently at Yoda. To be Jedi, is to remove the wants and desires the corruption whispers into your ears. To be a vessel against the corruption that should not be, to commit oneself to the will of the Force is your ally, and it will treat you well should you have faith. Yoda's satisfied nod eased the hearts of Mace and Plo Koon, as the Jedi Grand Master gave a small smile. Fear it, do you? Yoda asked, pressing the question of the young knight, a searching look to the alien's eyes. I do not, Grand Master. To fear something is to give it power of oneself. Vass began as Yoda openly began to smile. I accept that the corruption exists, but I do not allow for such acceptance to allow it to gain control of myself, Master Yoda. So no. I do not fear the corruption. I'll be. Plo mumbled as Mace gave a more than respectful nod in the direction of Vass Lucas. How profound! Yoda giggled to himself and gave a slow and accepting nod. A very astute outlook you have there. A Padawan under you, do well they would. I agree. Mace lifted his head slightly as he gave Vass a small smile. Agreed. Plo supported as he slowly rose from the ground with the 3 Jedi Masters. Masters. Vass began as Yoda ushered the young man to his feet. Come, a great honor this is, Yoda decreed as he waddled off towards the exit of the room. I hope you understand how much of a privilege this is. Vass Mace addressed him by name as the group fell in tow together. To guide the hand of a Padawan into the ways of the Force is a great task. They rely on you, your knowledge and the belief that you hold what is best for their future, Plo announced as they walked towards where the Padawans were currently training to be selected. I understand, Masters. I will not fail my Padawan, Vass answered as Mace placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. We know, we believe in you, Mace soothed as Vass have an appreciative smile. Thank you, Master. 13. She thought as she gripped the hilt of her lightsaber, her angular face contorting as she stood across from her opponent. 13 years, why won't they select me? I'm better than everyone here, she seethed, frowning as her grip tightened. Her opponent gulped as she began to step forward. Grinding her teeth, she dashed at the Togruta wielding twin sabers. Her blows came down like hammers as she knocked the 14-year-old girl's sabers to the side and kicked her in the stomach, causing the Togruta to slide back whilst she ran towards the alien. The opponent blocked with one blade horizontally whilst swinging her second blade towards the 13-year-old's side. Angling her blade, the human scathed off the Togruta's blade before she grew more frustrated, shifting her arm to the side to allow herself into the Togruta's guard before she headbutt the alien. Everyone else has been selected, why not me? She felt tears prick on the corners of her eyes as she began to wail upon the opponent Padawan, using her superior strength to cause the girl to fall to her knees. Am I not good enough? She thought as the Togruta's arms gave out, signifying the end of the match between the two. Her arms fell to the side as the Togruta limped off. She simply stared down at the ground for several seconds before a commotion began to occur amongst the other training Padawans, as they all looked towards the overseeing balcony above. It's the Masters, another Padawan whispered as she too looked up, nervously adjusting her stance under the searching glances of those above. But her eyes locked with a single individual above, drawn into a pair of unblinking almost neon blue eyes that sat upon a rather amused smile. Who is that? She looked up towards the council members, spotting the man garbed in white and gold robes, staring at her with a 1,000-yard stare that penetrated her very being, a small smile coming to his face. That boy has potential. Vass leant against the observation rail, staring down at the pits below as he studied the available Padawans. A brown-haired boy battled against a blonde boy, both showcasing great strength and prowess as they flipped and maneuvered around the area with great practice. He has potential, but Vass scanned his surface thoughts and found a small frown stretching across his face. Too rigid, too emotionally stunted for what I want. His eyes danced across the others below, scanning each of their thoughts with narrowed eyes. I need someone more emotional. More connected to their feelings, someone easy to guide to what I wish. Vass put his elbows on the rail as the Masters watched him with studying gazes, analyzing every movement the young man made. Within several moments, his eyes turned to face a 13-year-old humanoid girl that bled raw emotion, her face twisted in consternation and a hint of fear. That one. Vass stared into the dojo below, the kind of blonde so pale it almost appeared white. The girl below stared up at him with her lips parted, apparently surprised at his words. Are you sure? Mace asked with a weary tone. She was about to be sent off to the agri crop due to her age. Call it an urge. Vas crossed his hands in front of his chest and smiled down at the girl 2/3 his age. Yoda gave a pleased chuckle as he shimmied in his hover chair. Good, very good. Plo and Mace looked down at the blonde girl below. Your new Padawan, she shall be. Then I believe I shall be off, my new Padawan awaits me. Before I go, do I have a new assignment? Vas asked as Mace gave a pleased look. I have requested your assistance with a mission on Dantooine. Separatist forces have been reported to be present. I would like to have your assistance in the matter, Mace informed the Jedi Knight, who gave a low bow. I would be honored to join you, Master Windu. I shall meet you at the hangar for our departure. Vas raised himself as Mace inclined his head. As would I shall meet you there. Now I believe your Padawan is waiting, Mace remarked as Vas smiled and quickly bid farewell to the masters before rushing away. That boy. Plo-kun mumbled as Mace looked where Vas had been. Will make a great Jedi Master, wouldn't you say the same, Master Fei? Mace turned his head to see the blonde pointed-eared Jedi Master come around the corner, evidently caught in her snooping. I concur. A rather pleasant individual he is, Fei remarked as she thought over what she had learnt about the boy so far. I would have requested to be his master, had he not been officially recognized as a knight, Fei remarked as Yoda let out another chuckle. Believe I do. Many had the same thoughts after recent events. Yoda gave a pointed look towards Mace as he let out another chuckle. Oh, is that so? Fei gave an amused smile towards the man whom sighed. Indeed, Mace relented and slumped. All further humor of the situation was lost at the urgent approach of Kit Fisto, who rushed towards the gathered Jedi Masters with wide and panicked eyes. We have reports from Isilta. It's bad, Fisto rasped out, the four masters looking between each other before the five of them rushed towards the situation room. With Vas. She was nervous? No, scratch that, she was beyond terrified as she fixed her robes, her hands constantly roaming over the tan cloth that hung from her body. Constantly fixing her damn near white hair as her blue eyes danced around nervously. Wanting to not appear fearful, she raised her head and stood tall, squaring her features as she felt that her new master would soon arrive. Faster than she thought he'd arrive, the door to her room opened to reveal the man that was to be her master. She felt her breath hitch as he looked at her, his almost glowing blue eyes catching her figure, all of her in his stare. He approached before circling her, studying her as she crushed the want to shuffle under his gaze. He's so much younger than I thought he'd be, she thought as he finally came to a stop at her front. What is your name, girl? He asked in a soft voice as he crossed his arms in front of his stomach. My name is Shai Benda-e, my master. She bowed to her new master as he gave a smile at her action. My name is Vas Lucas. It is my pleasure to be your new master. He bowed in turn before they both rose and regarded each other. It is of my understanding that we have a new mission to depart for. Please gather your things. We are to link up with Jedi Master Windu before departing for Dantooine. Vas inclined his head as he turned away and made his way to the door. I will be outside until you are ready. The door opened as he made to step through before he paused for a moment. And please, there is no need for you to be so nervous. I have selected you to be my Padawan. I do not intend to go back on my selection. Vas departed with those words, leaving the girl to slump slightly at his words as she let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. With Mace. What is this? Mace asked as they stood around the central table. The hollow of a group of individuals kneeling was present as a lone garbed female individual walled behind the kneeling men. We have no idea whom this woman is. The hollow couldn't catch her face, Kit Fisto explained as the woman mumbled on about the clones and the droids invading Isilta. Your Jedi Master Redart was less than amicable in this situation. Ordering a bombing run close to the city walls of Isilta, putting its people in danger. Refusing to see reason, I was forced to stop the dangerous Jedi in his tracks, the woman explained as she made a gripping gesture to something off-screen. A black coffin sliding into place behind the Jedi whilst a bound Jedi Knight was forced into frame. This Jedi Knight was more understanding, seeing a losing battle, she allowed for the surrender of the clones against an unstoppable force. Once the droids were shut down, the knight knelt beside the coffin with a resigned look, her face cast down towards the ground. I have also captured the leaders of the Cis forces on world. Your ships have been captured and forced to land. All personnel have been rounded up and imprisoned under my command. The woman clasped her hands behind her back and squared her shoulders. Isilta will not be cowed into the Republic, nor will she bend to the Confederacy. The gracious leaders of Isilta have come up with a proposal, for the exchange of you commanding officers and your soldiers' lives. Isilta will remain neutral, all further attempts of conquering Isilta will cease. Any future aggressions will be met with swift and brutal execution. We wish remain exempt from your petty wars. Further negotiations will take place when your representatives arrive, the woman relayed before turning away from screen and vanishing off the hollow in one fluid motion. When was this received? Mace asked as Faye watched the video with a large frown on her face. 40 minutes ago. Timestamp puts the hollow at 48 hours old. They waited to send this to us, no doubt calling the battle before sending anything out to the larger galaxy. What should we do? Fisto asked as Yoda stroked his chin in deep thought. Careful we must be. Dangerous this woman is. Yoda watched the hollow that began to repeat itself on mute. Another one of Dooku's apprentices, Ki-Adi Mundi, asked over his own hollow that stood next to Yoda. Doubtful this, unrelated to Dooku I believe. Yoda continued to stroke his chin. Who should we send to negotiate with this unknown? Shak Ti asked in concern as she stared at the kneeling hollow of the female Jedi Knight on Isilta. Negotiations, should we not send reinforcements? The Cis are a non-factor by their own words. All we have to do is capture the city. Ki-Adi Mundi spoke up slowly as he offered his own opinion. We would be risking the lives of our captured soldiers, not to mention the innocents currently in Isilta. Shak Ti rebuked as Yoda nodded slowly. I will go. Plo Koon spoke up as his rose from his seat in his hollow. Our latest offensive has come to an end, my forces are waiting for relocation. And should our negotiations fail, the 104th will prioritize the rescue of our soldiers whilst I engage this unknown. Plo explained as Yoda gave a slow nod. Acceptable this is. Await your report we will. Yoda accepted Plo's request, with Plo Koon disappearing from the room as he moved to relocate the wolf pack. I'm bored. If you can get even a single graze against me, I might let you go. Valen mocked as she toyed at her lightsaber with dancing fingers. The girl crunched her face under Valen's oppressive gaze, as her hair hung low, staring at the lightsaber that had been simply tossed at her feet. What, are you scared, pitiful? Even your master managed to rally some sort of valiant last stand before I cut him down like the bug he was. Valen mocked as she ground her teeth at the girl's refusal to budge. He begged you no, cried out that he didn't want to die. It was interesting hearing his screams as I severed his limbs from his body. The High Justice prattled and mocked as she studied the night below. It was kind of pathetic actually, begging in your final moments. Ugh, don't you agree? He was pitiful. Valen stopped at the door to the cell for a small moment, and activated her saber to block the blue blade of the Jedi Knight that had swung at her as soon as her back was turned. The girl's face was wound and contorted in fury, as her teeth gnashed together as she pushed against Valen's blade. You're a mute, how? Amusing, Valen sneered as she slowly pushed the apprentice's blade downwards towards the ground at her right foot, before rearing her head back and head-butting the knight. The knight stumbled back in pain, her face flashing in pain before Valen thrust her blade at the girl's stomach. The girl barely managed to divert the blade off course, before dropping to the ground as Valen made a slash at the girl's stomach. Well, you at least have some survival instincts, Valen cooed before simply stepping back to allow the girl to find her feet. No wonder your master died so easily, if this is the standard they have for their knights. Valen blocked a thrust at her stomach by simply batting the saber to the left, her own left hand snapping out to catch the knight's right hand in her grip, locking the girl's saber in place. I'm curious, how many of your knights would I be able to engage at once? Valen mused as she crushed the girl's hand in her grip before sweeping her legs out from under her. A sick cracking was heard as Valen still held the girl's right arm, the joint snapping in the wrong direction as the girl simply hung by her wrist. I don't think you'll be needing this anymore. Valen pried the girl's fingers from her saber. The girl's silent sobs rocked her body as Valen rolled her eyes. Oh come on, what's life without a little bit of pain? Valen gripped the knight's hand with body of her own and tensed her muscles. You'll understand what I mean. And with a crunch, Valen broke not only the girl's wrist, but her aloe and shoulder as her arm was wrenched and twisted violently in all directions, Valen taking great pleasure in contorting the mangled joint with her great strength. She didn't care when the arm took on an interesting color of purple, nor when bones began to press against the skin, nor when they actually punctured the skin and spurted blood on her face. She laughed maniacally as she gripped the girl's face with her left hand, holding the knight's own useless and limp hand in front of her face before shaking it back and forth as tears streamed down her cheeks. Isn't this fun? Valen laughed before she took the girl's index finger in her mouth and chomped down, feeling the bone turn to dust in the finger before she shook her head from side to side, the skin and muscle tearing in her mouth before the finger dislodged from the hand. Spitting the finger out of her mouth, Valen wiped her lips with the back of her left hand, gently stroking the girl's left cheek, smearing blood on her face as Valen sat herself on the girl's leg. Oh, what I'd do to you if I didn't need you for negotiations. Valen cooed as she crushed the need to torture the girl. Soon growing bored, Valen gave out a huff before simply dropping the appendage to the ground. Said arm falling to the ground with a wet slap, hanging uselessly at the girl's side. You Jedi really are just no fun when you're not begging for mercy, Valen growled before kicking the girl in the side of the head, knocking her out instantly before a medical probe entered the room. Fix her arm before the Jedi arrive, Valen hissed before calling the knight's saber to her grip, departing the cell with rapid steps. The Endurance, landing bay. Vas stood with Shai at his side, doing her best to seem dignified at his side, yet he could see how her fingers pricked at the loose thread of her robes. Shai Vas brought the girl's attention from her running train of thought as her large blue eyes looked up at him, her near white hair falling at the side of her face as she waited for what he was to say. I wish for you to stay by my side for this mission. I wish to see how you perform, Vas explained with a kind smile as she smiled up at him. Of course, Master, Shai replied as Windu made himself known. Punctual as always, my friend, Mace chuckled as he came to stand before Vas and Shai. And this is your new Padawan, I presume? Yes, Master, may I introduce? Shai Bendai. My new apprentice. Vas gently pet the girl on the back as she nervously bowed before the Master of the Order. I am sure, under your charge she shall become an exemplary member of our order. I look forward to seeing your progress, young Shai. Mace inclined his head down to the girl respectfully as she bowed. I am sure I won't disappoint you, Master, Shai replied as Mace took on a thoughtful face. I am sure you won't. Now, my friend, shall we? Mace motioned for the ramp that led down towards the Endurance which awaited them. Of course, and perhaps we could have a spar in the meantime during our approach to Dantooine, Vas mused out loud as Mace smirked. I do believe that would be a prudent course of action. I do after all have to reclaim my position, Mace replied as his fingers stroked across the surface of his saber. Would you like to sit in, Shai? I believe it would be a good learning experience for you. Vas gently placed his hand on the girl's shoulder as she gave a thoughtful nod. Of course, Master. I would love to. Shai gave a firm nod as they entered the Endurance. But first I believe we are needed on the bridge. Vas looked to Mace as the man nodded, the trio departing for the bridge as they passed by clones rushing through the ship. Xilla. Nox sat with his left leg crossed over his right on a makeshift throne within the house palace, sat in front of the kneeling heads of the houses of the Chiss. A legion of Zaquulan exarchs stood before Nox, separating him from the Chiss like a wall as he regarded the owners of the planet. His gaze was completely apathetic in nature, glowing purple eyes pinning the nervous Chiss in place. Releasing a sigh, Nox placed his right hand on the armrest of his throne and leant forward, bringing his face closer to their positions as he sneered down at them. Consider yourselves lucky that my apprentice was able to capture this Vandaler, Nox sneered as he motioned towards the side of the room, where Kanya held Vandaler in an arm lock, forcing the man forward under Nox's command. The Chiss no doubt knew exactly what he was talking of as they made to speak. Milord, I. Silence only to be silenced as Nox slammed his right fist into the armrest, the room shaking as the chandeliers above shook violently as a shock wave crushed the armrest of his chair. Fear encompassed the gathered leaders as the veins in Nox's neck bulged for several seconds. I do not care what you were trying to do, you moved into the larger galaxy without my permission, putting everything I am trying to achieve in danger. You're lucky I am as forgiving as I am, otherwise I would have turned your system to dust for your transgressions, Nox coolly explained as he gripped Vandaler through the force. Consider yourself lucky, fop, that it was your loyalty to your people that permitted you to perform such actions. This will allow you to keep your life. However, you moved against myself, which cannot be tolerated. Nox waved his arm, the armor Vandaler wore falling from his body. You had a lover, didn't you, Severance, I believe? She enacted a great insult towards my person and my apprentice. Not only engaging my apprentice in combat, but her actions resulted in the death of someone dear to me, Nox announced, milking the death of Shmai for all it was worth as he forced the Chiss bounty hunter to kneel before him. You shan't worry about her anymore, her transgressions have been punished. Nox called forward Severance from behind the gathered knights of Zakul. The woman removed her cloak, removing the amalgamation of Severance and Technobeast. She stood silently and obediently, her face a mangled mess of machinery that looked towards her lover with complete silence. It is unfortunate, Nox remarked as he gently ran a hand down through Severance's hair, the black locks spreading through his fingers as he did so. But an example had to be set. Should you perform any further actions behind my back without my permission, this, Nox motioned to Severance once more, will be the end result for your people. Xilla will become dust, your people mindless slaves. You will not have a next generation, a legacy, nor free will. Move against me again, and all that awaits is oblivion, Nox growled as Kenya glared out towards the house heads. We understand, my lord. Any PLAS we have will be brought to you from this point onwards, the head of military defense announced as Nox gave a pleased nod. Very good, there is but one more thing I must do, your punishment, Vandaler, Nox remarked as he pointed a finger at the Chiss. The Chiss heads flinched at a sudden explosion of light, screams ringing out as red lightning erupted from Nox's finger. For longer than a minute Vandaler cried and begged for mercy under the barrage of lightning, just enough not to kill him as his clothes melted to his body. Before long, Vandaler grew unresponsive, followed by Nox allowing the man to simply crumble to the ground. The Chiss nobles shook under the blatant use of such a heretical thing such as the Force, reinforcing the belief they held that he was some kind of aberration from the unknown. When the aberration turned his eyes back to them, he gave them a harsh glare before leaning back in his makeshift throne. Because of your lack of trust, I am leaving a confidant in my place. This is Scorpio. Nox motioned to another robed figure. Said figure of Scorpio stepped up to Nox's side, where she removed the hood of her robes to stare down at the kneeling organics. She will be my eyes and ears in the ascendancy. An attack against her will be seen as an act of war against my empire and will be met with swift retribution, Nox relayed as the yellow lenses analyzed everything around her. You are permitted to conduct your business as usual. Scorpio will remain to oversee and micromanage things in my absence. The nobles each looked up at Scorpio with suspicious eyes, plans forming in their minds. And I cannot stress this enough. Should you betray the trust I have placed upon your people once more, I will destroy your civilization myself, Nox hissed as he rose from the throne, dismissing everyone present as he looked towards Kenya, urging her to walk with him out of an adjacent corridor as their guards surrounded the two of them on all sides. The two walked for some time before stopping in what appeared to be some sort of garden. A fountain sat in the center of the garden. Arctic shrubs grew around the garden, robust flowers of a bluish hue sat on dark green near grey stems. It was an exotic look for the garden. Definitely different from the gardens they would find on Zakul or Iokath. Approaching the fountain, Nox came to the water's edge to peer into the small pool below, his face staring down into what he could see was blue crystals giving the water a deep sea blue look. Around both Kenya and Nox, the exarchs took up posts at all entrances to the garden, watching anyone that went to and from with great scrutiny. You wish to speak to me, Father? Alanya asked after several moments of Nox's silence, the man taking a small smile before he turned to look at her. Nox smiled down at Kenya as he gently pet her head. I'm proud of you, Kenya. I knew you would succeed the moment I put you up to the task. Nox gently ran his thumb through her hair just as he did when she was a child, the woman's face softening under his undivided attention. It's all thanks to you, Master, Kenya supplied with an almost meek voice as she leant into his touch like a greedy child. No, it's not. You've grown into a woman I am glad to call my daughter. You're powerful, knowledgeable, and have a set of values I can only envy. Nox gently lowered his hand to his side as he continued to smile down to the woman that came up to the base of his neck. And I know, Shmai would be proud of you too. You do her a great justice not just through her memory, but through your actions. Nox watched as a tear slowly rolled down his daughter's face a few moments after he spoke. Thank you, Dad, Kenya sniffed as she lowered her face, tears freely running down her face as she buried her head in the crook of her arm. Gently he rubbed the base of her neck on her back, soothing her as he felt her emotions rolling through the force. Are you watching, Shmai? Nox gently brought the woman in for a hug, his right hand gently running through her hair as all the pent-up emotion she had housed for the past months of hunting Van Daler surged from her, resulting in her crying into his chest as he held her. The subjugation loomed over all, dwarfing the many countless ships around the gargantuan vessel. The many warships were slowly flying beside the absolute behemoth. Even as the first fleet left the gravity well of Xilla. Crawling along the outer hull of the ship, Isaac scampered along the ship, turning back to Xilla with the desire to burn the civilization to dust. The droid turned to face one of the nearby warships with a contemplative glance before it turned and moved its way up to the bow of the mighty vessel. When the ship entered hyperspace, Isaac ran through several diagnostics before coming up short as the ship immediately exited hyperspace before a fleet of enemy vessels. Receiving target parameters, confirmed. Isaac slammed its legs down and magnetized itself to the ship's bow, missile pods on its back opening whilst the Omni cannon built into its body began to power up. Well, this is interesting. Nox rubbed at his chin as he looked towards the very evidently not friendly vessels across the void of space. They're not the Chiss, have they mistaken us for the Chiss? Nox grunted with amusement as Scorpio announced that a small fleet of Chiss vessels had entered the system. Well, I guess a display of power would be prudent to cow these alien curs. Nox smiled slightly as he shrugged and crossed his arms behind his back. Isaac, Nox called out, the droid being connected to the ship itself promptly responding. "Milord," the droid's deep sinister voice spoke over the control bridge. "Put on a show for our observers. You are permitted to draw energy from the ship," Nox announced, receiving an affirmative from the droid as the Emperor walked to the front of the bridge to peer at the front of the vessel. "Divert power from the cannon charge chamber towards Isaacs." Nox spoke to Scorpio as the lights within the bridge began to flicker for several seconds before returning to normal, a green glow beginning to emanate from the front of the vessel, wisps of green energy rippling from the chest of the massive bug-like droid. "Milord, we're currently near the Crust-Eye system. I do believe the Chiss fleet located at the asteroid belt is Picket Force 2, commanded by Force Commander Mithranuruado," Scorpio informed her Emperor as the holo display showed the two other fleets within the system. "Open transmission to Picket Force 2," Nox ordered as he crossed his arms, sirens blaring in the background as the first fleet prepared for an offensive. With a nod from Scorpio, Nox watched the droid turn to the holo table. Within seconds the holo of the two fleets vanished, replaced by a lone Chiss male. "Mithranuruado, I presume." Nox tapped his right index finger on his elbow as his arms remained crossed. "Indeed, milord, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Mithranuruado replied with the affirmative as he inclined his head slightly. "The pleasure is mine. Now, tell me. Who are they?" Nox asked as he turned to face the bridge windows of the subjugation to see the fleet that had disturbed their hyperspace jump. They used the fact that the subjugation needs to have a corresponding gate to instantly travel across the galaxy, something our current destination doesn't have. Sneaky. But Nox squinted as he absent-mindedly listened to Mithranuruado saying they were supposedly ships from a nearby system rebelling against them. "I assume they're prepared for war?" Nox asked as he began to pace in front of the holo table, the Chiss confirming. "Scans have come in of the enemy vessels," Scorpio silently announced through his implants, followed immediately after by the received data, the man squinting as he read the reports. I see, this is a test from the CHIS, to see what we're capable of. Very well, I'm game. Nox felt the sides of his lips twitch, watching the hologram from the corner of his eyes. Were you the mastermind? Would you like my assistance in eliminating these adversaries, Milord? Mithranuruado pressed, studying him no doubt. No, there's no need. Nox shrugged and simply closed his eyes. Isax, destroy them. Mithranuruado watched, studied the foreign force that had all but claimed dominion of the unknown regions. Every planet, every system they claim power of, yet nobody has seen fit to challenge them. Unlikely, Mithranuruado thought as he pressed his fingers to his chin in thought, watching from the bridge of his ship as the hundreds of vessels from the First Fleet glinted in the distance. Isax, destroy them. Mithranuruado heard and raised his eyebrow. Isax? Is that some kind of person or individual? The answer came a moment later. As you wish, Master. Mithranuruado heard the automated voice, a frown coming onto his face. A droid then? What? The CHIS at his side gasped, drawing the man's attention, where a display clearly showed a gargantuan droid unit crawling across the hull of the capital ship of their oppressors. Kind of machine is that? Not 20 seconds later, the bridge glowed with a limelight, as Mithranuruado turned to face the First Fleet, finding himself stumbling for a moment at what he saw. Mithranuruado watched as a lime beam erupted from the bow of the subjugation, said single beam spearing towards the ship at the head of the enemy ships. Such destructive capabilities. Mithranuruado frowned as the ship exploded, followed by the spreading of the beam to the other surrounding vessels. Within an instant, tens of ships gone in the blink of an eye. He clenched his fists and glared, his eyes widening a moment after as 3 more beams erupted from the chest of the droids, eviscerating the remainder of the fleet. Nothing remained but shrapnel floating through the void, useless, not worth the time of engaging anything but a single droid. If a single one of their droids is capable of this, then what is the ship itself able to do? Mithranuruado calmly thought. Despite the situation, he saw no need to be pressed or worried. He knew something like this would happen the moment they failed to scan the ship. It was invisible to any kind of scanner they had. The only they had was a visual of the vessel, otherwise it might as well have not existed at all. Did I pass your test? The foreign emperor asked, and Mithranuruado began to sweat, for the droid at the bow of the subjugation was now directly facing his ship, its weapons already primed and ready to fire at a moment's notice. He knows. Mithranuruado resigned himself to his fate as he nodded slowly. Yes. I will not apologize for my actions. I had to see for myself if you were capable of what you said you were. I find you are. He held his head high despite being caught out. He knew groveling would get him nowhere in this situation. You're a smart man. Keep it that way, the Emperor grunted, the CHIS watching the hollow of the droid as it turned away and marched towards the side of the subjugation and onto its underside, where it promptly disappeared into some kind of hangar for it to rest in. Milord? Mithranuruado asked, unsure of what was to occur. Relax, this isn't the first time someone has been skeptical of the power my empire wields. But just because I have the power to do something, doesn't mean that I should. Mithranuruado felt his opinion of the man rising with the man's words. Sure, I could retaliate against you for this action, but what would I get for that? The aggression of the CHIS. And then a dead system with nothing but scorches, planets and floating rubble. That's not how I want to rule, Nox explained with a deceptive smile. Mithranuruado nodded in thought at the man's words, taking them to heart as he processed what he knew of the man. However, Nox's words cut through the room, as the CHIS found himself rising from the ground before being pressed against the ceiling. That was you and your people's final chance. Now I get you may be unaware of what transpired little over an hour ago. But should you or your people perform out of your bounds a single time more, you will face the full might of the Eternal Empire. Do not test my patience again. Without so much as a departing word, the hologram shut off, followed by the First Fleet jumping to hyperspace seconds later. Falling to the ground, Mithranuruado groaned as he found his way back to his feet, thoughts running through his mind quicker than anyone would believe. Humph, he huffed and smiled slightly. I believe we're in good hands, the CHIS muttered before finding his way to his seat, signing into the fabric as he felt a slight amount of pain from his back due to being pressed into the ceiling. Now, all we have to do is probe ourselves valuable to His Majesty, and our people's futures will be assured. Did you mean it? Scorpio asked as she came up to Nox's side, the Emperor staring out of the bridge windows in silence. In a way. There are many ways to punish those in power. You do not need to punish the few for the actions of the many. Rather, turning the many against the few will be enough. The ascendancy will be within our control by year's end. Nox waved dismissively before turning his head to the side to peer at a coalescing shadow. Don't you agree? Appearing before him, Aloysius walked up to his descendant's side to stand shoulder to shoulder with the man. Yes. We cannot be too lenient when it comes to such matters, the pure black spirit spoke, reminding Nox that he too had to deal with such things. I agree. Did you enjoy your trip? Nox asked, turning to the spirit with an interested stare. I did. The Starward Queen is most interesting. You should come with me to her home world. There is much we could both learn there. There is a long of secrets there, long and forgotten, Aloysius explained as Nox gave a small humorous chuckle. Very well. Walking into the bridge, the figure of C4R0L walked into the room. The female body walked to Aloysius. Your second, no fourth vessel was it? Aloysius studied the body silently before turning to the main, a fine specimen. I don't need to know about your preferences, old man. But I will accompany you back, we have much to go over. Aloysius accepted those words, turning to C4R0L before they both seemed to shimmer out of existence from the bridge. Now then, where is Nox? Pondered before turning to leave the bridge in Scorpio's hands, choosing to look for Kenya instead. Dantooine. The Endurance dropped out of hyperspace. The grassy plains that covered the planet painted the world green from where they were. Standing beside Mace, both Vass and Shai studied the man whom appeared to be in deep thought. Our secondary objective is to capture the terrorist Zeta Magnus. He was recently found to have been hiding on world some weeks ago. It is imperative he doesn't escape, Mace announced with utmost seriousness. And the Confederacy? Vass asked as he linked his hands together, creating a loop with the sleeves of his robes. Will be rooted and destroyed. Their presence must not be allowed to spread, lest they corrupt this world, Mace sneered, Vass smiling to himself as he finally figured Mace out. The Jedi's desire to remove themselves from attachment leads them to doing just that. Whether it be their apprentice, the temple, or a particular gift given by their Padawans. A Jedi always grows attached, making them blind, Vass thought as the three of them left the bridge of the Endurance, getting ready to deploy to the planet's surface. Plo Koon loves life. Yoda loves the Jedi. Kenobi loves Skywalker. Skywalker loves Padme. But Mace? Vass walked a couple of paces behind the man, a penetrating gaze leveled to the back of the man's head. Mace Windu loves the Republic, and is completely blind to its flaws. It will be his downfall. Vass gave a small mirthful chuckle, causing Shai to look up to him in curiosity. What is it, Master? She asked, her eyes wide with curiosity as the innocence on her face was clear as day. Nothing. You'll find out soon enough, Vass answered mysteriously, closing his eyes as he openly smiled, though the reason was morbid indeed. War is hell after all. Palace of the Eternal Dragon, Zakul. Nox drummed his fingers across the armrest of his throne, giving a courtesy nod to the waitress whom gave him a neon blue beverage whilst down on the floor below people partied. The palace was joyous, as citizens of all species danced amongst each other without worries. I must say, Your Majesty, I've never seen our people so carefree, Captain Tyrese said as she quickly bowed to her lord. Coming in behind Tyrese, Lana walked up to the seat situated beside Nox's own, promptly setting herself down with great elegance and care. She wore an elegant white gold dress, golden earrings hung from her ears whilst a crown of jewels sat atop her blonde hair which was tied up in a bun. Her eyeliner was a deep crimson color, illuminating her yellow eyes, which seemed to flow in the shade. With a nod from Nox, Tyrese raised herself from the ground, turning to face the populace below. That's the goal, never will our people be found wanting. Nox spoke in turn as he felt Lana's hand slip into his left, his eyes darting to find a pleasant smile sat on her face as she looked at him warmly. Tell you what, take the day off, all of you. His orders caught the exarchs and guards off guard, as they turned to face him in silence. That's an order, from me. Today's a day to celebrate. I'm sure it would ease your Empress's heart, if she were to see her people enjoying themselves, all of them. Nox gently stroked Lana's hand with his thumb as he felt her squeeze his own gently. It would, yes, Lana spoke as the guards heard her speak, the woman offering nothing but a kind smile. There, see, off you go children. Nox waved off his guards, of which they reluctantly did what they were asked by the ruling family. Such loyalty. Lana laughed gently as they left with Tyrese. With a smile, she rose from her chair and deposited herself down atop Nox's lap, slinging her arms around her loved and gently laying her head on his shoulder. This action was reciprocated by Nox winding his arm around her waist and laying his hand flat against the curve of her outer thigh. Their action was followed by the cheers and whistles of the citizens of their empire, drinks being raised high whilst children laughed amongst each other. Such innocent joy! It's Nox paused as he couldn't say it out loud, instead his eyes slowly found their way down to Lana's abdomen, missing one thing. But not for long, we'll have him back, dear. I've almost finished him. Nox let out a small smile, taking a deep breath of the scent that came from Lana. We'll be a full family once more. Me. Your mother and Valen, just a little longer my child. Nox leant his head on Lana's own, choosing to bask in the joyous atmosphere with his consort. My. Scorpio entered the room to find the duo in complete and utter silence, their eyes closed and their breaths even. It appears Empress Beniko is having as large of an influence on His Majesty as I predicted. The news can wait. Rest well, Your Majesty. She turned away in complete silence, sending a message to Lucille to watch over their master from any dangers that might present themselves. The man, a looming presence of hunger, stood on a balcony above, staring directly at his lord's observation deck, ready to jump down in an instant. He's finally happy, mostly, Lucille thought as he scratched at his chest. The mask of his alter ego, the mask of Nihilus, sat within the confines of his robes. Watching Scorpio leave the deck, Lucille gave the droid a small nod as she looked up at him. He felt great amusement as he watched the exarchs return to guarding their lord without their shared sleeping masters. Such loyalty! Though. Lucille turned to stare at two hooded figures. One a familiar red bug-like woman with glowing green eyes glaring up at the Emperor's deck with a look of silent fury. The second was the Mutansith their Majesty had so graciously saved from his apprentice. They aren't worried for nothing. Lucille felt his lip twitch in silent fury, the mask within his robe slowly releasing a dark miasma as it responded to its creator. So troublesome. The day will come, Plagueis, where your plans fall apart before your eyes. You overestimate your power, and greatly underestimate the power of our Lord. You'll learn, Lucille growled out as the two draped in robes, definitely not drawing attention to themselves with their shady activities, left the venue with a great sense of anger. You'll learn. It seems the exarchs are onto you. Lucille felt his lips raise lightly as the heads of the planted exarchs hidden amongst the populace, and the obvious one guarding the perimeter. Their eyes never left the forms of the two robed schemers, and they haven't even noticed how close they came to dying. Any closer to His Majesty and I'm sure they'd have sprung into actions and killed you. After all, strike first, ask questions later. Better to be safe than sorry. In the Republic such disguises might have worked. Lucille chuckled. After all, aliens in a human-centric empire acting shady will never not draw attention. It's good though, you'll always have a set of eyes watching you. Whether it's me, a worried overtly zealous citizen, the guards, even Scorpio and the droids. You'll never have a real chance to cause any damage, not on our watch. Lucille felt himself calm as they hopped on a speeder and departed the palace, the guards seemingly easing their stances yet remaining guarded. Good, you weren't welcome here anyway, Lucille mused, the danger having passed. Instead his eyes trailed to a nude Twi'lek dancer on one of the upper floors where children were present, appeared to be pouring liquor onto her sizable breasts. He smirked as he found something interesting to do for the night. Don't mind if I do. A simple application of the force drew her attention to him, green meeting his Sith yellow. He gave her a wink, to which she blew a raspberry up towards him. Whilst still maintaining eye contact, he made a motioning finger, gesturing for her to come up to him, rather than going down to her to make it clear that he was the prize that she needed to seek. Fish meat bait, hook, line. Lucille smiled as she pouted, yet quickly departed the scene of where she was, disappointing the men that had been trying to get her attention in their intoxicated states. And sinker he watched her enter the elevator that led to the balcony he was on, carrying the clothing she had brought to the palace in her arms to dress in the elevator. Looking towards the Emperor's observation deck, he watched the Emperor and his consort sleep in sweet embrace, the fury of his eyes slowing as he too felt joy for his lord. Well, a sweet voice caught Lucille's attention as a smooth alien arm found its way onto his arm, the other one quickly finding purchase on his chest. If it isn't the pretty birdie, Lucille chuckled as he pulled the woman into him. I like that. Birdie. Nox's face twisted as he slept, his small smile fading into oblivion whilst his features began to shift and twist. No, he uttered out loud, Lana shifting in his lap as he began to twitch ever so slightly every couple of moments. Grrh no, his teeth ground together, his grip closing around his wife's abdomen. Opening her eyes, Lana turned her head ever so slightly to see the frustrated look on Nox's sleeping face. Dear. She tenderly placed her fingers on the side of his cheek. As she closed her eyes, Lana placed her forehead against Nox's own and bridged the connection she held with her lover. The dream he appeared to be having wasn't so much a dream, but old suppressed memories resurfacing through his cortex of memory. The past. Acidic rains fell from the heavens upon the mud slave colony. The adults rushed around with scraps held overhead to protect themselves, the children cared not for the rain and instead ran around playing their games with each other. Yet he stood alone at the center of the roadway. His blue eyes stared ahead without care, as a younger child then he ran into his side to fall to the ground. He gave them no mind as she lay there in shock, her wide eyes staring up at him as he simply left her in the mud. Instead, he eyed the man that was his stepfather. The man stood in front of their hut, putting up a sort of haphazard tarp to protect their hut from collapsing in the rain. He hid the disgust he felt of his feet sinking into the mud as he began to walk towards his family hut. Stopping in front of the hut's entrance, he was well aware of the trepidation and shock that rocked his stepfather at his return. What, surprised your little plan to remove me failed? Again, it was almost a game at this point. He went out for the day to do his chores. One of the men hired by his stepfather would attempt to kill him, then he'd return without a scratch and the assailant missing, rinse and repeat. He stared up at the man with unblinking eyes, a slight smile making its way to his face whilst the man slowly turned his eyes away from the boy, sweat beginning to run down the man's forehead as he preferred to focus on applying the tarp. Too bad. Mother's and my life would be so much better if you simply tried killing me yourself, a brunette grunted, a dissatisfied frown coming to his face as he pushed the flap to his tent open. Immediately he felt the warmth of the atmosphere within, a small smile coming to his face as he entered. Upon entry, he could see the back of his mother, her black hair cascading down her back as she stood over the primitive stove that they had access to. Silently he made his way behind her, towards the only person he loved and felt any connection to. Raising his arms, he wrapped his arms around her waist and laid his head on her back, savoring the hug. He loved her, truly she was the only person in the galaxy on his side. Thunder rolled and before he knew it, night had risen over the colony. His mother and the thing slept on the same fabric together, the thing holding onto his mother's frame from behind as she faced where he lay. He couldn't sleep, not when every time his eyes would flicker open he would see the man's arms wrapped around his mother's stomach. With his eyes flicking open once again, he could see the two sleeping, their breathing even as the man gently seemed to nuzzle into the woman that birthed him. With a frown, he rose from the thin piece of carpet that doubled as his bed, making his way to his feet as the flashing thunder from outside lit the room for several seconds. Using the thunder as a cover, he stepped up to where they lay, he stared down. His fingers twitched violently as his eyes slowly bled from blue to a sickly yellow-orange that burned like the sun in the sky. Soon, not yet but soon you fop. The sound of his teeth grinding together was barely louder than the rain pelting against the ceiling of their hut. A crimson haze surrounded his hands as they clenched into fists of barely concealed hatred. Then we'll be free from you, and Mother and I can be happy. Stepping back from where they lay, the red haze vanishing into the air before he made his way to the flap that would bid him exit from the hut. His fingers played at the edge of the flap, where he cast a final look over his shoulder at the two adults before scoffing in disgust and stepped out of the hut. I'll kill you, and soon. All I need is more power, more time. After months of study, of research, and trials, he had developed a sort of series of exercises to develop this power of his. Right now, he growled lowly, as he stewed in his hate whilst walking from side to side. Everything he hated ran through his mind: his stepfather, the overseers, the fact he was a slave, the fucking rain. Every little thing that pissed him off gave him power. Gave him what was his. His eyes glowed as he paced in the marsh of reeds and bugs. The shallow green water at his feet rippling with each movement he made. All the tiredness he felt, the aches of his feet and the grinding of his knees, it all vanished under his hatred, flooded with new life as his rage stewed on. For over an hour he simply paced, analyzing, studying everything that occurred for the 10th time. The moon was obscured by the clouds of rain just like it had for the last week. Now more full of energy than he had been all week, except from when he had, what was it, drained that man of his life. Speaking of, a Brunic turned around to face a small bug, reaching his hand out towards the bug. He made a dragging gesture. No longer did he have to fear for his life was his to control. His will would be recognized, even if he had to squash those weaker than him underfoot. Just like the overseers, the Brunic growled, I will be powerful. And to do so, your life is mine. Die. A Brunic viciously smirked as the bug shriveled up as a red stream of life rushed from its body and into his outstretched fingers. With a raging frown, a Brunic raised his left hand to the opposite side of his body. With a childish scream, he made a dragging motion towards his chest. I will not die in a place like this. The reeds at his feet died at once, the field of death expanding until it reached a 10-meter diameter from his position. Just as he stumbled for a moment, his face becoming troubled. His wood exploded into a kaleidoscope of colors, the marsh around him glowed in different colors. He could feel the world around him, and he instinctively reached out for it. He could almost touch the very life force of everything around him. Within that very moment, being about to touch the curtain of force energy that surrounded, shifted, and twisted around him. His vision blurred and twisted. The swamp he found himself in vanished from around him as his eyes rolled into the back of his head. He fell to the ground shaking and screaming, his digits grabbed at his clothing, legs kicking and slamming into the ground. None of these were on his mind as flashes of white lapsed his eyes. Fire, screams and death flashed before his eyes. Huts of fire, screaming children passed by whilst adults rushed at his direction. Another flash of white overcame the scene to show the aftermath. The adults who rushed him were dead on the ground, their children laying face down in the ground as occasional flashes of red lightning obscured his vision once more. The final scene drew his breath. His mother knelt over a man he recognized, completely ignoring him, only to suddenly appear before him, her face twisted in rage as she raised her hand overhead. The final vision faded away far quicker than the others as his hand came down towards his face, the sound of a lightsaber activating in the background only for red searing pain to overcome the visions he was experiencing. Boya Brunic opened his eyes as the visions faded away, the shifting veins of energy around him having disappeared from his sight as he stared up at the figure of a Sith overseer. Roughly the man grabbed a Brunic by his arm and dragged him to his feet. Return to your homeboy, the human growled out, Sith eyes flashing as a Brunic simply scowled at the man. Unhand me, I'm going home, he hissed and shrugged off the man's hand and proceeded to storm away from the scene. Watching the boy leave, the man looked at the ground, kneeling down to trace the dead patches of ground with his fingers. As soon as he touched the grass, his finger snapped back in abject terror, the man quickly rising to his ground and spacing himself several meters from the ground. The overseer raised his comlink to his lips, eyes squinting as he watched the boy head to one of the slave camps. "I've found something." End of the dream sequence. His eyes flashed open violently, black star-flecked eyes flicking to the woman whom had seen everything in his dream. Her head snapped back as his dream came to a rather violent end, pupils dilating as he mouth opened ever so slightly. As her eyes refocused, the woman whom loved him gave a forlorn look as she held his face with her hands. "You saw it in the visions, didn't you? You knew your..." Lana whispered as Nox looked up at her emotionlessly. "I didn't know. I couldn't have." Nox grunted and diverted the questioning, rather gently removing his lover from his lap and rising from his chair. "I have some things I must oversee. Join me when you're ready." Nox adjusted his clothing and slowly made his way towards the exit of the booth. "I'm sorry," Nox whispered before turning the corner, leaving a worried Lana to think over what she had just witnessed of his evidently violent childhood. A day later, Isolta. Sulfuric eyes stared uninterested at the group that had come into the chamber to meet her. A Kelder, and an entire legion of clone troopers. Valen's upper lip trembled with distaste as she stared at the alien, disgusting creature. She toyed with a holographic disc in her left hand, the disc rotating between her fingers as she attempted to stay her boredom. On her right, kneeling and shaking in apparent fear, the Jedi apprentice she had taken prisoner refused to look up from the ground. Noticing the fearful state of the apprentice, Plo Koon guarded as the wolf pack entered behind the man. "Please take a seat, Master Jedi. The representatives of the Confederacy will be with us shortly." Valen motioned to the right side of the table where a series of seats were lined up for them to use. "I would kindly request you relinquish the young one to our aid." Plo attempted to gain custody of the apprentice. "Unfortunately not, Master Jedi. As a foreign invader, this young one will remain in custody until proper negotiations have commenced. Until then, she is under my charge." Valen waved her hand dismissively as she leant back in her chair, resting her right hand on the large table they sat at. "I see, then we'll wait for the Confederacy to join us." Koon nodded his head as he walked around the right of the table and chose to sit closest to Valen's part of the table so he could gauge the condition of the Padawan that sat curled up beside Valen's chair. Valen had to resist the urge to lean away from the Keldor who sat directly next to her right. Sitting beside Koon, the wolf pack slowly and reluctantly settled themselves down beside their general. "May I ask, young lady, the location of Master Redart's remains so they can be secured?" Plo asked, his synthesized voice grated against Valen's ears as she clutched the hollow chip in a vice grip. "You will address me as Lady Senya." Valen mentally flipped her mother off, not being able to resist running her name through the mud even though the woman was long since deceased. "And Master Redart's remains will be relinquished into your charge for you to do with what you wish after all ventures have been settled." Seeing the less than amicable attitude was giving the Jedi Master, the man turned to the kneeling teen. "She has been injured," Plo announced as he watched the girl's fingers tighten at his words, her shaking intensifying. "Well, attacking the person in charge of your custody usually requires one to be detained, and sometimes they resist, or is that not how your republic works?" Valen spat at the Jedi Master's insinuation. "Isn't that right?" Valen's right hand moved to stroke the girl's hair, the thin strands sliding loosely between her fingers. With the knight nodding her head slowly, Valen rolled her eyes and dropped the girl's hair as she saw the Keldor's fist clutch under the table. Noticing this, Valen felt the right of her lip twitch upwards whilst she leant back into her chair in great amusement. "So he cares for the girl." Valen chuckled before the doors to the room were opened to the outside. "They sent Neimoidians. I don't know which I don't like more, these bugs or the Keldor." Valen cracked the hollow chip in her hand in her grip, pieces of the puck falling to the ground. "Greetings, I am the Neimoidan," began but was silenced by Valen raising her hand. "Take a seat, the negotiations are to take place immediately as my patience wavers." Valen channeled her lover as she took control of the room like she had seen him do. The alien bug chose to sit as far away from Valen as possible, taking the last seat of the left side of the table whilst his droids took position between himself and the woman. "Now that we're all here, let's not delay. I'll open." Valen squared her shoulders and leant her elbows onto the table. Both the Republic and Confederacy, against the wishes of the system of Isolta, began a military campaign in our territory, forcing our city and people to defend ourselves and block access to our cities, invading our worlds, invading. Valen growled, the Confederacy beginning to speak up before Valen slammed her fist into the table, warping its surface under her fist. "You will be silent until spoken to, bug." The room shook as the Keldor Master's face contorted in great disturbance as he felt the force coiling around the woman for the first time since his arrival, as her shielding seemingly lowered for a small moment. "Forgive me. These events have greatly troubled me." Valen coughed for a moment, taking a deep breath before she continued. "If it wasn't for my intervention, your war would have ravaged the city, going on for whoever knows how long, and then the victor would have laid claim to whatever remains of my people, like we're some defenseless children needing to be coddled by a parent." Valen leant forward as she ground her teeth together. "Fortunately I was here. And without me, you have no chance to claim my home. Do not forget at this moment, you are all at my mercy. My men are waiting outside this room should I order your deaths. I am more than capable of fighting you all myself should I need be. But I am not without reason." Valen placed her palms on the table, still not allowing the group to talk. "I will allow you to reclaim your resources, and your ships. The Republic will be allowed to take the Venator I have captured along with your dead and prisoners I have taken. The Confederacy will be allowed to reclaim its ships and droids." Valen laid out before leaning back. And in return Kun pressed as he reassured himself that his lightsaber was indeed clipped to his waist. "Isolta will remain neutral. We will not be laid claim to. We will not be fought over. From this point onwards Isolta will remain its own entity." Valen offered. "Dea." Kun began but was silenced as the Neimoidian announced himself. "That is simply impossible and unreasonable. Isolta sits squarely on a major hyperlane, it is of great importance to the Confederacy and the Republic dogs. Your world will never be able to know peace should it remain neutral," the Neimoidian assured the woman. "However, should Isolta choose, it shall have the express and honorable protection of our armies. The Confederacy will do all it can for your worlds." The bug pressed on and he tried vying for Valen's favor. "I would be weary when taking consideration of the Confederates' words. Time and time again they have proven less than honorable to their own agreements. They are a broken conglomerate of greedy individuals wanting nothing more than to drain you worlds for all it's worth." Kun retaliated the Neimoidian's words as he made an offer of his own. "The Republic has stood for over millennia, our worlds are prosperous, flourish under the care of the Jedi and our Republic. The Republic offers a chance trade, open commerce, and a chance for Isolta to join our Senate so it may have a voice so its wants can be heard. You shall have all these and more should you take the chance to join the Republic." Valen nodded her head slowly with apparent thought as she mused of what her lover would do. "Two good offers, but still unfavorable. If I was to side with either of you, I'd be alienating the other. And still under threat of invasion from whom I alienate, and repeat over and over until the war is ended. I will not allow that. We are the Mid-Rim. It would take some time to come to our defense and both know this. By the time your reinforcements arrive, we'd have been subjugated." Valen shrugged dismissively. "It appears we are at an impasse." Kun looked to Valen and the present Neimoidian. Slowly the clones gripped their weapons under the table just as the droids subtly did the same. Eyeing the two separate factions, Valen's face controlled in dissatisfaction before she raised her hand and pointed her palms to the ceiling. To their great trepidation and fear, the blasters of the droids ripped from their hands and were suspended above their heads, including Kun's own lightsaber. Rotating her wrist, the blasters pointed directly down towards the heads of their owners ready to be fired. "Did I not already announce there shall be no conflict on Isolta?" Valen's voice took a dangerous edge as she held her hand aloft in front of her. "Any more aggressions shall be met with swift retribution." Valen grunted as she closed her fist, the blasters above crunching together into useless scrap whilst the lightsaber flew towards Valen, whom snatched it out of the air. "I'll be taking this until we are finished." Now then, how about a counter-offer? Valen suggested. Isilta will open its borders. Both the Republic and Confederacy will have outposts on world. Commerce will take place between the Republic and the Confederacy. Ships of both factions will be allowed to pass through our system, refuel and even have military barracks on world. However, there will be no conflict. Civilians of both factions will be allowed to interact on world. We will be given military arms and the right to bear them should aggressions be made. I believe this is a more than acceptable deal, considering your last actions. This was by far the best option they would have. Valen knew she didn't have the political prowess her lover had, nor was she nearly as subtle in planting suggestions for them to follow, but she was more than confident in her ability to force them to listen. I would have to discuss this with the Senate and our Chancellor, but I believe these requests to be doable. Kun spoke up before the Neimoidian could shoot it down. Now, to not seem like the bitter party, the bug halted for several moments before speaking for himself. Should the Republic agree to a non-aggression pact and system, then I am sure the Confederacy would be able to acquiesce to your demands. The bug spoke. Then we are finished here. You all collect your forces and depart. When your Republic and the Confederacy has agreed to my demands, you may return with materials to alter the spaceport and your own outposts where they will be designated and kept apart. The ruling party expects a quick response, Valen declared. It appears we are done here. Kun relented as he slowly rose from his chair, turning to face the kneeling apprentice. I believe I am allowed to take the girl with me. Take her. Valen grunted and made a shooing motion. In turn the Confederacy rose from their chairs, the bug bowing to Valen before leaving the room. Gently reaching down, he took the knight in his arms and raised her from the ground, quickly noting it appeared she was seconds from bursting into tears. Come, young one, we're going home. Kun turned to Valen and stretched his hand out. My lightsaber. With a flick of her wrist, the saber flew at its master, whom caught it and quickly guided the girl from the room, where the wolf pack followed after her in quick strides. With the door closing behind them, Valen was left alone in the room, where she growled and crushed what little remained of the hollow communicator, turning it to dust that fell to the surface of the table. Did you get all of that, my love? Valen spoke to the corner of the room. She watched with a small smile on her face as the shadows shifted and twisted. Rising from the elongating shadow was a black humanoid shape with glowing purple eyes. A manifestation of Nox's presence walking towards her as he telegraphed to her from Coruscant. The shadow creation held no mouth or nose, more simply looking to have such features sealed over by a thin layer of skin. Those purple eyes it held stared into Valen's own as the manifestation of the Force came closer. Remain on world until word has come back with confirmation of your request. I will ensure it passes. In that time, seeing your success, one Duchess Satin would most likely wish to make contact with you in due time. If Satin is to contact you, you will move from the battlefront and become a mouthpiece of neutrality. You will rally worlds to your side with her help. If she does not make contact. The manifestation spoke directly into her mind as its eyes narrowed. If she does not make contact, you will wait for the Republic of Confederacy to become aggressive with each other on Isilta, where you will remove both from the world. You will subdue both factions and push them off-world. They will send an invasion force and you will repel that too. The third time they invade, however, you will not be present. Isilta will be crushed and will become a martyr, where you will wage single-handed war across the galaxy against both the Republic and Confederacy, drawing neutral systems to your side and creating another faction in the war. Do you understand? Nox's manifestation expressed his order as Valen nodded. So my future actions are decided on this Satin making contact with me. I understand. Valen nodded with a loving smile as he creature reached out and ran a hand down her chin. Do not fret. There will be much bloodshed over the coming weeks, where you will be the central figure. The creature lowered its hand from her head before slowly turning away to stare at no particular portion of the ground before it vanished into motes of rippling shadow that faded into the air. Running her hand over her lips, Valen smirked slightly as she slowly raised from the chair. I do hope she doesn't make contact with me. Kun paused before entering the elevator, turning back to where he had felt the Darksider woman still was. His senses screamed at him to flee, imposing looming death should he return. He couldn't sense anything other than the woman in there. He knew she wasn't the source nor had she done anything, but right now the force simply felt wrong. Curious Kun felt an intensity on his being, like he was being watched from what was within the room. He knew he was being watched. General one of the wolf pack shouldered his rifle as Kun seemingly stared at the wall in what appeared to be abstract terror. "It's nothing, let us depart." Kun quickly entered the elevator, allowing them a swift departure from the tower. The negotiations took place. Dan Tuan. He moved with grace befitting a master, his orange blade flowing around him in visible blurs and arcs. Bolts spewed in from their front in a wave of blue. Shai struggled to ward off the droid offensive alongside her master. Clones knelt at their side behind cover whilst their blasters took aim at the droid forces and threw back blaster fire. Her moves were clumsy. Slow and unsure as he blade came out slowly to where she felt a blaster bolt would come. "It's too fast, this is nothing like it was at the temple." A shine of sheet ran down her hair as she clumsily blocked a bolt. Hearing a scream, a clone trooper was struck by a blaster bolt directly on the right of his helmet, where he fell to the ground, his hand landing on her foot. She stared directly at the clone's helmet as her movements froze. "He's..." Shai's lip twitched as he was left forgotten by his brothers after a couple of seconds, where another trooper took his place. "Medic!" Another clone in the background yelled as two more went down. A low voice called out yet passed over her ears as a blaster bolt flew past by her location. She once more didn't hear it as she stared at the dead man, and he stared back. She was forced from her mental seclusion as a pang sounded from right in front of her face, where the glow of an orange saber was reflected in her eyes. "He saved me," Shai thought as she turned her eyes to see Vas shielding her from the hail of blaster fire, his second saber, double-bladed saber, having one blade ignited where he was using it to help him ward off the droids. "Master!" Vas yelled out as Mace turned back to him for a moment. "I need a moment," Vas yelled out as the man nodded, leaping high into the air before landing before Vas and shielding the three of them from the droids. "All soldiers pull back!" Vas bellowed as he lowered his center of gravity, clipping his sabers to his belt before balling his hands into two fists. With a low growl, Vas watched the clones follow his orders as they ran backward from their current location by 20 meters before they took cover at their new cover points. Slowly beginning to raise his hand, Shai felt her grip on her saber loosen as the ground shook. Massive cracks formed between their location and the droid forces, fissures forming from the ground as boulders were raised into their air. The massive boulders loomed over the field, rising tens of meters into the air. With a growl, now urged his hands forward, making a pushing motion. The boulders followed his motions where they rolled forward, falling onto the droid's forces like a wall of stone. A single boulder was nearly twice the size of an AAT. They rolled across the droid army, crushing everything under their weight before they came to a stop at the other side of their forces, leaving nothing but a flattened field of scrap and debris that bled smoke and fire. Allowing his arms to fall back to his side, Vas crossed his arms and glared out at the debris field. The clones behind them, noticing the reprieve in the battle, took the chance to rush forward and claim more ground. "Masterfully done. That will give us some time to reorganize and time to tend our wounded." Mace pet Vas on the shoulder as the young man stared towards his apprentice, whom was refusing to meet his eyes. "Yes. Would you mind tending to that for me? I must speak with my apprentice." Vas inclined his head at Mace as the master of the order cast a look to Shai, before a small understanding smile came to his face. "Of course, I'll meet you at the command center." Mace pet his shoulder once more before he too departed to where the new command center was being established. Walking up to Shai, Vas sat himself down on a small rock and where he motioned for Shai to sit beside him. "It's hard, isn't it?" Vas began after they sat in silence for several seconds, watching those around you die, thinking you could have done something to help them. "Why do they have to die?" Shai asked as she brought her arms over her legs and curled in on herself. "I was right there. I could have saved him if I had been a little better, a little faster." "Yes, you could have. Or it could have been another that died, or it could have been you. The fact of the matter is, he died. And there was nothing that could have been done to stop it. Think about it this way, would you have taken his place, or had he had the chance would he have thrown himself in the way to save you? His superior Vas asked the girl as she pressed her forehead into her legs. I Shy sobbed into her leggings and Vas began to gently rub her back. Do not fault your current abilities, do not wallow and allow this to drag you down. Vas stopped rubbing her back as he instead stood up and moved to the deceased clone. Kneeling down, Vas leant down and pulled off the clone's shoulder pauldron, pulling it apart before he fastened it to her right shoulder. Use it. Make a vow. Become better. Make sure he didn't die in vain by protecting the next one. Today you weren't focused enough, powerful enough to save him. Vas drew Shy's attention as her pal's blue tear-streaked eyes opened to look at him. Tomorrow you will be focused enough to save his brother, strong enough to save a civilian, fast enough to destroy them all before they even open fire on your men. Powerful enough to stand at my side with pride. Her eyes darted to the shoulder pauldron that now rested on the left shoulder of her robes. How? Shy asked in open vulnerability, where Vas gave her a small comforting smile. By following me, standing at my side. Together we will learn, together we will gain knowledge, together we will become unstoppable. There will be nothing we can't achieve. Whether it be saving a single life, or saving the Republic. I will turn you into the most powerful Jedi to ever live, and we will never have to watch those we care about die. We will never have to fear the Sith, fear politics, or worry about another under our command. We will save them all. Vas placed his left hand on her shoulder as he knelt before her, the two staring intently at each other. He was lucky Mace has fucked off to God knows where, else this conversation would be a very large point of contention to his intention as both a Jedi and Master. But lucky for him he wasn't present, and so when Shy searched deep within his eyes, her pale lips practically quaking, he gently offered her his hand, his face contorting in the kindness he displayed. Will you join me in this conquest, my Padawan? Vas tilted his head slightly and waited. And of her own volition, her slender fingers met his own, the pact between the two being silently made as he gently helped her to her feet. I suppose that's a yes. Now then, come along, we have much to go over. Vas gently guided the girl from the deceased clone whom he had stripped of armor, casting a look over his shoulder to the clone, another, more cunning smile coming to his face for a moment before it vanished and he turned back to walking forward with his Padawan. Kaldani Spires. How did you do it? Lana asked as the doorway to Nox's personal office opened, the tint of the orange crystals above the duo casting looming shadows over their faces whilst their sickly yellow eyes shone in the darkness. The hologram displayed on Nox's desk vanished with a wave of his hand, the man rising from his chair with a slow rise. I assume you've met him, Nox clarified as he rolled his chair into his desk before walking around it towards where Lana stood. By him. I believe what you're referring to be for what I can see, Letha's child, Lana asked as Nox came to a stop directly before his woman. How did you do it, Letha? She never. You're right, she didn't. Nox gently grabbed Lana's hand and guided her to the couch, making the woman sit down as he made to explain. A Sha can do a great many things. From creating an entire species, to modifying a single cell in someone's body. Nox began, starting with the mother machine itself. Letha gave me permission to engage a last rest of mine. A more dangerous project than many of our military knew. Nox reached over from the couch to the middle table to pour the two of them a pair of drinks for them to enjoy. This project? What was it? Lana questioned as she accepted the glass from her lover. I harvested the DNA of several individuals, alongside several samples of their tissue fiber and encodings of their bodies. Letha was the easiest to perform. All she had to do was walk into a Shaz chamber and stand for several seconds as the tests were undertaken. Nox continued, taking a drink every so often whilst Lana listened. The second was myself. My own DNA fused with her own. Another donor was what remained of Tenebrie's original remains. Letha was the P. Mother template, myself used as the father template used to produce a single specimen. There were others, of course. What remained of Tenebrie's original body, for example, was harvested and used. Another such as that blasted fool piddling his apprentice. I used his arm a genetic sample. Yada yada. The point is, Asha was able to make something great. Nox raised his hand and called his datapad to his hand, fingers toying at its surface for a moment before a hollow display of a humanoid hovered over the datapad. A single specimen, a Midishlorian count so high many would call blasphemy, that was even before I did my little rituals on the specimen. Bones several times denser than a starship's hull. A passive rate of regeneration implemented from the DNA of a rather interesting and annoying Sith spawn. A genetic structure so well made many scientists would call it the template for genetic perfection. There are cells in this body that allow for a more malleable form. The ability to grow extra limbs. Breath underwater. Survive extreme heat. Even regrowing entire organs should they be removed from the specimen. I made him. Appropriately aged him and then put him in storage for future use. He is a vessel capable of holding and channeling great power. Nox handed Lana the datapad for the woman to see the specs of Asha's creation. I had to be careful. I spent weeks carefully running my power, my soul through the body to make sure it was a worthy vessel. It is. It took time and great effort. But it is more than capable of sustaining and housing my full self within its mortal coil. Lana stared down at the innocent-looking specimen on the hollow. If it wasn't, Lana pressed as her eyes danced over to Nox in worry. It would have exploded, violently after a couple of hours. An unworthy vessel is unable to house the full power I wield. They age rapidly, go through necrosis, their skin flakes and soon enough, they erupt in a great outburst of energy, enough to shake the continent. Nox shrugged. Such is the nature of the dark side, it can only destroy, normally that is. But it didn't. Did Letha ever meet her son? Lana asked, staring at what she could only see to be her best friend's child. Yes. She was present at his birth. She watched and participated as he aged and hauled him away for storage. She seemed oddly at peace. Nox expressed a rather sad look on his face as he thought of the woman. She loved us, you know. Had she not been a Jedi, I think she would have. Lana sniffed ever so slightly as Nox gave a small appreciative smile. I know. Nox gazed at the drink in his hand. That's why she agreed to it. She couldn't be free of her beliefs. She couldn't ever truly act on her desires and wants. For she would have fallen from grace. And neither you nor I would have allowed someone so pure to fall. So we came up with a compromise. A way she would live on with us. We created something beautiful. You did. Lana wiped her eyes as tears threatened to spill down her face. It's where she spent her final moments, after our deaths. Decades after, she knew her time was up and made her way to where he was stored. She spent her last moments watching over her son, choosing to pass on beside what remained of our legacy, where she fell into the cosmic force. Nox explained, he had to even as he watched Lana openly begin to weep. The hollow of Vas vanished from the hollow to display a security recording. A recording from thousands of years ago, where the blind Myra Lucan knelt over a cryopod. She was aged, her hair light and brittle, her face sagged and low. Lana watched the woman slowly kneel down beside the cradle of her child, the Jedi gently resting her head on the cold surface of the pod as if trying to embrace what was within. She never once stopped believing in us. And she waited. Until her time came. The security footage began to fast forward, showing the woman going still for hours on end, not a twitch of her fingers, a sway of her hair, even her breathing appeared to have stilled. And by the end of the footage, she disappeared, leaving nothing but empty robes leaning on the pod. I believe Nox drew Lana's attention at the hollow began to repeat, her eyes widening as he held a sash in his hand, specifically the one that Letha had used to cover her eyes. That she had told you once, before battle, that if she fell, she wanted you to have this to remember her. Nox stood from his chair and held the sash out to his lover. Slowly, shakily. Lana reached for the sash, her fingers treating the fabric like the most precious thing she would ever touch. She picked up the fabric and gently brought it to her chest. She simply stared at the sash recovered from where Letha had spent her final moments. Thank you. Lana whispered as she gently reached out for Nox's hand, her fingers curling around his own as she kissed his knuckles. There is nothing you need thank me for, love. Nox smiled sadly as he sat down beside his wife, the two choosing to rest in silence under the orange light above them. Dan twin. We're going to be going over Form 2. Vas ignited his orange saber, basking in its light for a moment as he thought back to the greatest practitioner of the form. He leveraged his blade to his side, holding it out to the right slightly at 40 degrees. Yes, Master. Shai ignited her own blue saber and mimicked her master, taking the same stance without question. They stood in a small paddock of grass, said grass being no longer than 4 inches tall. It was a perfect plateau for them to practice on. What is Form 2? Vas asked as he spread his right foot 12 centimeters to the right, and his left foot back 10. The fencing style, Makashi. Used primarily for engaging in lightsaber combat. Shai explained her surface-level knowledge of the form. A good start, but what else do you know? Vas asked as he performed a thrust. Said thrust being he simply pointed his lightsaber forward, his foot coming forward slightly as he thrust his blade forward only 30 centimeters. It focuses on precision and footwork to dismantle an enemy combatant. Shai thought up as she did the same movement as her master flawlessly. Rotating his wrist, Vas pointed his blade downward, followed by rotating his wrist around to the left before reversing and thrusting up to the right where his imaginary opponent's chest would be. Footwork and balance is one of the primary, most important factors in this form. One must never lose balance. Forward, back, Vas showed, as his right foot came forward tentatively before his left allowed him to step back, all while thrusting and blocking an imaginary foe. Shai looked to her feet and slowly copied the movements her master had performed. It wastes little energy, you do only what you need to do to win, no more, no less. Now copy my movements. Vas delved into a series of movements, blocks, steps, and hops with the occasional thrust. Mace stood off to the side, watching with an approving eye as the two Jedi before him took to their training with a glee he could appreciate. Oh, I see. That looks starkly similar to the form he used against me during our duel. Was it an offshoot of Makashi? Then Mace pondered as he slowly circled the two, studying their footwork with a raised eyebrow. Reminds me of Dooku's footwork. Rather impressive. Mace was forced to stop studying the Master Padawan duo as a clone approached on a speeder. Master Windu the clone hopped off of his speeder and immediately saluted his superior. Trooper, what news do you bring? Mace asked as the clone brought out a datapad for Mace to look at. Droid forces have been spotted, sir. They appear to be performing a final push with their new seismic tanks. We also believe we have found the location of Zeta Magnus. 2 beacons appeared on a map before Mace as the man studied it with great care. I must discuss this with my colleague. Mace dismissed the clone as he whirled around and began to march towards Vas and Shai. Vas, we have received intel, Mace called out as he approached the training duo. That will be enough for now. Shai. Vas turned his saber off and clipped it to his belt in a single fluid movement. Yes, Master. Shai followed suit and fell in sync with her master, whom came to a stop in front of Mace. We've got 2 objectives, Mace began as he brought up the datapad and holo map. I will be heading out to halt the droid offensive. They have commissioned their seismic tanks and are making a final push. Mace pointed at a column on the map that was slowly moving. What would you have us do? Vas asked, to which Mace moved the holo map to display an odd-looking building built into a plateau. The clones believe they've located Magnus. I would have you assault the facility he is located in and capture him, Mace informed the knight, Vas crossing his arms as he began to play with his chin. Very well, I'll take Shai with me. You'll need the rest of the forces for halting the droid movements. We'll put a stop to Magnus. Vas turned to his Padawan and put a gentle hand on her shoulder. Then I trust this to you, I will await your word. Mace inclined his head as Vas gave a small bow. May the force be with you. Mace smiled kindly as Vas rose from his bow. And with you, Master Windu. With that said, Mace made a quick departure, whilst Vas and Shai watched the Master of the Order depart with the clone whom was waiting at his speeder. Let's go, Shai. We don't want Magnus to flee before we arrive. Vas held his hand out for Shai to take. I believe this will be quicker. Master Shai looked at his hand in bafflement, her hand slowly rising to take Vasa's hand in her own. At that moment, it felt as if her stomach was flipped, where her lunch was nearly forced from her stomach. She fell to the ground coughing and hacking, failing to notice that instead of landing on grass, her hands landed on cold hard stone. It gets easier over time. Being displaced through space and time is always taxing on the body. Vas drew Shai's attention, where the girl finally noticed the change in their surroundings. Master? Shai questioned as she struggled to her feet. Where are we? Well, we're currently 300 meters away from the entrance to Magnus' stronghold. Vas crossed his arms behind his back as he stared out at the bunker entrance. How did you do that? How did we get here? Shai slowly rose and approached her master. Knowledge of the Force allows for many things, dear. Great things, terrible things. I will teach you them, such is my vow as your master. Now come along. Shai failed to notice the stark contrast between the personality he displayed to the Jedi and the one he presented to her, simply passing it off as a quirk of her master as he began a quick stride for the bunker. Remain vigilant. This will not be as simple as walking into the base and capturing him, Vas announced as he pulled his lightsaber from his belt and ignited the orange blade. Yes, Master. Shai ignited her blade, only to jump back as a turret opened fire upon them from behind cover. Vas moved in a blur, his blade a orange wall of light as the bolts struck and rebound from them in all directions. This is Makashi. Shai found herself genuinely surprised as Vas's arms barely moved, rather her master simply moving his wrist at speeds she thought impossible, and with a well-adjusted flick of his wrist, several bolts sailed back at the turret. It exploded violently under its own bolts, where Vas slowly lowered his blade and continued to march towards the stronghold entrance. I see you've noticed. And indeed, I am still using Makashi. I will make you a master of not only the 8 forms of combat, but the blade in all its aspects. Vas reached for the base entrance with his left hand, making a clawing gesture. With a simple raking motion of his hand, Shai watched the stronghold entrance explode outwards, metal locks flying into the skies as the door slammed into the ground with a solid thud. We must move quickly. They entered the base with purpose, quickly dealing with any interior turrets with ease as they made their way down the entryway. Shai remained as her master's shadow, guarding his back as best she could as they entered an elevator. Noticing her master seemingly staring down at the floor, she tilted her head slightly as he made an odd noise and thought. What is it, Master? Shai asked as the elevator began to dive into the surface of the planet. I can safely say that this is indeed the base of Zeta Magnus. He's also attempting to grow clones. Vas shrugged and turned to Shai. As soon as these doors open, we're going to meet an ambush head-on. I have faith in your abilities that we can easily get through this. Now get behind me. Vas gently urged Shai behind his back, as he pointed his blade upwards in front of his body. We'll be using this to work on our synergy. If we can't rely on each other, why stay together? Vas announced as he cast a look to Shai, and seeing as I'm not abandoning you. Shai got the message, and just in time as the elevator came to an abrupt stop. As the door slid open, Vas gave a small laugh. The attack was immediate, blaster bolts raining down on their position at that very moment. The bolts sailed true at their targets, and yet Vas seemed unfazed. His blade came up, batting the first bolt to the side, his blade coming back to the left to intercept 3 more bolts. A downward sling of his blade sent another to the ground. And finally an upward block sent a final bolt back towards the first geotech clone. Shai watched all this in amazement. In less than a second he had blocked no less than 8 bolts as he advanced relentlessly upon their enemies. As the first geotech clone fell, Shai shook herself out of her amazement to follow her master. 8 bolts at once turned to 7 as Vas decapitated the second geo clone. 7 quickly became 6 as Vas ducked under 3 bolts, his leg shooting out as he caught a clone on the ankle. Said clone fell to the ground in a cry as Vas brought his blade upwards to decapitate the soldier as he fell. Now that he was kneeling, Vas gave a small smirk as Shai capitalized on the chance to do her bit. Her master slid to the side like a phantom, G-clones training their blasters on him as they hyper-focused on the man. You lose, Vas mumbled as Shai yelled out and gave a mighty thrust with her arms. the force push that came from her hands was potent, but nothing record-breaking as it slammed into the G-clones, sending them sprawling or tumbling into the wall whilst Vass slowly rose from the ground. "You did good, Shy." Vass smiled fondly at the girl as the clones began to rise from the ground. And now Vass raised his hands towards the clones. A violently emerald light erupted and blinded Shy for a moment, before it faded away to reveal the sizzling armor of the G-clones. "They won't be moving any further." Vass gently pet Shy on the shoulder, pursing his lips slightly as they began to walk down the corridors. Turning his head towards several open tanks that the G-clones had been released from. "So these are what they're kept in," Vass remarked with a thoughtful gaze. He simply stared at the equipment for a few minutes before shrugging and turning to Shy. "We're going to destroy it all. We can't allow these to fall into separatist hands, nor allow them to finish their experiments." Vass looked towards the lights. "This base runs off its own power supply. There should be a generator we can overcharge. Let's go." "We'll get Zeta first." Vass turned towards the only corridor available and to walk towards the red blaring sirens. Holding his hand overhead, Vass called a grenade from one of the Lang Geo clones' belt, said grenade flying to his hand as he and Shy entered another chamber. "Hey, catch!" Vass pressed the trigger on the grenade, tossing it forward as soon as they entered the adjacent chamber. In both surprise and fright, one of the clones that came to meet them dropped their blaster to catch the grenade. "What?" Vass simply smiled at the clone's question, choosing to bring his hand to his face. The grenade exploded immediately after. Flames erupted outwards whilst shrapnel peppered the group. Vass lowered his hand and continued onwards. The clone that had caught the grade coughing as he swayed from side to side. With a gentle push, Vass moved the G-clone out of his way, as the man fell to the ground as blood began to leak from the shrapnel holes in his armor. "I believe the next room is the main chamber. I'll capture Zeta. You move to the generator, overload it, come back to us," Vass ordered. "Of course, Master." Shy gave a pleased smile up at her master, pleased that he was trusting her with something as the doors to the main chamber began to open. "How did you find me?" Zeta hissed as the Arcanian sat cross-legged in a laid-back chair. "Not even Winda could have found me." "So how did you go on?" Shy Vass nodded at his Padawan. Seeing no reason to stop the girl, Zeta allowed Shy to move towards the door at the far end of the chamber, to which the white-hair girl disappeared into the bowels of the base. "Well, I always knew. I just had to make it seem like it was the scouts that found your base, rather than me urging them to look in this area." Vass shrugged as he began to study the equipment around them. "You're not like the other Jedi. You're..." Zeta's eyes narrowed as Vass leant over and stared at a test tube. He raised his hand and flicked it, breaking the tube as liquid sprayed everywhere. "Oops!" Vass raised himself and turned back to an incensed Zeta. Interestingly, it hadn't moved to attack just yet. "Why did you choose the name Magnus?" "We're both aware of its meaning." Magnus became alarmed at the abrupt questioning, sitting up straighter as his fingers curled. Almost mockingly, Vass gave Zeta a side glance, lips puckering slightly as he gazed at the man. "Are you descended from the Sith?" "I mean, you're a genetic construct, but the concept still stands." Vass questioned as Zeta began to rise from where he sat. "Aren't you going to arrest me?" Zeta asked as he began to unbuckle his gauntlets. "Of course. I would of course have liked to arrest the original you, seeing as you're a clone of the original. You really do slot of cloning, don't you?" Vass looked up at the cables and tubes connected to the ceiling, pointedly ignoring that Zeta had just shrugged off his robes and was about to attack. "You couldn't possibly know that. You know too much. I will enjoy eating you." The Arcanian bellowed and leapt at Vass. Vass dropped to the ground, allowing the alien to pass overhead, where the monster slammed into the far wall. "Luckily for you, I've been requested to bring you in alive," Vass whispered of Zeta's shoulder. With a yell, the man attempted to swing his arm backwards. Raising his left hand, Vass blocked the fist with the back of his hand. Zeta appeared surprised and shocked at the ease that Vass had stopped his fist. "You're very strong, compared to humans anyway." Vass studied the arm that had tried to strike him. Still blocking, Vass rounded his left hand and caught Zeta's fist with his own. and in a blur, his right palm connected with the elbow of the alien. Zeta cried out as a sickening crunch echoing throughout the chamber. Letting go of the man's first with a sigh, the Arcanian's arm fell limp as Zeta cradled the limb. There. No more trying to resist. You know you're horribly outmatched, Vas pet the alien with an amused smile. Seeing the power in the lights beginning to brighten. Well, that's that. Vas placed his hand on the alien's face. Sleep now. Moments prior. She rushed through the halls of the stronghold, her blue saber glowing against the hallways, the blue light battling against the red sirens from above. Generator room. Shai opened a door, seeing nothing within but a series of weapons lining a wall. Nope, she uttered before rushing off further down the hallway. How about the second door she opened showed a lab with several unknown specimens, where a clone of Jango Fett was laying on the table, disfigured and mutilated. Tubes and needles penetrated the clone's body. No, the girl continued on. After noticing the clone was dead, she jogged down the hallway, searching room after room. Food stores, armories, toiletries. Everything a sentient creature needed to survive within the stronghold was present. She continued to search until she opened a nondescript door, one with no significant marking or warnings, almost hidden away in the shadows of one of the corridors. But she smiled triumphantly as she stared at the reactor within. Approaching the reactor, Shai began to study its systems, learning how it worked as she clicked at several dials and buttons. Stop! A clone appeared behind her, the girl startling at the clone's words to her as she wound around. I thought we stopped you all. Shai nearly stuttered but managed to retain her composed demeanor. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a dial she hadn't yet turned, her fingers slowly sliding towards it as she covered her movements. Get on the ground, the clone ordered as Shai turned the dial as quickly as she could without him noticing. Hey, there's no need for us to fight. We've already captured you, Creator. Shai held her arms in front of her, not wishing to cause the death of what she perceived to be one of her comrades, even if she knew he wasn't of common design. He was still a clone and she couldn't quite differentiate the difference yet. What do you mean, Creator? I don't have a creator, the G-clone hissed as he raised his blaster to point at the girl. What? Shai seemed confused at the clone's words, knowing very well that they were Arcanian-produced clones. Hey, it's okay. I know it might be confusing, but... Shai took a step forward to soothe the man. I ain't a fucking clone, you're stupid sow, the clone bellowed and leapt at the girl, raising his blaster overhead before smashing it into her cheek. They both fell to the ground in a heap as the clone's abundant rage allowed it to punch the girl in the face. Struggling to defend herself, Shai pushed her hands into his face, his ugly and warped skin contorting on his skin as she attempted to push him off. His hand found his way to her neck, his black hair flowing down his face as he punched her with his free hand. Her hands violently flew around in desperation, her oxygen supply cut off as it began to feel like fire was coursing through her veins. She cried out, grasped, her right hand slamming into the clone's face trying to push him off whilst her left was flying around the ground trying to grab something. As her vision began to fade, unconsciousness whispering into her ears. Her fingers curled around something cold. And with a final scream, she used all her strength to raise whatever her hand was clutching right into the clone's head. Instantly the man fell useless to the ground, blood bursting from the point of impact to spray all over her. Still screaming as she got up, she slammed the cold object into the back of the man's head twice more before simply fleeing the reactor chamber. Vas had immediately noticed his Padawan's distressed state, which was simple because she had practically collapsed into his side and fallen unconscious as soon as she had done so. I'm sorry, little one. Vas gently leaned down to scoop the girl up like one would cradle their babe, bringing the girl to his chest. Let's go, Vas hissed as he made use of fold space to leave the base in an instant. Hours later. Vas sat up in a meadow, leaning back on his palms as he studied a blackened smear on the terrain. Smoke still billowed out from where Magnus' space had used to be, chunks of stone and dirt spread wide and far from where the base had exploded. Grunting slightly, Vas raised his left hand and gently stroked Shai's hair, said girl resting her head on his left thigh, silent streams of tears running down her face as she sought comfort from her master. Magnus has been detained and is inbound for Coruscant as we speak. Mace approached from Vass's right. The master of the order gave a sad glance to the Padawan, the two of them having been informed of what had transpired within the base. Is she going to be all right? Mace asked as he crossed his arms behind his back. I can't say for sure, master. But I'll be damned if I couldn't do my best to help her through it. Vass continued to stroke the girl's hair as she gave out small huffs of air as she slept. You're a good master. Mace sought to comfort the young man, her brown eyes still studying Vass as the young man gave an almost pained expression. No. I'm not. All I can do is try, Vass rebuked with thinned lips, sighing as he turned to face Mace. What of the battle? Vass asked as the master of the order nodded. The battle has been won. The droid forces have been routed, their tanks dismantled and destroyed. We are waiting for medical equipment as we speak. I have already put in the order, Mace explained as Vass nodded. Well, if we're waiting, why not join us in meditation? Well, me, shy is. Vass motioned to the sleeping girl on his leg, with Mace giving a small chuckle. We have time. I guess I can spare some to meditate. Mace lowered himself to the ground beside Vass, the two lapsing into silence. Thank you, Master Windu. Vass closed his eyes as the man gave a comforting nod. You're here for Shy, who's here to help you if not me? Mace responded after several long seconds of silence. I see. As the clones set up around the two, they remained quiet even as the Endurance lowered closer towards them. I wasn't until it was time to return to their duties hours later that the two of them would wake from their meditation. Unknown regions, edge of the hyperspace barrier. Nox sat in the train of the unknown world he found himself on. Violent winds battered the cliff face he found himself on. Lightning passed across through the clouds that hung in the skies, followed by rolling thunder that shook the grounds. He balanced his right arm on his knee, using it as an armrest whilst his left leg hung freely over the cliff side. At the base of the cliffs, gargantuan waves hundreds of meters in height rolled and smashing into the cliffs, spraying water and sea foam high into air where it sprayed into the forest atop the cliffs. It was this rain that hid the stream of tears that rolled angrily down his cheeks. Memories of his childhood, betrayal, hatred, and anger flashing violently within his mind before he ruthlessly stomped them down, pushing and locking them deep into his cortex of memory. Soon enough, as the storm began to pick up, small flecks of ice began to pepper the cliffs, going from the size of a nail to the size of a foot. Yet Nox paid them no mind as a barrier stopped these chunks of ice from striking him. I love you, Obu. His mother's voice reverberated through his skull against his will. His face twisting in sheer rage at the utterance of those words. One day, we'll be happy. The woman's voice refused to be silenced, the ground beginning to shake under Nox the more her false promises sounded in his head. One day. The blue lighting above became tinted red as Nox's presence began to assert itself onto the environment around him. Why must my child cry? A green glow illuminated the ground from behind Nox, as he cast a glance over his shoulder to find Tilitny herself hovering before him. What ails my child? So she floated closer as tears streamed down her own face, cupping what she perceived as her son's face. Let mother help you. She pulled Nox into her bosom, stroking his head slowly as she acted like the mother she should have been to her own children. Why do you help me? Nox's voice came out harsh, crashing against Tilitny's ears. Yet she gave no negative reaction, rather instead she was blinded for her love of her perfect child. What is a mother's love, if not unconditional? Tilitny responded as she continued to stroke Nox's hair affectionately. I wish that to be so, yet even your love isn't unconditional, is it? You only love what you think to be beautiful. Would you love your daughter mourning if you saw her for what she was now? Would you give Athla the same attention you give me right now? I don't think so. Nox internalized his distaste as he allowed the entity to attempt to comfort him. You don't even sense the essence of your child flowing through me, you only see the surface, you don't care what's underneath. Still, even then Nox closed his eyes and took in a deep crisp breath. Had my mother been like you, I would have been happy. Unknown regions. The Venator floated in space, its lights out, no radio traffic whilst the bridge of the ship had its windows exploded outwards. A lone man ran through the ship's halls, tripping around a corner as he slid into the wall before rushing towards the sealed door ahead. The corridor was flickering, its lights beginning to fail whilst the ship's power began to fluctuate. Come on, the man slammed his hands into the button panel before him, the hangar door beginning to open slowly. Hearing a creaking from behind, the scout all but whirled around and pointed his blaster down the hall, firing several shots out of fear. The bolts struck nothing, the lights above flickering for several moments before failing altogether, the hangar door only opening enough for him to shimmy through. Shit, he cursed before he rounded and squeezed himself through the barely opened doorway, his clothes catching and tearing before he found himself within the hangar. He froze however as the air current of the dark hangar shifted, a gust of air flowing in through the gap in the hangar door. Almost like a sniffing noise, the flow of air was as ominous as it was terrifying, and so without any need to see what it was, the scout ran into the darkness of the hangar with great terror. After a minute of limping through the darkness of the hangar, he found himself met with the cold unfeeling wall of the other side of the hangar. "Where are the ships?" the scout commander hissed as he turned and limped in the opposite direction, only to once more meet the other end of the hangar. The scout stood in the corner of the hangar, sweat pouring down his face as he aimed his rifle in front of himself, aiming into the dark silence before him. A blue bolt sailed from the tip of his blaster down the unlit hangar. Its blue light passed over the crates within, showing nothing until it sunk into the far wall. The darkness reigned supreme again as his fingers physically ached as he itched to pull the trigger of his blaster. "Come on, you son of a bitch!" the scout gulped as he squinted into the dark. "Captain," a young feminine voice called out from the darkness. "Corin, is that you?" The scout captain trained his blaster on the silhouette that appeared within the said silhouette, slowly approaching from what he thought was one of the ships within the hangar. "Captain! They're all gone, it's just me." The woman's silhouette approached closer from the darkness. "That blasted ooze!" the captain hissed as his face scrunched in great anger. "I knew we shouldn't have allowed it on the ship. Come on, Corin, we have to get out of here." He lowered his blaster as the woman was within a few meters distance from him. Yet as he strained he found he couldn't quite see her even as she approached. "I'm afraid that won't be possible, Captain. I'm afraid you're the last one. This ship is mine now." The silhouette finally cleared the shadows, revealing the face of his second lieutenant. She had no eyes, instead a thick mucus of grey ooze glowed down her cheeks, as blackened teeth smiled at him, the same ooze running down her mouth like spittle. "No!" the scout captain sunk down in front of his second lieutenant, all before a bat-like creature of black material blitzed him from the shadows. It exploded up in contact with his body as the material that made up its body sunk into his flesh. Finally the scout captain and the lieutenant spoke at the same time, the ooze vanishing into the captain, leaving no evidence of the attack he sustained. After several seconds of odd twitching from the two, the power to the venator they stood turned back on. Standing all around the hangar, various crew of the ship simply stood staring into the mid-distance, unbreathing, unblinking. They simply stood where they were doing nothing. On the bridge of the venator, the vacuum threatened to suck the crew from the ship, yet miraculously they simply stood at their original positions as if rooted by an unknown force. Slowly the vessel turned and took aim for the unknown regions. The bridge captain stared out into the vacuum as his hair flew around him, unblinking as his eyes seemingly locked onto what he sought. The ship, in turn, rotated and aimed directly for what he sought. "What are you?"